Chapter 1. International News Bulletin at 2:10 p.m. in the capital of Yin Country. A sinkhole incident has occurred in Adalrig, leaving behind a vast circular pit, with the city mysteriously vanishing. At this moment, the international news channel aired a report, yet the number of individuals paying attention to this news was still relatively few. In an age where smartphones and computers dominate, the audience for television continues to dwindle, particularly at this hour of 3 in the afternoon. Yin Country, Shanshui City. Yiming, the few pots of flowers we have at home have bloomed, including the peony you brought back during the spring festival 2 years ago. It looks absolutely stunning. Came the voice of his father from the other end of the phone. Dad, I've been really busy with work and have to pull extra hours. I won't be coming back for the May Day holiday. Why don't you check with my younger brother to see if he's returning? Chen Yiming replied, wedging his phone between his ear and shoulder while simultaneously working on CAD drawings on his computer. Oh, it's nothing. You and Mom should focus on your work. By the way, Dad, you and Mom recently joined a square dance group, right? Sometimes you even organize trips out of town. Son, if there's nothing urgent, it'll hang up now, as I still have quite a bit of work to do, Chen Yiming interjected, cutting off his father's rambling. His father was notoriously talkative once he started. It was hard to stop him. There was a brief silence on the line. I understand you two are busy, so I won't bother you any longer. Just take care of yourselves and don't overwork, his father responded. From the background, his mother's voice faintly echoed. Why are you so eager to hang up? You old fool. I haven't even had a chance to talk to our son yet. He's busy with work, so don't disturb him. His father seemed to be saying something to her, and then the call abruptly disconnected. Chen Yiming placed his phone on the table beside him, staring at his computer screen with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. After a moment of contemplation, he steadied his emotions and returned to his work. Life must go on. At the same time, Chen Yiming resolved that no matter what, he would return home for the Dragon Boat Festival. If his boss insisted on making him work overtime, he would plead with him. Chen Yiming was an ordinary university graduate, having completed his studies only 3 years prior. He was currently employed at an advertising design company, which was essentially just a studio. He handled various graphic design projects, with no specific restrictions. While the base salary was not particularly high, the profit-sharing opportunities allowed him to earn a decent income, more than sufficient for living in this second-tier city, and he managed to save a fair amount each month. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from outside. The sky turned pitch black. Not the kind of black that includes the moon and stars, but a pure, deep darkness. The room was plunged into shadows, with only the glow of the laptop screen illuminating the space. Out of nowhere, a chaotic-colored orb of light appeared before Chen Yiming, plunging directly into his body. The speed was so swift that Chen Yiming nearly doubted his own senses. About a minute later, the sky outside cleared once more. Chen Yiming took out his phone, intending to call his brother Chen Jing to check on him. Chen Jing also worked in Shanshui City, residing in the same urban area. He was a sports major and had secured a position as a physical education teacher at a high school through connections. However, he was still interning at the moment. But as Chen Yiming prepared to dial, he discovered that his phone had no signal. The signal indicator read 0. No signal at all. How could there be no signal? Even with poor reception, there should be at least 2G connectivity, especially in a city with over 6 million residents. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yiming pondered for a moment, then left his rented apartment, took his keys, and knocked on the neighbor's door. Who is it? Came the deep voice of a burly man from inside. It's me, the landlord, Chen Yiming replied. Oh, it's Yiming. The landlord opened the door, wearing a white tank top and flip-flops, his scruffy beard framing his face. He smiled and said, "What's up? Did the sudden darkness scare you? How could a grown man be scared?" Chen Yiming chuckled. I was hoping to borrow your phone to call my brother. Oh, I see. Here, take mine. The landlord fished out a black mobile phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and handed it to Chen Yiming. However, when Chen Yiming attempted to make a call with the landlord's phone, he found it also had no signal. The landlord fiddled with his phone in confusion. How strange. Why is there no signal? Perhaps there's an issue with the nearby cell tower. It should be fixed shortly. Where does your brother study? City number 8 high school. Ah, he's at the same school as my daughter. City number 8 is not far. What grade is he in? He's not a student. He's a physical education teacher at city number 8. Chen Yiming coughed lightly. A teacher, huh? City number 8 is quite a reputable school. You should ask your brother to keep an eye on my daughter. By the way, if you're going over there, you can use my electric scooter. You know which one it is, right? It's in the bike shed, spot number 3. The landlord returned from his bedroom and handed Chen Yiming a set of keys. Thank you, landlord. Nothing to thank me, for who doesn't have urgent matters when they're out and about? The landlord replied heartily. The landlord's electric scooter was pink, exuding a youthful charm, with a plastic husky head adorning the back. He mentioned that his daughter, who was currently in high school, had picked it out herself. Every time he spoke of his daughter, this divorced man wore a look of pure joy. Chen Yiming inserted the key and mounted the electric scooter, ready to start, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A stream of azure light shot forth, and before him hovered a half-meter-long brass book. The surface of the book was embossed with uneven patterns, and the cover flipped open automatically, revealing 3 blank white pages within. A torrent of information flooded into Chen Yiming's mind from the book. This book was known as the Book of Summoning, and every individual in this city possessed one. From the Book of Summoning, one could call forth summoned beasts into reality, with their existence being permanent. Of course, the summoned beasts could also be retracted into the Book of Summoning at any time. Everyone could randomly summon one ordinary 1-star summoned beast for free, which was the initial benefit bestowed upon summoners by the Book of Summoning. Moreover, each blank page could only store 1 summoned beast. No further information was provided. There was no mention of how to acquire new summoned beasts, nor whether the Book of Summoning had any other functions. It seemed everything had to be explored independently. Chen Yiming was taken aback internally while maintaining a calm exterior. He tapped the first page of the Book of Summoning with his fingertip. Where his fingertip made contact, ripples of water-like waves emanated. A black dot began to expand from the center of the white page. Eventually, the outline of the black dot became discernible. It was a humanoid summoned beast, with slightly pointed ears, a hunchback, and slender limbs. As if painted in ink, the colors gradually became vivid, and Chen Yiming finally discerned the form of his summoned beast. Having enjoyed playing games during university, Chen Yiming recognized the creature. It resembled a goblin. As more information flooded into his mind, he understood how to summon the beast from the Book of Summoning into the real world. There was no need for words, just a thought was sufficient. The image of the goblin from the Book of Summoning transformed into a stream of light, entering the real world. A green-skinned goblin, standing just below Chen Yiming's chest, materialized directly before him. Its skin appeared somewhat emaciated, likely due to malnutrition, giving it a gaunt appearance. Its nose was pointed, ears slightly elongated, eyes were red, and its mouth was disproportionately large, with jagged white teeth visible at the corners of its gaping maw. In its right hand, it held a twig with a sharpened tip, and it exhibited a noticeable hunch. "Master," the goblin shouted excitedly upon spotting Chen Yiming. "Is this your mount? It looks incredibly impressive, truly befitting of my master. Even your mount exudes such grandeur." The goblin gingerly reached out to touch the electric scooter. At that very instant, a book appeared before every individual in the city. Panic, fear, and a myriad of emotions began to spread and proliferate throughout the urban landscape. Cars on the streets collided. Someone on the sidewalk slipped and fell onto their backside. In ancient times, such a sight might have led to exclamations of encountering deities. Yet, those living in the information-saturated modern world had a far greater capacity to endure. Upon realizing that the Book of Summoning posed no threat to them, some brave souls began to summon their beasts and interact with them. Had only one person possessed the Book of Summoning, there might have been fear of being seen as different. But with everyone possessing a Book of Summoning, they no longer felt unique and need not worry about being taken for experimentation. Some individuals still harbor fear, yet upon witnessing others around them summoning their creatures, they observed that these summoned beings refrained from attacking. Instead, they obediently followed their master's commands, which notably calmed the anxieties of those who had initially been apprehensive. It seemed that these summoned creatures were not as terrifying as one might have imagined. As soon as the goblin materialized, it began chattering incessantly, displaying an immense curiosity towards its surroundings, and it harbored no doubts about its identity. It appeared as though it recognized Chun Yiming as its master from the very moment it was summoned. On the right side of the first page, concerning goblins in the summoning book, a line of text appeared, composed of characters that were unfamiliar to Chun Yiming. Nevertheless, he comprehended their meaning effortlessly. Summon creature name, Goblin. Current level, level 10100. Quality, common. Race, Goblin. Description: Goblins are a timid and cruel omnivorous race that delights in gathering in groups to revel and tends to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Racial talent: Goblins possess a high probability of fleeing when sensing danger. Bond Goblin. 1. When a number of goblins exceeds 3, strength increases by 10. 2. When a number of goblins exceeds 6, strength increases by 20. 3. When a number of goblins exceeds 10, strength increases by 30. Introduction. Let us revel, little ones. Is this truly my summoned creature? Chun Yiming pinched the green-skinned face to confirm that he was not dreaming. There were no health points, no attack power, nor armor attributes. The only attribute-related aspect pertained to this bond. What does the bond signify? Does it imply that when the number of his summoned goblins exceeds 3, their strength will increase by 10? Yet, goblins seem rather weak. How could he possibly nurture such a novice creature, commonly found in various games? Nevertheless, regardless of its apparent frailty, this was his first summoned creature, holding special significance for him. I shall bestow upon you a name from now on. You shall be called Greenskin, Chun Yiming declared to the goblin. Upon noticing Chun Yiming's unwavering gaze upon him, the goblin immediately exclaimed, "Master, the name you have chosen is truly splendid. I adore it." Then, brandishing the stick in his hand high above his head, he adopted an expression that seemed to threaten anyone who might disagree with him. "Squat down," Chun Yiming commanded. The goblin paused for a moment, then obediently cradled its head with its hands and squatted down. "Stand up." The goblin promptly retrieved the wooden stick and stood up straight. "Sing a song." The goblin, through the summoning book's resonance, understood Chun Yiming's intent and began to sing in a high-pitched voice, as if lamenting. Chun Yiming covered his ears. "That's enough." The goblin immediately ceased its wailing and stood still, attentively gazing at Chun Yiming. Although it appeared somewhat lewd, it was relatively obedient. Flatterer. Chun Yiming chuckled with satisfaction. He was about to instruct Greenskin to hop onto the electric scooter, which could accommodate 2 passengers, when a peculiar thought struck him. How odd would it be to have a goblin perched behind him, embracing his waist as he drove? "You should return to the summoning book for now. I shall summon you again later," Chun Yiming instructed. Greenskin, at a loss, mistakenly believed it had displeased its master in some way. When Chun Yiming's gaze shifted to it, Greenskin instinctively recoiled its neck. After retrieving the summoning book with the green cover, Chun Yiming rode his electric bike out of the shed on the way to school. He noticed that several neighborhoods along the route were experiencing power outages. An elderly woman on the street was attempting to summon her familiar, which turned out to be a green-skinned goblin. Having never encountered such a creature before, the old lady was so frightened that she sat down abruptly on the ground, her trembling finger pointing at the goblin, exclaiming in fear. Many people in the streets and alleys were accompanied by their summoned beasts, transforming the entire city into a fantastical paradise in an instant. Young people generally adapted quickly, and since everyone possessed a summoning book that was not unique to them, they soon acclimatized to the situation. After crossing the zebra crossing, he stopped his bike at the entrance of the city's 8th middle school, where numerous parents were waiting. Some had parked their vehicles along the roads flanking the school entrance. The unusually high number of parents piqued Chun Yiming's curiosity. Both the main and side gates of the school were closed. It was not dismissal time, and outsiders were not permitted to enter. "And my younger brother is a teacher here. Could you kindly allow me in?" Chun Yiming said to the security guard, offering him a cigarette. Although Chun Yiming did not smoke, he habitually carried a pack for convenience when dealing with strangers. The guard glanced at Chun Yiming, accepted the cigarette, and asked, "What is your brother's name?" "Chun Jing. Please hold on." The security guard pulled out a nearby ledger. He had just joined this year as a trainee teacher. After verifying Chun Jing's information, he instructed Chun Yiming to present his ID for registration and entry. Though Chun Yiming was unaware of his brother's office location, he figured asking for directions was the simplest solution. After inquiring with a few individuals, he finally located Chun Jing's office. "Hey, brother, what brings you here?" At that moment, Chun Jing was fortuitously free from class, filling his water bottle at the dispenser. He looked somewhat surprised upon seeing Chun Yiming, standing taller than Chen Yiming by half a head. His robust physique at 6 feet tall was quite striking. With a neatly trimmed crew cut and thick eyebrows, he had inherited the excellent genes of the Chun family. It got dark earlier. "I was worried something might happen, so I came to check on you," Chen Yiming replied, relieved to see his brother safe. "Oh, this? I was planning to come over to your place after school," Chun Jing said with a grin. The sound of high heels echoed from behind, and a woman in a gray formal suit with shoulder-length hair entered the office, clutching a folder. "The academic office just informed us that all remaining extracurricular sports classes for today have been canceled." The physical education teachers in the office nodded calmly, having long grown accustomed to such announcements due to their chronic health issues. "The higher-ups are still discussing matters, so please do not leave the office just yet. There may be further notifications," the woman said before exiting. "Brother, do you have a summoning book?" Chun Jing winked at Chen Yiming, summoning his own book. At that moment, Chen Yiming had the opportunity to observe another summoning book up close. "Of course, I have one. Didn't I just mention the information? Everyone has one," Chun Yiming replied, summoning his own book. During his journey, he had seen many people summoning their familiars on the streets, predominantly goblins, which seemed to be the standard initial summon. These creatures had combat capabilities comparable to or slightly weaker than an average person. As the two compare their summoning books, they discovered that while the overall design was similar, the patterns and textures on the covers exhibited slight variations. Chun Jing summoned his familiar, which bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yiming's goblin, though its ears were larger and more pointed, and its eyes slightly smaller with yellowish skin. Both stood about 1.4 meters tall. However, Chun Jing's familiar sported a black belt across its chest and wore a tattered brown top along with shabby yellow shorts, with holes worn into the tops of its boots, exposing its toes. Despite its ragged appearance, resembling that of a beggar, it was certainly more sophisticated than the primitive garb of a typical goblin. "Is this your familiar?" "Indeed, it's a gremlin," Chun Jing chuckled. "You won't believe it, but just moments ago, while I was teaching, every student on the playground had a book fly out from their chests in unison. It nearly frightened them to death. Yet, some brave student shouted, 'My fate is mine to control.' It was hilarious." Chun Jing then shared the first page of his summoning book with Chen Yiming. However, all Chen Yiming could see was a blank page, like an unmarked sheet of paper. Chun Jing also noted that his own summoning book displayed only a blank page. "Well, it seems that the images and text in the summoning book can only be viewed by the owner. Let me narrate it to you," Chun Jing suggested as they moved to the safety corridor to speak quietly. Summoning beast name. Gremlin summoning beast level. Level 1, 0, 100 quality. Ordinary race. Gremlin description. Gremlins are small, intelligent creatures adept at manufacturing, yet cold and selfish. Racial talent. Manufacturing speed 1 bond. Gremlin 1. When the number of gremlins exceeds 2. The potency of crafted alchemical items increases by 1. 2. When a number of gremlins exceeds 4, the potency of crafted alchemical items increases by 2. 3. When the number of gremlins exceeds 8. The potency of crafted alchemical items increases by 3. The brothers continue their conversation for a while until shouts from outside beckoned Chen Jing. "What is it?" he asked upon returning to the office. "Exugo," replied a 30-something physical education teacher, known as Su Mingji. "Shally from the academic office just informed me that classes are canceled for tomorrow. The school is on break. However, our teachers will still need to come in for a meeting tomorrow afternoon. So we physical education teachers can leave early." "Okay, thanks, Sugadat. I owe you one. I'll treat you to a meal later," Chun Jing said with a smile. "Let us go grab a bite," Chen Yiming suggested. "Weren't our parents saying you had a busy day at work?" Chun Jing inquired. "Yeah, a bit busy. There are plenty of tasks to handle during the holiday, but I will definitely be heading back for the Dragon Boat Festival." Chun Yiming replied, "Don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health. Otherwise, all this money you earn will end up benefiting others." Chun Jing teased. "Get lost. I was planning to treat you to a lavish meal. But that's off the table now." Chun Yiming retorted playfully, "Aren't you going back? It depends on the school's arrangements that if the holiday is extended, I will head back. By the way, What kind of lavish meal were you thinking of? Exotic delicacies. Have you ever tried roasted rabbit? Chun Yiming asked. Never, but I've seen plenty of pictures, Chun Jing replied. Chun Yiming first took Chun Jing back to the community on the landlord's pink electric bike. After securing the bike, he went upstairs to return the keys to the landlord. Tomorrow the school might be on break. Got it. Thanks, Yiming, the landlord said with a friendly wave. A.S. Chun Yiming and Chun Jing prepared to take a taxi to a restaurant. They noticed a scarcity of cabs on the street. After quite a while, they finally managed to hail one that once inside, the driver asked where they were headed. North Suburb, Hongfong Road, Chun Yiming replied to their surprise. The driver quickly shook his head. Young man, I'm about to change shifts. That's too far. You should find another cab. Besides, I'm low on fuel. I need to refuel, the driver added when they hesitated to exit. Driver, I've lived here long enough to know the shift changes. Chun Yiming pointed out that it's between 3:30 and 5 in the afternoon. And you still have half a tank of gas, he added, gesturing toward the fuel gauge. The driver's expression faltered, realizing he had encountered someone who was adamant about the facts. Young man, please don't make this difficult for me. Just ask another taxi. No one is willing to drive passengers to the suburbs. Are you worried we might be troublemakers? In this lawful society, your vehicle should have a dash cam. What is there to worry about in broad daylight? Chun Jing, slightly irate, responded bluntly, that's not what I'm concerned about. The taxi driver hesitated for a moment before cautiously explaining, the city government has just issued a notice prohibiting us from going to the suburbs. Moreover, I have heard from other drivers returning from the suburbs that the outskirts are now entirely enveloped in forest, and the highways are completely blocked. Entirely forested? How is that possible? Did these trees sprout up overnight? One driver returning from the suburbs mentioned that it seemed to have appeared suddenly after dark. And now we cannot even leave the city. Chun Jing realized a crucial point. Master, can you taxi drivers still communicate with each other? Do you have any signal on your phones? No signal at all. It seems everyone is without signal. The entirety of Shanshui City is in the same situation. However, we taxi drivers always keep walkie-talkies handy. The driver sitting in the front seat produced a walkie-talkie. Chun Yiming's heart sank. The massive failure of the city's signal network was quite alarming. Such a thing is nearly inconceivable, considering Shanshui City is a second-tier metropolis. Where did you buy your walkie-talkies? Master, bought them online, the driver replied with a smile. With logistics being so advanced these days and online prices being so reasonable, it's only natural to purchase them online. But if you're looking to buy walkie-talkies, I do know a place, the General Merchandise Trade City. Then I would appreciate it if you could take us there, Chun Yiming said. All right, I won't use the meter. Let's just settle on 30 yuan. The driver stated, How about this, master? I will give you 300 yuan and I'll hire your car for the afternoon. Does that work? Chun Yiming proposed. The taxi driver pondered for a moment before happily agreeing. Actually, I don't make much profit. I usually earn about that amount in a single afternoon. The driver explained that. So, shall we head to the General Merchandise Trade City first? The driver was swift in his actions, promptly engaging the handbrake and accelerating away. Brother, Chun Jing queried, puzzled. Trust me, we need to procure some supplies first, Chun Yiming instructed his brother. All right, Chun Jing replied without further discussion, placing his faith in his brother. Master, what's the situation like outside the city, with all the forests? Chun Yiming engaged the driver in casual conversation that I can't say for sure. I only heard it from other drivers over the walkie-talkie. They mentioned that the highways leading out of the city have become overgrown with trees, and it's not just the highways. Every road leading out of the city has turned into a forest. Is that true? How bizarre. Chun Jing expressed skepticism. I didn't believe it first either. You must have that summoning book of yours by now, right? The driver casually chatted with Chun Yiming and his brother. Just think about it. With such a miraculous phenomenon occurring, the outskirts transforming into a forest isn't all that hard to accept, right? Huh. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie, followed by a voice filled with sheer terror. Don't go to the suburbs. Don't be tempted by small money to venture there. There have been deaths in the suburbs. The speaker's voice was so filled with fright that it seemed genuine. Immediately after, numerous taxi drivers' concerned inquiries filled the airwaves. Lao Huang, are you all right? Where are you now? Are you safe? After a considerable pause, Lao Huang's voice came through, sounding relieved. I'm fine. I managed to escape. Let me tell you, a passenger just asked to go to the suburbs. I advised against it. thinking he was trying to negotiate a fair hike. But that was clearly the directive from above. In the end, he offered me 50 extra yuan. His home is in a community not far from the highway exit, but still at the city's edge. I thought it would be all right to take him there, and after he paid and got out, I felt a bit thirsty, so I went to a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Then I saw a group of little green-skinned creatures charging out of the forest, wielding sticks and mercilessly attacking him. Those little creatures were acting like they had lost their minds. "Are you talking about goblins?" A driver interjected over the walkie-talkie, noting the similarity to his own summoned creature. "Goblins, you know their name? They're the creatures summoned from that summoning book." "Hey, now that you mention it, it does seem like that. Could it be that there's some vendetta involved? A group of people hiring assassins?" "That's terrifying." A flurry of discussion erupted among the drivers on the walkie-talkie channel, due to the existence of the summoning book. They all believed that these goblins were conjured by human hands. Initially, that man had a protective aura around him. It seemed he had summoned his own creature, but soon his summoned creature was killed, and the aura disappeared. Then those goblins appeared to be in a frenzy and came rushing toward me, so I quickly drove away. Listening to the driver's dialogue, Chen Yiming and Chun Jing exchanged glances, suddenly relieved that they were in the same city, ensuring some measure of mutual support. Upon arriving at the trade city, the driver parked in the lot and got out to accompany the brothers, as they had yet to settle the fare, and he didn't want to risk being left behind. After searching through several shops, they finally found one that sold walkie-talkies. The owner claimed to be the only one in the entire trade city with them for sale. "Hey boss, the entire trade city is without power, yet your shop still has electricity. Do you have a generator for sale?" Chun Yiming inquired with curiosity. The owner laughed heartily at this. "A friend of mine sells those. I got one from him. The generator is for my own use, not for sale. But if you're interested, I can certainly introduce you to a generator that can cost anywhere from 1 to several thousand yuan." Representing a significant business opportunity, so the owner was naturally enthusiastic. However, the owner suddenly realized that there seemed to be no signal on his phone. That he smacked his forehead and, looking somewhat troubled, said, "No wonder you came to buy walkie-talkies. Here's the deal. I'll give you my friend's address. You can go directly to him and say Huang Dajing sent you. He'll give you a discount as a gesture of friendship." The address provided by the owner was located in the eastern suburbs. Upon hearing that it was in the suburbs, Chun Yiming and Chun Jing exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating. They had just heard some unsettling news in the car, which made them wary that "We can't go to the suburbs." Master Wang quickly interjected. Chun Yiming contemplated the pros and cons. Ordinarily, venturing into the suburbs would certainly be quite dangerous, but they were 3 people, and they had a vehicle. More importantly, they possessed the summoning book, which meant 3 summoned creatures could be at their disposal. Moreover, the summoned creatures had a level and experience value template, indicating that they could gain experience through certain means. The most straightforward method to acquire experience is by defeating monsters. "Master Wang," Chen Yiming addressed the taxi driver, having learned his name from the identification card on the dashboard. "Why can't we go to the suburbs?" "What has happened there?" Boss Huang asked, visibly anxious. "Here's the deal. I'll waive the small change on this walkie-talkie. I'll only charge you 240 instead of 200, the owner said, giving Chun Yiming a discount of 40 yuan. "Lao Wang, you tell him." Chen Yiming decided to reveal the news to Boss Huang after a moment of contemplation, feeling that there was no point in keeping it to himself, as it was not a secret known only to him. With so many taxi drivers and passengers on board, how long could this information remain concealed? Realizing this, Chen Yiming felt an urgency to procure supplies swiftly. If the news spread and it became known that leaving the city was impossible, it would surely incite widespread panic, leading many to rush to buy food. Like at that point, food prices could skyrocket, not to mention other essential living supplies. Currently, they were merely facing a power outage. What if gas and water supplies were cut off as well? Chun Yiming could hardly bear to imagine what might unfold next. Upon hearing Lao Wang's account, the owner appeared dazed, losing all desire to continue business, and hurriedly began packing up to close the store. Thank you, the owner said nervously. "Could you do me a favor?" he asked with a forced smile. Chun Jing frowned, feeling that the owner was being rather opportunistic. "I would like to ask you to accompany me to the suburbs. I assure you, I won't let you make the trip for nothing. I'll give you a generator for free," the owner stated earnestly, promising it would be of high quality. Noticing the expressions of the three before him, the owner sighed. "I'll be honest with you. That place in the suburbs isn't just a friend of mine. It's my wife. That shop also belongs to my family. That I'm not deceiving you. The generator requires diesel, and I have some diesel in my shop that I can give you as well. If what you said is true, there will likely be many who will want the generator and diesel, and it won't be easy to obtain later," the boss remarked, initially believing that the power outage was confined to a small area, and attributing the lack of signal to nearby signal stations undergoing repairs. He never imagined that the entire city could be plunged into darkness and silence. The fact that he casually mentioned a generator worth several thousand yuan indicated that the boss was indeed making a significant investment. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yiming responded, "That is acceptable, but I have one condition. If the situation becomes truly perilous, we will not hesitate to leave the vehicle immediately." He expressed this with a calm demeanor, unwilling to jeopardize his own safety or that of his brother for the sake of a stranger. The boss fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right." He hastily made his way to the parking lot, where he drove off in his private vehicle, with Master Wang's taxi trailing behind. Master Wang cautiously remarked, "You both are too impulsive. If danger truly arises, I will leave without hesitation. That I'm not timid, but I have a wife and children waiting for me at home." An hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, a street near the outskirts of the city. This area was flat, and from here, one could vaguely see the city's boundary, which, as the walkie-talkie had indicated, had transformed into a vast forest. Towering trees, each 50 to 60 meters high, rose majestically from the ground, their dense canopies stretching endlessly, resembling a verdant ocean. This sight left everyone profoundly stunned. Chun Yiming, who specialized in landscape design at university, recognized many common plants. Yet the trees in this forest were unlike any he had ever known. It truly was a forest, an immense one at that. Huang, the boss, finally came to believe in Chun Yiming's assertions. Something had indeed changed in the city. What tightened his heart was the sight of his shop's door, which was inexplicably closed. He hurried over, pounding on the door and calling out his wife's name. A voice responded from within, and Huang's wife opened the door, embracing him tightly. The relief of knowing she was safe brought joy to them both. Together, they managed to push out a black and red generator, which resembled a motor but had numerous sockets on its side and 4 small wheels at the bottom. It weighs over 100 kilograms, Huang stated. This is a dual-voltage generator capable of switching between 220V and 380V, and it operates quietly. Huang then proceeded to teach Chun Yiming how to operate it, demonstrating where to add diesel, how to turn it on and off, and how to address minor repairs. Throughout the process, his wife stood silently by, her expression less than favorable, as it was a costly piece of equipment. Huang then prepared to fetch several barrels of diesel from the store, lifting 3 18-liter barrels. His wife's expression darkened further. 200 yuan each. However, she refrained from chastising him in front of others, resolving to have a serious talk with him later about not squandering their wealth. The enthusiastic Huang exchanged walkie-talkie channels with Chun Yiming and the others. The generator provided by Huang consumed approximately 0.84 kilograms of diesel per hour. 0.1 liter of fuel could last just over 3 hours, meaning a barrel of diesel would last around 57 hours. Naturally, the generator would not be in constant use. It would only be activated for essential tasks, such as powering the walkie-talkies or heating water. After a moment's thought, Chun Yiming spent an additional 400 yuan at Huang's shop to purchase 2 more barrels of diesel. The taxi could not accommodate much, as it was not a cargo vehicle, and Chun Yiming intended to visit a nearby supermarket to stock up on food supplies. They're coming. The monsters are coming. Huang's wife pointed toward the far end of the road, where a group of goblins emerged from the forest, gathering to observe them from a distance. It seemed that their numbers deterred the goblins from approaching. These goblins varied in height, some nearing 1.50 meters, while others, still juvenile, stood at about 1.20 meters, their skin a sickly green, armed with sticks and stones. They resembled wild dogs in the wilderness, always cautious and cunning before hunting their prey. Chun Yiming frowned, stating, with so many goblins, if they were summoned creatures, there would have to be at least 10 summoners behind them. Yet, I see no sign of any summoners nearby. Moreover, the forest loomed behind the goblins. That I witnessed a passerby being attacked and dragged into the forest by these goblins, Huang's wife added hastily. Fortunately, I managed to close the door quickly. They only pounded on it for a while before leaving. Chen Yiming felt a surge of eagerness to eliminate these goblins and gain experience points. However, the sheer number of goblins concerned him. He carefully counted a total of 12, while they had only 5 people. And even with summoned creatures, they would have a mere 10. They were still outnumbered by 2. Furthermore, Master Wong was unreliable, having declared from the outset that he would not hesitate to drive away if danger arose. Chen Yiming believed this family man would indeed follow through. To Huang's wife also appeared untrustworthy. In the face of danger, she might very well abandon the team. Yet this was human nature. Chen Yiming himself would flee if the situation called for it. And it would simply be a matter of who could run faster. Assessing the situation, he concluded that their group resembled a disorganized mob, lacking unity. The goblins, noticing the number of people here, observed for a moment before retreating back into the forest. Their green skin blending seamlessly with the surroundings. It's getting late. We might miss our chance to buy supplies. Chen Yiming finally spoke up. He nodded in agreement. Yes, let us head to the supermarket. Upon arriving, Chen Yiming noticed a larger crowd than usual. The supermarket must have a backup generator, and due to the apparent lack of network connectivity, it was only accepting cash payments. The 2 brothers first purchased enough salt to last them 2 years, followed by a variety of other spices. Additionally, they stocked up on canned goods, flour, rice, dried beans, jerky, powdered milk, and honey, foods with a longer shelf life. After bringing all their purchases back to their rented apartment, the brothers returned to buy more vacuum-sealed rice and bottled water, knowing that this rice had a shelf life of 1.5 years. Due to the power outage, they could only take the stairs, but fortunately, their apartment was on the 3rd floor. Those living on the 20th floor must have been in despair. With their considerable haul, Chen Yiming summoned a goblin. Master, is this your steed? It's so large, the green-skinned goblin exclaimed, touching the taxi, its metallic surface striking a strong impression on it. The goblin spat into its palm and then playfully knocked the side mirror. All right, let us get the supplies upstairs, Chen Yiming instructed, gesturing to the food in the vehicle, prompting the goblin to help him carry the items up the stairs. The goblin peeked curiously at the vehicle's rear, its dark color and the faint scent of exhaust fumes piquing its interest. The goblin moved closer, wanting to sniff and lick it. Chen Yiming gave it a playful kick. What s with the creepiness? Get to work. Obediently, the goblin grabbed a bag of rice and followed closely behind Chen Yiming. The goblin's ascent was amusing, its legs splayed out like a crab's. Little goblin, you should carry something too, Chan Jing said, summoning a gremlin and addressing it. The gremlin vehemently shook its head, declaring, a wise gremlin never becomes a laborer. Only foolish goblins sell their bodies. It pointed to its head with a serious expression. Chun Jing bent down to find a suitable stick, but a little exercise never hurt anyone. The gremlin shouted, seizing a bag of rice and dashing up the stairs, after several trips up and down. They finally brought all their supplies back to the apartment. They then continued to procure more goods from supermarkets or convenience stores. After multiple round trips, they amassed enough food to last for quite some time. The two brothers had spent the majority of their remaining funds. Brother, it seems we are preparing for a prolonged battle, Chun Jing remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, I've had a persistent sense of foreboding. I hope my instincts are mistaken. Chun Yiming spoke. Later that evening, he knocked on the door of the landlord next door. The young girl opened the door, and upon recognizing Chen Yiming, she rolled her eyes with annoyance and said, Dad, your tenant is looking for you. A voice from the bathroom responded. Yiming, please hold on a moment. Just 2 minutes. Before long, the landlord emerged, carrying a faint scent of reincarnation, and awkwardly said, I was just about to flush the toilet when I discovered the water was cut off. My apologies. It does smell rather strong. And no worries. I haven't been waiting long, Chen Yiming replied. Landlord, I'd like to extend my lease for another 6 months. The rent for this place is due in a month. And I want to renew it in advance. There's no rush. It's getting late. However, I would certainly welcome your decision to renew. The landlord replied with a hearty laugh. This little girl just returned from school and informed me that she intends to continue her classes tomorrow. She is trying to sneak off to have some fun. Humph, came a delicate huff from the side, expressing serious dissatisfaction. By the way, landlord, I received some news today. The water and electricity might be off for an extended period. I noticed many people rushing to the supermarket to stock up. You should buy some essentials just in case. Chen Yiming cautioned, knowing the landlord was rather reclusive and spent days without stepping outside. The landlord pondered for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Thank you. Yiming, that I'll tidy up a bit and head to the supermarket to stock up on food if the power goes out. The food in the fridge won't last long. I should buy more. Earlier that day, Chen Yiming had withdrawn all the money from his account. On his way back, he did the same as night fell. The outside world fell into silence. There were no street lights, and even the light was sparse. Only a few windows were illuminated by the flickering glow of candles. Yet, visibility on the streets was not low, as the moonlight was abundant that night. Chen Yiming sat on the balcony with a can of fruit beer, feeling the gentle breeze that brought him comfort. Leaning back against the wall, he gazed up at the night sky, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Could half a can of fruit beer get one drunk? Chen Yiming was puzzled. Hey, brother, come and see if there are 2 moons in the sky, he called out to the living room. Chen Jingrun, who was doing planks in the living room, sprang to his feet, his well-defined muscles glistening beneath his red athletic shirt, sweat pouring from his chest and forehead. I can't believe you could get drunk on fruit beer. How could there possibly be 2 moons in the sky? Chen Jingrun exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. How could there be 2 moons? Are we perhaps traversing dimensions? He said incredulously. Unintentionally spoken words struck a chord with Chen Yiming, who felt an unsettling pang in his heart. Could it be that we're truly no longer on Mercury, but ISNT time travel typically is solo endeavor? It's not like an entire modern city could traverse dimensions together. He had never encountered such a narrative in any novel. Given that the entire city had lost network signals, and there was no water, electricity, or gas, alongside the sudden emergence of a vast forest encircling the entire city. With strange tree species he had never seen before, and even goblins, fantastical creatures, Chen Yiming was now inclined to believe it was indeed possible. Yet he subconsciously resisted entertaining such thoughts. Have your goblins try to see if they can process these steel bars, Chen Yiming said, pointing to a couple of 2-meter-long steel bars on the balcony. Prepare yourselves. We're going to the outskirts tomorrow to hunt goblins. Whether this is real or not, perhaps killing those goblins will provide us with answers. Chen Jingrun nodded heavily, then placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. Bro. Chen Yiming turned his head, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. No matter what, I will protect you, Chen Jingrun boasted, flexing his biceps. Chen Yiming chuckled, shaking his head in amusement, and lightly punched Chen Jingrun on the chest. All right, then let us see what you can do. Chen Jingrun then summoned a goblin, gestured to the steel bars on the ground, and briefly explained the task. The yellow-skinned goblin blinked, finding this task exceedingly simple for its clever mind. It picked up the steel bar and exclaimed, Master, your technology is surprisingly advanced. This iron is incredibly tough. The yellow-skinned goblin bent the steel bar with all its might, yet remained unyielding. That I need some tools. Otherwise, processing this iron will be quite time-consuming, it remarked. There are some small tools at home, but we don't have cutting machines or electric saws, Chen Yiming replied. After acquiring a few tools, the yellow-skinned goblin retreated to a corner to work on its own. The green-skinned goblin perked up its ears, sneaking glances but feeling too embarrassed to approach. However, perhaps drawn by the various sounds emitted by the yellow-skinned goblin as it worked, the green-skinned goblin couldn't resist sneaking over. Before long, furious shouts erupted from the yellow-skinned goblin. Get lost. You pesky little green-skinned imp. Just go away. Do you want me to poke your behind with this steel bar? The green-skinned goblin, feeling dissatisfied, scurried away in defeat. Finding a corner to sit in, it glared resentfully at the distant goblin. Perhaps truly unable to sit still, the goblin soon stood up again, wandering about the house, peering here and there like a curious child. While Chen Yiming was deep in conversation with his brother on the balcony, he suddenly heard the sound of pots and pans crashing to the floor in the kitchen, momentarily thinking a thief had entered. The green-skinned goblin rushed into the kitchen only to find itself wearing an iron pot on its head. With a spatula in one hand and a knife in the other, staring blankly at itself. From now on, don't mess with things in the kitchen, Chen Yiming admonished, removing the pot from the goblin's head and placing it on the counter. Then taking the knife and spatula from its hands and hanging them on hooks. Once the weapons were taken away, the diminutive green-skinned goblin stood awkwardly in place at a height of just over a meter. thinking its master was about to punish it, sneaking glances at Chun Yiming every now and then. However, to its surprise, Chun Yiming didn't punish it. He merely advised it not to act that way again before leaving the kitchen. The green-skinned goblin swallowed hard, casting a lingering glance at the kitchen utensils. These shiny weapons were treasures it had never seen before. Its master was truly wealthy, since seeing the 2 moons in the sky. Chun Jingren had fallen silent, spending the entire night sitting on the windowsill, lost in thought. Chun Yiming brought over 2 bottles of wine and placed one in front of his brother. "Brother, do you think Mom and Dad are all right?" Chun Jingren suddenly asked. "Let us focus on surviving first. Worrying about so much is pointless. Or do you think we could trek across hundreds of miles of forest on foot?" Chun Yiming replied. Shaking his head, in truth, his emotions were equally complex. He too was lost in thought, grappling with feelings that were difficult to articulate. More importantly, Chun Yiming suspected that they might not even be on Mercury anymore, and whether their parents had traveled with them remained uncertain. As dawn broke, the goblin sleeping on the living room floor twitched its nose, lifting its chin higher and higher, before finally opening its eyes. It caught a whiff of something delicious coming from the kitchen. Meat, the goblin gulped, saliva pooling in its mouth, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wearing an apron, Chun Yiming emerged from his room, carrying bowls filled with food. "Each of us gets 2 fried eggs, a piece of steak, a slice of cake, and a glass of milk," he announced. The bowls for the goblin and the yellow-skinned goblin were special, not pet bowls, but rather 2 wide brown-yellow bowls he had purchased separately the day before. "Master, do I get some too?" The goblin squealed in delight. "Everyone gets some that we're heading to the outskirts today, so eat well." "You want to have such treatment in the future," Chun Yiming replied, glancing at ITAS for the food. For the time being, he wouldn't need to be overly frugal, as food has a shelf life. This was also why Chun Yiming had not stockpiled excessive amounts of food. Food had a finite lifespan. It wouldn't matter if it exceeded that limit for a short while. However, if it surpassed the shelf life for too long, the food would spoil and become inedible, making it pointless to stockpile excessively. Moreover, it was crucial to note that in a few months, new food sources would undoubtedly be established. The forest outside the city would certainly not lack for sustenance. By the way, check if there are any cutting machines for sale when you return this afternoon. Having one would make processing much easier. Chun Yiming suddenly remembered. The breakfast shared by Chun Yiming and Chun Jingren was rather mundane. Due to Chun Yiming's skills being rather mediocre, and considering that individuals in modern society have tasted an array of delectable dishes beyond mere mountain delicacies and seafood, it was quite astonishing to witness the 2 summoned creatures relishing their meal with such enthusiasm. Initially perched upon a bench, the 2 little beings soon grew uncomfortable and opted to squat on the ground, using their hands to scoop food into their mouths, their gluttonous display appearing particularly ungainly. Once breakfast was concluded, Chun Yiming gestured for the goblin to retrieve his equipment and don it in full armor. Among the items was a relatively expensive camouflage helmet, specifically purchased in a children's size. Next was a specially manufactured 1-meter-long steel rebar, designed with consideration for the goblin's strength. Should it be too heavy, it would tire after just a few swings. The tip of the rebar had been treated with a spiral texture, enhancing its striking power. Additionally, the grip was wrapped in a slip-resistant, sweat-absorbing fabric. Furthermore, there was a rather rudimentary plastic plate armor, which was covered by a layer of sweater material. The sweater offered better protection against slashing, while the plastic provided superior defense against stabbing. Though simplistic in design, the armor was lightweight, allowing the goblin to wear it with ease. "You foolish little green-skinned creature, make good use of the equipment crafted by your goblin father," the goblin proudly proclaimed. After uttering this, it could not suppress a yawn, as fatigue weighed heavily upon it from a long night prior. After packing a small amount of provisions, Chun Yiming returned the goblin to the summoning book for a much-needed rest, and the duo set off towards the forest. As they traversed the streets, the goblin resembled Lu Lao Lao entering a grand manner, visibly startled each time a speeding car whizzed past. Chun Yiming had tested the goblin's strength and speed, discovering that it was somewhat weaker than an average adult male. Nevertheless, it still managed to astonish him. Given its seemingly frail appearance, the goblin's speed lagged significantly behind that of an adult, likely due to its short legs, and its endurance was merely average. It could manage a brief burst of energy, but would quickly tire thereafter. With a firm grasp of the goblin's physical attributes, Chen Yiming felt confident that he could overpower one if the streets were bustling with pedestrians today, as numerous businesses, institutions, and schools across the city were closed for a holiday, leaving many with nothing to do but meander about. Upon reaching the suburbs, Chen Yiming was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals present, many of whom were fully armed, wielding kitchen knives or makeshift weapons. He was not surprised, as the city of Shanshui boasted a population of millions. Even if just 1% of them harbored thoughts of hunting goblins, that would still amount to a significant number. Moreover, it was likely that residents living on the city's outskirts had already faced attacks from forest creatures, meaning some may have engaged in monster slaying previously. Suddenly, Chen Yiming's gaze sharpened as he spotted a figure in black, trailed by 3 goblins not far ahead. The goblins stood obediently behind him, and there appeared to be no one else around. Could it be that these goblins were his summoned creatures? The man in black was inside a convenience store, conversing amiably with the shopkeeper, suggesting a familiarity between them. Approaching, Chen Yiming addressed the proprietor. "Excuse me, could I have a bottle of mineral water?" "Certainly. Would you prefer Honchuan or LVB?" "Unfortunately, we don't have any chilled options at the moment. There's a power outage, so it's all at room temperature." The shopkeeper, a gentleman in his 50s, replied that "I'll take 2 bottles of Honchuan, please." The shopkeeper bent down to retrieve them from a box, handing them to Chen Yiming. "That'll be 8 yuan, 0.8 yuan. Chen Yiming hesitated, his hand pausing mid-motion, as the price had doubled since yesterday. Indeed, all the convenience stores in the area have raised their prices. This is still relatively low. Some are charging 5 yuan per bottle now that you've seen the forest outside. Haven to you. Who knows when the rescue teams will arrive? It's likely the prices will continue to rise. I am not sure about the larger supermarkets, but they'll probably hike their prices soon as well." The shopkeeper chuckled. Chen Yiming remained silent as he extracted a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. While waiting for his change, he glanced at the 3 goblins trailing behind the man in black and casually inquired, "Hey, are these your summoned beasts?" "Yes," the man in black nodded. Chen Yiming noticed that the man's fingers were stained yellow, a telltale sign of long-term smoking. He then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the man. The man glanced at the pack, which was priced at 35 yuan. Accepting the cigarette, he produced a lighter from his pocket and lit it, exhaling a puff of smoke. The atmosphere between the 2 strangers grew slightly more amicable. "That you're probably curious about how to acquire more summoned creatures," the man in black remarked casually. "Indeed, I am a bit curious," Chen Yiming admitted without denial. "Go hunt the monsters in the forest," the man replied straightforwardly. "Hunt monsters?" "Yes. Once you slay a monster, you'll be able to tame it. However, the number of pages in your book is limited. You can currently have a maximum of 3 summoned creatures. Any more cannot be tamed," the man explained. "Thank you." Chen Yiming expressed his gratitude. "And no need for thanks. Even if I hadn't told you, you would have figured it out by hunting one. Consider it a friendly gesture," the man in black said with a smile. Present. Many within the city are still unaware. Competition is still relatively low. Once more people arrive, the opportunities will dwindle. "All right, I shall take my leave now. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal," Chen Yiming declared as he accepted the 2 yuan change from the shopkeeper and headed towards the forest. Chen Jing, who had been standing watch from a distance, jogged over, fully equipped with a motorcycle helmet, a large backpack slung over his shoulder, and a steel rebar in hand. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Chen Yiming crouched down and gently parted the grass blades, revealing a stark division between the grassy soil and the concrete pavement of the city. It appeared as though it had been measured with an extraordinarily precise ruler. Chen Yiming dug a bit into the soil, exposing a remarkably smooth and even surface where the concrete had been cut. "What are you looking at, brother? These plants don't seem to have burst through the roads and concrete. They appear to have naturally grown here," Chen Yiming remarked. Chen Jing scratched his head, not quite understanding. "It seems our city may be the true outsiders," Chen Yiming stated after a brief moment of contemplation. "You mean?" Chen Jing, though somewhat prepared for the notion, still felt a pang of discomfort deep within. Enough with the wild thoughts. A battle is imminent. So let us focus, Chen Yiming urged, his tone laden with complexity. He rose, giving his still-dazed brother a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Let us go. No time for dawdling." We must survive. The trees in the forest towered magnificently, their foliage dense. Such lush vegetation indicated a plentiful underground water source. 50-meter-tall trees were a sight to behold, rivaling the height of mid-rise buildings. As far as the eye could see, the forest was teeming with thick greenery. The light was dim, and the tree roots sprouting from the ground were covered in a thick layer of moss. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket, and judging by the force of the disturbance, it was clear that it was no small creature. The two tightened their grips on the steel rebar, nerves on edge. Moments later, a yellow-green figure emerged from the underbrush, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, adorned with dark green spots, its white whiskers hanging low due to their excessive length. I could see that moment. The summoning book emerged from within Chun Yiming. Floating before him as it opened rapidly, the semi-transparent page rose from its depths, revealing the following information. Name: Forest Leopard, current level 3, quality ordinary, affiliation beast, description: the forest leopard is a medium-sized predator that inhabits the forest, known for its bold and strategic ambushes on prey. Racial talent: 20 agility in complex terrain. Bond: beast 1. When the number of beasts exceeds 2, each beast gains 5 strength. 2. When the number of beasts exceeds 5, strength increases by 10, and a weak intimidation aura is granted. That if 2 meters is merely considered medium size for a predator, what colossal dimensions must one expect from a large predator? Chun Yiming cast a wary glance at the forest leopard while gradually leaning against a nearby tree. Should the leopard approach, he would rely on this tree to execute a maneuver akin to Qin Wang's circumvention of a pillar. Fortunately, the forest leopard seemed to hesitate, perhaps deterred by the number of people accompanying Chun Yiming. After a brief moment of observation, it slowly retreated, leaping onto the tree trunks and vanishing from the sight of the two. At that moment, Chun Yiming pondered that he might not lack for meat in the future. This leopard could sustain him for at least half a month. Where do you goblins usually reside? Chun Yiming inquired of the green-skinned creature. The goblin scratched its head, bewildered by its master's increasingly peculiar questions. Wondering why he was curious about where it preferred to sleep. Master, we typically sleep on the ground and sometimes in caves, the goblin explained, demonstrating by sitting on the ground, crossing its arms over its chest, and reclining back with eyes closed. That, is this how you usually sleep? Chun Yiming exclaimed. Sometimes we do sleep like this, the goblin replied, spreading its legs in a starfish position. All right, I understand your point. Please get up, Chun Yiming urged, having gleaned further insight into the goblin's wild ways. Chun Yiming dared not venture too deeply into this unfamiliar forest, aware that hidden dangers might lurk within. After a diligent search lasting 20 minutes, he finally stumbled upon signs of wild goblin activity. Faint chattering sounds emanated from the thicket ahead. The ground was thickly carpeted with dry leaves, each step producing a distinct crackle. However, the green-skinned goblin had a solution. It set down its weapon and adeptly climbed the tree using both feet. Like a monkey, it ascended the trunk with ease. Goblins possess the ability to climb trees, Chun Yiming mused, acknowledging that if they lived in the forest, such a skill would indeed be practical. Master, there are numerous goblins ahead, the goblin reported, having descended from its perch. Point 12. Chun Yiming frowned, realizing that such a number was far beyond their capacity to handle. Furthermore, these goblins had lived in the area for years, granting them an intimate familiarity with the terrain that they could not rival. Forget it. Let us search elsewhere, Chun Yiming decided, opting to avoid confrontation with this group of goblins for the time being. Is this the usual size of your goblin groups? Chun Yiming asked. The goblin pondered for a moment, then vigorously shook its head. These are merely wild goblins. They are not numerous, insisted. Point 12 is not many. Chun Yiming inquired incredulously. Indeed, it is not much, the goblin replied, its face flushed with urgency as it sensed its master's disbelief. The larger tribe has countless goblins. It gestured expansively with its arms. Then, realizing the inadequacy of its description, added emphatically, more than the leaves on this tree. Then are there not just 2 or 3 goblins? Chun Yiming asked, pinching the bridge of his nose in understanding. There are, the goblin nodded. Wild goblins do not have tribes because they are impoverished. Chun Yiming scrutinized the gaunt goblin, noting its prominent rib cage, and wondered where it found the audacity to label others as poor. Continuing his search along the forest's edge, Chen Yiming eventually located two solitary wild goblins after another 20 minutes. These goblins sat on the ground, digging into the earth to unearth a purple red worm, thick as a chopstick, which they promptly devoured with little hesitation. Chen Yiming stared in shock at the goblin. "Is this what you typically consume? How utterly meager." Yet he noticed the goblin, hidden behind a tree, drooling at the sight of the worms. Chen Yiming kicked the goblin's backside, prompting it to leap from its cover. The two wild goblins, seemingly oblivious, gawked at the green-skinned creature. Upon seeing its lavish equipment, their eyes gleamed with avarice as they sprang to their feet, screaming and lunging towards the goblin. With a shout, the green-skinned goblin brandished its steel rod, thrusting it forward. The weapon pierced the chest of one goblin, embedding itself partially before becoming lodged. The goblin shrieked and stumbled backward in panic, but the green-skinned goblin stepped forward, exerting all its strength to drive the rod deeper, pinning the unfortunate creature against a tree stump. The other goblin, witnessing its companion's grim fate, had no desire for vengeance. Instead, it turned to flee in terror. However, it was swiftly intercepted by Chen Yiming and Chen Jing, who had anticipated its escape route. Faced with this humanoid adversary, Chen Yiming hesitated momentarily, feeling a pang of uncertainty in his heart. The goblin, realizing its avenue of escape was blocked, glared ferociously at Chen Yiming and lunged to bite his arm. Chen Yiming recoiled, but the goblin's target was not his arm. It aimed for the weapon in his grasp. Gripping the weapon tightly, Chen Yiming resisted as the goblin tugged with all its might. "Damn it!" Chen Jing exclaimed, launching himself at the goblin and delivering a powerful kick to its side, sending it sprawling. The goblin tumbled helplessly across the ground. Chen Jing raised a steel rod, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, Chen Yiming intervened. "Let me handle this," he insisted. Chen Jing's face lit up with a smile. Recognizing the brother he had always known in their youth, whenever one was bullied, they would stand together and confront the aggressor, no matter the odds. Chen Yiming placed a foot on the goblin's chest, which seemed to sense its impending doom and stared intently at him. They locked eyes for a moment before Chen Yiming drove the rod down fiercely. The fallen goblin was enveloped in a white light, merging into the summoning book before Chen Yiming. The book turned its pages automatically, revealing a lifelike depiction of a goblin, albeit as a mere phantom. Subsequently, a message materialized from the summoning book. Any monster slain could be captured within its pages. However, capture could be declined, and those that were refused would be unable to be captured again. Refused creatures had two choices: to remain as they were in their final moments or to be converted into experience points. Once the pages were filled, no further monsters could be captured, and the option to do so would vanish unless a summoned creature was released. Newly acquired summoned beasts would forget their enmity and maintain a close bond with their summoner, who would experience a shift in goodwill. Additionally, there was an elusive, half-obscured phrase reminiscent of a mosquito-sized translucent script, hinting at something more insidious. Drag it out? What does that mean? Chen Yiming pondered. Finally, he turned his attention to the translucent goblin phantom before him and tentatively tapped it, only to discover that he could indeed manipulate it. However, where should I drag it? From the second page to the third page. But that makes no difference, does it? Unless a certain possibility arises in Chen Yiming's mind. He then attempts to superimpose this translucent goblin phantom with the green-skinned image on the first page in the next moment, a miracle occurs. The two goblins, differing only in subtle details, overlap instantaneously, and the image blurs. Resembling the rippling surface of water, the ripples spread outward, and the form of the green-skinned creature undergoes a transformation. When this metamorphosis finally concludes, the appearance of the green-skinned creature has changed dramatically. If the original green-skinned image depicted a hunched, beady-eyed goblin standing at a mere height of 1.42 meters, it has now transformed into a robust creature nearly 1.7 meters tall, with significantly enhanced musculature. The outlines of its muscles now visible, especially its enlarged eyes. The attributes panel on the right side of the green-skinned creature has also undergone a tremendous upheaval. Summoned beast name. Big Goblin current level. Level 1, 0-100, quality. Common affiliated race. Goblin description. Goblins are an exceedingly timid and cruel omnivorous race. prone to revelry in numbers, and they tend to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Racial talent. When sensing a threat, there is a certain probability of emitting a roar, which can increase its movement speed. Bond, Goblin. 1. When a number of goblins exceeds 3, strength increases by 10 points. 2. When a number of goblins exceeds 6, strength increases by 20 points. 3. When a number of goblins exceeds 10, strength increases by 30 points. Introduction. Let us revel, little ones. The summoned beast name has changed from Goblin to Big Goblin, and, in addition, the racial talent has also transformed. The ability to flee has been replaced by a new talent. This talent is quite intriguing. When feeling threatened, there's a certain probability of roaring, which enhances its movement speed. Does this imply that it can escape more swiftly? Regardless, this racial talent is certainly superior to the mere ability to flee. At least there is no need to worry about one summoned beast suddenly embarking on an impromptu escape. Just as Chen Yiming's green-skinned creature evolved, the green-skinned creature, engaged in battle nearby, also let out a low growl. Visibly expanding in size in the blink of an eye, it morphed into the figure depicted in the image, subsequently lifting the goblin before it with one hand. The goblin, surprisingly, offered no resistance in the grip of the green-skinned creature, which growled and slammed it forcefully to the ground. The goblin hit the ground with a thud, dazed and disoriented, as the green-skinned creature raised a steel rod to finish off the goblin. The summoning book glowed. However, this time, after Chen Yiming dragged it, there was no change. Instead, a progress bar-like element appeared at the top of the green skin page. Does this mean that 2 must be dragged to continue the evolution? It remains uncertain whether each time only 1 is added, or if it multiplies 0.1 can only hope for the former. The evolved green-skinned creature, brimming with excitement, jumped in place that I can feel my strength increasing. I believe I could now defeat a green dragon with a single punch or kick a titan away. The green-skinned creature seemed rather inflated with its newfound power. Chen Yiming redirected his gaze. This green-skinned creature had always been boastful. Should you not subdue 2 goblins? Chen Yiming suggested to his brother. Chen Jing shook his head in refusal, stating, "Since you have a goblin, I shall opt for a different summoned beast." I think that previous money leopard was quite impressive. From a distance, faint cries for help could be heard. Chen Yiming paused for a moment before exchanging a glance with his brother. The sound of distress was not far from where they stood, and it seemed to be drawing closer. However, what felt somewhat off to Chen Yiming was that the tone of the voice seemed peculiar. Although Chen Jing was a standout athlete, he was not impulsive by nature. The two exchanged a glance, and then began to retreat. Yet the cries for help followed closely behind, prompting Chen Yiming to lean against a tree as he halted, the voice coming to a stop at a distance as well. "There is something amiss. Master, I know what it is. It's the face-changing spider in the forest," the green-skinned creature said nervously. "The face-changing spider." "Yes, the face-changing spider." The green-skinned creature expressed disdain at the mention of the face-changing spider. "It is utterly inedible. The flesh is sour, and the innards are bitter. Is it poisonous?" Chen Yiming inquired, puzzled, as spiders generally possess some degree of toxicity, and I'm not sure. All I know is that after eating one, a good sleep will suffice, the green-skinned creature replied honestly. "Are you a flat-headed goblin?" The sound of leaves crunching underfoot echoed ominously. A shadowy, massive figure hurtled toward them from afar, resembling a heavy tank. Illuminated by the faint beams of light filtering through the leaves, the creature's form finally came into view. It was a spider with a size comparable to that of a car. However, its 8 limbs were exceedingly slender, almost resembling bamboo poles. Its abdomen and head were round and plump, akin to a half-meter diameter egg, adorned with 8 glistening green eyes on top. Yet the most disturbing sight was the inverted female head dangling from the spider's abdomen, hair cascading down like a waterfall, emitting a haunting moan. "Help! Help!" This horrifying scene sent chills down Chen Yiming's spine. The summoning book automatically turned pages, revealing the attributes of the spider. Race. Face-changing spider description. The face-changing spider is a cunning creature that delights in using the heads of its prey to mimic their voices, thereby luring more victims. Level 1 quality. Common racial talent. Mimicry 2 bond, spider, 1. When a number of spider-type monsters exceeds 4, attacks have a low chance of producing silk that can slightly bind prey. 2. When a number of spider-type monsters exceeds 8, attacks have a low chance of producing silk that can bind prey with mild strength. Mimicry. Is that the reason it can imitate the woman's voice? Initially, Chen Yiming thought the sound was emanating from the woman's head. Now it seems it was the face-changing spider producing it. Perhaps the last words spoken by the woman before her demise were help. However, this spider is truly hideous, even more so than a goblin. Upon seeing the face-changing spider, the green-skinned creature charged forward with excitement, seemingly having battled one before. It bent down, evading the spider's oncoming leg. While swinging the steel rod with great force, bang! The spider's spindly leg was cleanly severed. Suddenly losing a leg, the face-changing spider stumbled, nearly toppling over. The green-skinned creature let out a low growl, discarded the steel rod, and with both hands gripped the spider's legs near its body, twisting them apart as if breaking small branches from a tree. Having lost 3 legs in quick succession, the face-changing spider panicked. Just moments ago, it had been a fearsome creature, but now it resembled a frightened woman harassed by a rogue. Utterly flustered, in a desperate attempt to flee, it found its movements hindered, nearly falling over. The green-skinned creature swung the steel rod with ferocity, producing a piercing whoosh through the air. Yellow, white, and green fluids splattered everywhere. The face-changing spider met its demise on the spot. Chen Yiming observed the newly added page in the summoning book featuring the face-changing spider. He hesitated, contemplating whether to subdue it. Its appearance was secondary, primarily because he disliked the spider's bond. After a moment of dragging, the 2 pages overlapped, but when Chen Yiming released his grip, they did not merge. It was as if a droplet of water and a droplet of oil refused to blend. Chen Yiming felt perplexed. Why was it not possible? Must the monsters be of the same type, to synthesize and upgrade? After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that the bond of the face-changing spider was rather weak, inferior even to that of the goblin's strength enhancement point. 4 spiders merely yield a low probability of slight binding effect, and that probability is not high. Plus, it is a weak binding effect. More importantly, for spiders are needed to activate the bond of the spider, one must gather a total of 4 spiders. Currently, my greatest limit for summon creatures is merely 3, leaving me unable to even activate the bond with just 3 spiders. The method to increase this limit remains a mystery, and I find myself unable to assemble even the most fundamental of bonds. In contrast, goblins are straightforward and uncomplicated. Merely 3 are required to activate their bond. Moreover, goblins are plentiful. Although they may not be particularly strong in their initial state, goblins possess the ability to be strengthened. Chen Yiming has observed that the enhanced green-skinned goblin can easily solo a face-changing spider. However, there is a peculiarity. During his journey, Chen Yiming encountered other individuals with their summoned creatures. Essentially, the initial summoned creatures were all goblins, slimes, and gremlins, which is unproblematic. Yet he has not witnessed anyone else possessing advanced state summoned creatures. Logically, even if someone harbored a collecting obsession to gather all summoned creatures, it is implausible that everyone would share such a quirk. Could it be that he is the sole individual to have synthesized them? Brother, your goblin has evolved. Chun Jing expressed his astonishment. The brother, skilled at delivering punchlines, summarized a series of exclamations into a single query. How did you achieve this? Nothing special, just practice. Just practice? Yes, that I believe I understand. The younger brother, standing at 1.91 meters, adjusted his slightly slipping backpack and stated with composure. This face-changing spider granted the green-skinned goblin 10 experience points. Level 110. 100. It requires 10 face-changing spiders to level up. Judging by the numbers, it seems that leveling up is even more challenging than advancing to a higher state. After dealing with this face-changing spider, it appears that luck has been entirely expended. Along the way, they encountered some ordinary small animals, such as rabbits and birds. Suddenly, a large brown-scaled snake, hanging upside down from a tree, fell down. The green-skinned goblin acted swiftly, seizing the snake's body with agility. The snake's tail quickly coiled around the goblin's wrist, attempting to bite it. The goblin struck the snake's body against the tree trunk with force, producing a series of thuds as the snake's movements gradually stiffened. Its tail loosened. The goblin then pinned the snake's head to the tree with a steel rod. The experience bar for the green-skinned goblin made a slight leap. Level 1, 111,000. This snake seemed to fall short of the minimum requirements to become a summoned creature. Aside from providing a single experience point, there were no further notifications or the appearance of the summoned creature page. After dispatching the large snake, the green-skinned goblin sought to claim credit. Chun Yiming, concerned about the possibility of poisoning, noted that this snake had a triangular head. Generally speaking, snakes with triangular heads are venomous, as their two jaws contain venom glands and hollow fangs. Over time, through genetic selection, most venomous snakes have evolved to possess a triangular head. Of course, there are a few non-venomous snakes that mimic the appearance of venomous triangular-headed snakes, but they are in the minority. Chun Yiming expressed his worry. Are you all right after being bitten by the venomous snake? I'm fine, just a little poison, the green-skinned goblin replied, nonchalantly. 5 minutes later, it began to walk unsteadily, swaying left and right. The goblin leaned against a tree, feeling a bit dizzy, but after about 3 minutes, it shook its head and recovered. Its spirits lifted, and it walked straight again, resembling a sturdy creature that, after being bitten by a venomous snake, simply needed a moment of rest to feel better. The two brothers and their goblin had been wandering through the forest for approximately 3 hours, and now it was noon, making the forest somewhat stifling. Already clad in heavy clothing, they were now drenched in sweat. It's so hot, Chun Yiming lamented, wishing to shed his thick down jacket, beneath which he wore several layers, with thick plastic boards wrapped around his wrists with tape. The morning air had been slightly cool, but the climate of this world was still unknown to Chun Yiming. However, he anticipated that the nights would be colder than those in the mountainous city of Shueiyue in April. Yet the days were hotter than in Shueiyue during that same month. With such a significant temperature difference between day and night, the fruits must be exceptionally sweet, he mused, though he merely voiced this thought, recognizing that a little heat was preferable to being bitten by venomous mosquitoes. After crossing a small slope, they discovered a mud pit at the base of the hill. The pit was not small, and if one gazed further into the distance, a water source resembling a lake could be faintly seen. Brother, there are people over there, Chun Jing pointed out, in the distance. On another slope, 4 individuals accompanied by their summoned creatures were probing the mud pit with sticks. Among them, someone appeared to have noticed Chun Yiming and his brother, waving in their direction. Chun Yiming, preferring to avoid complications, recognized that a larger group meant more interest to negotiate, and having a larger target made it less safe in the forest. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they would continue on their own. Seeing that Chun Yiming was unwilling to cooperate, the others did not press further. The mud pit was neither large nor small and was a public area without any designation of private territory. Brother, look at that. Chun Jing pointed at something rolling in the mud pit. It resembled a yoga ball, but its surface was covered in a thick layer of mud. Chun Yiming contemplated this. The summoning book also provided feedback, species, slime, description. Slimes are low-level magical creatures known for their gentle nature and weak aggression, subsisting on consuming insects and digesting leaves. Racial talent. Healing speed 2. Quality, ordinary. Bond, elemental creatures 1. When a number of elemental creatures exceeds 4, elemental damage increases by 15. 2. When a number of elemental creatures exceeds 8, elemental damage increases by 30. Not far away. A cluster of decaying leaves floating on the surface of the mud pit was being enveloped by the slime, gradually merging into its body. How do you usually defeat slimes? Chun Yiming inquired of the green-skinned goblin. The goblin shook its head, stating, We goblins don't usually eat slimes, they're not tasty at all, and eating them would give us diarrhea. Are you interested in slimes? Chun Yiming asked his brother, I don't like these soft and mushy summoned creatures. I prefer something more formidable. That golden leopard we saw earlier was quite appealing. Chun Jing replied with a look of disdain. Suddenly, Chun Jing scrutinized the green-skinned goblin and said, Greenskin, let's see whose strength is greater. The goblin turned to Chun Yiming. Without refusing, Chun Yiming was also curious to measure the strength of the evolved goblin. After a moment's thought, Chun Yiming advised, Don't exert your full strength right away. Gradually increase it. The goblin and Chun Jing shook hands, both applying force. Chun Jing also harbored a competitive spirit. Initially calm, Chun Jing's expression shifted, his face growing flushed and veins bulging on the back of his hand. I can't continue. Chun Jing exhaled deeply, quickly releasing his grip. After evolving, green skin, your strength is immense, like a pair of tiger pliers, he remarked, speechless. Chun Yiming asked the goblin, how much strength did you use just now? The goblin scratched its head, finding the question somewhat complex. What does how much strength mean? After a detailed explanation from Chun Yiming, the goblin finally understood that I used half. The goblin replied cautiously. Chun Yiming nodded thoughtfully. The increase in strength was significant, more than doubling. This was merely the goblin. If it continued to evolve and increase its level, the disparity between ordinary humans and summoned creatures would only grow larger. Summoned creatures would become the primary force in future battles. Currently, the initial party could still play a somewhat useful role, but as summoned creatures and the monsters they faced grew stronger, the humans' contributions would gradually diminish. Look at that goblin over there. It seems different from ours, remarked a fair-skinned youth with a bullet head among the four in the distance. The other three turned to look, equally astonished that we've never seen his summoned creature before. Is it a new type of summoned creature? It looks somewhat like a goblin. Could it be the evolved form of a goblin? Might it be what a goblin looks like after reaching level 2? It is indeed possible. If everyone puts in their utmost effort, let us strive to reach level 2 by the end of today. In the forest, branches are plentiful. I picked one up to entice the slimes lurking in the mire. Perhaps due to their lack of intelligence, these slimes were easily lured ashore. Once on land, the slimes dragged copious amounts of mud with them, creating a thin layer of sludge on the ground with each movement. The scene of the green-skinned character striking the slime resembled that of a seasoned baker kneading dough, shaping it into various forms: round, flat, and square. Despite enduring numerous physical assaults, the slime exhibited remarkable physical resilience, suffering no significant harm until it was finally dispatched into 16 small pieces with a trusty knife. Even when severed into 2 halves, the slimes attempted to merge once more, displaying an extraordinary vitality. However, their offensive capabilities were quite meager, limited to 2 methods: spraying corrosive slime and suffocating their targets. The green-skinned character accidentally got hit by some of the spray, resulting in numerous bubbles and red patches blooming on his arm. Fortunately, he managed to apply mud to the wound promptly, neutralizing some of the corrosive slime and mitigating its effects. The second method involved enveloping the target to suffocate it, albeit with a milder corrosive nature compared to the slime spray. According to the green-skinned character, slimes were inedible. Consuming them would result in stomach pains, as they lacked any meat and were akin to swallowing water. Chun Yiming, however, maintained a skeptical outlook, believing that nothing is truly inedible. Rather, it is merely a matter of proper preparation. Of course, Chun Yiming was not a culinary expert, nor had he studied the subject extensively, yet in a city with a population of several million like Shanshui City, there must be those who possess such knowledge. He eagerly anticipated a day when he might savor delicacies such as brown sugar slime mint jelly, grilled slime slices, or yam stewed slime rib soup. This particular slime provided his summoned creature, the green-skinned character, with 8 experience points. Subsequently, Chun Yiming and Chun Jing collaborated to extract 2 additional slimes from a swamp, granting the green-skinned character and the goblin 7 and 8 experience points respectively. It was at that moment Chun Yiming realized that even within the same type of monster, the experience points awarded could vary based on individual differences. The swamp spanned approximately 100 hectares, with trees growing within. The number of slimes present was limited, suggesting the existence of a slime community. After Chun Yiming and a distant small team had hunted, the slime population in the swamp had significantly diminished. Following an exhaustive half-hour search without encountering any slimes, it was uncertain whether they had vanished or simply refrained from appearing. "Do you think the slimes regenerate on their own?" Chun Jing inquired. "I see you've been playing too many games," Chun Yiming chuckled. "But aren't we essentially playing a game now? Our summoned beasts have data panels. But have you seen anything like health points, mana, or attack speed?" Chun Yiming countered. Chun Jing scratched his head. "Of course. That's just my speculation. Perhaps your viewpoint holds more truth," Chun Yiming added. Suddenly, the swamp began to convulse violently, and a fountain erupted from its center. Chun Yiming's first instinct was to retreat with his companions. They only stopped to observe once they reached the top of the hill that a massive sphere, 3 meters in diameter, emerged from the heart of the swamp. "How enormous!" Chun Jing murmured. This was undoubtedly the largest monster they had encountered, thus FAR T 3 meters. It exceeded the width of a CAR O be more precise. The typical slime had a diameter of around 70 centimeters, making this giant slime over 4 times that size. According to the volume formula for a sphere for 3, R3, it was at least 64 times larger. Chun Yiming squinted, with such a vast difference in size. Would the experience points also differ correspondingly? If they could defeat this slime, the greenskin character would surely level up at the very least. The summoning book transmitted data regarding this slime. Monster name: Giant Slime Race. Slime level: 2 quality. Ordinary description: slimes are low-level magical creatures, characterized by their docile nature and weak aggression, subsisting on insects and digesting leaves. Racial talent: healing speed 3 bond. Elemental creatures: 1. When a number of elemental monsters exceeds 4, elemental damage increases by 15. 2. When a number of elemental monsters exceeds 8, elemental damage increases by 30. This level 2 giant slime, if Chun Yiming's conjecture was correct, represented an advanced form of the ordinary slime, having ascended to level 2. Considering the difficulties faced when dealing with other slimes, this giant slime's healing ability would likely be even more formidable. IT would be quite challenging to defeat it armed solely with basic sticks and knives. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yiming decisively declared, "Let us return first and bring some gasoline." Chun Jing's eyes lit up in realization. Yes, this slime has impressive physical resistance, but its magical resistance should be weaker. If only we had some dynamite. A single blast would obliterate even a slime. Dynamite? What are you dreaming of? Chun Yiming rolled his eyes. Without connections, how do you expect to obtain such things? Besides, with the city under lockdown, online shopping is out of the question. We can only rely on physical stores. Many brick-and-mortar shops are closed due to the rapid growth of online shopping in recent years. Shanshui City is not an industrial hub. It is primarily known as a tourist destination, lacking prominent manufacturing enterprises. Chun Yiming pondered, thinking that if he had connections, he might be able to procure a lightweight portable chainsaw. However, he was unaware of any relevant physical stores in Shanshui City. Moreover, even if such stores existed, there was no guarantee they would sell to him. Just as Chun Yiming was contemplating, the 4 individuals in the distance were filled with excitement, akin to encountering a boss in a dungeon raid. Regardless of whether they could defeat it, they felt compelled to try. Furthermore, more importantly, despite the giant slime's considerable size, it lacked a truly intimidating appearance. How much threat could a gigantic yoga ball possibly pose? The round, plump sphere merely bounced in place, as if it could be easily popped with a firm poke. Though the 4 of them were eager to challenge the giant slime, they proceeded with caution, first using a long branch to prod the air. Unable to reach the giant slime from a distance, they opted to provoke it in this manner. The giant slime sprang from the swamp, a small portion of its body becoming ensnared in the mire while the majority of its form remained exposed. The IT rolled forward across the surface of the swamp with surprising speed. Aided by its massive size, the 4 individuals were momentarily startled. One of them took a few steps back, peeking out from behind a tree to observe. Their summoned beasts comprised a total of 9 slimes and 3 goblins, totaling 12. Each person had filled their quota of 3 summoned creatures. The 9 slimes simultaneously unleashed their corrosive spray at the giant slime. The acidic liquid struck the giant slime, yet its speed remained unaffected, as if the acid had no impact. The foremost slime was crushed beneath the weight of the giant slime, unable to emit a sound before being consumed. "My summoned beast is dead," exclaimed the man with a buzz cut to the left, his face paling with distress. The 3 goblins charged forward, brandishing sharpened wooden sticks, and thrust them into the giant slime, creating 3 punctures in its surface. The middle goblin, facing the slime directly, drove its stick in the deepest, embedding it nearly halfway into the front. For other creatures, such an injury would be severe, but for a slime, this level of harm was hardly more than scraping a small piece of jelly off its body. The center of the giant slime's abdomen ruptured, revealing a vertical fissure through which a rich, deep purple liquid gushed forth. The goblin in the middle was caught directly in the spray, its flesh and skin instantly melting away. A chilling scream echoed far and wide. Even from such a distance, Chun Yiming could hear it distinctly. The goblin was struck squarely in the face, its cheeks completely corroded, exposing ghastly white bones to the air. The injured goblin released its grip and crouched down, desperately rubbing at its face. Yet with each frantic motion, more of its flesh sloughed away. Ultimately, it succumbed to the excruciating pain and fainted. Let us go, Chun Yiming decided, choosing not to witness the ensuing events that it had become meaningless. A common slime posed no threat against a giant slime. Its acidic spray was utterly futile. The giant slime's dominance over ordinary slimes was overwhelming. If only they had a flamethrower, the situation might improve significantly. While acquiring a flamethrower was impractical, they could prepare 2 Molotov cocktails. Crafting these simple incendiaries was not particularly difficult. One only required gasoline, alcohol, bottles, and a few other commonplace items to concoct them. Moreover, due to the potency of gasoline and alcohol, their destructive capability was exceptionally high. The return journey took an hour, during which they had marked their path on the trees. On their way back, they encountered a troop of goblins, but as this group numbered in the double digits, Chun Yiming hesitated and chose not to provoke them. Instead, he committed the surrounding scenery to memory. Acknowledging that it bore little significance in the forest to avoid getting lost, they refrained from venturing too deep into the woods, retracing their steps until they finally reached the outskirts of the city. However, it was not at the location where they had initially entered the forest, but rather along a different street. After asking for directions, they learned they had strayed approximately a kilometer from their original entry point. Fortunately, the city was vast, resembling a magnet firmly embedded within the forest. As long as they did not deviate too far from their path, they could easily be drawn back to it. Let us head back, Chun Yiming suggested, and see if we can purchase some supplies. Perhaps the experiences in the forest had stirred something within him. He sensed that beyond mere sustenance, in the days to come, most modern commodities within the city would likely become increasingly scarce. Barring any unforeseen variables, many shops along the way had closed, while those still operating were inundated with customers scrambling to buy essentials. This chaos was most pronounced at the city's edge, gradually alleviating as one approached the city center. However, that was only the present state of affairs. Chun Yiming observed numerous individuals driving towards the heart of the city, in the absence of communication capabilities. The exchange of information had suddenly become sluggish. Yet, the truth could not be concealed indefinitely. Once it spread throughout the city, a tempest of turmoil would engulf them all. Chun Yiming felt a surge of gratitude that he had at least one close companion by his side, preventing him from facing the impending storm alone. Summoned beast, Chun Yiming declared. Having witnessed the prowess of summoned beasts and monsters, he knew that to secure his footing in the forthcoming upheaval, he needed to strengthen his summon. As they made their way back, they passed by a shop. And oh, more sales. We're no longer selling items. A voice rang out from inside. The owner, a woman who appeared to be the proprietress, stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, raising her voice. Before her stood several customers in confrontation. I ask it that you find the money insufficient. I can offer more. A middle-aged man in a suit replied calmly. No, we are not selling, the proprietress retorted, pointing at the 2 large bags of instant noodles in his hands. That, and no matter the price, we won't sell. Place the items down, and I will refund you. What gives you the right to refuse sale? Your products are priced 5 times higher than usual, and we have stayed silent. This is price gouging. Do you want me to call the authorities? Another customer shouted. Ha, go ahead and call. Do you think the authorities care about such trifles? Besides, do you even have a phone signal? The proprietress scoffed. Forget it. I won't sell you anything anymore. As she spoke, she began to gather her belongings in preparation to close the shop. The commotion had attracted a crowd, and many onlookers wore expressions of peculiar anticipation, akin to a pack of hyenas waiting for the right moment to pounce. The proprietress moved with urgency, and the store owner, who had been seated, rose to assist in packing up. Crash! A bottle of water slipped from their grasp and rolled across the floor. The atmosphere became tense as a man in a red shirt stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the bottle. Thank you, boss, he said hurriedly, tossing a $5 bill onto the ground before vanishing into the crowd. His swift departure seemed to act as a signal for chaos. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy. Surging forward. What are you doing? This is robbery, the proprietress screamed, abandoning the fallen money to grab at the hands of those snatching food. Her sharp nails left bloody scratches on their faces. The owner, far less assertive than the proprietress, meekly attempted to intervene, but the sheer number of people overwhelmed him. Many rushed in, grabbing items and tossing money aside as they fled. One individual collided forcefully with the owner, sending him tumbling to the ground, helplessly watching the scene unfold. Others mingled within the crowd, stealing and escaping. The area outside the store devolved into chaos, with people joining the fray and others lingering at a distance. Hesitant to engage, Chen Yiming gently patted his brother's shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. After some hesitation, Chen Jing finally spoke up. "What about them? They are merely doing what they would never dare to in a lawful society." Chen Yiming replied. Sigh. Chen Jing exhaled deeply. "Let us go," Chen Yiming said, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. It had barely been 2 days, and he couldn't help but wonder what horrors might have transpired beyond his view. Upon finally returning to their community, Chen Yiming first checked the food supplies at home. Thankfully, nothing had been disturbed. He breathed a sigh of relief, mindful of the need for vigilance. "Brother, why don't we find a place to stay near the city's edge? It is too time-consuming to keep running back and forth," Chen Jing suggested. After considering the idea, Chen Yiming countered, "What if the forest monsters invade the city? Living at the city's edge would be perilous. Those residing there would be the first to fall victim." However, Chen Jing argued, if such an event were to occur, living at the border and within the city wouldn't differ much. High risk often accompanies high reward. "But those living at the city's edge could buy us time," Chen Yiming replied after a moment of silence, his tone chillingly resolute. Chen Jing fell silent. "If only we had a vehicle. Even an electric one," he lamented after a pause. "Any vehicle would consume fuel, and these are non-renewable resources. Who knows if we can even find a fuel source here?" Chen Yiming shook his head. "And aren't you afraid of theft? The city is crawling with scavengers. You underestimate people. Even if they turn rogue, it wouldn't happen so quickly. They are still city dwellers," Chen Jing murmured, feeling somewhat disheartened. "So what should we do? In truth, where we currently reside is quite adequate. It's just over an hour from the city's edge, still within a manageable range. If something were to happen, we would have time to react, unlike those in the city center who would take 4 to 5 hours to escape." Chen Yiming reassured his brother. "That's a valid point." Chen Jing nodded. The two finally arrived outside the apartment complex. As they reached the ground floor, they spotted a man in black, wearing a mask, crouching suspiciously in the electric bike shed. He glanced at them briefly before feigning to tidy his vehicle. However, the toolbox at his feet and the partially disassembled battery revealed his deception. Dressed in a hooded sweatshirt, the man hastily pulled up his hood and grabbed the battery from the ground before hurriedly departing. The characters emblazoned in large, traditional Chinese script across the back of his clothing. Upon ascending the stairs, they could hear the landlord reprimanding someone in the neighboring apartment. The landlord, a solitary father, often lamented the challenges of raising his daughter alone. Fortunately, he had received compensation for the demolition of his property, which had granted him 13 apartments. He had sold 2 over the years, leaving him with 11. Whenever he mentioned the dwindling number of his properties, a sense of melancholy washed over him. That time, Chen Yiming had remained expressionless, raising a glass in toast. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the landlord treated his tenants fairly well, even allowing for delays in rent payments of up to a month and a half when they encountered difficulties. However, he was strict with his daughter, forbidding her from staying out overnight, visiting bars, or engaging in early romantic relationships, leading to frequent arguments echoing through the walls. Returning to his own room, Chen Yiming closed the door and summoned Greenskin. The now taller Greenskin and the goblin exchanged glances. The goblin took a few steps back, seemingly incredulous that the figure before him, standing at a full height of 1.7 meters, was the same goblin he had seen earlier that morning that we agreed to be one. 4 meters together, yet you have grown taller in secret. The goblin approached, eager to feel the muscles of the goblin. Greenskin let out a disdainful snort, refusing to allow the goblin to touch him. "Go touch your own," Greenskin haughtily declared. "You must be inflatable," the goblin retorted, scurrying away to fetch pliers, a screwdriver, and a chisel. Greenskin raised a finger and playfully poked the goblin's forehead, causing the goblin to fall back onto the floor. Ha ha ha! Greenskin couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Dinner that evening consisted of egg-filled pancakes, with a layer of oil and flour mixed with eggs sizzling on the skillet, topped with a sprinkle of chopped green onions, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Yet, Chen Yiming was acutely aware that without a refrigerator or cold storage, it would soon become difficult to enjoy such food in a mere fortnight. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, at Starry Sky Square, a towering stone monument, reaching a height of 100 meters, had inexplicably materialized, occupying the city's central position. The surface of the monument was pristine, bearing a colossal numeral 364. Just yesterday, the figure displayed had been 365, but overnight, it had mysteriously transformed to 364. There were no indications of human intervention. Indeed, it was beyond the capability of mankind. Additionally, many had attempted to chisel the monument, yet its material was peculiarly resilient to any form of damage. Not even a faint scratch could mar its surface. That evening, a team arrived to cordon off the monument, prohibiting any unauthorized contact. However, given its immense size and its unique location in Starry Sky Square, surrounded by towering office buildings and commercial structures, the blockade proved largely ineffective, failing to obscure the entire monument and merely preventing citizens from approaching it. In peacetime, perhaps such measures would have been feasible, but now, much of the city lay in darkness, and the absence of communication rendered the mobilization of manpower and resources exceedingly challenging. The municipal authority of Shanshui City was gradually losing its grip on control. Within just 2 days, the prices throughout the city skyrocketed. The city had severed its ties with the outside world, and whispers of rumors circulated among the residents, claiming that the city was encircled by a forest. The peculiar sight of 2 moons gracing the night sky, coupled with the enigmatic tone of summons, added to the sense of mystery. Apart from a few factories still alight with activity, most areas of the city were devoid of water. Electricity, NGAS, night fell. Darkness enveloped the city, while patrolling vehicles filled the streets. The entire city was under martial law, with a curfew imposed, forbidding residents from wandering the streets between the hours of 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. However, the patrols could only continue for 2 hours before having to cease, as the power outage rendered much of the city surveillance inoperative. The absence of light cast long shadows from the towering buildings, swallowing the lower levels of the city in darkness. Such inefficiency was wasteful, squandering the remaining energy resources. Due to various considerations, the municipal authority of Shanshui City issued an order to lift the curfew patrols. As the night wore on, the city fell into a deep silence. In the early hours, Greenskin, sprawled out on the balcony, was roused by a rustling sound. He opened his eyes and stood up, scanning his surroundings before finally pinpointing the source of the noise as coming from the neighboring window. That a delicate white hand cautiously opened the window, followed by a head with vibrant green hair and gray-green eyes. Adorned with elongated ears, was that annoying creature. Greenskin muttered to himself. Realizing the unwelcome presence, turned out to be those pesky half-elves also dwelling in the forest. These half-elves were truly bothersome. Every time the goblins captured prey, they would swoop in to steal it, relying on their speed to evade capture. The half-elf, peering out from the window, was startled upon spotting Greenskin. She quickly retreated. And standing behind the window was a girl approximately 1.65 meters tall, who hurriedly inquired, "Yu, how's it going? Can you sneak into the living room? Master, there's a big goblin living next door, and he's watching me." The half-elf lamented, "A big goblin?" Qi Xiaoma frowned. Why is he keeping his summoned beast on the balcony? The thought that he had secretly reported her to her father made her seethe with anger. How outrageous! Sneaking off to tell tales at his age, utterly shameless. She had originally planned to join her classmates for an outing to the amusement park that afternoon, but now they had all gone without her, leaving her feeling like a flake. The prospect of being dubbed Pigeon King, or Old Pigeon, once school resumed, filled her with irritation. Determined to retaliate against Chen Yiming, she concocted a plan to have her summoned beast secretly place her undergarments in his room. Then, she would claim her undergarments had gone missing, leading to an embarrassing discovery that would humiliate him, a pervert who steals the landlord's beautiful daughter's underwear. Qi Xiaoma mused, unable to suppress a mischievous grin. The half-elf was quick on her feet, moving through the forest with ease. Though the urban landscape of steel and concrete posed some differences, she believed it shouldn't be too difficult. However, Chen Yiming's goblin on the balcony disrupted her plan. She had intended for her summoned beast to stealthily place her items, but now that she had been seen, sneaking them into his house was no longer feasible. "Can you defeat that goblin?" Qi Xiaoma asked, her eyes wide with anticipation that if Plan A was unfeasible, then Plan B would be to simply beat up his summoned beast. To her surprise, the half-elf shook her head vigorously, fear etched on her face. "I can't defeat him. That's a big goblin. If it were just a goblin, I might have a chance, but I'm definitely no match for a big goblin, not a big goblin." Qi Xiaoma finally took note of the significance of the term. "What's the difference from a regular goblin?" she inquired, feeling perplexed. "Big goblins are larger, taller, and much stronger." The half-elf struggled to find adequate words to convey the differences that half-elves were known for their intelligence. They shared a natural enmity with goblins and had a keen understanding of their combat capabilities. However, they could not afford to underestimate a goblin's strength. If she provoked that big goblin, she would surely be in for a beating. Qi Xiaoma nodded in confusion, ultimately rolling her eyes and flopping on her bed. "Forget it. You might as well return to the book. I'm going to sleep," she declared, dismissing the half-elf back into the tome of summons. Greenskin remained at the window, fixated on the neighboring window for over 10 minutes without any sign of movement. Eventually, his eyelids grew heavy. That little half-elf must be too scared to come out now. The green-skinned creature chuckled softly before reclining on the balcony, adjusting its sleeping posture to continue its slumbering endeavors. Behind a sheer curtain in the living room, a goblin lay sprawled on the sofa, one leg draped over the backrest while the other rested upon the couch. Its head hung precariously over the edge, and from its nostrils emerged a bubble of mucus, accompanied by intermittent snoring. In the suburbs, as night descended, the forest seemed to come alive with activity at the base of trees, within hollow trunks, on branches. And amidst the underbrush, every creature was a predator. This enormous city, which had abruptly materialized within the woods, captured the attention of countless beings. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sound of footsteps and the violent rustling of leaves resonated through the forest in a straight line. A colossal beast could be faintly discerned weaving through the trees, its destination a looming city ahead. However, just as this gargantuan creature was about to step into the urban expanse, its movement came to an abrupt halt. Behind the dense foliage, a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently on the silent, darkened metropolis. The massive monument at the city's center exuded an intangible aura, and after a prolonged gaze, the creature turned and departed. Yet at the forest's edge, some diminutive beings, goblins, halflings, slimes, and other little ones, remained blissfully unaware of the menacing presence, boldly crossing the boundary between the forest and the city. The following day, the goblin was roused from its slumber by the green-skinned creature. The latter placed its large foot upon the goblin's nose, and though the goblin's sense of smell was not particularly acute, it was nonetheless jolted awake by the foul odor. During breakfast, the goblin occasionally retched, its belly convulsing inward, casting resentful glances at the green-skinned creature throughout the meal. "Brother, I believe we should procure some diesel and steel, lest we find ourselves without supplies in the future," Chun Jing remarked as he set down his chopsticks and began to clear the table. "All right, Greenskin, come here. You shall wash the dishes. I need to hone your practical skills." Chen Yiming interjected, halting his younger brother's intentions to clean up. "We're running low on water at home, although we have purchased plenty of bottled water. It will run out in just 2 days if we aren't frugal," Chun Jing stated. "But we can't simply forego washing that we don't have many dishes, so we can manage with a little conservation." Chun Yiming replied dismissively, "Brother, what do you think about constructing a water reservoir on the rooftop?" Chun Jing inquired. "We're on the 4th floor of a building with 33 stories. Do you possess the necessary skills for that?" Chen Yiming challenged. Chun Jing pondered for a long while. "The forest shouldn't lack for water, right? Do you recall the lake we saw last time? Too far away, several hours of travel, and we have to cross the forest." "Do you think that's safe?" Chun Yiming retorted without mercy. "Brother, do you think this forest is unclaimed?" Chun Jing mumbled. "Since we crossed over, the forest outside should surely be unclaimed territory. Do you aspire to become a mountain king?" "Not at all. I merely believe we could lease the forest," Chun Jing mused. "What if we summon beasts powerful enough to help us carve out a territory in the woods?" We can enclose that area and cultivate food or fruit to sell to the townsfolk. With so many people in the city, they must have a demand for sustenance, and we would certainly not lack for customers. Chun Yiming chuckled. Your imagination is quite vivid. Young one, why not suggest leasing the lake we saw yesterday? Selling water would surely yield more profit than peddling fruit. That could work. Chun Jing nodded earnestly, feigning deep contemplation. Chun Yiming shook his head in exasperation. Enough daydreaming for now. Focus on filling all 3 of your summoning slots first. I must be prudent. I cannot choose carelessly. Each position must be utilized wisely. Chun Jing muttered under his breath, only to feign nonchalance when Chun Yiming glanced his way. What was I just saying? Chun Yiming sighed in resignation. After locking the door, the 2 brothers equipped their summoned beasts and ventured again to the suburbs. Due to the green-skinned creature's growth, the makeshift gear the goblin had crafted previously no longer fit. It resembled an adult clad in a child's attire. Therefore, the goblin had risen early to toil away, mending and sewing new equipment for the green-skinned creature, embodying the role of a devoted caretaker. Despite both being male, however, upon arriving in the suburbs, the pair halted in their tracks. The scene before them on the road was one of devastation. Shattered glass mingled with dried bloodstains, and several parked cars bore smashed windows and dented doors. Trash bins had been overturned, their contents strewn across the ground, evidencing signs of a struggle. The streets lay desolate, devoid of any human presence. From within the barred windows of nearby buildings, rustling sounds hinted at someone peering out at Chun Yiming. Caw-caw, an unknown bird flitted through the gaps between the floors. The current state of the suburbs felt alien to Chun Yiming. Turning a corner, they discovered a figure sprawled in a pool of blood. Clad in a black top and white trousers, now stained crimson. No one going to do anything, just leaving a corpse out in the street. Chun Jing felt a chill run down his spine. Chun Yiming cast a glance before quickly averting his gaze, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. The sight of the corpse served as a stark reminder of the grim reality of death. The fear of corpses stems from the stark truth of their existence as remnants of once living individuals. After a moment of silence, Chun Yiming turned his gaze away. Suddenly, a clatter echoed from a nearby alley as a garbage bin was toppled. Chun Yiming frowned and whispered, "Who's there?" No answer came. The alley was eerily quiet. Cautiously, Chun Yiming approached, maintaining a safe distance from the alley's entrance. Upon reaching the alley's edge, he spotted a goblin squatting on the ground, rummaging through an overturned blue garbage bin, its back turned toward him. The goblin appeared to be wild, alone with no companions in sight. Upon hearing footsteps behind it, the goblin spun around, its green visage smeared with crimson. Its bloodshot eyes glimmered with a savage hunger. Initially, the goblin reacted with aggression upon seeing Chun Yiming, but when it realized there were 2 individuals, it hesitated, a flicker of trepidation crossing its features as it cautiously took 2 steps back, seemingly preparing to flee. Chun Yiming summoned a large goblin, and upon seeing it, the smaller goblin screamed, its pupils dilating in fear, before it swiftly turned to escape. The green-skinned creature pursued, covering ground with great strides, effortlessly leaping over the fallen garbage bin. With its steel spear raised high, it hurled it with force at the fleeing goblin, striking true and piercing its chest with the swiftness of lightning. The dying goblin dissolved into a radiant burst of light. Dissipating into the air, the new ephemeral page materialized in the summoning book. Chun Yiming gently tugged at it, pulling it onto the page designated for the green-skinned creature. With a flash of light, the page filled instantly. The green-skinned creature's image transformed. Large goblin warrior. Its form evolved further, becoming taller and more imposing, with well-defined muscles, elongated ears, and cold, ruthless eyes that glinted with ferocity. Revealing sharp canine teeth, it now stood at an impressive 2 meters, resembling a small giant in its stature. The transformation of the green-skinned creature mirrored the depiction in the summoning book. This change was remarkably evident. Observable to the naked eye, the green-skinned creature stood within the alley, flanked by towering walls on either side, with only Chun Yiming and Chun Jing at the alley's entrance as witnesses. Summoned beast name: Goblin Warrior, stage 30801, current level: Level 1, 34100, quality: Ordinary affiliated race, Goblin description: Goblins are a timid yet cruel omnivorous race that revels in revelry and are prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Racial trait. When sensing a threat, there is a chance to unleash a roar, increasing its movement speed. Bond, Goblin, 1. When the number of goblins exceeds 3, strength increases by 10 points. 2. When the number of goblins exceeds 6, strength increases by 20 points. 3. When a number of goblins exceeds 10, strength increases by 30 points. Summary. Let us revel, little ones. The Elder Goblin has evolved into a goblin warrior, according to the green-skinned one's own assertion. It has now become a significant figure, even within its former tribe, where only a handful of goblins could claim the title of Goblin Warrior. These goblins are likely to have emerged from the depths of the forest, as Chun Yiming noted. However, the sticks wielded by these goblins are unable to breach the security gates and doors, leading many to shelter within their homes. He added, and no sooner had he spoken than a cacophony echoed from a distance. As a group of over 10 oddly dressed individuals, accompanied by dozens of summoned beasts, emerged robustly from around the corner. These individuals brandished iron drying rods and mop handles, adorned with kitchen knives, wrapping themselves as if they were dumplings. Of course, in truth, Chun Yiming and Chun Jing were not much better off, both being equally unremarkable. The summoned beasts surrounding them bore a variety of whimsical armaments, slimes with thick cardboard wrapped around their heads, goblins clutching bricks, and others wielding pot lids as shields and kitchen knives. Upon noticing Chun Yiming, their eyes gleamed, and they hastily approached him, but a sense of alarm surged within Chun Yiming as he could not ascertain their intentions. Thus, when they began to chase him, he too took flight. "Don't run, brother," they shouted after him. "Why are you pursuing me, then?" Chun Yiming retorted, "We wish to invite you to join us in slaying monsters," someone from behind called out. "We know where many goblins are. The more, the merrier for safety." Chun Yiming slowed his pace, hesitantly glancing at the group, which consisted of at least 20 summoned beasts and a dozen humans. Almost 40 in total. Even with the Greenskin's 2 evolutions, he did not dare to guarantee victory against such a multitude. "What do you think?" Chun Yiming asked his brother, seeking his opinion. Chun Jing shook his head, "That we are not acquainted with them. And in unfamiliar territory, it is wise to be cautious. Let us stick together and hunt monsters ourselves." Chun Yiming shared this sentiment and declined their invitation. Moreover, he wished to keep a secret from these individuals. From various indications, it seemed that the summoning books of others lacked the fusion function that is possessed. Chun Jing had advised Chun Yiming to keep this knowledge between them, urging that it should not be disclosed to anyone else. Upon learning of his brother's extraordinary ability, Chun Jing felt both envious and genuinely happy for him, realizing that with such prowess, he could ride his brother's coattails. Upon Chun Yiming's rejection, the attitudes of the group varied. Some were dismissive, others indifferent, and some even mockingly derisive. They traversed through the nearby district and turned a corner, catching sight of the forest at the end of the road. Adjacent to it was a residential area, where a group of goblins could be seen raiding the place. These goblins, lost in a frenzy, found the urban environment both novel and delightful. They were enchanted by iron trash cans, exquisitely crafted marble sculptures, iron streetlights, and splendid glass. Some goblins even engaged in squabbles over a coveted iron bench, showing no concern even when they spotted Chun Yiming, as his allure paled in comparison to that of an amusing iron trash can. The only entity that sparked their wariness was the goblin warrior standing beside Chun Yiming. However, upon realizing that this solitary goblin warrior had no companions, the horde of goblins quieted significantly. Just then, a window from a room within the residential complex swung open, and 2 blue canisters were hurled out. In less than 2 seconds, the canisters landed amidst the throng of goblins. Bang! Boom! The sound were thunderous. With barely a second between them, one unfortunate goblin was crushed by the first canister, while the second detonated. A powerful shockwave, mingled with flames, engulfed the area, resulting in 5 goblins being obliterated in an instant. Their lives extinguished. Chun Yiming discerned that these were 2 gas canisters. Perhaps due to the distance between the first and second, the explosion of the latter did not affect the former in an instant. 6 goblins perished, and the remaining goblins underwent a drastic transformation. They became noisy, some glancing up toward the rooftop, yet they paid no heed to which household had cast the canisters. Others glared at Chun Yiming. But out of fear for the goblin warrior at his side, they did not dare approach. The residential complex housed many residents, and the earlier incident seemed to have alerted others within. Those with unwanted furniture or hazardous items like gas canisters appeared to have discovered a method. Suddenly, the area was filled with falling objects. This posed a dilemma for the goblins, whose short legs hindered their escape amidst the surrounding dangers. Some residents lacked precision in their throws, making it impossible for anyone to predict where their belongings would land, let alone the goblins. Consequently, numerous goblins met their demise. Some fled toward the entrance of the complex, while others scampered into the stairwell. Although the thrown items did not kill many goblins, they successfully scattered the horde. 5 small groups of goblins rushed toward the entrance of the complex. That a smile crept onto Chun Yiming's face that he had initially intended to leave, but with this unexpected offering, he felt no need for courtesy. Greenskin crushed them. The greenskin goblin displayed a savage grin, clenching its left fist with its right hand, its knuckles cracking ominously. "Would you care for another goblin to complete a goblin bond?" Chun Yiming inquired of Chun Jing. Chun Jing hesitated, having witnessed his brother's summoned beasts evolve. Honestly, his standards had risen considerably, and he found the ordinary goblins unworthy of his attention. "I have become arrogant," Chun Jing lamented. The green-skinned had already dashed forward, its fist the size of a cauldron crashing down on the first goblin's head. The goblin's body stiffened, and with a clang, it collapsed, vanishing into a streak of white light. The remaining 4 goblins shrieked, one of them pulling out a crude hand crossbow, its arrow resembling a white beast's fang. Aiming at the green-skinned, it prepared to fire. Chun Yiming urgently shouted, "Green-skin, be careful." In fact, the green-skinned had already sensed the crossbow, as Chun Yiming warned it. Feeling an ominous premonition, it chose to abandon the other goblin and swiftly charged toward the one with the crossbow. With a single slap, it knocked the goblin to the ground. The bolt shot wide, grazing the greenskin's arm and leaving a deep gash. However, the goblin did not dissolve into white light. It remained unconscious but alive. The other 3 goblins seized the opportunity to flee. The greenskin pursued one goblin, dispatching it, but did not chase the remaining 2, instead returning to protect Chun Yiming, tilting its head as if seeking praise. "Indeed, you performed admirably," Chun Yiming encouraged the green-skinned, retrieving a piece of spicy beef jerky from his pocket and offering it. The green-skinned sniffed the jerky cautiously, finding the peppery aroma overpowering. It wrinkled its brow and sneezed. "Why master wouldn't poison me? Would he?" Observing the green-skinn's reaction, Chun Yiming snatched back the jerky and took a bite. "This is perfectly edible." The green-skinned stared in astonishment, regretting its earlier hesitance. Chun Yiming converted the essence of the 2 goblins into experience points for the green-skinned, providing a total of 15 points. "This goblin can craft a hand crossbow. Perhaps it is smarter than the average goblin. You wish to subdue it?" Chun Yiming inquired of his younger brother. Chun Jing hesitated for a while, recalling that his very first summoned beast was indeed a goblin. The bond for the goblin could be formed with merely 2 of its kind. Should he give it a try? Ultimately, Chun Jing approached and dispatched the unconscious goblin that had been felled by a hand crossbow. Choosing to tame it. Chun Yiming heard the surprised voice of his brother. This goblin bore a prefix, summoned beast name. Clever goblin summoned beast level. 100 race. Goblin quality. Common introduction. A more astute goblin. Superior in thought compared to the typical goblin, possessing a greater likelihood of evolving into a higher-tier goblin. Racial talent. Mechanical manufacturing speed 1 bond. Goblin 1. When the number of goblins exceeds 2. The power of mechanical alchemical item creation increases by 1. 2. When a number of goblins exceeds 4, the power of mechanical alchemical item creation increases by 2. 3. When a number of goblins exceeds 8. The power of mechanical alchemical item creation increases by 3. Chun Jing relayed the attributes of his new summoned beast to Chun Yiming, who was somewhat astonished, and oh wonder this goblin could wield tools. It turned out to be a special creature with a prefix. It was the first such creature he had encountered, and he wondered if there was a method to grant prefixes to non-prefixed summoned beasts as well. If possible, it would be ideal to bestow a prefix upon the green-skinned goblin too. Perhaps Stalwart Goblin Warrior or Agile Goblin Warrior. Having tamed a goblin with a prefix, Chen Jing felt quite pleased. How exactly did this bond function? Would it manifest in a luminous display? Chun Yiming was filled with curiosity. Chun Jing summoned two goblins who stood side by side. There were no purple, red, or golden glows emanating from them, nor had they sprouted additional heads. They appeared just as before. The goblin bond enhanced the power of mechanical alchemical item creation by one. Perhaps the true extent of its effects would only be revealed after the goblins crafted such items. The clever goblin bore little distinction from a regular goblin, save for its slightly larger head. Thus, Chen Jing affectionately nicknamed it Big Head. Big Head, Big Head, no worries when it rains. The scattered goblins in the neighborhood had become a treasure in the eyes of many residents. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yiming broke into a radiant smile and declared, "Let us go assist the people in our community." After all, their purpose for being here was to slay monsters. Whether in the forest or the stray goblins that had entered the neighborhood, it was all the same. Compared to the unpredictable complexities of the forest, the neighborhood was considerably more manageable. Most importantly, these goblins had dispersed. A swarm of army ants was a fearsome predator, but a solitary army ant was merely insignificant. Eager to lend a hand, Chun Yiming, accompanied by a goblin warrior and two traitorous goblins, began their act of heroism. Goblins hiding in bushes, concealed in slide compartments, or having leapt into trash bins were systematically discovered and dealt with. These goblins had lost their courage and had no will to resist. Chen Jing chose not to tame a third goblin, but instead opted to convert all the slain goblins into experience points for his summoned beast. He had resolved that the final slot must be filled with a high-quality goblin. Although nearly 100 goblins still roamed the neighborhood, their spirits had been thoroughly crushed. The remaining goblins posed a significantly lesser threat compared to the organized groups of larger goblins. Meanwhile, more hunters had emerged within the neighborhood to hunt down the goblins. And ultimately, Chen Yiming and Chun Jing claimed a total of 7 goblin heads. Chen Yiming smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The green-skinned goblin's experience points had reached 97, 100, just shy of leveling up to 2. Yet, it seemed the neighborhood had exhausted its supply of wild goblins, as they had searched for over 10 minutes without a find. The public areas of the community had been thoroughly cleared of goblins, and many that had hidden in stairwells were dispatched by residents of the upper floors. "Let us depart," said Chen Yiming. Continuing the search would yield diminishing returns. The game of cat and mouse had come to its conclusion. "Where do you hail from?" Chun Jing inquired of Big Head, the goblin he had just tamed. Though they had previously been enemies, Big Head now recognized Chen Jing as his sole master. Big Head divulged all he knew to Chen Jing. They were part of a goblin tribe residing in the forest. Numbering over 100, their attention had been drawn to the city that had suddenly appeared in the forest, which they perceived as a mysterious forest of steel. The gigantic steel trees were riddled with countless holes, within which lived hairless two-legged monkeys the two-legged monkeys refer to humans. Notably, Big Head's memory contained no reference to humans. They had no concept of humanity, having neither heard of nor seen them. To their eyes, humans were merely hairless, upright apes. Through Big Head's narration, they gleaned a deeper understanding of this forest. This area was generally considered a lower-tier zone within the forest, inhabited by relatively weak magical creatures. According to Big Head, walking north for the duration of 1 moon and half a sun would lead to a mountain where a colossal giant resided. This giant could effortlessly uproot the trees in the forest. Its strength was truly terrifying. Even the Thunder Bear to the east dared not encroach upon the giant's territory. When Chen Jing inquired about the size of the Thunder Bear in comparison to the giant, Big Head shook his head, indicating ignorance. It had never laid eyes on the creature, having merely heard tales of it. This area was home to a plethora of goblins, goblin tribes, and a smattering of half-elves wandering the forest. While numerous slimes thrived in the mire and swamp, as slimes particularly favored such environments. Occasionally, traces of slimes could be spotted near rivers and streams. Fire chickens, dull monkeys, and shape-shifting spiders were other common magical creatures found in this region. Aside from goblins and goblins, fire chickens were quite delectable, their meat tender and flavorful. Dull monkeys were quite bothersome, often dropping fruit from trees to pelt them. Shape-shifting spiders were repugnant, with their meat causing poisoning if consumed. This was Big Head's assessment of these 3 common magical creatures. 100 individuals constituted a small tribe, while a large tribe would be significantly larger, as Big Head elaborated. After confirming that there were no middle-sized tribes, Chen Yiming nodded. Beyond the large tribes, there were none as the green-skinned goblin would put it. Not enough to fill the belly, an excessively large population could also become a burden, should a tribe become overpopulated. Two outcomes could ensue. 1. The tribe would launch assaults against large magical creatures that if they were fortunate enough to successfully hunt such creatures, the flesh of the defeated magical beasts would be consumed by the tribe's strongest members. If they were lucky enough to advance, it would further increase the tribe's population as the number of formidable goblins within the tribe increases. So too does the expanse of territory they can claim, allowing them to sustain a greater number of kin. Should they fail in their assault on a formidable monster, this tribe would be compelled to migrate to more distant lands. Alternatively, they might choose to divide, splitting a large tribe into two somewhat smaller factions. The splinter tribe would then embark on a journey to even more remote locales. Generally, smaller tribes consist solely of great goblins, while goblin warriors only emerge in larger tribes. The title of goblin warrior is not merely a designation. It is a mark of honor. Goblin warriors are the champions of the forest, possessing the courage to confront mighty beasts and meet their demise with glory. Huarong Happiness City is situated in a newly developed community to the north of Shanshui City, near the outskirts, where a commercial plaza has been planned. However, as this area is newly constructed, the number of residents and foot traffic remain sparse. At the heart of the commercial plaza lies a fountain, which, since the city's transition, has ceased to spout water, leaving the basin a stagnant pool. This moment, the central area of the plaza has been occupied by a goblin tribe that has migrated from the north. Some goblins are seated by the pool, leaning over the edge to drink, while others drag away spoils from nearby shops to use as decorations. The appearance of these goblins suggests they intend to make this place their new home. On the main thoroughfare leading out from the commercial plaza, a group of at least 50 to 60 individuals, accompanied by an equal or greater number of summoned beasts, approaches with a menacing demeanor. Their intentions are clear. They prepare to assault the goblin tribe. In the central area of the goblin tribe stand a goblin significantly larger and stronger than the others, likely a great goblin. Under the command of this great goblin, the others trail behind, ready to confront the unwelcome visitors. Armed on both sides, the stage is set for a fierce confrontation. As time ticks away, the tension mounts. The group of humans cast hostile glances at the goblins, while the goblins fix their gaze upon them with equal intensity. An eerie atmosphere pervades the air. "How long must we stand here?" murmurs a voice from the crowd. "If the enemy does not move, neither shall we," replies another. The nods of agreement from nearby individuals suggest that they collectively endorse this strategy of inaction. But why are the goblins also remaining still? How should I know why the goblins remain motionless? The goblins' expressions are fierce, akin to a pack of hungry wolves. Yet, they merely stand in the plaza, observing the humans without any sign of aggression. After nearly 10 minutes of stalemate, the humans finally realize the truth. The goblins are fearful. What nonsense! It is only those goblins who are cowardly. We are not. Not everyone has experience in brawls. And this is a far more brutal and savage affair. Charge! Several voices erupt in shouts, and as the initial cries resonate, others in the group join in, perhaps hoping to dispel their internal fears and muster the courage to advance. The goblins, their gazes steely, witness the humans charging. Despite a momentary disarray, they quickly regain their composure. In an instant, the two sides clash. Those wielding polearms gain the initial advantage. However, as the battle escalates, the shorter weapons, such as daggers and swords suited for close combat, become more effective. The capable survive, while the weak perish. Both sides consist of untrained rabble, lacking any semblance of strategy, engaging in a chaotic melee. Goblin-summoned beasts suffer as well. Several times, their companions are nearly mistaken for wild goblins and attacked by their own. Strangely, for reasons unknown, once summoned, these goblins are seen as clear enemies by wild goblins, making it impossible to disguise themselves as mere wildlings. The summoning book serves to protect the summoner until their summoned beast perishes, offering a layer of security to these individuals. Additionally, slain goblins can become summoned beasts, shifting the tide of battle gradually in favor of the humans. Yet, it is curious that despite the overall advantage enjoyed by the humans, once their casualties exceed 1/10 of their total number, it is the humans who falter first. The first to flee are those whose summoned beasts have fallen. Bereft of their protection, they become exposed and vulnerable, akin to prey laid bare. In the chaos of battle, they lose their sense of security. These individuals represent a significant portion of the group, although not irreplaceable. They are an essential foundation of the team. With their departure, the human ranks noticeably dwindle. The remaining members either still have their summoned beasts or have managed to attain some spoils from the skirmish. However, all summoned beasts face the shared dilemma of a maximum summon limit. With a cap of only 3 summoned beasts, none among them can emerge as a lone savior. This reality dictates that they must collaborate to achieve ultimate victory. Yet this motley crew had originally formed due to slogans and the lure of profit, and as soon as a few individuals hit the summon cap of 3, they begin to either slack off or avoid combat altogether. In their eyes, these are their spoils. Why should they sacrifice what they have painstakingly acquired for the sake of strangers? Only a select few possess foresight and a willingness to sacrifice the many. These few are seen as fools, incapable of altering the course of events. They can only strive to maintain stability in the face of impending collapse. However, fools do not remain foolish forever. Inevitably, they will evolve into the shrewd, developing a penchant for scheming and enveloping themselves in layers of protection. Humans are akin to trees. The more they yearn for sunlight, the deeper their roots must reach into the shadowy depths. The already tenuous cohesion of this group further disintegrates. The goblins and these makeshift allies form a fragile balance. Whichever side falters first will tilt the scales. If the goblins yield, they will scatter in disarray, and the humans will pursue them relentlessly. Conversely, should the humans break and flee, the outcome will be the same. Time continues to elapse, each second laden with tension. Suddenly, a goblin lets out a shriek and bolts away, triggering a domino effect among the remaining 20 or so goblins, who scatter in panic. Some of the humans pursue the fleeing goblins, while others sit dazed on the ground, staring at the corpses sprawled in pools of blood. As Chun Yiming prepares to enter the forest, he hears footsteps behind him and turns to see 2 goblins, one after the other, frantically racing towards him, with even more goblins and TOWs. This a gift of heads? Chun Yiming murmurs to himself that he notices someone pursuing the fleeing goblins at the rear. However, he has no intention of holding back, that if he does not intervene, these goblins are certain to escape into the forest. And he does not believe that modern city dwellers, unfamiliar with the wilderness, could ever hope to track down these elusive goblins. These goblins are as slippery as mice. Leave the green skins to me. Do not let any escape. Chun Yiming commands. A satisfied grin spreads across the face of the green-skinned goblin. Rest assured, master, not a single one shall survive. The 2 leading goblins, upon catching sight of the green-skinned figure, were so startled that they came to a screeching halt, their faces hitting the ground. The goblins that fell to the ground only felt a sharp pain in their necks before they were lifted into the air. And in the next moment, they lost consciousness. The other goblins, witnessing the fearsome appearance of the green-skinned creature, turned to flee in droves, as if they were facing a ferocious beast. The intimidation exuded by the green-skinned figure was far more terrifying than that posed by all the others combined. Displaying its fearsome fangs, the green-skinned creature seized the nearest goblin, lifting it high into the air, its enormous hand firmly gripping the creature, showing no mercy to these former kin. Crash. The goblin was violently slammed to the ground, its bones likely shattered beyond count. With a swift lift of its right foot, the goblin's head was crushed downwards. The green-skinned creature relished the sensation of overpowering its adversary with sheer strength, an experience it had never encountered before. Now a goblin warrior, the green-skinned figure completely dominated the ordinary goblins in terms of power. Realizing escape was futile, another goblin beside it, trembling with fear, let out a desperate shriek and struck the green-skinned creature's rear with a wooden stick. The resilient backside jiggled slightly in response. The green-skinned creature's brow twitched in irritation. While the blow did not inflict significant harm, it stung nonetheless, and more importantly, It felt that its dignity had been compromised. How could it allow another goblin to strike it in front of its master? A massive hand descended from above, striking the goblin on the neck. Crack! Its head spun half a turn before it collapsed to the ground. Goodness, how brutal! The pursuing group, witnessing their hard-fought quarry being so effortlessly dispatched, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Yet upon witnessing such a savage scene, all their fury was extinguished. They had no doubt that this green-skinned muscle monstrosity could easily crush their bellies with a single punch. What level of goblin is that? One pondered gravely. To them. Such formidable prowess suggested that this goblin must be at least level 3, but they were astonished by the goblin's absurd power post-upgrade. Initially, they had thought goblins to be weak. But now one exclaimed with excitement, "I've decided to train goblins. Perhaps it's just that others have trained theirs well." Another interjected skeptically. Even with training, the differences can't be that vast. After all, they're still goblins. The first speaker retorted, "All right, you make a fair point. 4 goblins were available for Chun Yiming to allocate. He first converted 1 goblin to provide experience points for the green-skinned creature, which yielded 6 points. As a result, the green-skinned creature not only leveled up to level 2, but also gained an additional 3 experience points. Level 2, 31,000. Chun Yiming rubbed his eyes, staring intently several times before confirming he was not mistaken. The experience required for the next level had increased tenfold. He had previously contemplated various possibilities, such as requiring an additional 100 experience points for each level or doubling the experience needed, akin to the goblin synthesis formula. However, he never imagined it would escalate to 10 times. Why this calculation? The difficulty of leveling up was exceedingly high. Wouldn't it require a whopping 10,000 experience points to advance from level 3 to 4? It seemed that the difficulty of leveling up was substantial. Thus, each level's advancement must also be considerable. Chun Yiming gazed intently at the green-skinned creature, which appeared largely unchanged after reaching level 2. The sole distinction was that its aura now seemed more menacing. The specific changes were known only to the green-skinned creature itself, which struggled to articulate its transformation, eventually managing to exclaim, "I've become stronger." "Well then, you've indeed grown stronger. You can go now." The remaining 3 goblins, upon merging with the green-skinned creature, increased its progress, 3801. While Chun Yiming recognized the first 8 as goblins, he was uncertain about the last one. He speculated it could either be some sort of item or a higher-tier goblin or goblin warrior. Gazing into the forest before him, Chun Yiming pondered whether anything might have changed overnight. The goblins and gremlins emerging from these woods indicated that the monsters within could indeed infiltrate the cities. He considered that venturing into the forest could lead to an encounter with those formidable creatures. It would be wiser to harvest the goblins and gremlins in the suburbs, where it was relatively safer. While complete safety was unattainable, it was certainly more secure. As he strolled along the streets, he observed numerous facilities had been damaged, with a few unfortunate shops left in ruins. Chun squinted, feeling a chill of dread. He was thankful they did not reside in the suburbs. Living there would have been unbearable, with sleepless nights fraught with fear of monsters silently invading their homes. After walking a distance and descending a slope, Chun Yiming spotted a large factory yard in the distance. He could see greenhouses within the yard, surrounded by walls standing 2.5 meters high, where a group of goblins crowded outside, emitting urgent cries while raising their sticks to pound against the walls and doors. However, the factory's entrance featured a robust iron gate, devoid of any gaps, preventing the goblins from slipping inside. Chun Yiming recalled that some factory doors had gaps in the middle, allowing even slender individuals to squeeze through, let alone the more petite goblins. From a distance, he could faintly smell the stench of pig manure wafting from within the factory. It appeared to be a breeding farm. Suddenly, a pitchfork thrust through a gap at the base of the door, piercing one goblin's foot, causing it to tumble to the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chun Yiming licked his lips, stealthily counting the number of goblins while hiding behind a wall. The small goblin group was not excessively large. After 3 counts, he confirmed there were 34 goblins in total, including 1 larger goblin. This marked Chun Yiming's first encounter with a wild goblin warrior in the wilderness. This wild goblin warrior towered over the others, standing out prominently among the crowd. The larger goblin raised a hefty steel pipe, which it must have scavenged from somewhere, and let out a fierce shriek before slamming it against the gate. Bang! Even from a distance, Chen Yiming heard the sound distinctly. He then witnessed the larger goblin stagger back 2 steps, its grip on the pipe faltering. What a fool, Chen Yiming silently assessed, devising a plan to defeat this simple-minded brute. Chen Yiming speculated that if this goblin possessed a higher intelligence, it might pose a challenge. However, this particular larger goblin appeared rather dim-witted, leading him to believe that a simple tactic could easily outsmart it. Chen Yiming gently stroked his chin, contemplating how to deal with this foolish goblin. Feigning an attack, encircling and cutting off support, luring it away. Various strategies flooded his mind. However, he soon realized a troubling fact, including himself and his summoned beasts. They numbered only 5 in total. 5 individuals felt somewhat inadequate, especially when compared to the 34 goblins. You don't need to overthink it, the green-skinned creature said, placing its right hand on Chen Yiming's shoulder. Its eyes glinting with a confident light. With a smirk, it disdainfully surveyed the distant goblin horde and clenched its fist. With me, the green-skinned warrior, it's more than enough. Goblins are inherently timid, as long as my courageous figure is displayed. They will all flee in terror. Goblins are nothing but cowards, it declared nonchalantly, patting its chest and assuring that it could single-handedly take on the entire group of goblins. Are you not also a goblin? Chen Yiming retorted, exasperated by the self-proclamation. Of course. I'm not like those cowardly goblins. I am a magnificent goblin warrior. The green-skinned creature vehemently denied being a goblin, solemnly asserting that he was a goblin warrior. Not a mere goblin, he prepared to charge forth, determined to take on 34 foes single-handedly. However, Chen Yiming intervened, turning to his brother and suggesting, have your goblin assist in reinforcing the steel bar. Chen recalled that the 2 goblins shared a bond that enhanced the potency of alchemical creations by 1. Although the mechanics of this bond eluded him, it was an opportunity not to be squandered. The steel bar in the green-skinned warrior's hand was entrusted to the goblins, who, with their rudimentary tools, set about hammering it with fervor. The steel bar seemed to undergo a mysterious transformation, appearing straighter than before. Once rehanded to the green-skinned warrior, he swung it but felt no discernible difference in weight. After a brief flourish, he eagerly picked up a brick with his left hand and brandished the steel bar with his right, charging forward. With a resounding crash, the 34 goblins, lurking at a distance, turned in unison at the sound of approaching footsteps. This included the goblin who had been pricked and toppled by a pitchfork protruding from the pig pen. The green-skinned warrior, benefiting from his towering height of 2 meters, surged forward with astonishing speed. With each stride, he swung the steel bar with force. The sound of impact echoed as he sent the nearest goblin flying, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. 3 nearby goblins, startled, shrieked and brandished their weapons as they charged toward him. The green-skinned warrior hurled the brick at one goblin's face, then executed a sweeping blow with the steel bar, knocking 2 goblins to the ground, incapacitating them for the moment. Lacking finesse or technique, he relied solely on sheer brute strength to plow through his adversaries. Goblin, he bellowed, striking his chest with his left fist. The surrounding goblins were momentarily stunned, hesitant to advance. Witnessing this, the larger goblin at the back raised its weapon with a fierce expression. The green-skinned warrior cast a derisive glance at the larger goblin, his disdain unmistakable, infuriated yet fearful. The larger goblin shot a resentful glare at the green-skinned warrior before vociferously gesturing toward him with its iron rod. However, the other goblins exchanged glances, muttering amongst themselves before slowly retreating. None were willing to take the lead. Chen Yiming observed this with clarity, realizing why the green-skinned warrior felt emboldened to confront the goblins alone. Before evolving into larger goblins, ordinary goblins possessed a significant tendency to flee when sensing danger. They were, in essence, a disorganized rabble, only capable of fighting when the odds were in their favor. Faced with adversity, they would scatter. This was an inherent flaw of goblins, yet he could strengthen them into larger goblins. Goblin warriors, or even more formidable beings of higher rank. Once a goblin evolved into a larger goblin, their racial trait would enhance their speed in response to perceived threats, a marked improvement over the flight instinct. Additionally, larger goblins displayed greater resolve than their ordinary counterparts. Chen Yiming's eyes flickered with contemplation. The goblin bond required a minimum of 3 goblins to activate. Without activating this bond, occupying 3 slots with goblins would be futile. The bond with 3 goblins merely increased strength by 10. 6 goblins would boost it by 20, and 10 by 30. Was he truly prepared to utilize goblins for all his summoned creatures in the future? Chen Yiming fell into silence. Goblins had a high frequency of appearances in animations, comics, and games set on Mercury. Yet regardless of the version, they were seldom regarded as strong, and their appearance left much to be desired. Every man harbors ambition. Chen Yiming aspired to capture 2 dragons, the mythical beasts of lore. Strength may be fleeting, but beauty is eternal. There was another approach. Chen Yiming contemplated his unique synthesis ability, which did not overly pursue bonds. If bonds could be formed, that would be ideal, but if not, he could synthesize to elevate his summoned creatures, and if he could upgrade his summons multiple times, would they not surpass those with bonds? Even in their absence, as he pondered, the battle reached its conclusion. The green-skinned warrior successfully dispatched the unwilling larger goblin. The fallen larger goblin transformed into a beam of white light, merging into the summoning book. Chen Yiming opened the book and fused the larger goblin with the green-skinned warrior on the first page. To his delight, the designation following the green-skinned warrior changed from 01 to 11. A smile spread across Chen Yiming's face, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. He felt he had grasped the formula for upgrading and fusing. He then fed the remaining essence of the goblins he had defeated to the green-skinned warrior, elevating its designation from 38 to 68. These goblins are quite timid, Chen remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. Indeed, their timidity aids us in our hunt, Chen Yiming replied, a smile gracing his features, behind the crevice of the pig pen's door. A vigilant eye observed the 2 brothers and their summoned creatures from a distance. As Chen Yiming prepared to leave, the sound of chains unlocking echoed from the pig pen's door, a startling noise in the otherwise tranquil environment. He halted, turning to see the door swing open, revealing a head peeking out. With a dull complexion and large, round eyes, the girl expressed, "Thank you. I know you are good people." The brothers exchanged glances, uncertain of the girl's intentions. "Brother, she's giving you a good person card. It's meant for you," Chen Yiming shrugged. "There are many dangers outside. You should come in." The girl beckoned them inside. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yiming led his brother and their summoned creatures forward. The green-skinned warrior took the lead, warily eyeing the girl, his grip on the steel bar tightening. Chen Yiming first surveyed the interior from the doorway, ensuring no danger lurked within before ushering his summoned creatures inside. "I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I would have been at a loss," the girl said, her stature modest at just over 1.65 meters. She wore an apron, and her arms were adorned with sleeves. Her age, seemingly around 17 or 18, through their conversation, Chen Yiming learned her name was Gao Qian and that the pig pen was her family's establishment. Though not extensive, it housed over 1,000 pigs. Her parents were perpetually busy, and to alleviate their burden, she had assisted them from a young age. During the school break, she returned home to lend a hand point one day, while her parents drove a batch of piglets to a neighboring city. They left her alone at the farm, intending to return the same day. However, when the sky darkened unexpectedly, she was relieved to find some cooking utensils and rice, allowing her to wait for her parents. Yet, 2 days had passed without any sign of their return. Earlier that day, she had heard a commotion outside the yard and, peering through the crack of the door, spotted numerous goblins, startled by their presence. She inadvertently made a sound, which drew their attention, leading to the scene Chen Yiming had witnessed. The pig pen carried a strong odor, the scent of pigs overwhelming, which was why few residents lived nearby. As the area was relatively isolated, "I wonder when my mom and dad will return." Gao Qian's eyes dimmed with concern. Chen Yiming felt a pang of sympathy, believing her parents might be searching for her in vain. As cities have transcended, unless her parents possess the ability to traverse as well, the scale of the farm is neither too large nor too small, with over 500 mature pigs and thousands of piglets. In this city where food is scarce, such a multitude of livestock constitutes an immensely valuable asset. Frankly, it would be self-deceptive for Chen Yiming to feel indifferent towards this herd of pigs. Provided he can find suitable food for the pigs in the forest, Enabling this group of mature pigs and piglets to continue to breed could potentially allow him to monopolize the pork market in this region. Thank you, Gao Qian expressed her gratitude once more. This simple-hearted girl gently pressed her lips together and cautiously suggested, "If you wouldn't mind, I would like to gift each of you a piglet." Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, clearly intrigued. Meanwhile, Chen Yiming cast a profound glance at Gao Qian, smiling knowingly. Ordinarily, expressions of gratitude would involve monetary gifts or other offerings. It is quite unconventional to directly present a piglet. This indicates that she comprehends the true value of piglets in the current circumstances. While this may not signify much, it does suggest she is not entirely oblivious to the present situation. "Do you know how to slaughter pigs?" Chen Yiming inquired unexpectedly. Gao Qian paused for a moment before nodding that I've helped my parents when they slaughtered pigs. Having slaughtered pigs implies having witnessed bloodshed. One should not underestimate the psychological resilience of such individuals, as they surpass over 80% of people in modern cities in this regard. Here is the plan. We will take just one piglet, but it will stay with you for now, and we will return for it later. We have plenty of food at home, and if we don't consume it, it will spoil. Fresh meat cannot be preserved for long. Chen Yiming stated with a smile. Gao Qian nodded in agreement. She led Chen Yiming and the others to the pig pen, allowing Chen Yiming to select a piglet. Ultimately, he chose a little pig with a pattern resembling a heart on its back. The piglet squealed softly as Chen Yiming cradled it in his arms. Gao Qian assured them that she would take excellent care of the little pig and ensure it receives extra meals, guaranteeing it grows plump and healthy. Upon exiting the farm, Chen Jing couldn't help but exclaim, "Bro, there are so many pigs at the farm." "Indeed, there are quite a few," Chen Yiming replied. The sheer number of pigs made her wonder if her parents would ever return. Could a girl alone manage such a vast farm? Chen Jing shook her head. "Are you worried about her?" Chen Yiming chuckled. "No, I'm just concerned that others might steal our pigs," Chen Jing replied. "Isn't it advantageous if they are taken? That would provide us a reason to intervene," Chen Yiming thought, his eyes shimmering with resolve. The green-skinned creature gave him confidence. If it continued to evolve, it might bring even greater surprises. They asked for a single piglet. Even if they brought it back, it would only suffice for a couple of meals. Given their current abundance of food, it was wiser to retain a potential backup. They asked for staying behind to protect Gao Qian. That seemed unnecessary. With the city in such disarray, survival came first. Leaving the farm, they continued onward towards the forest, where remnants of the encircling highway could be vaguely seen at the forest's edge. The highway had been cleaved in two by an invisible celestial blade, and the farm was situated remarkably close to the forest, which had once marked the city's boundary before its transformation. Due to the strong odors emanating from the farm, it had been strategically located in a remote area with sparse human habitation. Now, only two goblins stood between the green-skinned creature and its continued evolution. Chen Yiming fervently hoped that their subsequent exploration would lead to encounters with wild goblins. However, just as he prepared to explore a different route into the suburbs, rustling sounds emerged from the thicket near the forest's boundary. The bushes shook violently, indicating that something substantial was concealed within. Moments later, a bluish-green head emerged, reminiscent of a chicken, with orange-green feathers adorning its head and neck, somewhat inflated and relaxed, akin to a lion's mane. Its vivid colors stood out starkly against the forest backdrop. The attributes of this giant chicken materialized before him as he flipped through the summoning book. Species: flame chicken. Description: a type of giant chicken monster residing in the forest, known for its vibrant plumage. It is an omnivorous creature with a temperamental disposition. Level: 2 quality. Common species talent: flame spray 1 bond. Beast: 1. When a number of beasts exceeds 2, each beast gains 5 strength. 2. When a number of beasts exceeds 5, strength increases by 10, and they gain a dread aura. Weak. The flame chicken abruptly turned its head, fixating its gaze on Chen Yiming. The two regarded one another warily. True to its temperamental nature, the flame chicken raised its comb and bristled its mane like an enraged lion. In the next instant, a vertical jet of flame erupted from its mouth, shooting forth for several meters before dissipating. Chen Yiming was at least 10 meters away, and apart from feeling a wave of heat wash over him, he sustained no harm. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yiming pondered the purpose of the flame chicken's fiery display from such a distance. Seeing that Chen Yiming and his companions did not retreat, the flame chicken emerged from the thicket, scratching the ground with its claws in a display of irritation. Chen Yiming finally realized that this creature was attempting to intimidate them, seeking to drive them away. The more you feign bravado, the more insecure you must be, Chen Yiming remarked, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, but he gestured for the green-skinned creature to advance, with a shield in its left hand. The green-skinned creature cautiously approached, protecting its head with the iron shield while wielding a steel rod in its right hand. The flame chicken, alert, shook its neck, its eyes turning bloodshot, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. It flapped its wings dramatically, creating an imposing spectacle. Its throat swelled, and it unleashed another fiery breath. However, this time, the flame was considerably smaller than before, suggesting that frequent usage of its fire breath was taxing. The flame struck the green-skinned creature's shield, causing it to stagger back slightly, yet remained steadfast. This flame possessed considerable force, but fortunately, the shield had been designed with heat insulation in mind, featuring an additional layer of thermal material within. With a loud cry, the green-skinned creature charged forward, swinging the steel rod with great force. The blow landed on the flame chicken's shoulder, producing a dull thud. The flame chicken appeared pained, shaking its head in frustration while letting out a furious roar. Its mouth brimming with sharp teeth, and its wings flailing wildly as it lunged toward the green-skinned creature. The green-skinned creature raised its shield defensively, but the flame chicken's head collided with the shield, forcing it back a step. Chen Yiming, watching from a distance, was somewhat astonished. One must understand that after evolving twice, the green-skinned creature's strength was now formidable. The goblin they had encountered previously at the farm gate had been completely overpowered by it. That goblin's strength was nearly double that of an average adult. Not to mention, the green-skinned creature had now evolved into a goblin warrior. This flame chicken seems to be a bit more formidable than the face-changing spider. Chen Jing observed that at present. It appears to be so, though it's hard to say definitively. Chen Yiming nodded, recalling how swiftly they had dealt with the previous face-changing spider, which had left many of its capabilities untested. The puppet monkey, flame chicken, and face-changing spider. These are the three most common monsters in this forest aside from the goblins. Future encounters with them are certainly inevitable. Chen Jing thoughtfully observed the flame chicken, stroking her chin. Chen Yiming's eyes gleamed with determination. Due to his unique abilities, it was advantageous for him to have a greater number of summoned beasts. The larger the quantity, the more excellent individuals could emerge from a substantial base. Thus, it would facilitate his ability to synthesize summoned beasts. However, it is equally possible that a rabbit, enhanced 10 times, may not triumph over a dragon that has only been augmented twice. Nevertheless, the challenge of enhancing the rabbit 10 times is considerably less daunting than that of augmenting the dragon twice. Provided one can procure sufficient enhancement materials, the advantages and disadvantages must be weighed thoughtfully. The fire chicken appears to be a relatively common creature within this forest, so its numbers should not cause excessive concern. Currently, unenhanced base fire chickens are significantly more formidable than standard goblins. In fact, even a goblin that has evolved once may struggle against a fire chicken. Theoretically, a fire chicken that has evolved twice should surpass goblin warriors in strength. The fire chicken's flame-jetting attacks boast a range of 4 to 5 meters, and its strength is considerable, with claws as sharp as hooks. Should one be seized, the outcome would be dire. Do you wish for this fire chicken? Chen hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. No, I prefer to tame my own summoned beasts. I do not wish to rely on you constantly. Chen Yiming chuckled, noting his younger brother's stubbornness, fresh out of university. Suit yourself, he replied. Not wishing to press the matter, I intend to tame this fire chicken, Chen Yiming declared. Chen Jing expressed surprise, for the bond with the fire chicken was not particularly strong, and it was merely a common beast bond. There are many fire chickens in this forest, Chen Yiming remarked. And who can predict the evolution process? Perhaps after several evolutions, it may transform into a phoenix. A fire phoenix? Chen Jing laughed, finding merit in his brother's reasoning. With his elder brother's unique abilities, capturing such a common creature would indeed be the most pragmatic choice, allowing for swift evolution. The fire chicken flapped its wings, briefly soaring 4 to 5 meters into the air. Charging toward Chun Yiming, the chicken evidently understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Chun Yiming quickly dodged behind an obstacle. The fire chicken's claws struck him, but the summoning book floating before him emanated a faint white glow, enveloping him in protection. Upon contact with the glow, the fire chicken's claws encountered an invisible barrier, which dissipated the force of its attack. Chun Yiming had initially intended to counterattack, while shielded by the summoning book. However, he soon realized that this intangible protective layer not only blocked external assaults, but also his own, isolating him from the battlefield, that if he wished to intervene, he could easily do so by voluntarily dispelling the barrier, relinquishing the book's protection. Naturally, Chun Yiming would not be so foolish. He chose instead to remain a dutiful summoner. Upon witnessing his master under attack, the goblin, Green Skin, erupted with fury. He charged furiously, seizing the fire chicken by its hind claws and yanking it down to the ground. Green Skin mounted the fire chicken's back and thrust a steel rod towards its neck with all his might. The tip of the rod, sharpened by goblins, bore a spiral point in an instant. The wound was pierced, and blood began to spurt forth violently. The fire chicken's struggles gradually diminished, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the goblin atop it, filled with anger and defiance. After a prolonged moment, the fire chicken's movements ceased altogether, and it transformed into a beam of white light. Merging with the summoning book, a new transparent page appeared within the book, depicting a vivid image. The attributes were identical to those Chun Yiming had previously observed. The level retained at 2, albeit with any decimal points reset to 0. Chun Yiming had anticipated this outcome and promptly chose to tame the fire chicken. The transparent page gradually solidified into the second page of the summoning book, revealing a clear image of the fire chicken. Chun Yiming summoned the fire chicken. A red light shot forth from the summoning book, landing on the ground before him. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The fire chicken paced back and forth, tilting its head to glance at Chun Yiming before lowering it once more, continuing its restless movements. Hungry, want to eat. The fire chicken's intelligence seemed limited, its desires conveyed through the summoning book to Chun Yiming's mind. What do you wish to eat? Chun Yiming inquired. Fruits, delicious. The fire chicken leaped excitedly, its nearly 1.7 meter height, allowing it to spread its wings and take flight toward the thicket. Chun Yiming rushed after the retreating figure, shielding his face with his hand as he pushed through the foliage. The bushes were approximately 2 meters high, with slender yet dense branches adorned with small, round leaves and numerous red berries. However, it was clear that the fire chicken's target was not the ubiquitous red berries within the thicket. It had no intention of pausing amidst the undergrowth. Once through, the fire chicken flew even more exuberantly. Its wings flapped rapidly, while it raised its claws, raking through the trees along its path, leaving a flurry of wood shavings and scratch marks. After sprinting about 50 meters into the forest, the fire chicken halted before a peculiar plant. Leaning forward, it fixed its gaze intently upon this specimen. This plant stood 2 meters tall, its base a vibrant green adorned with intricate golden patterns. Most strikingly, a flower bloomed at its center, its petals a dark golden hue, nearing withering, while at the heart of the flower rested a small golden fruit, seemingly nourished by the petals. A shaft of sunlight streamed through the dense canopy above, illuminating the golden fruit with a warm glow. The summoning book remained unresponsive, indicating that it would not provide information about the fruit. Golden fruit, Green Skin exclaimed with delight. Oh, you know the purpose of this fruit? Chun Yiming asked. Master, I have heard of a marvelous golden fruit. Any goblin that consumes it will transform into a golden goblin, Green Skin replied, brimming with excitement. A golden goblin powerful. Green Skin paused, uncertain. He had only heard of it but never witnessed one himself. It should be quite formidable. He finally ventured. Greedily, Green Skin implored, Master, why not allow me to try this fruit? I shall discern its potency. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The fire chicken glared indignantly at Green Skin, perhaps due to its status as a summoned beast. The fire chicken could comprehend Green Skin's words. Green Skin smirked, crossing his arms defiantly as he regarded the fire chicken. Foolish chick, I'm the most favored and trusted summoned beast of the master. How could you possibly compare to the beloved Green Skin? His confidence radiated as he cast a dismissive glance at the fire chicken. Enough, This golden fruit was discovered by the fire chicken. Let it consume it. Chun Yiming spoke. The green-skinned creature, in disbelief, slapped its own face, thinking it was merely a dream. Am I not your most beloved goblin? The fire chicken guarded the golden fruit, fixating intently upon it, while simultaneously surveying its surroundings with vigilance. As the last dark golden petal fell away, the golden fruit ripened in earnest. All the golden light seemed to be completely reined in, transforming into an unremarkable, ordinary, earthy yellow fruit. The fire chicken swallowed the fruit in one gulp. In the next moment, a contented clucking emanated from its throat. A golden light enveloped the fire chicken, and its orange-green feathers appeared to be dyed gold by the sunlight. A magnificent, entirely golden fire chicken let out a cry towards the heavens in the forest. Suddenly, the summoning book in Chun Yiming's hands grew warm. He opened the summoning book. Race, fire chicken title, golden bloodline, 10, level, 2-0-1-0-0-0, quality, ordinary description, a giant avian creature dwelling in the forest. Possessing a golden bloodline, racial talent, flame ejection, 2 bond, beast, 1. When a number of beasts exceeds 2, each beast gains 5 strength. 2. When a number of beasts exceeds 5, strength increases by 10. And a weak fear aura is granted. Bond, golden bloodline. Inactive, 1. When a number of summon creatures with a golden bloodline exceeds 1, all golden bloodline summon creatures gain Sun's blessing. Passive. 2. When a number of summon creatures with a golden bloodline exceeds 10, all allied summon creatures gain Sun's blessing. Passive. The fire chicken had acquired the title of Golden Bloodline 10, which Chun Yiming noticed as an unprecedented piece of data. Furthermore, this title granted an additional bond to the Golden Bloodline, which, while currently inactive in gray, hinted at untapped potential. Additionally, the fire chicken's talent for flame ejection had increased by 2. Chun Yiming instructed the fire chicken to test this ability and soon discovered a marked enhancement in both the distance and temperature of its flame breath. The range of flame ejection had doubled, now surpassing 10 meters. The temperature had also significantly risen, with Chun Yiming feeling a wave of heat, even from a distance. Such was the enhancement bestowed by the golden fruit upon the fire chicken. When the fire chicken emerged, bathed in golden light, its feather color seemed little changed from before consuming the golden fruit, save for a faint golden shimmer at the tips of its feathers, lending it a more resplendent appearance. Riding atop the fire chicken, Chun Yiming felt quite pleased. Although the fire chicken could not fly, it was capable of brief elevation and gliding, easily carrying a person for several meters. From the dense thicket nearby came the sound of rushing. Chun Yiming turned to see the bushes shaking violently, a scene that felt familiar. In the next moment, an orange-green figure burst forth, the familiar fire chicken. Drawn by the aroma of the ripening golden fruit, dashed out of the brush, but skidded to a halt upon spotting Chun Yiming and his companions, abruptly turning to flee. Naturally, upon emerging, it was met by the predatory gazes of a goblin and another fire chicken. Why would it linger when it could be their lunch? It was known that fire chickens hunted their own kind. If another fire chicken were to intrude upon their territory, barring specific circumstances, a conflict was inevitable. Either the intruder would be driven away or hunted down, unintentionally wandering into this territory. The fire chicken quickly realized that not only was there a formidable fire chicken, but also a large goblin present. Although it did not know the goblin warrior's name, it could sense that this goblin was a formidable foe. The green-skinned creature understood the situation and had already begun moving backward to block the fire chicken's escape route. As the fire chicken attempted to retreat, the goblin charged towards it. The fire chicken's eyes instantly filled with blood, and it opened its beak to unleash a stream of fire toward the green-skinned creature. The goblin raised its shield to block, and the flames struck the shield, scattering outward. With its other hand, the goblin seized the fire chicken's wing and yanked it forcefully, toppling it to the ground. "Get back, Greenskin!" Chun Yiming's voice called from a distance. The goblin quickly retreated. Just as it was escaping, the fire chicken carrying Chun Yiming descended from above, unleashing a torrent of flames. A colossal fire, twice the thickness of the wild fire chicken's flame, fell from the sky, engulfing the fallen fire chicken entirely. The goblin stared in astonishment at the scene, then glanced at the fire chicken bearing its master, noticing a subtle shift in its gaze. This fire chicken seemed rather fearsome. The goblin regarded the fire chicken with grave concern, sensing its own standing was under threat. The fallen fire chicken, though not entirely extinguished, bore singed feathers, wafting a faintly sweet aroma. Thanks to its ability to exhale flames, it possessed some inherent heat resistance. Severely injured, the fire chicken sprang up, eyes wild with frenzy, determined to fight to the end. However, Chen Yiming would not grant it such an opportunity. The green-skinned creature dashed in from the side, gripping a steel rod tightly and swinging it down forcefully toward the fire chicken's neck. A sharp crack echoed as the rod struck the fire chicken's relatively short neck, sending it crashing to the ground, where it transformed into a beam of white light and melded into the summoning book. The essence of the fire chicken was drawn forth and fused with it. A flash of white light illuminated the second page of the summoning book, gradually altering the image. The depiction of the fire chicken grew taller and more imposing, its claws elongated and sharpened. The proportion of its wings increased slightly, and its beak curved like a scimitar. Race: Blazing Chicken, 02, Title: Golden Bloodline, 10, Current Level, 2-01000, Quality: Ordinary, 3 stars. Description: a giant avian creature dwelling in the forest. Possessing a golden bloodline. Racial talent: Flame Ejection, 2. Bond: Beast, 1. When a number of beasts exceeds 2, each beast gains 5 strength. 2. When a number of beasts exceeds 5, strength increases by 10. And a weak fear aura is granted. Bond: Golden Bloodline. Inactive: 1. When a number of summoned creatures with a golden bloodline exceeds 1, all golden bloodlines summoned creatures gain Sun's Blessing. Passive: 2. When a number of summoned creatures with a golden bloodline exceeds 10, all allied summoned creatures gain Sun's Blessing. Passive. The ordinary 3-star quality Blazing Chicken, in contrast to its predecessor, bore a far more vibrant coloration and intricate patterns upon its feathers. The crimson flame motifs danced as if alive. It only required 2 fire chickens for further evolution, and Chen Yiming found himself quite intrigued. His master had informed him that fire chickens were not social creatures. Having captured one and hunted another in this region, no further fire chickens would remain. Due to the recent battle, aside from a few insects or ants, larger animals had been frightened away from the forest. Chen Yiming raised his hand to check the time. 5 hours had passed since their venture began. Let's conclude today's exploration here and return. We shall come back tomorrow, Chen Yiming declared. Chen Yiming's reminder. Chen Jing realized how late it had grown, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Let us go. Chen Jing felt quite satisfied with the day's gains. Not only had he summoned a new creature, but his elder brother had also captured a new summon. The only source of discontent was the inability to hunt a significant number of monsters. Each encounter resulted in the demise of only a few, while the others swiftly fled. These creatures appeared rather astute, retreating at the first sign of danger, and they were remarkably swift in their escape. Due to his unfamiliarity with the route, Chen Yiming inadvertently took a slight detour on his return journey and encountered a small band of goblins. However, the presence of a briefly airborne flame chicken in their ranks meant that out of the 7 wild goblins, only 1 managed to escape, while the remaining 6 were converted into experience points for the duo. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Chen Yiming crouched down to inspect the gap beneath the door, his eyes narrowing and his expression darkening. The door has been tampered with. What? Chen Jing responded, somewhat irate. When I left, I had wedged a strand of hair in the door gap, but now it's gone, Chen Yiming explained. He then glanced up at the surveillance camera in the corridor. Due to the power outage, it should have ceased functioning long ago. A chilling smile crept across his face. Summoning the green-skinned creature and the flame chicken, the latter's substantial size made the corridor feel somewhat cramped in such a confined space. Avoiding the flames emitted by the flame chicken was nearly impossible. Chen Yiming produced his key and unlocked the door. Inside, the room was immaculate, appearing just as it had when he left, devoid of any evident signs of disturbance. After thoroughly checking the room, including under the bed and in the cabinets, they confirmed the absence of any intruders or monsters before assessing their losses. They had lost a box of cured meats, along with some spices and a portion of honey. These items can no longer remain here, Chen Yiming mused, rubbing the bridge of his nose. If they came once, they could very well return. Unless we stay in the suburbs to hunt monsters and guard the house. he added. Otherwise, these provisions are quite unsafe here. Chun Jing's eyes reddened with anger. He was pained by the theft of their food and yearned for revenge against the thief if they dare to steal again. I'll make them pay with their life. We've slain so many monsters. I shouldn't hesitate to deal with a mere human. Brother, what if we don't go out tomorrow and just wait at home for him to return? Chun Jing suggested. His face darkened with a hint of cruelty. And if he doesn't come? Chun Yiming replied calmly. Are we to remain here, idly waiting? Then, Chun Jing faltered, realizing that hunting monsters was paramount. Growing stronger meant that even without food at home, they could sustain themselves solely from the resources of the forest. If we remain passive while others advance, we will surely regress, Chun Yiming cautioned. Chun Jing fell silent, though he recognized the validity of his brother's words. Could it be the landlord? Surely he must possess a spare key. Chun Jing pondered aloud. Chun Yiming shook his head. Do you truly believe it to be the landlord? Chun Jing exclaimed in disbelief that no, I simply don't know. However, based on past encounters, he doesn't strike me as the type. Besides, I reminded him to stock up on food. He should be well supplied now, Chun Yiming replied. The two sat in the living room for quite some time. Although the room was filled with provisions, they felt utterly insecure. Outside the city lay a vast forest, if properly utilized and developed. It could sustain the 6 million inhabitants of the city. However, forest development required time, and within it lurked countless monsters. During this process, many lives would undoubtedly be lost, and fierce battles for food would likely ensue. As time passed, food would grow increasingly precious and scarce. Most households possessed a modest stockpile of provisions, which should suffice for the short term without escalating into a severe crisis. Yet, once some families depleted their reserves, what would they eat? Starvation could drive people to commit unspeakable acts. Present. Chun Yiming's greatest concern was the unknown origin of the thief. The feeling of being observed while remaining in the dark was unsettling. If the burglar were to continue lurking in the shadows, they would never catch him by simply waiting at home. How I wish for a storage space, Chun Yiming lamented while fiddling with the summoning book. After toiling for half a day, he found no additional functions beyond summoning. Can you detect the scent of strangers in the air? He asked the flame chicken. I'm a chicken, not a dog. The flame chicken retorted. Considering the possibility of the thief returning, the two decided to remain indoors for the time being. They had initially planned to procure some materials, but this unforeseen incident delayed their plans. As night fell, in Building B, Unit 3, Apartment 4-06, each floor housed 6 households, divided by safety corridors and elevators. Apart from Chun Yiming's rented apartment and the landlord's, there was another unit in that apartment's living room sat 5 men. This group consisted of wanted criminals who had fled from another province, seeking refuge in an unoccupied apartment to evade capture. On the coffee table lay a cardboard box neatly filled with dried cured meats, alongside 2 large jars containing honey and various spices. Did you steal all this from next door? One bald man exclaimed excitedly, licking his lips. Yes, I only had a brief moment and couldn't take much. I saw them returning from the balcony and decided against it, replied a lean man seated on a nearby sofa. Wow, you probably won't believe this, but the entire apartment next door is stocked with food. Enough to feed all 5 of us for half a year. What a pity there wasn't enough time to grab more, really. Did he somehow notice stockpile, so much food? The man on the far right, who loved to read novels, wondered aloud. How do you know there's food in there? A crew-cut man, sitting across from the lean man, inquired. I already told you to stay put and keep watching the room. Who told you to act on your own? The boss, who had been silently sitting in the middle, finally spoke. He was slightly overweight with slanted eyes. Sounds like old 5 got restless again, the bald man chuckled. The boss shot a cold glare at him, causing the bald man's smile to dissipate, and he awkwardly chuckled while sitting back down on the sofa. But I don't want this to happen again. Rest assured, it won tea, old 5 quickly assured, secretly relieved. The boss nodded silently, his gaze flickering. Typically, he would have disposed of disobedient subordinates by sinking them in concrete, but this time was different. He had led 3 others out of the city during the day. And old 5 was originally meant to be a sacrificial pawn. As long as he could find a way out of the city, he would simply leave. That if he could escape abroad, relying on the tens of millions in his account would ensure a comfortable life. However, after exploring the suburbs, he discovered that the area was entirely engulfed by forest. Even the highways had been severed by it. The forest was not the worst part. The true danger lay in the multitude of monsters residing within. The city was in turmoil, and it seemed unlikely that an escape was possible. The only silver lining was that the city's communication systems had nearly collapsed, alongside power and water outages, with the surrounding forests teeming with monsters. The municipal and security offices were likely too preoccupied to trouble them, as long as they kept a low profile and didn't draw attention to themselves. They would be fine. Thus, he spared Old Five's life, recognizing that despite his timid nature, his skills in lockpicking were invaluable. How many people live next door? The boss inquired. I observed their household items. There should be two, both male. Old Five replied, Point two, and both men. The bald second-in-command regarded the crew-cut man with a strange expression. They shut up. The third man coldly interjected, idly twirling a throwing knife in his hand. But I noticed they have some steel bars and tools prepared in their room. Old Five added. The second-in-command scoffed. So what if they have knives? Can they compare to this? He pulled a dark handgun from his waist and placed it on a coffee table. There are only two of them. At most 6 summoned beasts, plus themselves. That makes 8. The 5 of us, alongside all our summoned beasts, total 15, and with firearms in our possession. What do we have to fear in eliminating them? The bald man grinned widely. Let us discuss whether we should take them out tonight or wait until they leave to steal their food from the room. The leader solicited opinions from the others that I think it's better to wait until they've left and then steal during the day. There's no need to stir up trouble. We are still being hunted, and all we need is food, remarked a man fond of novels, clad in a black jacket, his complexion somewhat dark. Are you foolish? With the current state of affairs, the guards have no time to trouble us. The network and power are down. Who can report us? Lao Si, you're just too timid. Yesterday you were talking about time travel. If we've truly crossed over, what is there to fear? The bald man's crude words echoed. Now that we are no longer on Mercury, who would care about us? I say we charge in, take them out, and seize their food. I only suggested the possibility of time travel. What if we have it? Lao C's face darkened further, and firing a gun at night would be too loud. The entire neighborhood would hear it. The leader, with his squinty eyes, suddenly inquired, Are you certain this is enough to sustain us for 6 months? I am certain. Lao Wu thumped his chest in assurance. Moreover, I stole a box during the day. I'm worried they might become suspicious and hide the food elsewhere tomorrow. After a moment of hesitation, Lao Wu added. The leader's eyes flickered, not dismissing this possibility. The door creaked open, and the 5 approached Chun Yiming's home, cloaked in the aura of the Book of Summoning. They remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings to ensure no unfamiliar figure would emerge from behind or below. Having previously opened a door during the day, Lao Wu navigated this one with ease. His skills were commendable, and he managed to pick the lock with minimal noise. The door emitted a soft click as it slowly opened. Just as it did, a torrent of flames surged forth from behind the door. The scorching fire enveloped the corridor in an instant. The flames consumed the individuals within the corridor, erupting from the gaps in their bodies. The seasoned leader had positioned himself at the rear. The moment the fire burst forth, he executed a roll to evade. A scream pierced the air as the bald second man and Lao Wu collapsed to the ground. Damn, I've been ambushed, was the first thought that crossed the leader's mind. Gripping his gun tightly, he aimed it at the door. The corridor reeked of charred flesh. The polyester fabric of their clothes had been reduced to a charred mass. Clinging to their skin, the walls of the corridor bore the marks of scorching. Nevertheless, Lao Air and Lao Wu did not perish immediately. They lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Summoned beasts. We still have summoned beasts. The 5 hurriedly summoned their beasts. The already cramped corridor became utterly congested with 10 summoned creatures. Clear the way. Hurry, clear the way. After Lao Air and Lao Wu fell, the third man, standing at the front, seemed to see something terrifying and began to scream frantically, desperately trying to retreat. However, several goblins blocked his escape route behind him, preventing him from moving back. Another wave of searing flames surged towards him. Though this fire was slightly less intense than the previous one, it was still far beyond what a human could withstand. Following closely was a massive claw resembling an iron hook, which struck fiercely. The glowing book of summoning around the third man's body suddenly illuminated, shielding him from the attack of the fiery chicken. As long as the summoned beast was alive, the summoner was immune to damage. It appeared that a certain rule had been triggered. Upon the third man being attacked, his summoned beast was called forth and appeared instantaneously before him. Duel. Although summoners could withstand attacks from other summoned beasts, both sides' beasts had to engage in direct combat. Attempting to hide a summoned beast in the shadows or a corner to gain an invincible state was futile. The Book of Summoning would forcibly bring your summoned beast to your side until all summoned creatures were defeated. The goblin summoned before the third man stood there, bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, a claw as sharp as an iron hook had already ripped through its abdomen, eviscerating it instantly. Fresh, steaming entrails spilled from the goblin's gaping belly. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated through the corridor, rousing most residents of the building from their slumber. The fiery chicken trembled, a small hole appearing in the feathers at its shoulder. Suddenly in pain, the fiery chicken's eyes turned red, and it spread its wings wide, creating a gust of wind, launching itself towards the leader with a series of powerful kicks. The leader fired 2 shots. One missed, but the other struck the fiery chicken in the abdomen. Following the assault, the leader's summoned beast materialized before him to defend against the fiery chicken. The leader had 3 summoned beasts in total. The first one held its ground for 2 seconds before the fiery chicken. The second lasted 3 seconds. The third one simply fled. The fiery chicken, glancing at the fleeing goblins, was not surprised. Not only the leader's goblins, but also those of the others began to escape. Among them, a halfling and a slime were particularly protective of their master, bravely standing their ground even if they couldn't win. The green-skinned creature approached, slapping the nearest goblin against the wall before lifting one person with a single hand, his face displaying an expression of disdain, arrogance, and indifference. The leader leaned against the wall, glancing at the fiery chicken and then at the goblin warrior, letting out a self-deprecating smile. Once upon a time, he was the tyrant of the county, bold enough to collect protection fees with a single knife. He had contemplated his own death, knowing that such a life came with that awareness. But he never imagined he would meet his end quietly at the hands of an ordinary resident in an apartment complex. He had fantasized about being arrested or shot, his name broadcast across the news for the entire province, even the nation, to know. Yet if he died here, no one would ever know of his demise. This thought left him feeling a mix of emotions. Little brother, we were in the wrong. I apologize. I have money. 2 million on my account. I'll give it all to you as compensation that I promise never to bother you again. I was misled by their slanders, the leader said. Watching helplessly as his side-summoned beasts were mercilessly slaughtered, he sighed internally, realizing escape was futile, yet he was reluctant to wait for death. Chun Yiming regarded him with a half-smile. At this point, what good was money? It was less useful than toilet paper for wiping that. If this man could present him with 100 plump, greasy pigs, perhaps Chun Yiming would reconsider. The mention of pigs reminded Chun Yiming of the pig-raising girl from the suburbs. How did you break into my home? Chun Yiming inquired. The leader did not hide the truth, recounting the details of the incident without omission. However, he concealed a minor detail, that it was others who intended to invade Chun Yiming's home, and he had merely followed out of necessity. Upon learning the details, a subtle expression crossed Chun Yiming's face. Brother, what do you think? I assure you I won't appear in your line of sight again. The leader earnestly promised. Chun Yiming instructed the green-skinned creature to eliminate his last summoned beast, shaking his head with a smile, that I'm afraid I prefer to eradicate Roots .2 firearms from magazines, from Mitsubishi military daggers, and a machete were discovered on the 5 individuals. Additionally, there was a sum of cash, 3 lighters, and several packs of cigarettes, as well as a few pairs of gloves and nylon rope, alongside a dozen identification cards. Chun Yiming, not particularly knowledgeable about firearms, noted that each magazine contained 7 bullets, and with the used ones, there remained a total of 25 bullets. Upon inspecting the flame chicken, he observed bloodstains where it had been shot. Although the wounds had already begun to clot, the bullets had not penetrated its body. If they did not strike vital areas, the damage inflicted by the bullets was not as severe as one might imagine. This could also be attributed to the relatively small caliber of the weapon. As Chun Yiming toyed with the gun, he realized its true purpose was not to slay monsters, but to intimidate others. After all, gun control in Yin Nation was quite strict. Most individuals had never even seen a real firearm, let alone touched one. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Chen Yiming sighed. The situation was exceedingly troublesome to manage, and he wondered how they could continue residing in the community after such an incident. Given the magnitude of what had transpired, it was unlikely that anyone in the entire neighborhood would find sleep that night. This was a matter involving firearms, which were particularly sensitive in a country with stringent regulations. Although the current situation remained somewhat unclear, the majority of the populace was still in a state of confusion, with some having grasped the truth. However, most remained bewildered, still believing they were on Mercury. They awaited external assistance or notifications from the municipal office, unaware that the office itself was overwhelmed. A deluge of monsters had invaded the city from the suburbs, causing extensive destruction and loss of life. While the most heavily affected areas were primarily in the outskirts, if the situation continued to deteriorate, it was only a matter of time before it spread throughout the entire city. The municipal office was not indifferent. They simply felt powerless. Lacking the modern communication technology they had long relied on, how effective could a large city with a population of 6 million be when dependent solely on verbal notifications? Fortunately, the city government had discovered that walkie-talkies were still operational. However, there were no manufacturing plants for walkie-talkies in Shanshui City. Thus, they were pursuing a dual approach. One aspect involved gathering skilled professionals, while the other focused on sourcing finished walkie-talkies. Meanwhile, the special police forces and district guards were stationed at key thoroughfares throughout the city, hunting down monsters. The municipal office also had its own strategy. The age-old truth that he who possesses firearms holds power was not lost on them, and summoned beasts were viewed as the new weapons that could replace firearms. To gain a new foothold of power, they needed to be ahead in the realm of summoned beasts. Consequently, the station forces were efficiently hunting monsters. As for the situation within the city, it could only be temporarily left to its own devices. The internal circumstances remained delicate. The long-standing legal principles had conditioned the residents of the city, so that even upon suddenly acquiring supernatural abilities like summoned beasts, they remained constrained by their previous moral and legal frameworks. The gunfire in the community startled countless individuals. The sudden eruption of gunfire incited feelings of unease, panic, and fear as people cautiously peered out from behind their windows to discern the source of the commotion. "Brother, how should we deal with these 5 corpses?" Chun, having just summoned 2 goblins, had taken advantage of the chaos to slay 2 of them with a makeshift spear. His bravery was remarkable, to the point where Chun Yiming almost mistook him for a goblin in human guise. The slain summoned beasts dissipated into white light, leaving only the 5 bodies behind. Observing the lifeless forms, both of their expressions turned grim, while these corpses were just as repulsive as those of the goblins. The latter vanished into white light upon death. Chun Yiming pinched his nose, as the air was thick with the scent of roasted flesh. To be fair, the odor was not particularly unpleasant, but psychologically, Chun Yiming found it hard to accept, even feeling a sense of revulsion. Cluck, cluck, the flamed chicken turned its head, seemingly sensing something. Its gaze was fixed on the door of the neighboring landlord's house. Were there people hiding behind the door? After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yiming surmised that the earlier gunfire and the ensuing cries had alarmed the landlord's household. Nonetheless, he dismissed it. He was not the one instigating trouble. Rather, others had come looking for conflict. Had it not been for the flamed chicken alerting him to the multitude of footsteps outside, he might have been ambushed by these individuals. This incident had altered Chun Yiming's mindset somewhat. Strength was the ultimate truth. Some individuals might engage in rational discourse with you, but others would not. They only recognized the language of power. Chun Yiming pondered briefly, instructing the goblin to search for keys on the bodies. It appeared the previous occupant of the neighboring unit had traveled abroad, leaving behind 2 keys in a cabinet that these individuals had discovered. Now that the world had shifted, the former occupant could not return from overseas. Of course, this information had been relayed to Chun Yiming by the boss. As for the whereabouts of the previous occupant, he could not be bothered to investigate further. He was no detective. The goblin swallowed hard. Leaning in to sniff the corpses. Not eat. Chun Yiming commanded the goblin and the flamed chicken. The goblin blinked its eyes and obediently averted its gaze from the bodies on the ground. Chun Yiming approached the landlord's door, and he vaguely heard hurried breathing from behind it. Qi Xiaoma was hiding behind the door, her right hand pressed against her chest, her breathing quickening, her eyes wide with fear. What should she do? What should she do? That great demon lord is coming to... In her heart, Qi Xiaoma had already perceived Chen Yiming as a formidable demon lord, being merely a high school student. She was utterly taken aback by the brutal and bloody scene of murder before her, shattering her worldview into fragments. Ironically, the half-elf she had summoned seemed much more composed, although he was frightened. It was not Chen Yiming's actions that terrified him, but rather the goblin warrior. Oh my god! A goblin warrior! The half-elf was engulfed in fear. This being was far more powerful than an ordinary goblin. And there was also a flame chicken. No, rather, a creature resembling a flame chicken, but more terrifying, perhaps even an evolved form of the flame chicken. The landlord was peeking through a crack in the door, observing the corridor, and he gently patted Qi Xiaoma's head, urging her to return to her room. A knock echoed from outside. "Landlord, I apologize for startling you earlier. It may take a while to explain. But I mean no harm. I merely wish to borrow your electric bike keys to transport some items from the corridor," came Chen Yiming's gentle voice from outside. The landlord fell silent, internally conflicted. Outside, Chen Yiming noticed the prolonged silence from within and speculated that he might have frightened the landlord. Just as he was about to turn away, the door creaked open, revealing a car, key resting atop a large hand. "You may use my car. There should be half a tank of gas left." The landlord's voice came from behind the door. Chen Yiming accepted the key, politely expressing his gratitude. "The white SUV and parking space E88 of the underground garage is mine," the landlord added. After borrowing the keys, Chen Yiming returned to his room to retrieve 2 large plastic sheets to wrap the corpses, since they had died not long ago and had been scorched. They still retained warmth, feeling soft and pliable. Struggling against the discomfort, Chen Yiming closed his eyes, convincing himself that these were merely the carcasses of recently deceased pigs, pork belly, tenderloin, ribs. After considerable effort, he finally managed to place the 5 bodies into the car, then drove to an abandoned construction site nearby to dispose of them in a pit. He scattered some dirt and stones atop the makeshift grave as a token gesture. Notably, Chen Yiming also discovered another corpse in a different pit at the abandoned site. Its origins unknown, it seemed someone else had thought similarly to Chen Yiming, that he chuckled sheepishly, sensing that this abandoned construction site would likely become notorious in the future. After Chen Yiming and his companions had left the corridor for quite some time, the door to the neighboring house creaked open. The landlord emerged, carrying a bucket and mop, and proceeded to sprinkle some laundry detergent and water on the ground, grimacing as he cleaned the stains. He then retreated back into his room, shutting the door behind him. Chen Yiming drove back from the abandoned site. Although the 5 bodies have been wrapped in thick plastic, yet it remains inevitable that certain odors linger within the confines of the vehicle. Chen Yiming opened the window, allowing the brisk wind from outside to sweep in, dispersing the unpleasant scents that had settled in the car. Chen Jing, feeling a touch weary, reclined in the passenger seat, his head resting against the window in the back seat. The green-skinned creatures and the goblins sat in an orderly fashion, creating a scene of harmonious camaraderie. However, the goblins appeared perpetually uncomfortable, shifting their small bodies in an attempt to distance themselves from the green-skinned beings. Little did they know, one of the green-skinned creatures casually draped its arm over the goblin's shoulder, drawing it closer. The goblin, taken aback, collided with the green-skinned's chest, its eyes reflecting a silent plea for gentleness. Unfortunately, its words fell on deaf ears, for the green-skinned beings heeded only Chen Yiming. Presently, the green-skinned creature exhibited great curiosity regarding the car's interior, poking and prodding at various elements. Outside, the moonlight bathed the highway in silvery luminescence. The windows of the towering buildings on either side glimmered faintly, as if their inhabitants were reluctant to expend the precious resources of candles or flashlights. Candles were dwindling, and the residents had gradually learned the value of their remaining supplies. After maneuvering the car into the underground parking garage and shutting off the engine, they exited the vehicle and closed the door behind them. The silence of the subterranean parking level was eerily profound. There wouldn't be any ghosts, would there? Chen Jing jested, attempting to lighten the mood. Chen Yiming, his expression stoic, surveyed their surroundings. Ever since the act of homicide, his demeanor had remained unchanged. In contrast, Chun Jing's demeanor was carefree, as if the preceding events held no sway over him. Ultimately, as they ascended to the fourth floor, no peculiar occurrences transpired, suggesting it was merely a figment of their imagination. After returning the keys to the landlord, Chen Yiming expressed his gratitude once more. The landlord hesitated, seemingly wishing to convey something, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Upon returning to their rented accommodation, the two reclined on the sofa. "Brother, I believe it may not be entirely safe to keep the food in the room any longer. Where do you think we should store it?" Chan Jing pondered, furrowing his brow before suggesting, "Perhaps in the adjacent room." After considerable deliberation, he concluded that no matter where they placed the provisions, it hardly seemed secure. Storing the food near the outskirts would bring them perilously close to the forest, rife with monsters. Who knew if these creatures possessed any unique abilities to track food? Conversely, leaving the supplies in their rented quarters invoked memories of a bloody past. The seemingly sturdy door held no secrets for skilled intruders. Furthermore, the landlord also possessed a key to this residence, rendering it not entirely their OW in the short term. Finding a new place to rent would be quite challenging, and the sheer volume of food would require several trips to transport. Given all these factors, relocating the food to the neighboring unit appeared to be a prudent choice that lets move half of the supplies. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket, Chen Yiming stated. They busied themselves for some time, transferring half of the food into the storage room of the adjacent unit, carefully concealing it beneath a plethora of miscellaneous items. "What is the matter, brother?" Chun Jing inquired, noticing Chun Yiming staring intently at the spotless floor of the corridor, which bore faint, damp stains, and the air was permeated with a subtle scent of laundry detergent. "Nothing," Chun Yiming replied, shaking his head. After securing the main door, Chun Yiming handed a firearm to his brother. Chun Jing, captivated by the sleek black pistol, found it heavier than he had anticipated, taking only a fully loaded magazine. "This gun is merely for scaring people. It doesn't need to fire," he reasoned, tucking the weapon in his waistband and lowering his head to admire it. He adjusted his shirt to obscure the firearm, the outline of which protruded slightly, prompting a foolish grin to spread across his face as he mimicked drawing the weapon, making bang sounds. "Brother, do you think I look cool?" Chun Yiming squinted, scrutinizing him for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. "You look like a fool." Chun Jing let out a dramatic wail, collapsing onto the sofa in defeat. "You're just jealous of me." Chun Yiming smiled but remained silent, lifting the gun and imagining a target for an extended period before finally setting it down. That night, neither of them slept well, and the following morning, as dawn's light began to creep into the sky, the sounds of vehicles in the community stirred them awake. The loudspeakers within the neighborhood blared, calling for residents and property management personnel to gather at Gate 8 from the balcony. Chen Yiming observed a vehicle parked in the community, flanked by armed soldiers, with a man in a white shirt holding a microphone standing beside it. A large speaker affixed to the car's roof that he felt a slight relief, believing they were not there to trouble him. After breakfast, Chen Yiming and Chun Jing locked the door behind them and ventured out fully armed. Just as Chen Yiming departed, Qi Xiaoma, who had been stealthily lurking behind the door like a paparazzo, sprang into action and rushed to the living room. "Dad," Chen Yiming and his brother just went downstairs. "I asked Xiao AI, and she said those two summoned beasts are powerful monsters from the forest. We should go catch some too." Qi Xiaoma exclaimed excitedly. Xiao AI was the name she had given her half-elf companion. You only see the thief enjoying the meat but not getting hit. If summoning beasts were so easy to catch, those 5 men wouldn't have died yesterday. Qi Zhouhu responded, glancing at his daughter before adding, "Let's go." He led Qi Xiaoma to the 14th floor, deftly unlocking the door. Qi Xiaoma, still somewhat drowsy, only understood that her father was a landlord, never realizing that this place was also part of their home. The door to this room was rather unique, akin to a safe, requiring both a fingerprint and a key for entry. Qi Zhouhu allowed Qi Xiaoma to enter, then proceeded to the bathroom, opening the makeup counter to reveal a safe behind it. He secured a military knife and a handgun at his waist. Closing the safe and catching a glimpse of the disheveled man in the mirror, he rubbed his thick stubble thoughtfully before using the knife to shave it down to a mere thin layer. Outside, Qi Xiaoma stood on tiptoe, peering curiously into the room. Upon seeing her father emerge, she quickly withdrew, feigning nonchalance. Chijohu ruffled her hair and said, "Let us go." "Where to?" she inquired. "To the outskirts." The streets appeared somewhat desolate today, with many shops closed, particularly convenience stores and supermarkets. "Teacher Chun," someone called from behind, but Chen Yiming paid it no mind. Chun Jing, however, recognized the voice and turned to see several individuals waving at him, his students. "It's my class," he informed Chun Yiming. Among those waving were 3 students and 4 slightly older individuals, presumably their guardians. "Teacher, are you also heading to the outskirts to hunt monsters?" A spirited girl in denim shorts and a ponytail asked eagerly. "Indeed," Chun Jing replied, glancing over them and nodding as he assessed them. They, in turn, scrutinized him and Chun Yiming. Chun Jing, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, naturally exuded an imposing presence. Although Chun Yiming was slightly shorter at 185 centimeters, he still stood tall for a southern city like Shanshui. "Teacher, let us go together," the ponytailed girl urged. Chun Yiming remained silent, and Chun Jing, familiar with his brother's temperament, sensed that he would likely decline. "We have other matters to attend to, and afterward, we plan to head into the forest." Chun Jing apologized. "That you're going into the forest?" exclaimed another girl with a round face. "Yes," Chun Jing affirmed, "we're too scared to enter the forest. The municipal office warned that it's dangerous. We should just hunt monsters in the outskirts instead, as there's strength in numbers," the round-faced girl invited. "Enough, Xiaoyu. Your teacher and his brother must have their own reasons for going into the forest. We'll manage just fine in the outskirts," Chijohu interjected. The adult woman clad in sportswear gently caressed the round-faced girl's cheek, whispering softly, "In the realm of adults, a lack of direct consent equates to a polite refusal." Moreover, Chun Jing had already conveyed her disinclination. Persisting further would only foster resentment. After exchanging courteous nods, they parted ways. "I asked that your student?" Chun Yiming inquired as they walked away. "Indeed," came the reply. "I in senior year?" Chun Jing hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Chun Yiming. "What's the matter? Why do you look at me like that?" Chun Yiming frowned. "She is only in her first year," with a light punch to Chun Jing's chest. Chun Yiming chided, "As a teacher, you ought to set a good example. Stop harboring such sordid thoughts all the time." "Then why do you ask?" "I teach over 10 classes. To be honest, I can't even recall her name." "She just looks somewhat familiar." Chun Jing responded, perplexed. "It's nothing. I just feel that the children nowadays eat far better than we did, and they grow so quickly," Chun Yiming mused. Chun Jing rubbed his chest, abruptly realizing that the punch he received may have been unwarranted. Upon their arrival in the outskirts, Chun Jing and Chun Yiming were greeted by a markedly different atmosphere. The suburbs thronged with people, as if a grand event were underway, with numerous individuals parading their summoned beasts. Even upon spotting Chun Yiming, some approached to invite him to join their party. "Let's team up." "Brother, we should stick together. The forest is perilous, and without 7 or 8 people, we wouldn't dare enter. Our teammate, Brother Zhang, has ventured into the forest twice and knows the area well," the enthusiastic individual implored. Chun Yiming chuckled silently, bemused that someone would claim familiarity after just 2 visits, pondering how the seasoned hunters would perceive such bravado. However, one thing intrigued Chun Yiming. Why were there so many people today when he had seen far fewer the day before? "Ah, you came yesterday, didn't you?" The man smiled sheepishly, scrutinizing Chun Yiming and his companion. Initially, he had assumed they were newcomers due to their robust physiques, having just vanquished 2 goblins, only to realize they were veterans who had already visited the area. Living further from the city, he had encountered monsters in the outskirts before many others, and perhaps unconsciously considered himself superior to these newcomers seeking to hunt. "May I ask you something, brother?" Chun Yiming offered a cigarette. The man accepted it, his demeanor noticeably softening as he pulled out a lighter to ignite it. "That you're wondering why there are so many people today, right?" He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "You understand me well, brother," Chun Yiming replied with a smile. The municipal office issued a notice. Last night, they circulated information across 3 districts in the city center, alerting every neighborhood committee and property management about the significant presence of monsters in the suburbs. That's why so many are here today. Some even woke up at 4 in the morning to prepare and set out. Chun Yiming comprehended, realizing that the vehicle he had seen parked outside the neighborhood in the morning must have belonged to the municipal office. It stood to reason that by now, his own neighborhood would have received news of the forest and the monsters within. With this in mind, Chen Yiming glanced at the densely populated suburbs. Pausing for a moment to honor the monsters that had ventured into this throng, they were likely reduced to ashes. After politely declining the man's invitation, Chen Yiming and his brother made their way toward the forest's edge. The road ahead culminated in the forest, and throngs of people occupied the thoroughfare. Towering trees within the forest resembled majestic mountains stretching endlessly. The space beneath the trees, shrouded by lush canopies, allowed only slivers of golden sunlight to pierce through, casting beams in the dim surroundings, creating an aura both mysterious and perilous. Due to the overwhelming number of people, the usual sounds of insects and birds were conspicuously absent, a stark contrast to Chen Yiming's first visit. Occasionally, a team would venture into the woods, while the remaining onlookers watched with eager anticipation, tempted to follow suit but wary of the unknown dangers lurking within. They could only wait, hoping for a seasoned guide to join their ranks before entering. After all, this was no game. Life was singular and precious. Capture a goblin! Capture a goblin! Boomed a voice from a nearby loudspeaker. Chen Yiming turned to see a stout man in a suit atop a formidable ORV, shouting, "Whoever can capture a goblin for me will be rewarded with this black gold beast. Not only will the gas tank be filled, but I'll also throw in 3 barrels of fuel." That vehicle appeared to be a black gold warrior, worth no less than $1 million, and given its high-end features, likely starting at $2 million, some recognized the vehicle, exclaiming, "Oh my, this car boasts incredible off-road capabilities. Low fuel consumption and bulletproof glass. If only I could catch a goblin, I would absolutely trade for it." Several individuals stood in various spots, eagerly educating others about the vehicle, as though fearing that anyone might fail to recognize it. Chen Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, these actors were hired by the owner, and they were quite dedicated, likely earning at least $100 a day. Nevertheless, it appeared to be working, as he noticed some people considering the offer. Putting aside all else, the black gold warrior certainly had a striking appearance, and its aura of $2 million only augmented its impressive presence. The owner was evidently astute. Chen Yiming wholeheartedly endorsed this strategy. For gasoline was a non-renewable resource, and with so many vehicles in the city, there were countless other places requiring fuel. The remaining reserves were dwindling, to be used sparingly until new oil fields were discovered. Most importantly, in this world, oil was not guaranteed. Without it, cars were merely metal boxes, useless for anything other than being thrown at someone. Yet the owner's audacity to offer such a valuable vehicle for a goblin spoke volumes about his character. One should never be misled by appearances. In this current stage, possessing a goblin was undoubtedly elite. After all, Chen Yiming had yet to witness anyone successfully tame a goblin. Returning his gaze, while he remained intrigued by the vehicle, if forced to choose between a goblin and the car, he would undoubtedly opt for the goblin. That vehicle was clearly a gas-guzzling beast, and the scant fuel it contained wouldn't last it a day. With that thought, Chen Yiming and Chun Jing waded through the throngs of people into the forest. Upon entering, a cool breeze enveloped them. Summoning his fiery chicken in green skin, Chun Yiming mounted the fiery chicken, wrapping his arms around its neck. The feathers around the fiery chicken's neck were thick and plush, providing a delightful tactile experience that a subtle shimmer of golden light danced over the fiery chicken's feathers, which were lively and spirited. Walking through the forest felt as if he were a monarch surveying his dominion, striding with an air of unrestrained arrogance. Chun Jing, however, did not share such privileges. His 2 goblins refused to be cradled. The idea of carrying him was utterly out of the question, as together they could hardly manage his weight. The scenery around Chen Yiming felt remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the path he had traversed on his first foray into the forest. He recalled the swamp and the colossal slime lurking within. He surmised that Greenskin's physical prowess might prove insufficient to tackle it. However, now that there is a Blaziken, perhaps its jet of flames could be utilized to attempt the hunt for the colossal slime. Chen Yiming considered his memory to be quite commendable. He recalled the route taken during his last expedition to the marshes, which was indeed a positive sign. Alas, he had overestimated his recollection and soon found himself straying off course. The forest was devoid of signposts, presenting an array of indistinguishable surroundings, where a slight misstep could lead one astray by a considerable distance. Fortunately, he had no reason to worry about the return journey, as he meticulously marked his path by carving notches into the trees with each segment traversed. From deep within the thicket, a rustling sound emerged. The goblin, known as Greenskin, eagerly ascended a tree, only to descend in disappointment upon spotting a blaziken and its master. "How dull," he remarked, for he understood that only goblins could enhance its power, and all blazikens were ultimately subservient to the one beneath their master. A blaziken? Chun Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. With just 2 more blazikens, the evolution of the blaziken could continue. Immediately, Chun Yiming inquired, "Are there any other dangers apart from the blaziken?" "None," Greenskin replied, "that I have only seen this one." "Then let us hunt it," Chun Yiming declared. His objective for this outing was to capture both the blaziken and the goblins. Greenskin required merely 2 more goblins to evolve, and the blaziken was also in need of just 2. Ahead, the blaziken was leisurely foraging for wild fruits amid the underbrush, moving at a sluggish pace, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman taking a stroll at dusk. In this forest, the blaziken had few natural enemies. A solitary goblin stood no chance against such a creature. The forest was not solely populated by magical beasts. Ordinary wildlife comprised a significant portion as well. Even the most inferior magical creature held a position within the predator hierarchy of the woodland. The blaziken seemed to detect an unsettling scent in the air. Cautiously, it lifted its head to survey its surroundings before taking small steps to find another spot to indulge in its berries. At that moment, a figure leaped from behind a tree. Taken by surprise, the blaziken was startled, instinctively unleashing a torrent of flames towards the shadowy figure that had emerged. Prepared for the encounter, Greenskin raised a shield to deflect the fiery blast. Sparks flew as the flames collided with the shield. Thanks to his readiness, Greenskin managed to take 2 steps forward, bracing himself against the force of the flames. Then, with his right hand, he thrust a steel rod forward, wounding the blaziken. Rather than retreating, the injured blaziken became enraged, ferociously lunging at Greenskin. Meanwhile, the blaziken had unwittingly circled behind it, lurking in the shadows and observing the fierce struggle between the blaziken and Greenskin. In a fit of rage, the blaziken pressed the attack, overpowering Greenskin for a brief period. However, just 2 minutes later, the tide of battle shifted. The blaziken's initial surge of momentum and ferocity had granted it a fleeting advantage. But that was merely a burst of raw aggression. When that force diminished, true skill would come into play in a contest of pure strength and endurance. The blaziken found itself at a disadvantage. Moreover, the earlier explosion of energy had drained a significant amount of its stamina. Struck in the neck by Greenskin's steel rod, the blaziken collapsed with a thud. Subsequently, Greenskin delivered the finishing blow. The essence of the blaziken was allocated by Chun Yiming to the blaziken, which was currently at evolution stage 12. The defeat of this blaziken seemed to bring him a stroke of good fortune, as he soon came upon a shimmering silver lake. If this area lacked any other lakes, it should be the one he had encountered previously. Having located the lake, the marsh should be nearby. As he traversed the woods bordering the lake, Chun Yiming was suddenly taken aback upon spotting a small wooden cabin not far from the shore. It did not resemble the architectural style typical of Shanshui City. The pale yellow cabin was overgrown with vines, and wind chimes hung from the eaves. The cabin had no windows, only a single door. There's someone inside," Chun Jing whispered, bewildered. The sudden appearance of a cabin in the forest seemed quite eerie. The two harbored a peculiar thought. Could it be constructed by an intelligent race in this world? However, Greenskin shook his head, stating that he had occasionally encountered such small houses before. Yet, they could never enter or damage them. After some time, these small houses mysteriously vanished, only to reappear elsewhere. Upon hearing that there was no danger, the two cautiously approached the cabin, maintaining a safe distance. However, as they drew nearer, the summoning book suddenly grew warm. The pages began to flip on their own, revealing an illustration of the small cabin on a blank sheet, accompanied by 3 words. Although these were not in any language they recognized, they instinctively understood their meaning. Bounty House. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly opened, revealing a warm orange glow emanating from within. Peering inside, they found the cabin to be empty, save for a small table and a candle resting atop it. Everything appeared mysterious and uncanny that if no one was inside. How had the door opened? "Brother, I'll go in first. If there's no danger, you can follow," Chen Jing declared, stepping inside before Chen Yiming could object. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, beckoning, "Brother, come in. There's no danger, and this bounty house allows for task acceptance." "Why must you do this? What if there truly is a danger?" Chen Yiming retorted, somewhat irritated. "It's always you protecting me. I just wish to contribute something," Chen Jing replied with a silly grin. Once inside, Chen Yiming felt the summoning book grow warm once more, and a new passage appeared. Bounty House. Tasks can be accepted to gain rewards. Mutual attacks are prohibited within the bounty house. Remaining time, 16:24:23. The final figure, 23, was decreasing by 1 every second. After 23 seconds, Chen Yiming confirmed that it represented 60 seconds, or 1 minute. The summoning book heated up again, flipping to reveal a new page with 3 tasks listed from top to bottom. Task 1. Lake Shadow, title task. Unique. Occasionally, a dark, enormous shadow can be glimpsed fleetingly on the lake surface beside the bounty house. Find and hunt it. Reward. Mysterious title. Task 2. Blaziken Terminator, experience task. Due to certain reasons, the population of Blazikens has surged. Eliminate 8 Blazikens. Reward. 300 experience points. Task 3. Goblin Slayer, item task. The goblins in the forest are too noisy. Eliminate these bothersome little creatures by killing 20 goblins. Reward. Mysterious item 2. With 16 hours remaining, Chen Yiming's gaze flickered with excitement. He was undoubtedly astonished by the bounty house. Would it truly vanish after 16 hours? As Greenskin had mentioned, how would it disappear? Would a black hole suddenly appear to consume it, or would it simply vanish from sight? Chen Yiming pondered further. Greenskin had stated he had seen these small houses before. Thus, it seemed these bounty houses had existed long before his own journey through the city began. Had other cities also crossed into this realm previously? However, there were no traces of other cities to be seen. Chen Yiming observed the bounty house and suddenly froze. He noticed a recessed hole in one of the walls, within which lay a miniature stone tablet. The tablet stood approximately 20 centimeters tall, its surface smooth and devoid of any extraneous carvings or embellishments, while the front bore an engraving of a countdown. The time displayed matched exactly with that on the Book of Summonings. With each passing second, the time on the tablet would leap and change. Yet, this was a stone tablet. Chen cautiously reached out to touch it, confirming it was indeed made of stone and not some electronic clock disguised as one. He was utterly astounded. The fact that this stone could alter its form was truly remarkable. Only within the bounty house could one accept bounty missions, and upon completion, one must return to the bounty house to hand over the task and receive rewards. The accepted missions did not have a time limit, but one had to return to the specific bounty house where the task was accepted to finalize it and claim the reward. Should one fail to hand over the task before the bounty house relocated, they would have to wait until they found another bounty house to do so, and no one could predict where the bounty house might move next. There were no restrictions on accepting tasks. However, the only limitation was the completion priority. Completion priority indicated that a task could be claimed by many individuals simultaneously. Yet, only the first person to submit the task would be able to complete it. Once that individual handed in the task, others could no longer do so, as the task rewards were unique. Chen Yiming and Chen Jing both accepted all 3 tasks. As it stood, the easiest task to complete was slaying the goblins. However, goblins typically traveled in groups, and it was rare to encounter a solitary goblin roaming the wilderness. Thus, the difficulties of tasks 2 and 3 were relatively similar. Unlike goblins, the flame chick typically existed as solitary beings in the wild, unless during mating season when it was possible to see more than one in the forest. This was information directly relayed by the flame chick to Chen Yiming for task. The time limit likely referred to the solitary monster in the lake. The number of monsters to be slain indicated their strength. There were 20 goblins, 8 flame chicks, which were stronger than goblins, and yet only a single mysterious monster in the lake, coupled with the lake's unique environment. This monster would likely prove quite formidable. The tranquil surface of the lake was vast, and from this vantage point, One could not discern its full expanse. Chen Yiming's arrival seemed to disturb something lurking beneath the water surface, causing ripples to spread across the lake that he decided to postpone completing tasks for the moment, opting to see what fate had in store after finishing the first two tasks. Yet Chun Jing felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, this was a time-sensitive mission, and who knew when the next opportunity would arise? He contemplated for a moment, and then spoke up, "Brother, how about I try to lure some monsters from the forest? Perhaps a few goblins or flame chicks, while you take the chance to slay that monster in the lake." "It's difficult to kill the monster at the bottom of the lake." Chen Yiming shook his head. "We haven't brought any tools to attract it out. Isn't that simple?" Chun Jing replied that we'll make a fishing rod ourselves. Seeing the doubt in Chen Yiming's eyes, Chun Jing smiled confidently. "Leave this to me." He first sought out a sturdy branch, about the thickness of an adult wrist, with good flexibility and roughly 4 meters in length, just heavy enough to qualify as a fishing rod. "What about the fishing line?" Chen Yiming inquired. Chun Jing produced a thick roll of nylon rope from his pocket. Chen Yiming gazed incredulously at the rope, which was as thick as chopsticks. "Are you planning to choke the fish with that?" "Why not? These fish aren't like those in stocked reservoirs. They've surely never encountered bait before," Chun Jing replied. He then spent quite some time digging in the damp earth by the lakeside, unearthing a long, thick, purplish-red earthworm, lively and wriggling. "Look at this fat worm. If I were a fish, I'd eat it too." Chun Jing secured the worm to the nylon rope with a paperclip, completing a rudimentary fishing rod. Chun Yiming remained skeptical about whether this seemingly crude rod could catch any fish that I think any fish caught with this would have to be a foolish one that he cast the makeshift rod into the water. And as seconds ticked by, Chun Jing watched the lake's surface intently, gripping the rod tightly. Until he truly caught a fish, he wasn't entirely sure of success. Chen Yiming stood by, quietly observing to his surprise. The action occurred more swiftly than anticipated. He had expected it would take at least 10 minutes, but within 3 minutes, the spot where the line met the water erupted in ripples, the line plunging down with a force that sent circular waves radiating outward. A significant catch was on the line. The shadow of a large mass emerged on the water surface, and both Chen Yiming and Chen Jing stared intently at the depths, ready to issue an attack command at any moment. "What is that?" Chun Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Hanging from the fishing rod was a large mass resembling dark green seaweed. Yet this mass seemed to possess its own vitality, as the dark green tendrils waved aimlessly in the air. The worm dangled precariously at the center of this peculiar aquatic creature. The Book of Summonings began to warm slightly. The pages flipped automatically, revealing its attributes: race, water ghost quality, ordinary description, a creature dwelling at the bottom of the water, feeding on various small animals and microorganisms, with low intelligence and only a strong predatory instinct. Race talent: regeneration 1 bond, snake, 1 when the number of bonds exceeds 6, entangling power increases. A bond with snakes? Chen Yiming furrowed his brow in scrutiny. Then dawned on him that those waving tendrils were not mere appendages. They were slender, dark green snakes. For reasons unknown, these snakes had gathered together to form this grotesque and eerie life form. While submerged, the water ghost displayed a strong desire to struggle. However, once it was drawn from the water, its will to resist diminished significantly. As if accepting its fate, the water ghost hung limply, resembling a lifeless clump of seaweed. Its countless tendrils drooping as drops of water trickled down, splashing onto the lake's surface. Yet neither Chen Yiming nor Chen Jing believed the water ghost was truly dead, for their books of summonings had not registered any message regarding its demise, nor had they received its essence. Thus, the only possibility was that the water ghost was feigning death. The brothers exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. Chun Jing shouted and, with a sudden forceful pull, yanked the water ghost towards the shore. The waiting goblin swiftly delivered a heavy blow with a pot lid onto the water ghost. With a splat, the sound resonated vividly, and the water ghost was crushed into a flat pancake. However, even in this state, it did not dissolve into essence. The water ghost isn't dead yet. Chen Yiming quickly cautioned the goblin. Just as he finished speaking, the goblin felt a sharp pain in its right foot, as if it had been stung by a needle. With a cry of pain, it hopped on one leg. The attributes of the goblin in the Book of Summonings displayed a new suffix, poisoned. The flame chick rushed over, its sharp claws slicing through the water ghost, cleaving it in two. This time, the water ghost finally perished, transforming into a stream of light that merged into Chun Yiming's book of summonings. Chun Yiming felt both pained and exasperated. Despite his warnings, the goblin had acted recklessly and had now gotten itself hurt. The goblin found a tree by the shore to sit under, gazing mournfully at the setting sun. Feeling a wave of heat coursing through its body, "Master, I may no longer be able to accompany you," the goblin said, rubbing its face, looking quite despondent. "I've been poisoned and am going to die." The goblin felt its body growing weaker, its head throbbing painfully. Leaning against the tree, it slowly slid down until it lay flat on the ground. Chun Yiming looked quizzically at the attributes in the Book of Summonings. Race: Goblin warrior, mildly poisoned. Just a moment ago, it had only indicated poisoned. Was it possible that mildly poisoned was even more severe than simply poisoned? This joke is rather unamusing. The green-skinned creature lies with its eyes shut, arms crossed over its chest. Its eyelashes and eyelids tremble violently. Why am I still alive? Am I dead? How much longer must I endure? The green-skinned being is lost in thought as time drifts by. It seems to hear the voices of its master and the fiery chicken nearby, who appear to be continuing their fishing for water ghosts. This stirs a pang of sadness within, unable to resist. It turns over, finding its current position quite uncomfortable. After a while, the throbbing in its head subsides, and its body cools. The green-skinned creature surreptitiously opens one eye. Its astonishment. It sees its master petting the chicken's head. Oh, how the green-skinned creature feels sour as a lemon. I was here first. It hastily rolls over and stands up, declaring, "I can still fight on." T rushes over. "You finally awakened. I thought you might sleep the entire day." Chun Yiming remarks. The green-skinned creature widens its eyes, bewildered. "What do you mean by sleep? I am clearly poisoned. Can being poisoned be called sleeping?" Chun Yiming replies, "Come with me to the forest. There are enough of them here." He leaves the fiery chicken by the lake to hunt water ghosts, hoping to lure out any big creatures that might dwell at the lake's bottom. Water ghosts provide a decent amount of experience points, 12 points for each. Among the 3 tasks, Chun Yiming prioritizes them as follows. That the first task's reward is naturally the best. The fiery chicken's golden bloodline grants it a bond, alongside an increase in strength that if the mysterious bond could add another connection to his summoned creatures. That would be ideal. The third task, 2, offers 2 mysterious items. Although their nature is unknown, considering the bounty house's enigma, the rewards for task 3 are worth anticipating. IT is akin to choosing between a mysterious treasure chest 2 and 300 experience points. The choice is quite evident. While 300 experience points are substantial, they are not enough to elevate the green-skinned creature from level 2 to level 3. Moreover, there is now a steady source of experience points available. Hunting monsters will yield experience. Thus, Chun Yiming does not hold high hopes for task 2. You stay here and fish for water ghosts. Remember to stay safe. If you encounter danger, just run. Do not act recklessly. Chun Yiming advises Chun Jing that he feels relatively assured about Chun Jing, who is not as foolish as the green-skinned creature. If you happen to see that big creature in the lake, just flee. He reiterates, "Rest assured, brother, I understand." Chun Jing nods. The rewards for fishing for water ghosts here are quite promising. Each water ghost can yield a substantial amount of experience, and once they come ashore, they possess little attacking power, much like fish out of water. Easily dispatched, this method of hunting is quite cost-effective. However, once more people begin fishing, the water ghosts may become more cunning and thus harder to catch. Chun Jing lifts his fishing rod again and soon catches a half-meter-long silver-scaled fish. This silver-scaled fish is not a monster, but an ordinary creature. The forest is home to numerous ordinary animals aside from monsters. After some thought, Chun Jing kills the fish and cuts a small piece of its entrails to bait on his fishing line. Perhaps due to the blood scent, he quickly hooks another water ghost. Meanwhile, Chun Yiming has led the green-skinned creature back into the forest. He circles around the lake's edge, curious to see how vast this lake truly is. Perhaps this lake is indeed favored by the fiery chickens, for it is not long before he encounters another fiery chicken. Suddenly, a fiery chicken bursts forth from the rustling grass, but it appears to be in poor condition. Covered in blood and looking quite distressed, emitting frantic clucking sounds. Witnessing its suffering, Chen Yiming decides to act as a good Samaritan and instructs the green-skinned creature to deal with it. The green-skinned creature finds it quite easy to handle the fiery chicken. Even at its peak, the fiery chicken is no match for it, let alone in its current wounded state. Upon the fiery chicken's demise, it transforms into a spirit essence, merging into the summoning book. Chen Yiming drags it to the fiery chicken's image, and immediately, the image undergoes a significant transformation. Its already large stature grows even more, surpassing 2.5 meters in height from head to toe. Its eyes gleam with a predatory glare, its bright red beak dripping with the essence of life, and the muscular contours of its chest are distinctly visible, with soft feathers adhering to its skin. Dark red feathers adorned with golden patterns that seem to drape like a robe. Race: Crimson Feathered Chicken. Title: Golden Bloodline, 15. Current level: Level 2, 251000. Quality: Rare. Description: a chicken-type magical creature living in the forest. Possessing a golden bloodline and a body temperature that reaches 40 year-round. Racial talent: Flame Bloodline 1. Bond: Beast 1. When the number of beasts exceeds 2, each beast gains 5 strength. 2. When the number of beasts exceeds 5, strength increases by 10, and a fear aura, weak, is granted. Bond Golden Bloodline. Inactive 1. When the number of summoned creatures with a golden bloodline exceeds 1. All golden bloodline summoned creatures receive Sun's Blessing. Passive. 2. When a number of summoned creatures with a golden bloodline exceeds 10, all allied summoned creatures receive Sun's Blessing. Passive. Chen Yiming now contemplates a matter. The crimson feathered chicken's surface temperature reaches 40 year-round. If I were to sit atop it frequently, would I not be prone to hemorrhoids? Summoned creatures are said to enhance their quality every 3-star levels. The golden bloodline's concentration increases by 5. Does this mean each level up raises a portion of the concentration? However, the crimson feathered chicken is not present, and Chen Yiming cannot observe its specific changes, having dealt with this conveniently presented fiery chicken. Chen Yiming departs the area with the green-skinned creature. Just as he leaves, a group of people bursts forth from the direction the fiery chicken had fled. Which way did they run? The leading youth inquires. Glancing back, let me take a look. Point 1. Youth, dark-skinned and clad in camouflage long sleeves, kneels to the ground, brushing his hand over the earth while examining the crushed plant life. The camouflage-clad youth appears puzzled. Lost in contemplation. Are you capable? Why are you lingering so long? Didn't you claim your family are hereditary hunters? How can you lack such basic skills as tracking footprints? Someone nearby scoffs. Enough, Wang Hao. He's merely inherited the hunter title from his grandfather. If you have skills, why not investigate yourself? You. All right, everyone is a classmate. Let us not quarrel. It seems to have vanished. Wang Hao hesitates. What do you mean by vanished? Is it you who cannot find it? Wang Hao's expression darkens at the murmur surrounding him. There's a possibility it could suddenly disappear. The leading youth speaks. What? Have you forgotten? Magical creatures vanish upon being slain, the leader states solemnly. A single remark stirs 1,000 waves. Wang Hao suddenly comprehends, as if awakened from a stupor. He quickly begins to survey the surroundings, furtively glancing at a certain female classmate in the group. This is not the place. What is this? Is this where it happened? At that moment, Wang Hao regrets not having learned more during his grandfather's lessons. If only he had absorbed more knowledge, he wouldn't find himself in such a predicament now. Of course, if his grandfather were aware that his grandson's regret stemmed from losing face in front of a female classmate, he might have very different feelings that I've found it. It seems to have headed in this direction. Wang Hao finally deduces a general direction. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he had been frantic just moments ago. But fortunately, he recalled certain remarks from his grandfather that he had previously dismissed as tedious. We worked so hard to catch that fiery chicken only for it to be snatched away. We must confront that individual. The group of students expresses their indignation. Indeed, it seems that those who tread the arduous path will eventually find their way, all without the need for effort. Chen Yiming's eyes lit up as he beheld a goblin tribe. Within this tribe resided dozens of goblins who had just hunted a flaming chicken and 2 wild wolves, dragging their spoils back to their settlement. Chen Yiming had cleverly concealed himself behind a tree, granting him an unobstructed view of the tribe below, while the goblins found it challenging to detect his presence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Yiming silently counted the number of goblins. Even if he were to eliminate just half of them, it would suffice to accomplish task 3. Are you confident in dispatching these goblins? Chen Yiming inquired of the green-skinned companion. With a self-assured pat on his chest, the green-skinned replied, "No problem." Yet, Chen Yiming remained somewhat skeptical of this scatterbrained ally, as the green-skinned was not particularly astute, exhibiting a rather eccentric thought process, contemplating whether to summon the red-feathered chicken as well. He mused that with two powerful allies at his side, the goblins would undoubtedly be no match for them. Just as Chen Yiming was deep in thought, the green-skinned suddenly tapped his shoulder and pointed behind them. Turning around, Chen Yiming saw only the tranquil forest, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. "Master, someone is approaching," the green-skinned whispered. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yiming beckoned the green-skinned to hide that a group of college-age students emerged from the direction Chen Yiming had come from. Led by a slender, dark-skinned boy who bent down to examine the crushed foliage. Soon, they spotted the goblin tribe not far off, nestled in a low-lying area of the forest surrounded by towering trees. Without venturing close, one would hardly notice the goblin settlement, as the goblins themselves were diminutive, constructing their dwellings to a modest height of just over 2 meters. Yes, they discovered the goblin tribe. The goblins simultaneously became aware of the intruders, and a ripple of chaos erupted as the goblins screeched in alarm and charged towards the students, as if these humans had violated a sacred taboo. The goblins hastily dropped their hunted prey on the ground, seizing their weapons and rushing towards the students. The goblins, in a frenzy, surged forward, but the leading goblin stumbled over a stone, falling to the ground as others trampled over it. The students, paralyzed with fear, had never witnessed such madness before. They were usually the well-behaved scholars of their institution, having never engaged in a brawl. Their ill-fated adventure was born of impulse, and now they deeply regretted their decision. The foremost student began to retreat slowly, already preparing to flee. In that critical moment, the leader of the group shouted, "Don't run. We cannot outrun the goblins in the forest. Our only chance of survival is to drive them back." In a flurry, the students summoned their beasts, a total of 14 summoned creatures. Upon witnessing the horde of goblins charging towards them, the first summoned goblin, freshly called forth, dropped its club in terror and fled. Goblins, emboldened by the advantage, displayed their brashness, but when faced with overwhelming numbers or dire threats, they would flee without hesitation. Hidden behind a nearby tree, Chen Yiming focused his attention on one of the summoned creatures. It was a gray-furred monkey, slightly larger than an ordinary goblin, approximately 1.2 times their size. Strangely, this monkey bore a mechanical wind-up mechanism at its temple, and near its nostrils, a faint outline resembling a puppet's connecting strings could be discerned. This was a new type of summoned creature, and Chen Yiming had no idea how these students had managed to tame it. He felt his summoning book growing warm, revealing the data of the puppet monkey. Species: puppet monkey level, 2 quality, common description, a magical creature inhabiting the forest, known for its irritable nature and penchant for toying with weaker prey. Racial trait: reduces elemental damage by 10. Bond: puppet spirit 1. When a number of puppet spirits exceeds 3, all spirits gain an elemental barrier that mitigates certain elemental damage, which refreshes periodically in non-combat environments. Upon seeing the charging goblins, the puppet monkey hesitated for a moment before unleashing its pent-up rage. Gripping a spear, the puppet monkey leapt 3 to 4 meters into the air, hurling the spear that pierced the leading goblin's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground. The puppet monkey then propelled itself forward, kicking another goblin in the face and sending it flying, using the momentum to grasp a branch and gracefully land atop it. Surveying the scene from above, Chen Yiming, observing from a distance, scrutinized the puppet monkey, noting its impressive abilities. Although its appearance was somewhat shabby, its agility and flexibility surpassed that of the green-skinned companion in the complex terrain of the forest. The puppet monkey's chances against a large goblin would likely be quite favorable. The puppet monkey's charge momentarily halted the fleeing goblin summons, causing them to hesitate in place. Witnessing this, Zhou Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the puppet monkey's prowess. Otherwise, they would have been in serious trouble. Simultaneously, Zhou Xiao scanned the surrounding environment, searching for an escape route. He understood that his small group stood no chance against the goblin creatures, especially with the towering figure of the large goblin looming behind them. But if they were merely facing ordinary goblins, perhaps they could have attempted a fight. However, the presence of a large goblin leading the others diminished their chances of escape significantly. Unless the large goblin was slain, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish it amidst such a protective horde. Moreover, he was reluctant to see the puppet monkey, which he had worked so hard to acquire, perish. Obtaining a high-tier magical creature from the municipal office was a rare privilege, and his parents had invested considerable effort to secure him a puppet monkey. Many in the group were visibly shaken, their faces pale and bodies trembling. If we had known, we wouldn't have come to the forest. It's all your fault, Zhou Xiao, someone shouted in frustration. Yes, it's all Zhou Xiao's fault. Didn't you say your puppet monkey was formidable? Zhou Xiao's expression darkened. I let you have the goblin and slime heads when you asked for them. I never complained. Before setting out, he had warned them that while there might be rewards, there could also be dangers, and they had dismissed his concerns. Initially, he had felt a twinge of guilt about considering escape, but now he felt none at all, with a grim expression and clenched fists. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. With a roar from the large goblin, all the goblins in the small tribe surged forward. Prior to this, the students had envisioned heroic outcomes, akin to a desperate counterattack. They even fantasized about such valorous acts occurring before them against the goblins. Yet, as the foul stench of the goblins and their frenzied gazes, not to mention their overwhelming numbers, assailed their senses, all aspirations vanished in an instant, leaving only the most primal and pure form of terror in their minds. Run. If we stay, we'll be fodder for the monsters, without needing anyone to voice it. The students unanimously chose to flee, pouring every ounce of their childhood's strength into their escape. Though the goblins were not particularly tall, they were intimately familiar with the terrain, knowing every pit and hillock. Furthermore, their years of survival in the forest endowed them with physical attributes superior to those of the college students, who were largely unaccustomed to exercise. 2 goblins quickly caught up to the slowest girl in the group. On the left, a goblin leaped up, striking at the girl's head with its stick that a transparent barrier materialized around the girl, thwarting the attack. Immediately thereafter, the girl's summoned creature, a slime, was conjured into existence. The slime sprang forth, unleashing a torrent of aged, acidic liquid. The purple fluid traced an arc through the air, nearly searing the goblin's eyes. But fortunately, at the last moment, it raised its arm to shield itself from the acid. The slime caught the 2 goblins off guard, fulfilling its role effectively, buying its master a moment's reprieve. However, after 44 seconds, it was reduced to a pile of goo by 3 goblins. 1 minute and 57 seconds later. The fleeing girl was caught. This time, there was no one to protect her. Her only companion, the slime, had been annihilated. Apart from the goblins, she had no other summoned creatures to delay her demise, having disdainfully rejected the goblins for their unattractive appearance. With a final, anguished scream, a flower wilted. The great goblin passed beneath the branches where Chun Yiming stood, his heart racing at the sight of the unguarded back of the girl's head. This was the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. After a brief moment of hesitation, he issued the command to attack. The green-skinned creature was mere 2 goblins away from evolution. Once it evolved, it would surpass the great goblin by 2 significant tiers, rendering the encounter akin to bullying a younger sibling, let alone a goblin 3 tiers weaker. The green-skinned monster let out a cry and descended from the sky. The great goblin, hearing the sound, suddenly lifted its head and rolled forward with remarkable agility. Unbeknownst to it, the green creature's target was not it, but the 2 goblins standing behind. The 2 goblins could only see 2 rapidly enlarging fists. Bang! Bang! Their heads caved in. Chun Yiming acted swiftly, executing a double drag the instant the 2 ethereal spirits appeared. The prerequisites for evolution were met. Evolution, summoned beast name. Goblin Chief level. 2, 74100. Quality, rare racial talent. When attacking, the Goblin Chief has a slight chance to instill a fear effect on units below its star level. Bond, Goblin Slight. The green creature's physique did not undergo significant changes. It remained just over 2 meters tall. However, numerous yellow and blue patterns appeared on its face and arms in an instant. The green creature evolved, and when the college students turned back, they beheld the powerful figure of the green creature effortlessly grasping the great goblin by its neck. The great goblin struggled desperately, fear evident in its eyes. Why had a chief suddenly appeared? Only in large goblin tribes, which resided deeper in the forest, could a chief possibly exist. The green creature's right hand tightened, veins bulging. With a crisp snap, the great goblin's head drooped, dissolved into a beam of white light. Chen Yiming glanced at the materials required for the green creature's next evolution, feeling that it might not evolve in the near future. If his calculations were correct, he would need to collect 32 goblins for great goblins and 1 goblin warrior. While the great goblins and regular goblins were manageable, he had yet to encounter a wild goblin warrior. With the demise of the great goblin, the remaining goblins seemed a lost point. 2 particularly timid goblins cautiously attempted to slip away. Nearby, 1 goblin chattered excitedly. The green creature shot at a glare, baring its teeth menacingly. The goblin's legs buckled, and it fell to the ground, weeping and babbling a torrent of words Chen Yiming could not comprehend. The green creature appeared to understand, touching its own face and then its muscular chest. Casually waving the goblin away, "You've only completed 3 out of 20 goblins. Figure it out for yourself," Chen Yiming stated softly. Though he could not decipher the goblin's words, he deduced its meaning through the green creature's gestures. The green creature shivered and hurried off in pursuit of the other goblins. "Thank you, truly thank you." The fleeing college students returned upon witnessing the scene, still in the forest and not yet back in the city. Clinging desperately to their savior, "You're amazing, big brother." "Thank you, big brother." This group of students, somewhat bashful, repeated their praise, while others stood awkwardly in place, quickly forcing smiles when Chen Yiming's gaze fell upon them. Chen Yiming pondered their intentions. They likely wished to follow him back to the city. The student who had been with the doll monkey had already fled, leaving behind a cluster of novices. However, it was unfortunate that he had no desire to return to the city just yet. He needed to complete these 3 tasks promptly. The existence of the bounty house came with a time constraint. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when the next would arise. Moreover, his younger brother was still by the lakeshore. If he lingered too long, what if his brother encountered danger? He Mingli is dead. Someone nearby exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing this, the students panicked further, realizing that someone who had been alive moments ago was now gone. Fear burgeoned within them, and they turned anxiously to Chen Yiming, their only beacon of hope. Chen Yiming refrained from admonishing them about the dangers of the forest outside the city. They were clearly here to hunt magical beasts to acquire stronger, summoned creatures. What other purpose could there be for venturing into the forest? A leisurely outing, a nature expedition. They were all adults, responsible for their own choices. Chen Yiming was not their parent and had no obligation to coddle them. "I marked the path with a symbol. You can follow it back to return to the city," Chen Yiming stated. He had done more than enough, having saved them previously and now providing them with a means of retreat. Chen Yiming considered himself quite benevolent. "Could you take us back?" One girl implored softly, on the verge of tears. "Yes, please take us back. If you don't help us, how can we dare to leave? This forest is so perilous." Chen Yiming, "Knowing it's dangerous, yet you still came?" He stifled the urge to retort, a faint smile gracing his face. "I'm sorry, but I truly have matters to attend to." "Hey, you can't do this. You can't just be a good person halfway. You've already saved us. Why not take us all the way back? Or we could just follow you and promise not to be a bother." If you had acted sooner, maybe he Mingli wouldn't have died. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the tension. The other students' expressions shifted drastically. "Wang Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? What does Mingli's death have to do with him?" The students were not foolish. They understood that while they could appeal to Chen Yiming's sense of morality, they must avoid provoking him. Setting aside his formidable summoned beasts, they knew they would be no match for him in a conflict. More importantly, if they angered him, he might refuse to escort them back to the city. Wang Hao glared at Chen Yiming, having harbored feelings for He Mingli for 3 years, a fact known to everyone else. He was aware of the mockery directed at him, labeled a simp, but he could not comprehend why his affection should be ridiculed, even if He Mingli had changed boyfriends twice in those 3 years. It did not diminish his feelings for her. He still vividly remembered the first day he arrived at university, spotting a girl with silky long hair sitting by the window, her floral dress accentuating her graceful form. From that moment on, he found himself enamored with her. Summoning his courage, he approached her and inquired if he might sit beside her. She cast him a smile, and he thought, surely she harbors feelings for me. Otherwise, why would she smile at me? He steadfastly believed that sometimes affection for someone does not necessitate an abundance of reasons. Prior to the city's traversal, he was but an unremarkable male student. However, after the city's transformation, he discovered aspects of himself that set him apart from his peers. His grandfather was an old hunter who, in his childhood, had imparted his extensive knowledge to him, determined to prevent such wisdom from fading into obscurity. Regrettably, he had shown little interest in these teachings back then. Had it not been for his grandfather's advancing age and solitary plight, he would not have bothered to learn. You stand idly by while others suffer. Your heart is dark and festering with maggots, Wang Hao exclaimed in fury. Chun Yiming responded, perplexed, what does her death have to do with me? I was merely helping you out. Shaking his head, Chun Yiming turned to leave, muttering that perhaps he had become foolish from too much studying that in the next moment. Others gasped in alarm that be careful. Chun Yiming felt a sudden force strike his back, causing him to stumble forward. Turning around, he beheld the green-skinned creature summoned by the book, which had materialized beside him, while his own summoning book floated nearby. Realizing he was under attack, he was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated an assault. As the summoning book was meant to protect its keeper, Chun Yiming's expression darkened as his gaze fixed upon the halfling behind him. Wang Hao, how could you do this? He saved us, other students shouted. Wang Hao, you are repaying kindness with malice. They, too, were astonished by Wang Hao's actions. This not the behavior of a fool. Don't drag us down with your recklessness. They hastily distanced themselves from him, claiming unfamiliarity. After issuing orders for his summoned beast to attack Chun Yiming, Wang Hao could not suppress his regret. He suddenly remembered the existence of the summoning book, realizing he could not kill Chun Yiming unless he obliterated all of his summoned creatures first. Overwhelmed by rage, he had momentarily lost his reason. He stared at Chun Yiming in terror, his body trembling involuntarily. In that instant, clarity returned to his clouded mind. Chun Yiming regarded him with a blank expression, drawing a handgun from behind him. Gasps erupted from the other students as they stared in horror at Chun Yiming, who possessed a firearm, but he raised the gun, aiming it at Wang Hao's forehead. You just attempted to kill me, Chun Yiming stated. Although his aim was not particularly precise, hitting Wang Hao's head at such close range was certainly within his capabilities. Wang Hao turned pale, but then recalled that as long as his summoned beast was alive, he would remain unharmed, granting him a slight sense of relief. I merely wished to jest with you, Wang Hao stammered. Chun Yiming glanced at the goblins that had fled in panic and noted that he had only just completed task 3 at a score of 920. With a smile, Chun Yiming replied, then I shall jest with you as well. Before pulling the trigger, bang! The gunshot reverberated through the forest, echoing far and wide. The bullet struck the outer barrier of Wang Hao's summoning book, causing it to tremble violently and radiate light. Wang Hao, overwhelmed by fear, fell to the ground, disoriented for a considerable time. Beside him, a bullet casing, still warm, lay embedded in the earth, bearing deep marks. Wang Hao lifted his gaze to the empty space before him. The man had vanished without a trace. Staring at the desolate ground, he humiliatingly pried the bullet casing from the soil. His expression, contorted with rage, appeared almost lunatic. Mark my words, one day I shall return this humiliation to you 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Wang Hao ground his teeth, blood trickling from his lip. He etched Chun Yiming's visage into his memory. The other students had long since fled. The gunfire was unmistakable, and he wondered how many monsters would be drawn by its sound. If they did not leave now, they might find themselves unable to escape later. As Wang Hao prepared to summon his beast to flee, he suddenly realized that his summoned creature had perished without his knowledge. The summoning book displayed the final moments of its demise, its neck twisted and hanging from a tree. He inhaled deeply, assuring himself that he still had 2 more summoned beasts left. After walking over 100 meters, he heard a violent rustling in the thicket behind him. From the sound, he He knew it was undoubtedly a colossal creature. When he turned, he saw a dark red behemoth burst forth from the dense foliage, adorned with numerous golden patterns as if draped in a mystical robe. Its crimson beak was vivid as blood, aimed directly at him in a fierce peck. In a panic, Wang Hao summoned his two remaining goblin creatures to defend himself. The dark red beast delivered a powerful kick, obliterating one goblin in a flash of white light, leaving only a gray depiction of its demise in the summoning book. Another brutal kick followed, sending the remaining goblin flying several meters, its insides shattered against a tree. Wang Hao screamed in terror. No! The cries abruptly ceased. The crimson-beaked creature, drenched in warm blood, trampled over the fallen bodies, its cold gaze surveying the surroundings. The forest concealed beasts and monsters scattered like birds startled by a predator. The crimson-beaked creature snorted and departed in a rage. The two survivors stumbled out of the forest, nearly weeping upon seeing the city's outline. They had entered with 6, but only 2 emerged from the woods. Zhou Xiao left early. He should have returned to the city without any issues with his puppet monkey. One of the girls remarked. That fool Wang Hao. Had he not provoked that expert, he might have brought us back safely. Did you see Wang Hao? No, but I thought I heard his screams while fleeing. He must have been killed by a monster drawn in by the gunfire. To be fair, that expert showed restraint, only eliminating one of Wang Hao's summoned beasts as punishment. That displays great magnanimity. The two conversed quietly upon returning to the city, never mentioning revenge on Chen Yiming. After all, there was no enmity between them. It was Wang Hao's foolishness that had provoked Chen Yiming. They saw no reason to harbor resentment towards a superior player over a deceased fool. To have acquired such formidable summoned beasts at this stage, why would they seek conflict with someone of such caliber? Moreover, Chen Yiming had saved their lives, making him their benefactor. Thus, they held little animosity toward him. Just as the two entered the city, they spotted a figure lurking behind a nearby wall. Zhou Xiao, who had departed early. His expression was dark, tinged with confusion as he observed their retreating forms. How had they managed to return? The thought of his premature escape potentially being revealed to them left Zhou Xiao in a foul mood. Chen Yiming patted the crimson-beaked creature's head in approval. The creature lowered its head, its earlier ferocity replaced by docility, resembling a gentle giant before Chen Yiming. Ikati emitted a soft rumble, its neck feathers tremoring in response. Chen Yiming felt no regret for using a bullet from his handgun. The thrill of firing, it was quite exhilarating. Once his summoned creature leveled up 1 or 2 more times, the lack of a firearm would matter little. Returning to the lakeside, he found Chun Jing diligently working alongside 2 goblins. Just like a game of whack-a-mole, after Chun Jing hooked a water ghost, the 2 goblins, wielding sticks, enthusiastically assisted him, playfully bashing the creature repeatedly until it fell silent, eventually vanishing in a flash of white light. Consumed by Chun Jing's summoning book. Upon noticing Chen Yiming's arrival, Chun Jing stood up in excitement. Brother, my goblins have reached level 2. Chen Yiming was taken aback. So soon? Chun Jing nodded, expressing his bewilderment. I too am at a loss as to why there are so many water ghosts in the lake. They can be caught effortlessly once cast into the depths. I suspect the lake bed is plagued with them. What do these water ghosts consume? Are they all present in the lake? Chen Yiming pondered. If the lake bed truly harbored such a terrifying multitude of water ghosts, the emergence of 1 or 2 formidable advanced monsters in such an environment would not be implausible. Gazing at the profound expanse of the lake, Chen Yiming mused that should the opportunity arise, he might bring an underwater camera to capture the scenes beneath the surface. However, underwater cameras are still quite rare, even if they existed in the current Shanshui city. They would likely be considered a rare commodity. Master, I believe we could capture a goblin and dangle it from a stick, then equip it with a glass helmet and submerge it to observe the underwater scenery. Suggested Datu with cleverness, a shrewd gremlin. His intellect proved remarkably effective at this moment. The green-skinned one, feeling disgruntled, retorted, why should it be a goblin? Why not a gremlin instead? Because gremlins are far more intelligent. Datu confidently asserted. Thus, it is only logical to send the clever gremlin into the water to convey the situation more clearly. Wouldn't you agree? The green-skinned one argued with sound reasoning. Datu was momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless by the counterpoint, he cast a peculiar glance at the green-skinned one, questioning whether this truly was a goblin. Goblin are never dim-witted, the green-skinned one declared with newfound composure. Datu, feeling the weight of his larger-than-average head, refrained from countering. Old brother, it seems that when gremlins reach level 2, their crafting abilities also enhance. This fishing rod is a testament to their improvement. I find it significantly more effective now, Chun Jing interjected. Chen Yiming accepted the fishing rod handed to him by Chun Jing. The grip of the rod was adorned with a layer of non-slip vines, specially treated to avoid discomfort. The tip of the rod still bore the nylon fishing line. Yet the knots had transformed, appearing more intricate and extending further, thereby facilitating the distribution of force. The hook was crafted from a piece of exquisite beast bone fragments, with the unknown white shards appearing remarkably sturdy. The bait had also undergone special treatment. The gremlin's capabilities had expanded considerably upon reaching level 2. Chun Yiming surmised that with further leveling, they might evolve into versatile specialists, with a gremlin around. Navigating the forest became considerably easier. Chun Yiming handed the fishing rod to the green-skinned one, who affixed the fish ear before casting it into the water. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the distant lake surface, clearly visible not only to Chun Yiming but to the others as well. Yet, this shadow did not breach the surface, merely skimming close to it before vanishing in an instant. The green-skinned one steadied his arm, fixating his gaze on the direction of the fishing rod. Moments later, the fishing rod began to stir. The bobber is sinking. The rod is bending. It's time to reel it in, Chun Jing urged. The green-skinned one shouted decisively, lifting the rod with alacrity. The rod arched gracefully through the air, and a disheveled water ghost was pulled from the depths, providing the green-skinned one with 11 experience points for dispatching it. In truth, Chun Yiming had contemplated whether to subdue a water ghost, for as aquatic monsters, they could diversify his combat options, especially given the considerable number of them in the lake. Yet he had yet to witness the evolved form of a water ghost, and their appearance left much to be desired. Chaotic, resembling a tangled mass of ropes with countless small serpentine heads protruding. Their lack of aesthetic appeal, combined with their insufficient strength, deterred him from overlooking their unattractiveness. After observing the lake for a while longer, and after advising Chun Jing to exercise caution, he prepared to venture into the forest to hunt goblins and fiery chickens to fulfill his other 2 tasks. However, he suddenly noticed what appeared to be another expedition team stationed along the opposite shore, preparing to enter the forest. They seemed to have spotted them and were exchanging greetings, amused by Chun Jing's fishing. They could not resist making a few teasing remarks. As Chun Yiming observed one individual preparing to enter the water, he hastily shouted, waving his arms, "Do not go into the water." Regrettably, the distance was too great. His voice did not carry far enough. They mistakenly believed he was merely greeting them. One individual appeared intent on entering the water, but was deterred by others nearby, leading to a brief dispute. It seemed that in such a vast forest, all sorts could be found. Chun Yiming averted his gaze, thinking it was their own folly. The individual who had initially intended to bathe in the lake refrained from doing so, but squatted by the water's edge to wash his face and arms. Some people simply had an affinity for water. The moment they saw it, they were drawn to play or splash about. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from across the lake. Chun Yiming raised his head just in time to witness a loud splash as someone fell into the water, fortunately caught by another person nearby. However, black tendrils seemed to ensnare his face and arms. Chun Yiming recognized it as a water ghost, known for attacking animals that approached the lakeside for a drink. Panic ensued among the people on the opposite shore as they struggled to drag him back, while others struck at the water ghost with sticks. Chun Yiming's gaze sharpened suddenly as an immense shadow surged toward the surface of the lake. From his vantage point, he could discern clearly. The shadow's considerable size created ripples that distorted the lake's surface. In the next moment, a tumultuous wave shattered the lake's tranquility as a colossal creature burst forth. Chun Yiming merely glimpsed the shadow leaping into the air, sending sprays of water cascading around. The lake's monstrous inhabitant devoured both the unfortunate individual and the water ghost before crashing back into the lake, stirring up a maelstrom of waves. The air seemed to still, The once placid lake now roiled with tumultuous waves, leaving only a trail of frothy surf in its wake. The onlookers across the lake were left in shock. One individual, staring blankly at the short leg he held, dropped it and stumbled backward, eventually collapsing to the ground. In a frantic scramble, he fled into the forest, likely haunted by a deep-seated fear of the lake's edge. Chun Yiming observed the lake before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. If his suspicions were correct, that had been the behemoth of this lake, the target of his first task. However, having just fed, this creature likely wasn't very hungry. He wondered if he could entice it. The summoning book pulsed faintly with warmth, having recorded the sighting of the creature. Race: great-toothed, giant-mouthed fish. Description: a magical creature inhabiting lakes, known for its smooth skin and penchant for ambush. It possesses a voracious appetite and is not picky with its food. Quality: rare racial trait. Sharp teeth. 1 bond. Aquatic beast. 1. When the bond count exceeds 4, increases speed in water by 10. 2. When the bond count exceeds 8, increases speed in water by 15 and stamina by 20. This rare 1-star creature might be able to contend with a 2-star non-aquatic creature in the water. It would be easier to deal with on land, Chun Yiming mused. With 2 rare 1-star summoned beasts at his disposal, he believed he could overpower this great-toothed, giant-mouthed fish on land. However, if they entered the water, it was possible that neither would stand a chance against it. From the description, it seemed the great-toothed, giant-mouthed fish had a particular fondness for food. Perhaps he could use a water ghost as bait to lure it out. With this in mind, Chun Yiming successfully caught another water ghost, dispatched it, and transformed it into a corporeal corpse. This time, attempting to suspend the corpse of the water ghost from the fishing rod in hopes of catching something was a novel experience. The fishing rod lay suspended above the water surface for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suddenly, the tranquil lake erupted with a massive shadow. This time, Chun Yiming finally had a close-up view of the formidable, giant-toothed fish. It was likely close to 6 or 7 meters in length, its enormous mouth resembling a black hole, and its scales displayed a dark yellow hue, while 2 long, slender appendages, whether whiskers or eyebrows, stood out conspicuously. It clamped down on the water ghost's corpse along with the fishing rod. Then, with a resounding splash, it plunged into the lake that a series of massive ripples emanated outward from the point of impact. The fishing rod, crafted from branches, snapped, taking with it the nylon line and the hook, all swallowed by the giant-toothed fish. The creature's appetite was indeed insatiable. Chun Yiming contemplated whether he should next apply some poison to the corpse. However, considering that the giant-toothed fish devoured even the water ghost, it likely had little fear of toxins. The idea of fishing for the giant-toothed fish had proven futile, primarily due to the poor quality of the fishing rod and the lack of strength to haul it from the depths. If those 2 issues could be resolved, perhaps a further attempt could be made. Chun Yiming felt a twinge of regret, but was not overly disappointed. The task had no time constraints. The only limitation was the need to hand over the task before the bounty house moved randomly. If they encountered the bounty house again later, the same conditions would apply. After witnessing the gruesome fate of the person devoured by the lake, Chun Jing touched his nose, feeling a chill of gratitude for his own good fortune. Moreover, he had not approached the lakeside to wash his hands. Otherwise, he might have met the same grim end as that unfortunate individual. Consequently, no matter how much Chun Yiming urged, Chun Jing dared not continue fishing alone by the lake. Truth be told, the experience had left him with a psychological scar. Chun Yiming did not press the matter. The lakeside had yet to be developed into a leveling sanctuary. For many, the water ghost and the giant-toothed fish posed a significant threat, even more so than goblins. Once they completed task, they could return to the lakeside to strive for leveling the green-skinned creatures and the crimson-feathered chickens to level 3. The 2 companions made their way back into the forest. This time, fortune favored them, as they quickly stumbled upon a small band of wild goblins after about 10 minutes. They set traps and managed to decimate most of the wild goblin group, finally completing Chun Yiming's task of slaying 20 goblins, while Chun Jing also fulfilled his own quota of 20 goblins, totaling 1420. Over 4 hours had elapsed, and it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The forest was stiflingly hot, with a multitude of mosquitoes crawling about the leaves. Thanks to the high levels of the green-skinned creatures and the crimson-feathered chickens, The mosquitoes were driven away, as they dared not approach such formidable beings that exuded a faint pressure on ordinary creatures. The leaves above rustled with movement. Chun Jing looked up to see a gray, upright creature darting away from the high branches, resembling a monkey. The summoning book showed no reaction, indicating it was not a magical creature. However, after walking a short distance, they heard the sound of branches and leaves rustling again, as yet another gray animal darted through the branches, seemingly glancing back at Chun Yiming and his companion. This occurred several times, prompting Chun Jing to pause, pondering the monkey's peculiar behavior of incessantly pestering them. Chun Yiming contemplated for a moment before pressing on. As anticipated, the monkey returned, once again diverting their attention before fleeing. "Let us follow it and see where it leads," he suggested. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more profound the environment became. Chun Yiming marked their path along the way. The depths of the forest were eerily quiet, and after walking for a while, they could faintly hear the sound of a waterfall. The further they went, the more certain Chun Yiming became that they were heading toward the waterfall. The monkey chattered above them, seemingly greeting them with its incessant calls. Afterward, it leapt from the tree, dangling precariously between the empty branches, as if it possessed the ability to fly. The monkey struggled desperately, but the more it fought, the tighter the bindings became, until it lay there, barely alive. Chun Yiming frowned and cautioned, "Be careful. There might be spider webs nearby." The green-skinned creature lifted its iron rod and began to probe around. Rustling the underbrush, that a palm-sized black bug was startled and scurried into the depths of the thicket. "I have no idea what that is," the green-skinned creature replied, looking perplexed. The forest was vast, even it was not familiar with everything within it. The dry leaves beneath their feet were thick and damp, concealing untold numbers of venomous insects. Countless poisonous creatures and snakes emerged from beneath the leaves, startled by the imposing presence of the two summoned beasts. The iron rod in the green-skinned creature's hands seemed to have touched something. It felt as though a transparent gel had ensnared it. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a series of transparent spider silk that had adhered to the rod. With considerable effort, the green-skinned creature finally broke free from the silk. The stickiness of the spider silk exceeded their expectations. It was well known that the green-skinned creature possessed significant strength, indicating that the silk could withstand considerable force. The crimson-feathered chicken took 2 steps back, its eyes turning a deeper shade of crimson, blood red, that then opened its mouth and unleashed a jet of flame. This flame, while not particularly long-range, was perfectly adequate. The moment the transparent spider silk met the fire, it melted away, exhibiting minimal resistance to flames. Reduced to a wisp of smoke, the silk disintegrated, but due to the dampness of the surrounding leaves and vegetation, the fire did not spread further. With the green-skinned creature clearing a path in front and the crimson-feathered chicken's flames blazing behind, they swiftly carved a way through. Soon, they emerged into a more disturbing scene. Countless skeletal remains littered the ground, and the air was thick with a putrid stench. Hanging from the branches were numerous well-formed cocoons, with the heads of the cocoons empty, revealing many small, fuzzy gray-white heads with closed eyes. Little monkeys. Chun Yiming finally understood why the large monkey had lured them here and willingly leapt into the spider's web. The chances of the little monkeys still being alive were exceedingly slim. In the distance, they heard a rustling sound. 2 massive spiders approached, drawn by the commotion caused by the disturbed web. Their enormous sizes made traversing the forest difficult, so they skillfully climbed the branches, each leg embedded within the trunk, moving as if they were flying through the woods, swiftly closing in on them. The spiders were enormous, nearly 2 stories high, their legs accounting for half that height. One of them had a bulging abdomen, its rear end and abdomen twice the size of its front section, dragging its hindquarters along as it moved forward. A ring of white fur adorned its cheeks, resembling a fluffy collar. The leading spider, visibly irritable, spotted Chun Yiming and his companion and could not suppress an enraged hiss. It opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of webbing. Like a fountain, the milky white substance enveloping the area before them in a fan-shaped spray. The crimson-feathered chicken retaliated without hesitation, spewing forth a flame that mingled with the aqueous webbing, erupting in a thick cloud of white smoke. The forest seemed shrouded in fog, the acrid-smelling mist invading Chun Yiming's nostrils. He covered his face, uncertain whether the gas was toxic. It would be best to avoid inhaling it. Chun Yiming retrieved a gas mask from his bag, a precaution he had prepared in advance. Chun Jing also donned a gas mask from his own pack. The protective mechanisms of the summoning book were somewhat perplexing. He was unclear about which attacks would be blocked and which could bypass the protective measures to strike him. With countless monsters around, one life was all they had. Caution in matters of safety is never excessive. Witnessing his attacks being deflected, the colossal spider grew increasingly enraged, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek that it seemed to protest, declaring this territory as its own. However, upon observing this scene, Chun Yiming felt a surge of reassurance within it. It appeared that despite its formidable nature, this creature did not surpass his two summoned beasts by a significant margin. Or perhaps they were of equal caliber. After all, if the matter could be resolved with mere brute force, why would these two giant spiders resort to vocal displays? Chun Yiming took several steps back, positioning the green-skinned creature and the crimson-feathered chicken in front of him. The summoning book had been radiating heat since earlier, and he finally found the opportunity to examine its attributes. Race: gray-headed hunting spider level. 3, 4, quality. Rare description: a magical creature that ensnares its prey in webs. Preferring to remain motionless in damp, shadowy environments, waiting for unsuspecting victims. During their breeding season, they actively hunt to nurture their offspring. Racial talent: Silk Gland Enhancement 3 Bond, Spider, 1. When a number of spider-type monsters exceeds 4. Attacks have a low chance to produce silk that ensnares prey with a slight binding effect. 2. When a number of spider-type monsters exceeds 8. Attacks have a low chance to produce silk that ensnares prey with a moderate binding effect. This was a rare 2-star creature, and with two of them, one at level 3 and the other at level 4, they were likely quite seasoned. However, one of them seemed to be in a breeding state. It remained uncertain whether this would affect their strength. Surrounding trees were adorned with silk cocoons, presumably their sources of nourishment, that a 1-star magical creature could provide approximately 8 fluctuating experience points, due to differences in race and individual attributes. This fluctuating experience value could vary. Chun Yiming was genuinely unaware of how much experience a rare 2-star creature could yield at once. Perhaps it could exceed 1,000? Generally, pregnant animals are the most dangerous yet vulnerable. Surveying the environment, Chun Yiming gradually devised a plan. The green-skinned creature began to provoke the two spiders, taunting them while striking the tree trunk with its weapon to produce sound. Perhaps the green-skinned creature was naturally gifted with a mocking visage, as its provocations indeed attracted the ire of the two spiders. The male hunting spider leapt onto a higher branch, its seemingly massive body effortlessly suspending itself. The gray-headed hunting spider vaulted onto the trunk, its mottled abdomen exposed to the air. The crimson-feathered chicken dug its right claw deeply into the earth beneath it before unleashing a torrent of flames towards the sky. The flames struck the gray-headed hunting spider squarely. Its abdomen contracted sharply, and a small amount of white liquid was expelled from the tip of its tail. The flames inflicted considerable damage, as the gray-headed hunting spider appeared particularly sensitive to fire. Leaping back to distance itself from Chun Yiming and his companions, the female gray-headed hunting spider, positioned behind the fleeing male, seemed displeased with its retreat, hissing in annoyance. The male, caught in the midst of its escape, abruptly halted, glancing back at the female hunting spider in a fit of exasperation. The male emitted a couple of distressed cries, reluctantly turning back to face Chun Yiming and his allies. The female hunting spider remained still, pressing her swollen abdomen against the ground in an effort to maintain contact, while vigilantly watching the crimson-feathered chicken. Her hesitation to attack likely stemmed from concern for her offspring. The male hunting spider appeared somewhat intimidated by the female. As if suffering from bronchitis, the green-skinned creature and the crimson-feathered chicken flanked the male hunting spider, one to the left and one to the right. The male paced anxiously, shifting its gaze between the two, caught in a repetitive cycle. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Its frantic cries echoed throughout the forest. This tactic seemed effective. The simultaneous approach of the green-skinned creature and crimson-feathered chicken left the male unable to adequately defend itself from both sides, while the female remained behind, merely enveloping herself in silk to form a protective barrier, coldly excluding the male from her defenses. The female crouched low, her abdomen writhing, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Ultimately, the male gray-headed hunting spider decided to fix its gaze upon the crimson-feathered chicken. Perceiving it as the greater threat due to the pain inflicted by its previous flames, the crimson-feathered chicken charged towards the male hunting spider, followed closely by the green-skinned creature launching its attack. The male narrowly evaded the crimson-feathered chicken's assault, its substantial form surprisingly agile as it prepared for the encounter. With its 3 spider legs anchored, it propelled itself upward with remarkable grace, resembling a soft yet agile behemoth leaping from branch to branch. Suddenly, the previously cautious green-skinned creature sprang into action. Like a tranquil maiden transformed into a darting rabbit, its formidable frame unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. Streamlined muscles pulsated with explosive energy, with a resounding roar. The green-skinned creature seized a branch with its left hand and forcefully propelled itself off the trunk with its right foot. Goob! Utilizing this momentum, the steel rod in its grasp flew forth like a divine spear. A swift blur cutting through the air with a piercing shriek. Chirp! The male gray-headed hunting spider's tail snapped shut as the specially crafted, hardened, and sharpened steel rod struck its abdomen. The thin layer of grayish-white fuzz offered no resistance and was instantly torn asunder, exposing its tender flesh beneath. The nearly 2-meter-long steel rod embedded itself halfway into its body. The male gray-headed hunting spider suffered a grievous blow, its entire form bending inward like a taut bow. Copious amounts of white liquid gushing from the wound. All its spider legs recoiled, and from a distance, it resembled a fierce eagle's claw. This strike inflicted considerable damage upon the male gray-headed hunting spider. It abruptly turned its head, a row of 6 eyes fixated upon the green-skinned creature, seething with rage from its injury. Hiss! 3 ebony spider legs lunged from various angles towards the green-skinned creature. Though they appeared ordinary, these black spider legs were razor-sharp, effortlessly slicing through branches in their path. The green-skinned creature dodged to the side, narrowly evading the first 2 strikes, but the final leg's angle proved unavoidable, grazing its arm perilously close. For the gray-headed hunting spider, it was merely a fleeting touch, but for the green-skinned creature, it felt akin to being pierced by a spear. Flesh and blood erupted from its shoulder. Torn asunder as if shredded by jagged teeth, green blood flowed profusely from the gruesome wound, presenting a horrifying sight. Seizing the moment, the crimson-feathered chicken spread its wings and charged towards the unguarded rear of the male gray-headed hunting spider. Yet at that instant, the seemingly inconspicuous female gray-headed hunting spider sprang into action. Clenching her abdomen, exerting strength was evidently taxing for her. The female opened her mouth, releasing a torrent of silk. She aimed for the male's vicinity, anticipating the crimson-feathered chicken's next move. However, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the crimson-feathered chicken's eyes, abruptly halting its advance. It seemed as though its wings had grown even redder, instead of continuing forward. The chicken unleashed a massive burst of flames. The surging flames engulfed all the air ahead, incinerating the withered leaves, causing the very atmosphere to appear distorted. The male gray-headed hunting spider, with its posterior pierced by rebar, was besieged by the flames, which seeped into its wound, inflicting unbearable agony. The section of its abdomen towards the rear was reduced to a charred mass, and in that moment, it could no longer maintain its stability. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, its legs twisting chaotically towards the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the green-skinned creature leapt onto the male gray-headed hunting spider's abdomen, gripping the rebar tightly and pressing down forcefully. The exposed portion of the rebar continued to penetrate deeper, sinking into the spider's body. Although the male gray-headed hunting spider stood nearly 2 stories tall, over half of its height was comprised of its legs. The widest cross-section of its abdomen measured only 3 meters high. This time, the rebar had penetrated deep into the center of its abdomen. The male gray-headed hunting spider was severely wounded. The green-skinned creature leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the spider's counterattack. An injured beast is particularly ferocious, yet such fury also drains its stamina. If one can evade the beast's onslaught and sustain minimal damage, it will inevitably weaken further, creating more opportunities for the ensuing battle. Presently, the male gray-headed hunting spider, in a frenzy from its injuries, retaliated wildly, while the pregnant female gray-headed hunting spider struggled to exert much influence. The green-skinned creature and the red-feathered chicken dared not engage directly with the severely wounded male gray-headed hunting spider. Meanwhile, Chen Yiming and Chen Jing had retreated from the onset of the battle, now over 100 meters away from the male gray-headed hunting spider. Of course, this distance was not insurmountable for the male gray-headed hunting spider. The question remained, would it dare to approach? At present, the male gray-headed hunting spider was in a state of severe injury, yet the nearby female gray-headed hunting spider, whose potential strength was uncertain, stood guard beside it. Coupled with the male's frantic state, Chen Yiming refrained from allowing the green-skinned creature and its companions to risk further confrontation. This was under the premise that the female gray-headed hunting spider remained nearby, ready to provide support. However, without the female's assistance, even in a frenzied state, the male gray-headed hunting spider remained formidable. If it dared to charge into a 2-on-1 situation while injured, it would be tantamount to delivering itself to defeat. Chen Yiming observed the distant male gray-headed hunting spider and provocatively waved his hand, asserting his presence. The air seemed to fall into a hushed silence. The male gray-headed hunting spider fixed its gaze intently upon Chen Yiming. The green-skinned creature scurried closer to him, while the red-feathered chicken took to the branches to survey the situation, refraining from approaching. For if the male gray-headed hunting spider were to see the two together, it might hesitate to advance. Chirp! The male gray-headed hunting spider could no longer suppress its primal rage, charging forward like a heavy tank towards Chen Yiming and the green-skinned creature. Truly a beast. Chen Jing remarked. Chen Yiming feigned terror, continuing to retreat, effectively increasing the distance between himself and the female gray-headed hunting spider. The female gray-headed hunting spider seemed to sense something amiss, shaking its head in agitation as it focused intently on Chen Yiming and his companions. It hesitated, contemplating whether to call the male gray-headed hunting spider back. In the hierarchy of gray-headed hunting spiders, females held a higher status and were larger in size, a trait dictated by their genetic makeup. Females possessed a more robust physique, and thus, males often feared them, venturing out to hunt for food during the female's pregnancy. Among gray-headed hunting spiders, there existed no emotional bonds. They were devoid of such notions. Driven solely by the instinct to reproduce, the male gray-headed hunting spider had charged right up to Chen Yiming, a distance that was negligible for its massive form, practically closing the gap in an instant. Two of its legs descended straight downwards. The barrier conjured by the Book of Summoning enveloped Chen Yiming, providing protection. However, while the barrier could withstand damage, it could not absorb the force of impact. He tumbled across the ground like a rolling gourd before colliding with a tree. The protective membrane of the barrier proved reliable, not only shielding him from harm, but also dissipating much of the impact. Cold sweat trickled down Chen Yiming's forehead. He had gambled correctly. The Book of Summoning could indeed withstand attacks from rare-grade monsters. He recalled clearly how the individual across the lake had been devoured by a rare-grade creature. Although the barrier had protected that person from the water ghost's attack, the ghost's entangling ability had still ensnared him, much like roots encasing an egg. Ultimately, the enormous creature that had leapt from the lake had bitten him in half. It appeared there were indeed hidden stipulations that, if he were not mistaken, the Book of Summoning could only defend against attacks from magical creatures of equal or lower quality. If the disparity in quality exceeded one tier, such as between rare and common grades, the book would fail to provide protection. Chen Yiming was uncertain of the reasoning behind this. Perhaps it was because rare-grade creatures possessed the quality of steel, while common-grade creatures were akin to rotting wood. In that case, could his rare-grade summoned creatures bypass the Book of Summoning to directly breach the defenses of those who only possess common-grade summons? When he had slain that individual, he had used a firearm to attack, never allowing the green-skinned creature to engage directly. Otherwise, the outcome would have been immediately clear. The green-skinned creature picked up a stone and hurled it at the male gray-headed hunting spider's rear, aggravating its already injured area and causing it immense pain. The red-feathered chicken soared down from a distant branch, its sizable form inevitably brushing against some small branches and leaves, producing a rustling sound. The male, gray-headed hunting spider seemed to contemplate retreat, but in that moment, the green-skinned creature bravely leapt onto its back to strike at its neck, forcing the spider to cease its turning motion. The red-feathered chicken was swift, already gliding above the male, gray-headed hunting spider's head. Its sharp talons plunged directly into the back of its skull, akin to an eagle seizing a chick with a fierce grip. With a squelch, the back of the male, gray-headed hunting spider's head was pierced with 2 holes, and the red-feathered chicken pecked and twisted violently within. The massive male, gray-headed hunting spider collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The lifeless form of the male, gray-headed hunting spider transformed into a beam of white light. Merging with Chun Yiming's book of summoning, he glanced towards the nearby female hunting spider. If he could eliminate her, it would allow him to further evolve to rare 3-star status. This rare 3-star creature would surpass both the green-skinned creature and the red-feathered chicken by 2 small levels. A tantalizing opportunity lay before him. Considering its capabilities, the hunting spider exhibited commendable control over its surroundings, with its highly adhesive and transparent webs, making it excellent for ambushes. Its only significant drawback was its less than appealing appearance and considerable size, which would prove inconvenient in urban settings at that moment. Chun Yiming suddenly conceived an idea. Could the webs exist on the water surface? If so, it would serve as a natural fishing net, effortlessly resolving the most formidable challenge of Task 1. Given the proximity to the waterfall, the air was moist. If the hunting spider could spin webs in such conditions, it suggested that its silk was not particularly water-repellent. With the allure of the mysterious title in mind, Chun Yiming resolved firmly to capture the gray-headed hunting spider. Observing the female, gray-headed hunting spider rising as if to depart, he promptly summoned the gray-headed hunting spider to block her escape. Chun Yiming decisively proclaimed, the public gray-headed hunting spider, which had just moments ago been an adversary, swiftly transformed into an ally. The green-skinned creature, the gray-headed hunting spider, and the red-feathered chicken surged forward with ferocity toward the fleeing female gray-headed hunting spider. Sensing the impending danger, the female gray-headed hunting spider was taken aback by this sudden betrayal. Although she did not fully grasp the intricate secrets behind this turn of events, she understood one fundamental truth. When faced with an insurmountable foe, retreat is the wisest course. Flee, flee, flee. The female gray-headed hunting spider was astute, adept at recognizing peril and evading it. With an average lifespan of merely 30 years, including those lost to untimely deaths, reaching the age of 45 undoubtedly marked her as a grandmotherly figure. In stark contrast, the male gray-headed hunting spider she had subdued had only just turned 5, barely entering adulthood within their species. Full of vigor and curiosity, though the latter could arguably be omitted. This male spider's defection epitomized the profound emotional disparity of their 9-year age gap. With fierce determination, he charged at the female gray-headed hunting spider, embodying the essence of the phrase, the deeper the love, the sharper the hate. With the backing of the green-skinned creature and the red-feathered chicken, the female gray-headed hunting spider valiantly held her ground for a brief moment before succumbing to the abyss of death, transforming into a wisp of white light that vanished into Chun Yiming's summoning book, subsequently drawn in for fusion. The scene began to warp, the form of the gray-headed hunting spider evolving into a more streamlined shape. Its formerly sharp and blade-like legs had grown plump. It appeared as though it had just celebrated the Lunar New Year. Round and portly, its spider limbs adorned with fine, soft hairs, and its large eyes blinking in an endearingly foolish manner. The rear segment of its abdomen was now encircled with alternating black and white striped patterns reminiscent of mosquito coils. Simultaneously, the title at the beginning of the gray-headed hunting spider's description began to blur. Species: Night Shadow Hunting Spider Level 3 Quality Rare Description: a magical creature that ensnares prey with webs. Its sticky silk can seamlessly blend into various environments, making it a stealthy predator. Racial talent: Silk Sac Enhancement 5 Bond, Spider, 1. When the number of spider-type monsters exceeds 4. Attacks have a low chance of generating silk that weakly restrains the prey. 2. When the number of spider-type monsters exceeds 8. Attacks have a low chance of generating silk that moderately restrains the prey. Although its overall size appeared relatively unchanged, it had become notably rounder, suggesting an increase in weight. Its appearance, however, seemed ill-suited for direct combat, resembling more of a trap-setting LYB. The evolved night shadow hunting spider appeared more suitable for riding. Due to its low body temperature, sitting atop its back was rather comfortable. Just as Chen Yiming prepared to leave, the night shadow hunting spider suddenly gazed intently in a particular direction, exhibiting signs of urgency and anxiety. There is something, the night shadow hunting spider communicated. Chen Yiming patted its head, urging it to lead the way. The night shadow hunting spider moved swiftly, maintaining commendable stability as it dashed through the forest, balancing itself remarkably well at high speeds. As they ventured deeper, the sound of the waterfall grew louder, echoing like thunder in his ears. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a cliff, where a magnificent waterfall came into view, towering over 100 meters high and spanning 400 to 500 meters wide. It unleashed a terrifying cascade of water into the lake below, creating a vast mist. Vines tumbled down from the cliff's edge, and the night shadow hunting spider began to ascend, carrying Chen Yiming downwards. It was then that Chen Yiming noticed the shimmering, nearly invisible silk threads of spiderwebs glistening among the vines, devoid of color but adorned with countless droplets of water, appearing like a pearl curtain in the sunlight. Chen Yiming felt a sense of reassurance. Evidently, this silk was not adversely affected by water, as it remained intact despite being draped in droplets. After descending roughly 1/3 of the distance, the night shadow hunting spider suddenly brushed aside the vines and charged toward the cliff face. Yet, it met an empty space, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful cavern. Chen Yiming could not discern whether it was a natural formation or not, but it was approximately 5 to 6 meters high and widened the deeper one ventured. However, the light dwindled, and while the night shadow hunting spider possessed night vision, Chen Yiming did not. He retrieved a flashlight from his bag, illuminating the cave, which was distinctly damp. Inside, there lay an altar-like structure, modest in size with a diameter of about 1 meter. Its sides adorned with intricate patterns. Approaching it, Chen Yiming discovered a brass-colored card lying quietly atop the altar, yet it resembled more of a page than a card. Chen Yiming felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. This, he was puzzled. As he touched the brass-colored card, he noted its lightness, weighing less than a tael. Suddenly, he felt the summoning book grow warm that he took it out, sensing an inexplicable attraction between the pages of the book and the brass card. After a moment of contemplation, he did not impede their interaction, in the next instant. The brass card merged with the summoning book, as if they were always meant to belong to the same system. The summoning book emitted the sound of turning pages. 1, 2, 3 pages flipped, each adorned with corresponding summoned creatures, and then it continued to flip without pause. The 4th page, a blank summoning page. Chen Yiming was taken aback. So the method to increase the pages of the summoning book was to acquire brass fragments from the altar. The only known means of acquisition was indeed from this altar. But what was the altar? Would brass fragments always appear atop the altar? After a fragment was taken, would the altar vanish or remain? If it remained, would it continue to produce new fragments? As Chen Yiming pondered these questions, the altar suddenly shattered. With a crack, it crumbled into countless fragments upon the removal of the brass page. Well, it seemed he no longer needed to consider whether he should take the altar as well, for it had already disappeared. Subsequently, he inquired of the hunting spider and received an important piece of information. The altar had existed for a long time, at least since its arrival, but another gray-headed hunting spider could not interact with it. This revelation left Chen Yiming deep in thought. Discovering how to add pages to the summoning book was an unexpected delight, and it also increased the maximum limit of summoned creatures. This newfound knowledge instilled confidence in Chen Yiming. Indeed, the upper limit of summoned creatures could be augmented, and he had found a method to do so. Riding the night shadow hunting spider back to the waterfall, Chen Jing, upon seeing his brother smile, knew he had made a significant gain, though he refrained from inquiring further. Chen Yiming remarked, "I now know how to increase the maximum limit of the summoning book." Chen Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us depart first. I will explain along the way. Let's complete the goblin task quickly and then hunt that largemouth fish by the lake. On their return journey." Chen Yiming shared his speculations with Chen Jing. After hearing this, Chen Jing was elated, scanning their surroundings incessantly in search of another altar. Unfortunately, If altars were so easily found, they would not have encountered only one thus far. More importantly, Chun Yiming surmised that altars were not only elusive. Moreover, it is highly likely that they only respawn in the lairs of those high-level magical beasts. Chun Yiming could not quite articulate the reason for this feeling, yet he sensed it deeply. Perhaps it was merely an instinct born of the void. He pondered silently. During his return journey, Chun Yiming encountered a few ordinary quality monsters. The goblins among them were left for Chun Jing to handle in order to complete his task, while the others were transformed into his own experience points. Currently, the experience points of the green-skinned creatures had reached 4,691,000, nearly halfway to leveling up to level 3. The highest level among them remained the Night Shadow Hunting Spider, which retained its prior level 3 status. Upon reaching the lakeside, Chun Yiming suddenly paused, and a considerable number of people were curiously exploring the bounty house nearby, while others laughed and touched the walls of the establishment. It appeared that this place had indeed been discovered by others, including the bounty house. However, this did not come as a surprise to Chun Yiming. It was entirely normal for others to find it, and he could not prevent it. The lake was not far from the city, and if one chose the right direction, locating the lake would be relatively simple. Yet, the individuals at the lakeside were left utterly dumbfounded. They had just heard the rustling of branches in the forest, suggesting that a large creature was approaching. Many gathered together, remaining on guard. They did indeed see a monster, but what astonished them was the sight of a person sitting atop its back. What the hell is this truly his summoned beast? It looks incredibly imposing. Furthermore, what is this rare quality nonsense? Why have we never seen anything like it before? I reckon a single summoned beast could take on our entire group. The evolved night demon hunting spider possessed a more aesthetically pleasing appearance, with a blend of black and white patterns and a somewhat rounded body that made it appear less menacing. It reminded him of the last round, robust black and white beast that had become a beloved figure among the populace. This indicated that such aesthetic appeal had indeed garnered recognition. This colossal creature, being the summoned beast of this formidable individual, was certainly good news and likely not an enemy. For the residents of Shanshui City, encountering others in the wilderness was considered fortunate. Many believed it was at least preferable to encountering wild magical beasts. Chun Yiming leaped down from the back of the Night Shadow Hunting Spider and walked towards the bounty house with an unperturbed demeanor. The crowd gathered in front of the bounty house instinctively parted to make way for this enigmatic figure. Chun Jing, following closely behind, watched the scene unfold with a sense of quiet satisfaction. He quickened his pace, adjusting the backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon entering the bounty house, Chun Yiming found two individuals already inside, seemingly engaged in accepting tasks. They did not pay him any mind, assuming he was merely a companion. Chun Yiming opened the Book of Summoning and clicked to complete the task. Task was immediately marked as completed. All the text shimmered with a golden light before vanishing. Finally, two items materialized in midair above the open pages of the book. Point one resembled a fig, adorned with a ring of black patterns at its top, while the other was a blue glass vial filled with water. The breadfruit, when consumed, could provide sufficient nutrition for an adult's daily activities. The blue perfume, when used, emitted a scent that attracted aquatic magical beasts, lasting approximately 1 hour. Neither of these items could be stored in the Book of Summoning, which Chun Yiming found rather cumbersome. Fortunately, both items were not overly large, making them relatively easy to carry. He placed the blue perfume in his pants pocket and the breadfruit into his backpack. Chun Jing also submitted his task, and the two items he received were entirely different from Chun Yiming's. The brass page fragment 13 required 3 pages to form a complete brass page, which could increase the maximum page limit of the Book of Summoning, brass level, without exceeding its upper limit. The brief content of this brass page fragment revealed a wealth of information. The Book of Summoning was indeed categorized by levels, each with a maximum page limit. If the level was not increased, it would likely reach its limit without the possibility of further enhancement. Besides the brass page fragment, there was also an item resembling a mechanical badge that it was no larger than an infant's palm. Cold iron in color, with a tool hammer intricately carved on its surface. The badge of the goblin once belonged to a great empire built by goblins, now lost to the annals of time for various reasons. Yet, some artifacts imbued with the power of the ancient goblin empire have survived. When used, it could elevate a goblin to the status of a goblin craftsman. Chen Yiming furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar gaze at his younger brother. Feeling uneasy under his brother's scrutinizing stare, Chun Jing awkwardly remarked, "Bro, could you stop looking at me like that? It's a bit strange that no, I was merely contemplating something," Chen Yiming replied, shaking his head. "What is it?" Chen Jing asked curiously. "Your luck is astonishingly absurd," Chen Yiming remarked, his tone complex. The value of both items he had received was significantly lower than the two items Chen Jing had acquired. Although one of his items could stave off hunger for an entire day, and the other attracted magical beasts, both were indeed marvelous artifacts. Their rarity and uniqueness paled in comparison to what Chen Jing had obtained. "Oh, you mean that? I've grown accustomed to it. Back in the day while gaming, others would spend thousands, yet I drew rare dark gold cards just from the free 10 draws provided by the system. I've long since gotten used to it. My luck is just a bit better than average," Chen Jing chuckled. Chen Yiming nodded, a strange expression crossing his face. This was something he had not heard him mention before. "If we come across any chests in the future, I'll leave them to you to open," Chen Yiming said, patting his shoulder and assigning him a significant responsibility. Chen Jing handed the brass page fragment to Chen Yiming. "What are you doing? You should keep the page. If it weren't for you, I certainly wouldn't have been able to complete this task alone," Chen Jing insisted earnestly. "Just take it. I find it cumbersome." Chen Yiming dismissed with a wave of his hand, refusing to allow Chen Jing to decline. "Fine. What use is a single fragment to me?" Chen Jing pondered deeply before logically deciding to place the page in his backpack. The other two individuals in the room had long since been left dumbfounded. "What on earth? Are these two submitting tasks? Let me take a look. Killing 8 flame chickens, or slaying a mysterious creature in the lake, and also defeating 20 goblins. Why does it seem like any of these tasks would be exceedingly difficult to complete?" Exiting the bounty house, Chen Yiming glanced at the throngs of people nearby, beckoning Chen Jing and the others to depart. The group hesitated, seemingly wishing to strike up a conversation with Chen Yiming, but his seemingly indifferent demeanor caused many to retreat. Chen Jing summoned the Book of Summoning and placed the badge of the goblin on the page designated for the clever goblin. Observing the other goblin's crestfallen expression, Chen Jing consoled him. "Next time, if we find similar items, I'll make sure to give them to you." The previously dejected goblin nodded, appearing quite understanding. Once the badge of the goblin was placed on the clever goblin page, it seamlessly integrated into the paper, the boundary of the fusion exhibiting ripples akin to water. The image of the clever goblin on the page began to transform. Its height and physique remained largely unchanged, but it sported a pair of thick-framed black round glasses. The glasses resembled those used for testing prescription lenses in the past, almost completely enveloping the eyes, with only a pair of squinty eyes peering out from within. It carried a backpack and held a small hammer in its right hand, while its waist pocket bulged with small trinkets. This was the advanced form of the goblin craftsman. Unlike ordinary goblin craftsmen, he was the rare variant known as the clever goblin craftsman, boasting a head 2 sizes larger than that of standard goblin craftsmen. A larger head bears greater weight. Within this modest cranium resides an abundance of profound wisdom. Race: ingenious goblin artisan quality. Common level: 2 introduction. Although merely a basic artisan among goblins, he possesses mastery over a plethora of both simple and relatively complex mechanical inventions and creations, demonstrating a remarkable aptitude for learning. Bond, Goblin, brief overview. "This is the machine I have invented." Chen Yiming strolled along the lakeshore. He soon realized that the terrain ahead was rather ill-suited for passage. Numerous trees lined the lakeside, some even emerging directly from the water. Here, the lake formed a concave indentation resembling the shape of a character. As he pressed further, the soil transformed into soft mud, interspersed with aquatic plants. Due to the canopy of trees, this area close to the shore was notably cool and shaded. The sunlight was obscured by the leaves overhead, and a multitude of mosquitoes buzzed about. Fishing here seemed promising. The environment was likely teeming with fish. Chen Yiming heard occasional strange sounds emanating from the mud. Bubbles surfaced, suggesting the presence of slimes below. "There seems to be slimes," Chen Jing remarked. Chen Yiming nodded in agreement. "There are indeed slimes. Perhaps there are water spirits lurking in the nearby water as well." Oh, you think the slimes prey on the water spirits, or vice versa? Chunjing chuckled. I don't wish to speculate on that. Let's not dwell on what the slimes consume. First, we should catch that fish in the lake. Chen Yiming proposed, if we have time after hunting, we might as well tackle task. We should endeavor not to spend the night in the forest. All right, Chun Jing replied with a disinterested shrug. Initially, they had planned to circumvent the swamp, but the night shadow hunting spider unexpectedly shot out a strand of silk, connecting to the opposite bank, and deftly traversed it. The silk appeared to be composed of an unknown material, allowing the night shadow hunting spider to walk across without significant wobbling as it crawled above the marsh. The tumultuous movements below subsided considerably, perhaps sensing the presence of a higher life form. Even the mischievous slimes were compelled to settle down. The green-skinned goblin attempted to cross, but found its hands ensnared by the silk, rendering it immobile. T could only exchange glances with the night shadow hunting spider. Eventually, Chen Yiming instructed the spider to assist, allowing it to free the goblin's hands from the sticky web. Once they navigated through the marsh, the others vanished from sight. The dense forest provided ample cover. Any pursuers would require considerable time or a lengthy detour to reach them. Next came the task of setting traps. Although the night shadow hunting spider was unable to float on the water's surface at the moment, this posed no challenge for Chun Yiming. He instructed the spider to position itself with its back towards the lake. The spider possessed two organs capable of spinning silk, one in its mouth and the other at the tip of its tail. The latter, being closer to the silk-spinning organ, produced a greater quantity of silk as its abdomen undulated, a mass of white liquid expelled from the tail tip, falling onto the lake's surface. The surface stirred slightly, creating ripples that expanded outward. Upon contact with the air, the white liquid rapidly expanded, becoming increasingly viscous, while its color faded. Approaching translucency, the vast, transparent web began to spread across the water surface. After several repetitions, a composite, colossal web floated atop the lake, with one end still connected to the spider's tail, which remained in position by the shore. I feel as if it's defecating into the lake, the green-skinned goblin commented. The night shadow hunting spider shot at a sidelong glance. The goblin chuckled awkwardly. Chun Yiming retrieved a blue glass vial, contemplating whether to utilize this item. Yet he reasoned that tools are meant to be employed. Using it for this task would be a worthy application. He decided it was prudent. After capturing a water spirit and dispatching it, he dripped the blue perfume onto its remains. The blue perfume was already in short supply, and Chun Yiming suspected that the vial occupied 23 of its volume, leaving only a minuscule amount of actual perfume inside. To his surprise, just 2 drops emptied the vial. Soon, he detected a peculiar fragrance, an indescribable aroma reminiscent of sea salt, mingled with a distinct scent. The aquatic creatures stirred restlessly. A multitude of water spirits floated on the surface, resembling a mass of aquatic plants, creating a dark, dense patch that appeared akin to hair burgeoning from the water's surface. At last, Chen Yiming understood the origin of the name water spirit. It was as though the submerged entities manifested as hair upon the water surface. These water spirits were not his target, yet their sheer numbers tempted him that if he could eliminate them all, it would yield a considerable amount of experience. However, in pursuit of the bigger catch, he resisted the temptation and awaited the lake's larger fish. Minutes later, a shadowy figure emerged from beneath the lake's surface, causing the water spirits to scatter in alarm. The great-toothed giant fish, unable to resist the enticing scent, leapt from the water, snapping its jaws eagerly. Yet it soon realized that this delectable morsel was just out of reach. Though mere inches away, an invisible barrier seemed to bind it. Run towards the shore, Chun Yiming commanded. In an instant, the night shadow hunting spider ascended higher, its web retracting to ensnare the great-toothed giant fish. The sticky net adhered to the fish's body, and in a moment of surprise, the fish was dragged several meters. Despite its frantic struggles, the great-toothed giant fish was ultimately pulled ashore, where its combat prowess diminished significantly. It was subjected to the relentless onslaught of Chun Yiming's 3 summoned beasts. Normally, the fish would not venture on a land to bask in the sun, rendering it exceedingly uncomfortable in this environment. Though it would not become utterly incapacitated as ordinary fish do upon leaving the water, it could only exert about 70 to 80 of its strength, and this would wane over time. Desperately, the great-toothed giant fish attempted to flip back into the lake. But Chen Yiming's formidable ally, equal in weight, thwarted its escape. Observing the fish, which bit ferociously, shattering several stones in its frenzy, both the green-skinned goblin and the crimson-feathered chicken maintained a safe distance to avoid injury. The great-toothed giant fish was already trapped. Should it manage to retaliate and inflict harm, it would be a regrettable loss, for being bitten by such a creature could lead to grievous injury. 10 minutes later, the great-toothed giant fish succumbed to its fate that it dissipated into a stream of light, merging into Chen Yiming's tome. The challenge of defeating this great-toothed giant fish was not particularly arduous. Once all necessary conditions for its defeat were met, it was merely a matter of time. The rare aquatic monster's combat capabilities diminished significantly once it emerged onto land. Following its defeat, Chen Yiming chose not to capture the great-toothed giant fish, but rather to convert it into experience points. This rare creature granted 531 experience points to the green-skinned goblin, enabling it to level up to 3. The experience bar for level 3, as expected, transformed into 111000. Chen Yiming's side. The progression in levels was truly remarkable. However, the task was finally complete. Instead of departing immediately, he recognized the numerous water spirits in the lake and deemed it a waste not to capitalize on them. He resolved to make the most of the remaining scent of blue perfume. Chen Yiming instructed the night shadow hunting spider to continue employing the fishing technique. Utilizing the spider's web as a net, it was submerged into the water, then drawn up to capture a bountiful haul of water ghosts. 3 summoned beasts eagerly vied to slay the captured water ghosts. To prevent discord from arising amidst the competition, Chen Yiming commanded that each net be drawn in turn, ensuring that everyone would have their fill. However, after 4 successive hauls, the yield dwindled significantly. Although the water ghosts possessed limited intelligence, repeated captures had taught them to be more cautious. Each summoned beast had dispatched dozens of water ghosts, accumulating several hundred experience points. Undoubtedly aided by the alluring scent of blue fragrance. Ordinarily, such a large catch would be improbable. The presence of the blue fragrance had drawn the water ghosts together, resulting in this exceptional outcome. As dusk settled, casting its golden-red glow upon the leaves, Chen Yiming and Chen Jing tidied up and prepared to return. Their bounty for the day had been plentiful, a shared triumph for the 2 brothers. Upon reaching the vicinity of the bounty house, they found it devoid of the earlier throng. Chen Yiming entered the bounty house to submit his task, causing task to vanish from the board. He received a notification confirming the completion of his task. Outside the bounty house, Chen Jing had been attentively observing the tasks recorded in the Book of Summoning as Chen Yiming submitted the task. The entries on Chen Jing's page gradually faded away, as if they had never existed. Chen Yiming received a mysterious title as a reward, Fisherman. The title conferred an effect that increased damage dealt to aquatic monsters by 10%. Contemplating this title, he recognized its potential to enhance damage output, albeit with limitations, as it specifically targeted aquatic creatures that will be most beneficial if bestowed upon a summoned beast adept at combating such foes. After all, the aquatic summoned beasts he would later capture will be primarily utilized to address various challenges and adversaries in water. However, none of his current 3 summoned beasts were skilled in aquatic combat, nor did he possess any aquatic summons. The green skin, for instance, was not worthy of mention, while the goblin chief could only be deemed capable against aquatic monsters. The Chisha chicken, lacking proficiency in water-based attacks, would render the title a waste. Although the night shadow hunting spider's web could be utilized in water, its offensive capabilities were lacking. Its skill points were entirely allocated to web weaving, and its silk bore no poison, making it more suitable for trap setting or multifunctional support rather than direct combat. In its current state, the night shadow hunting spider was on par with the greenskin in combat prowess. Despite having a quality 2 stars higher, the origin of its surplus talent points was evident that in a state of indecision. Chen Yiming contemplated retaining the fisherman title temporarily until he acquired a suitable summoned beast to bestow it upon. The title transformed into a blue emblem, resting upon the blank page of the book, ready to be assigned to any summoned beast at his discretion, albeit only once. Exiting the bounty house, Chun Yiming felt a pang of regret. He had run out of time to submit task. Casting a final glance at the bounty house's remaining time, he noted that only 8 hours remained until the next relocation. They had lingered in the forest for over 8 hours that day, and it was now 6:30 in the evening. That'd be why the time they returned from the lakeside to the city, it would likely be around 7:30. Walking back to the neighborhood would take them until 9:30. And after tidying up their gear, they would be ready to sleep. Retrieving food from his bag and washing it down with mineral water, the two began their trek toward the city, following the markers they had left earlier. Chun Yiming recalled the markings on the trees, noticing that alongside his X symbol, there was a prominent Z symbol left by another. Marking trails in the forest was not solely his prerogative. Others did the same. This realization caused an unusual expression to cross Chun Yiming's face. If more individuals enter the forest, would there not be a risk of overlapping markers? A moment's inattention could lead to a misstep. And that would be unfortunate. Upon exiting the forest and stepping onto the street, Chun Yiming abruptly halted. "What is it?" Chun Jing inquired, puzzled as he followed Chun Yiming's gaze, yet saw nothing amiss. The streets were bustling with people, each accompanied by their summon. Chun Yiming believed he recognized two familiar faces, his landlord and the landlord's daughter. However, the crowd quickly obscured them. He refrained from greeting them, as their interactions had been limited to monthly rent payments and the occasional exchange in the hallway, rendering them familiar yet distant acquaintances. Occasionally, he observed groups of individuals with mournful expressions huddled together, their sobs mingling with the sounds of grievances and disputes. "Why did you come here? You didn't oppose it either." It seemed likely that they had encountered misfortune during their explorations of the forest, before true calamity befell oneself. Everyone often fancied themselves the fortunate one. The rotund merchant who had exchanged for a goblin was nowhere to be seen, leaving Chun Yiming uncertain whether he had procured his desired items. Chun Yiming noted the emergence of a makeshift marketplace adjacent to the main road leading into the forest, a narrow alley beside a community entrance now bustling with vendors. The wares on display struck him as both intriguing and outrageous. Some were selling goblin corpses, insisting on bartering rather than cash, with food taking precedence. Others offered unidentifiable eggs, still caked in damp earth and grass clippings. The diverse resources of the forest had been brought forth by the imaginative traders. Some had even set out iron pots and similar utensils for food exchanges. The urgency of food scarcity became increasingly apparent. It had transformed into an indispensable strategic resource. Many sought various means to acquire food, yet those with provisions were reluctant to trade them. The agrarian populace of Yin Kingdom possessed an innate tendency to stockpile provisions. However, truly valuable items were exceedingly rare. At this stage, only living monsters and various food resources held worth, with the most coveted being the magical items obtained from the bounty house. Yet, Chun Yiming suspected that these individuals had likely never encountered a bounty house, let alone the wondrous artifacts within. After a cursory exploration of the marketplace, Chun Yiming departed, finding nothing of interest on his way home. He occasionally spotted groups of people heading towards the suburbs, perhaps swayed by municipal enticements or other motives. Tonight, the forest bordering the city was destined for a sleepless night, with more souls treading its depths. Many would find their final resting place within its confines. However, this was of no concern to Chun Yiming. He was not easily swayed by external influences, that he had his own plans, and maintaining a healthy routine was paramount. He could not allow others to disrupt his rhythm. Today's bounty had been substantial, and he believed that by adhering to his own pace, he would surely maintain his advantage in the city en route. Chun Yiming witnessed a striking scene, a gathering of over 100 people, fully equipped and assembled at the entrance of a community, awaiting departure. Among them were individuals clad in casual attire, clutching bags and holding what appeared to be toy-like objects, their faces alight with eager anticipation. Were they preparing for a leisurely excursion to the suburbs? Chun Yiming found himself at a loss for words that a commotion erupted in front of a bakery, where a young man in red clothing anxiously exclaimed, "I'll pay double for some cake, please." The shopkeeper appeared to waver, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of conceding. She cast a troubled glance at her husband, seeking his counsel. The man beside her was indeed her spouse. He silently shook his head, his brow furrowed in concern. "Young man, perhaps you should explore other shops. We do not sell what you seek. Why not sell me, just a little? It's not like my request is excessive. If you think the price is too low, I can offer you 3 for even 5 times the amount." The voice of the young man in red grew increasingly louder, his breaths becoming more labored. "This isn't merely a matter of selling. If I were to sell to you, what would happen when others come looking to purchase? Should I sell or not?" The shopkeeper retorted, visibly irritated by the young man's unreasonable demands. The youth in red was on the verge of losing his temper. Over the past few days, many eateries had inexplicably closed their doors, and several cake shops and convenience stores had also shut down. The vegetable market was devoid of any produce or meat. After some inquiries, he learned that a troubling situation had befallen the city. Transportation out of town had become inconvenient, and a forest, teeming with various magical creatures, had sprouted on the outskirts. The municipal office claimed they would strive to establish contact with the outside world, urging citizens to organize and eliminate the magical beasts in the suburbs to contribute to the city's recovery. Yet, what contribution could be made? An avid gamer and novel reader, he sensed impending doom. Just days earlier, he had squandered the prime opportunity to procure food while holed up at home, charging his phone and indulging in downloaded novels and games. Now, the issue was no longer about price, but rather about availability. He had gone an entire day without sustenance. As a modern youth, his household stocked only a few snacks, with no vegetables, meat, or fruit in sight. He usually relied on takeout or dining out, with most deliveries consumed and discarded immediately. Regret washed over him as he recalled tossing out the leftover braised pork rice from a couple of days ago. Had he known, he would have stored it in the refrigerator. His eyes reddened with frustration as he drew a dagger from his pocket, gesturing threateningly, "Just sell me a little, and I'll leave." The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and retreated into the store to retrieve a large knife, typically used for cutting cakes, but deemed suitable for more serious matters in these extraordinary times. "Who do you think you're intimidating?" The shopkeeper scoffed. The young man in red paused, then shouted, "There are only 2 of them. Let us charge together. They won't dare stop us." With that, he dashed into the shop, snatching several cakes before fleeing. The shopkeeper attempted to pursue, but as he took 2 steps, he noticed a greater number of people rushing towards his store, his face drained of color. "Damn, I merely intended to grab some cake for myself. This insufferable brat is to blame." Returning to the shop, he witnessed 2 men seizing cakes from the counter. Overcome with rage, the shopkeeper swung his knife at one of the men's backs. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers that he was going to kill him. Yet, contrary to their expectations, blood did not splatter. A barrier appeared on the man's back, shielding him. The shopkeeper felt as though he had struck a wall of cotton. The assaulted individual's summoned creature erupted uncontrollably. The summoned beast, unbound by any prior commands, instinctively entered protective mode upon witnessing its master under attack. A halfling wielding a dagger leapt forward, aiming a vicious strike at the shopkeeper's neck. Suddenly, the shopkeeper's summoned creature appeared beside him, a grotesque figure with a dog-esque head, its face flat and reminiscent of a pug run over by a wheel, clad in tattered leather armor. It wielded a wooden-handled mace, standing at barely a meter tall. It was even shorter than a goblin. Species, dog-headed monster quality, ordinary level. One description, a small magical creature inhabiting forests, possessing the intelligence of an adult hound and being omnivorous. Bond, Beastmen, 1. Increases strength by 10 when 3 or more beastmen are present. 2. Increases strength by 20 when 6 or more beastmen are present. 3. Increases strength by 30 and endurance by 10 when 9 or more beastmen are present. The dog-headed monster let out a piercing scream, its roar echoing like an enraged hound. The sound was deafening, momentarily stunning the halfling. Though the halfling was curious and adventurous, the sheer volume of the dog-headed monster's voice left him momentarily paralyzed. Raising its mace high, the creature brought it crashing down. Smack! A chunk of the halfling's skull shattered, resulting in an instant kill. Without his summoned beast, he had likely lost his only companion. The protective barrier surrounding him dissipated. The dog-headed monster charged forward, resembling a furious little old IT pursued the fleeing individual, but the cake shop owner shouted for the creature to return. The owner's fierce demeanor temporarily quelled the crowd. The female proprietor quickly summoned her own creature, a slime, to help maintain order. While the shopkeeper appeared calm and collected, turmoil raged within. There were simply too many people surrounding them. Even if just 1/10 of the crowd were to be incited to steal, the couple would be unable to fend them off. He had heard of similar occurrences happening to Mr. Lee, the fried chicken vendor on the neighboring street, whose shop had been ransacked during the evening hours. In the chaos, Lee had been struck down by an unseen assailant and now lay bedridden. Thus, the shopkeeper had taken extra precautions. Cakes had a short shelf life, and he was reluctant to operate at night. He had hoped to gather as many cakes as possible during daylight to prevent spoilage. "Boss, why don't you sell us a little?" Someone from the crowd suddenly suggested with a grin. The shopkeeper's expression darkened, and just as he prepared to refuse, his wife interjected, "How about this? Since fate has brought us together today, I still have some cakes left. I'll treat everyone here. But the quantity is limited, so I kindly ask for your cooperation in maintaining order." She tugged at her husband's sleeve before raising her voice. Afterward, she entered the shop and emerged with several large iron trays. Each tray was filled with egg tarts, meat floss cakes, and wife cakes. She set up a small wooden table and placed the trays on it. "Everyone, please take one at a time," she called out. The shopkeeper was taken aback, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was his foolish wife doing? She shot him a calming glance, signaling him not to panic. Once everyone had taken their turn for a cake, she pulled her husband aside and whispered, "I know you're going to ask, but consider this. If I don't do it, can we leave here unscathed? Do you think they want to resort to violence?" The shopkeeper scoffed coldly. Fine, fine. I acknowledge your bravery, but have you thought about what we'd do if they truly acted on their threats? Then just don't," she urged, "that if something were to happen to you. How would we survive? We can't possibly consume all these cakes ourselves, so let us consider it a good deed." Her voice was soft yet insistent. The shopkeeper fell silent, though he was reluctant to accept her reasoning. Another voice in his mind acknowledged the validity of her words. The couple proceeded to gather additional flour and other ingredients from the cake shop. Perhaps due to their generosity in sharing most of the cakes with the crowd, the onlookers maintained a tacit agreement. This was a transaction devoid of true exchange. Chun Jing joined the fray, snatching a meat floss cake and discovering it quite palatable. "Hey, brother, do you want a bite?" Chun Jing asked, mouth full. "You go ahead," Chen Yiming replied. Lacking an appetite, they returned to their neighborhood. Chen Yiming noticed a considerable gathering of individuals near the community's green gazebo, the majority being elderly men, women, and children. These individuals were engaged in animated discussions, and as Chen Yiming passed by, he caught snippets of words like monsters and hunting. "You reside in our community as well, don't you?" A gentleman who appeared to be in his 60s suddenly addressed Chen Yiming. "I'm temporarily renting a place," Chen Yiming politely replied. "That makes you one of us," the elder nodded in satisfaction. "Have you joined the community hunting team yet?" he inquired. Elders often have much to say, their chatter seemingly endless. "No," Chen Yiming responded. "Well, you might want to consider it," the elder continued. "Our community has just formed a hunting team, and my son is also a member. They set off this afternoon and should be returning shortly. The food distribution among the hunting team is quite fair. If they manage to catch something, everyone will receive at least a little food, ensuring no one goes hungry." The elder chuckled warmly, exuding a gentle demeanor. Ultimately, Chun Yiming graciously declined the elder's repeated invitations. As they ascended the stairs, Chun Jing remarked curiously, "To feed an entire community, how many creatures must they capture? There are at least 1,000 people in our community waiting to be fed. Don't you think?" Chun Yiming pondered this, and then inhaled sharply. "Goodness, that seems utterly unfeasible." It's not that it's unfeasible, but rather that such a small hunting team could hardly sustain so many residents. Chen Yiming clarified. "Young men venture out to hunt, while the elderly, women, and children remain at home, awaiting the return of the men with food." It bore resemblance to the hunting practices of primitive tribes in ancient times. However, life in such tribes was not as idyllic as one might imagine. Starvation was a commonplace reality. Males would hunt while females gathered fruits. No one was idle, with each person assigned a clear role. Even so, survival in primitive tribes was exceedingly arduous. In the community, Chen Yiming observed a lack of collective effort and wondered if the mindset of these individuals had yet to fully adapt to their circumstances. Perhaps buoyed by the remaining supplies in their homes, which alleviated their urgency. Moreover, a significant point loomed. Our city, Shanshui, boasts a population of over 6 million, with thousands of such communities like ours. Chun Yiming refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts. Yet Qin Jing seemed to grasp them. The so-called hunting teams were merely a facade, unlikely to endure for long. Perhaps, in due time, these teams would evolve into another form. What that form would be, who could say? Upon returning home, Qin Yiming meticulously searched his abode to ensure no one had entered during their absence and that no food had been lost. Only then did he feel a modicum of relief. Chun Jing had summoned a clever goblin craftsman who displayed an insatiable curiosity. After a brief moment of neglect, the goblin dismantled the television, captivated by the circuit boards and various connections. Although intelligent, the goblin had never received an education or encountered modern civilization. A mere circuit board left it bewildered. The goblin frequently approached with inquiries. What is this and that? What is its purpose? Initially, the brothers patiently explained, but soon boredom set in that I wish I could find a middle school physics book to show it. Chun Jing mused silently. The landlord next door should have one, Qin Yiming suggested. Chun Jing turned to the goblin craftsman and said, Do not rush. I will find you some books shortly. After dinner, the brothers settled on the sofa, each with a bottle of fruit beer in hand. As darkness enveloped the outside world, the moon quietly ascended. The community's sounds gradually grew lively. The two stood, cans in hand, and stepped onto the balcony to gaze down below. The flickering lights of flashlights and candles illuminated the area, revealing a multitude of people gathered below. Chun Yiming found it tedious, and, after a brief observation, returned to the living room, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed. Chun Jing, however, found it intriguing. Brother, I'm going down to take a look. Chun Yiming nodded noncommittally, granting his unspoken consent. Chun Jing eagerly dashed downstairs. Approximately an hour later, he returned, sitting across from Chun Yiming on the sofa, his face betraying an eagerness that bubbled to the surface, awaiting Chun Yiming to speak first. Chun Yiming remained silent, comfortably settled on the sofa. Finally, Chun Jing could contain his excitement no longer. The hunting team has returned. Their main group merely took a stroll in the suburbs today. Chun Yiming nodded, prompting Chun Jing to continue. And then, they really just wander around the suburbs, having hunted nothing at all. Chun Yiming chuckled in disbelief. How remarkable. How many members are in the hunting team? Over 600, but only about 500 returned, that a few are still unaccounted for. Chun Yiming nodded, unsurprised that if they had initially trained with the discipline of a military unit, it would have astonished him. However, some individuals had indeed ventured into the forest. Chun Jing continued. Most of the main group merely strolled through the suburbs, returning only after their legs grew wearied. I overheard many boasting about having seen wild monsters and scaring them away. But I suspect they were merely spinning tales. Those folks can boast better than I can. Yet, I did hear that a handful of them strayed from the group and genuinely ventured into the forest. Chun Jing elaborated. Some of those who went into the forest have returned, while others have not. With no signal and no internet, our means of entertainment are dwindling. That it seems Chun Jing has developed a peculiar penchant for gossip. A sports prodigy interested in gossip. Doesn't that sound odd? Moreover, it seems someone returned injured from the forest. The captain of the hunting team was furious with the few who strayed from the group, leading to an argument. Chun Yiming chuckled softly, shaking his head. You become quite the gossip monger. What do you mean by gossip monger? I simply have a knack for gathering information, Chun Jing retorted, somewhat disgruntled. The captain said, individuals like you, lacking a broader perspective and team spirit, must be condemned. Chun Jing laughed. Qin Yiming shook his head, unsure how to respond to such sentiments. That captain, wouldn't he happen to be with the neighborhood committee? Would he? No, he is the property manager of our community. That moment, Qin Yiming heard the sound of a door closing from the neighboring room. The landlord next door had returned. Qin Yiming rose from the sofa, turned the doorknob of his own room, and stepped into the darkened corridor. Approaching the landlord's door, he knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, the tenant, Qin Yiming replied. There was a brief silence before the door opened a crack, revealing the landlord, who regarded Chun Yiming with a different demeanor. He appeared transformed, no longer resembling the laid-back landlord he once was. The landlord's expression softened. reverting to that of a warm and affable uncle. "Ah, it's Yiming. What brings you here?" Landlord, I have a small favor to ask just let me know that I wanted to inquire if Xiao Mo's middle school physics book is still around." "What?" The landlord momentarily looked bewildered, as if he had misheard. "Yes, you heard correctly that I would like to borrow that middle school physics book from you, and I can exchange it for food," Chen Yiming earnestly proposed. Silence ensued. "All right, let me check. I should still have it." Chen Yiming took the nationally revised third edition of the compulsory physics textbook from the landlord, its cover adorned with a protective layer, a S. He casually flipped through the pages. He noted that every blank space was densely filled with notes, the handwriting neat and elegant. Certain passages in the textbook were highlighted with a golden marker, indicating a diligent effort to comprehend the material. If the current Chen Yiming were to review the textbook, he would find it reasonably understandable, for the concepts of junior high physics remain relatively simple. Yet, simplicity is beneficial, as it facilitates big head's engagement with learning. "Thank you, landlord. If you don't mind, I'll take this bag of ham sausage, as food is rather scarce these days, and it's hard to find anything outside," Chen Yiming said with a smile, handing the bag over to the landlord. The landlord glanced at the bag, which presumably contained 10 sausages. Just a few days prior, offering such a bag as a token of gratitude might have been seen as a jest. Gifts typically consisted of cigarettes, alcohol, or supplements, but presenting a bag of premium ham sausages as thanks was indeed a rarity. However, in the current context, it was undoubtedly a generous offering, as it constituted meat that could be consumed raw. Qi Zhuo nodded and accepted the sausages, refraining from feigning generosity by declining. Although he had purchased some food a couple of days ago due to Chen Yiming's influence, the supplies at home would last about a month if rationed. Still, it was far from sufficient. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to the outskirts. After closing the door, Chen Yiming turned, a playful expression on his face, sensing that the landlord was not merely an ordinary middle-aged man collecting rent. Yet, who among us is without secrets? Chen Yiming chose not to delve deeper. Meanwhile, after shutting the door, Qi Zhuo heard footsteps behind him that a small head peeked cautiously from the room, watching him intently. Qi Xiaoma's gaze was filled with curiosity. "What does he want with my junior high textbook?" Qi Xiaoma asked, intrigued. Qi Zhuo shook his head, admitting he had no idea. Qi Xiaoma pondered aloud. Could it be that my junior high physics book hides something valuable? It must be worthwhile if he specifically came to exchange for it. After a moment of contemplation and realizing she could not deduce the answer, she dejectedly gave up. Yet, she felt a twinge of excitement. Believing her father to be incredibly cool, imagining him as a hidden assassin who had retreated from the world, with their home purchased through the commissions earned from his missions. "Dad, am I right? Just tell me." Qi Xiaoma could scarcely contain her intense curiosity. Qi Zhuo maintained a stoic expression, reiterating, "I've told you many times, I only bought 2 of the houses. The rest were compensation from demolition." "Really?" Qi Xiaoma clutched her chest, feeling as though her fantasies had shattered. "Just kidding, little pig," he teased, "that you're really unlucky." Qi Xiaoma lamented, and as she displayed her antics, a subtle smile crept onto Qi Zhuo's serious face. Unseen by her, Big Head received the junior high physics textbook from Chen Yiming, his expression solemn, as if handling a sacred relic. However, it soon became apparent that despite being able to communicate with Chen Yiming and the others, this was facilitated by the summoning book, which allowed for verbal interaction but did not extend to written language. In a sense, Big Head was illiterate. Holding the physics textbook upside down, Big Head remained oblivious. Their eyes locked, each fixated on the text, as if attempting to extract a flower from the pages. "Read more," Chen Yiming encouraged, patting Big Head's head. "I'll fetch some language books for you. You must learn Chinese characters first." "My apologies for our oversight," Chen Jing concurred, acknowledging his brother's sound reasoning. The two then prepared to exchange for a complete set of elementary language textbooks. This time, however, the landlord did not request any food in return. Instead, he generously gifted the textbooks to Chen Yiming, along with an unfinished exercise book belonging to Qi Xiaoma. "These are all trivial items. Just take them," the landlord insisted, shaking his head. Upon returning home, Chen Jing placed the textbooks and exercise book on the table. Addressing Big Head earnestly, "You must learn Chinese characters promptly. I have provided you with such excellent conditions, so don't waste my efforts." Big Head nodded solemnly in response, determined to study diligently. In truth, goblins are quite eager learners. Acquiring new knowledge brings them great joy, yet many goblins suffer from the lack of pathways to education, born into a desolate realm of ignorance, yearning for the holy spring of truth. Later that night, while Chen Yiming and the others slept, Big Head continued to study under the moonlight, struggling with sounds he found awkward and challenging to Oiayu. When Chen Yiming awoke the next morning, he found both goblins fast asleep, with Big Head sprawled over the desk, still clutching the textbook. Nearby, another goblin sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, asleep while holding a battle suit patched up for various repairs. After breakfast, Chen Yiming and Chen Jing tidied up and prepared to venture out again. Yesterday, upon returning, the brothers had heard of a towering stone monument appearing in the city center, adorned with a countdown timer. Chen Yiming wondered if there was a connection to the small monument in the hollowed-out wall of the bounty house. As fate would have it, just as Chen Yiming and Chen Jing finished dressing and opened the door, the landlord's door next door creaked open as well. The landlord, wearing a black satchel, had an iron rod wrapped with bandages entwined with his hand, its end sharpened. Standing behind him, Qi Xiaoma donned a complete black battle suit. The four exchanged glances, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Qi Xiaoma curiously scrutinized Chen Yiming and his brother, noting the absence of the large goblin and the fire-breathing chicken. "Are you heading to the northern suburbs?" Qi Zhuhua inquired. "Yes," Chen Yiming replied. "We are also headed to the northern suburbs. Since it's on our way, let me give you a ride," Qi Zhuhua offered. The group descended to the underground parking garage on the first floor. Climbing into the landlord's white SUV, they slowly exited the garage, the atmosphere inside the vehicle somewhat tense. The occupants were largely silent, each gazing out at the passing scenery. Along the streets, numerous groups of individuals could be seen making their way toward the suburbs. However, the numbers were far fewer than the previous day, typically consisting of small clusters of 5 to 10 people at most. The existence of magical creatures in the suburbs and forests was no longer a secret. The hunting teams hastily assembled from various neighborhoods the day before appeared to have largely disbanded by now. This was, in fact, quite true. The neighborhood committees and property management's attempts at forming hunting teams had been unsuccessful due to the sheer number of participants. With so many people, effective management was nearly impossible. Hundreds or even thousands of individuals without a clear hierarchical organization posed significant challenges, particularly since many had only recently become acquainted in the fast-paced modern city. Neighbors often remain distant. It is not uncommon for someone to live for years without knowing what their neighbors look like. In such circumstances, one could hardly expect a hunting team composed of strangers to exhibit any sense of camaraderie. With everyone harboring their own thoughts, especially when confronted with the magical creatures of the suburbs and various novel phenomena, curiosity and desire led many to sneak away from the main group. Moreover, with so many individuals, even if magical creatures were present, they would likely have fled long before encountering such a large crowd. Magical beings are not fools. They do not stand idly by waiting to be hunted. It is nearly impossible to encounter magical creatures with hundreds or thousands in tow, unless they dare to venture deep into the forest. Yet, they were reluctant to do so, for the dangers lurking within the forest far surpassed those of the urban outskirts. In this context, given that some individuals ventured into the suburbs yesterday, it is entirely reasonable that today many have chosen to break away from the hunting team to form their own groups with family and friends for a trip to the outskirts. Moreover, due to the pressing shortages of food, many households find their need for provisions urgent. It is likely that even those individuals harbor doubts about the bounty they might obtain by accompanying the community's hunting team. Thus, it is quite natural for them to separate from the hunting group and assemble more reliable squads. The vast forest enveloping the city has momentarily captured the attention of many, leading them to believe that sustenance can be gleaned from its depths. In the eyes of numerous individuals, the forest symbolizes an abundance of food. Indeed, the forest harbors plentiful resources, yet also stands as a harbinger of peril. Once this group encounters setbacks within the forest, resulting in a significant loss of life, society will inevitably become increasingly polarized. Some will recoil in fear of the dangers lurking within, retreating to the safety of the city and relying on its resources. Conversely, Those who manage to survive will emerge as new adapters. Chun Yiming withdrew his gaze. Currently, the city is home to 6 million inhabitants, a number that may drastically dwindle in 2 months, barring unforeseen events. Upon reaching the outskirts, Chun Yiming observed a steady stream of individuals returning from that direction. Their demeanor appeared rather dismal, and some bore a disheveled appearance, marked by dust and blood. These individuals were the ones who had remained in the suburbs the previous night. The atmosphere in the suburbs had seemed somewhat lively after dark. Bloodstains marred the ground, most of which had dried, leaving behind dark red patches resembling unsightly lesions on the roadway. Numerous shops along the roadside were damaged. With some previously closed establishments having their doors pried open, their valuable contents ransacked, a sense of chaos permeated the suburbs, where order was being challenged and dismantled. Suddenly, Chun Yiming paused, noticing a nearby shop that had been broken into, with oil drums strewn across the entrance and the ground smeared with oil, bearing scorch marks from flames. This was the very shop he had visited a few days prior, owned by the proprietor who sold him a walkie-talkie. "Let us stop here," Chun Yiming suggested. Chi Zhuhua slammed on the brakes, and after expressing his gratitude to the landlord, Chun Yiming and his brother disembarked. Upon seeing Chun Yiming step out of the vehicle, Chi Xiaomao felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She had initially hoped everyone could team up together today. As he exited the car, Chun Yiming recalled his memories of the shop. Approaching, he discovered it had been completely emptied. Both the gasoline and the generators had been looted, with some generators that could not be taken being deliberately destroyed. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints. There was no sign of the shop owner, leaving the circumstances of his absence a mystery, whether he had met with misfortune or had left in despair. "Let us go," Chun Yiming sighed, his tone tinged with disappointment. He was at a loss for words. Perhaps it was a case of shared sorrow in the face of loss? An indescribable emotion welled up within him. The street was still populated with numerous individuals, some of whom sat or lay casually on the roadside or beside flower beds. A nearby group resting called out, "You guys are late. This shop was cleaned out last night. Haha." There were 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, accompanied by a dozen summoned beasts. Each had 3 summoned beasts. A sign of considerable prowess at this stage. What transpired at this shop? Chun Yiming inquired. This shop had a lot of oil. Last night, someone smashed the shutters and discovered the generators during the looting. The entire street went wild. You know how generators are. There's a power outage everywhere, and this shop had generators. There were too many looters, and nearly everything was stripped bare. That is indeed unfortunate. Chun Yiming remarked. "Quite unfortunate," the man responded, though his tone suggested he lamented more for his own missed opportunity than for the shop owner. "Where did the shopkeeper go?" Chun Yiming finally asked. "Do you know the shop owner?" The man queried. "No," Chun Yiming replied. "Ditto." The shop owner rushed over this morning upon hearing about the robbery and cursed for quite some time before leaving. Chun Yiming chose not to pursue further inquiries about the owner, but instead sought information on the events of the previous night. He learned that numerous magical creatures had invaded the suburbs, leading to a series of battles where some managed to tame formidable beasts while others were vanquished by these powerful entities. Much had transpired during that fateful night. After absorbing the information, Chun Yiming felt a spark of interest. If creatures from the suburbs were likely to emerge at night, staying there could yield greater rewards. This possibility made the idea of spending the night in the suburbs increasingly appealing. After thanking the man, Chun Yiming and Chun Jing proceeded toward the forest. The underbrush and grass at the forest's edge had been thoroughly picked clean. As anticipated, just as Chun Yiming had mentioned the day prior, the trees were marked with various symbols, X, Z, I, and an array of other designs etched into the bark. The sheer volume of markings was overwhelming. Filled with creativity, Chun Yiming even spotted one that stood out. With so many symbols, it was uncertain whether anyone could discern which belonged to them, as the saying goes, in a world where paths did not exist. The many travelers create them. The forest floor was trampled, with flattened grass and broken bushes, revealing several faint trails leading deeper into the woods. Following one of these paths, Chun Yiming observed numerous trees bearing various scratches. Some were marks left by others, while others bore names carved into the bark. Tan Xiaobo was here, Zhao Jiaoyang came this way. Venturing further in, the light began to wane, and the paths diverged in multiple directions. Their ultimate destinations unknown. One of the smaller paths to the left led in the same direction as Chun Yiming's intended destination, the Water Ghost Lake. The nameless lake he had visited yesterday had been whimsically named after the water spirits commonly associated with it. The emergence of this lake adjacent to the city of Shanshui was indeed a novel occurrence, for despite the name implying mountains and waters, Shanshui City was predominantly a flatland urban area. For the inhabitants of Shanshui City, this lake was a source of both novelty and strangeness. Remarkably, during his journey to the lakeshore, Qin Yiming encountered no magical creatures or large beasts. He reached his destination without incident. Pondering where these elusive beings might have wandered off, he speculated that the prior night's invasion of magical creatures had likely prompted many from the city to explore the suburbs, resulting in diminished numbers of beasts and magical entities in the nearby forest. Particularly, these frequently traversed paths may have been deemed perilous by the lingering remnants of magical creatures that, of course, this is merely his conjecture. The truth will require time to unveil. As Chun Yiming ventured deeper, he discerned that the path beneath his feet became increasingly sparse, with fewer individuals having traversed it. Rustle, that eye in the distance, the bushes quivered, startling a gray rabbit into flight. An hour later, Chun Yiming arrived at the lakeside. After several rounds of scrutiny along the shore, he found no trace of the bounty house. It appeared that it had departed after a certain time. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a sense of regret still lingered within him. It was a pity that the task yielding 300 experience points remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, the quest inscribed in the summoning book had not vanished, indicating that it could still be pursued. Submission of the task would simply await the next encounter with the bounty house. By the lake, a few individuals sat on the shore fishing, though their primary objective was well known: to catch the water ghosts residing within. Qin Yiming was not surprised. He was not the only astute person in this world. Fishing is a widely practiced activity, often regarded as a cherished pastime. Many individuals possess an inherent desire to fish. Some feel compelled to cast their lines at the mere sight of a pond. Such a vast lake would undoubtedly incite excitement among fishing enthusiasts. The water ghosts within the lake are not particularly clever. They can be easily lured to the surface with food, and once ashore, maintaining a safe distance would enable one to deal with them effortlessly. Compared to other ordinary one-star magical creatures, the water ghosts are relatively easier to capture and slay. Perhaps, after being caught in substantial numbers, the water ghosts will grow wiser. Yet for now, they remain rather naive. The staggering quantity of water ghosts in the lake attests to their leisurely existence, devoid of natural enemies. The only potential adversary seems to be the giant toothy fish that Chun Yiming hunted yesterday. Thus, the current period of abundance likely coincides with the early stages of water ghost hunting, when they are still easily deceived. As time passes and the water ghosts become more astute, such opportunities may diminish. Chun Yiming continued along the lakeshore, seeking an unoccupied spot to initiate his fishing endeavors. The night shadow hunting spider adeptly raised its rear, expelling silk to weave a fishing net. The net, crafted from silk, expanded across the water's surface until it took shape. Chun Yiming instructed Greenskin to grab a stone and toss it onto the silk net, which finally began to sink. The night shadow hunting spider's rear also sank slightly. However, it resisted the urge to rise, its 6 tiny eyes radiating composure. Chun Yiming then had Greenskin toss a gray rabbit, caught earlier, into the waters above the spider's web. The rabbit gradually sank to the bottom, its blood blooming like a dispersed blush in the water. After a few minutes, Chun Yiming decisively commanded, "Pull the net." The night shadow hunting spider lifted its rear and dashed toward the shore. The silk net, still attached to its tail, was also tugged along. The net emerged from the water, droplets clinging to the silk like tiny pearls strung on thread. Within the net, a dense cluster of shadows revealed themselves to be entirely composed of water ghosts. "Marvelous," Chun Yiming exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. Hunting water ghosts proved convenient. Other one-star creatures would not have been so easily dealt with. Chun Yiming's peripheral vision caught sight of the diligently working night shadow hunting spider, which seemed to be no different. However, encountering wild, ordinary one-star magical creatures had become increasingly rare. The proximity of the forest to the bustling outskirts of Mountain Water City meant that such creatures were not as readily found as before. To hunt them in abundance would necessitate venturing deeper into the woods. "Are we fishing by the lake today, brother?" Chen Jing inquired. "Indeed, we shall hunt water ghosts here," Chen Yiming nodded, "if we don't seize this opportunity. It may not be as easy to catch them later. Why venture into the depths of the forest when the conditions for leveling up here are so favorable?" Chen Yiming continued. Chen Jing understood. His elder brother was consistently prudent, extremely, so that if one were to use a popular phrase from the internet to praise him, it would be steady as an old dog, although it might not be entirely appropriate to speak of his brother in such a manner. Chen Jing would undoubtedly support him if given the choice. This was not a game where one could simply respawn. A solid foundation must be laid step by step. What if they rushed too hastily and encountered unforeseen consequences? At this stage, the deeper recesses of the forest remained shrouded in mystery. No one could ascertain the dangers lurking within. This did not imply that they would never explore the forest's depths. But Chen Yiming would certainly ensure he was thoroughly prepared before embarking on such an adventure. After a whole morning of diligent effort, the water ghosts in this area were nearly exhausted. A single net cast yielded no guarantees of success. Yet, the morning's labor proved worthwhile. Together, they had captured hundreds of water ghosts. Chen Yiming's 3 summoned creatures were in good standing. Reaching level 4 from level 3 required a hefty 10,000 experience points, and hunting water ghosts would yield at least 700 to 800 points per creature. However, they did not come away empty-handed. Chen Jing's 2 goblins had managed to reach level 3, while Chen Yiming's 3 summoned creatures had gained over 1,000 experience points each. The 2 deliberated on changing locations for the afternoon to continue their fishing. Clearly, fishing offered a more rapid accumulation of experience. If they were to hunt goblins or slimes in the forest instead, they could not hope to achieve such quantities. Sitting on a rock, the 2 retrieved provisions from their bags to satiate their hunger. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the skies above, foretelling an impending storm. The sky darkened, and a gust of wind swept over the forest. "Is it going to rain?" Chen Yiming mused, gazing up at the ominous clouds. "I never expected it to rain in this otherworldly realm," Chen Jing jested. The lake surface began to sprout numerous small black dots. Upon closer inspection, these were the water ghost tendrils. It seemed the water ghosts were extending their appendages above the surface to breathe in fresh air. "We should return," Chen Yiming decisively stated. "In this weather, getting caught in the rain could lead to a cold, which would be quite troublesome, as it would consume even more time for recovery. Moreover, we cannot predict whether floods may arise here. For now, let us distance ourselves from the lakeside. Perhaps due to the impending rain, insects were seen climbing the trees throughout the forest, and some animals scurried upward in a frantic escape by the lake. Some individuals rose to leave in anticipation of the rain, while others remained unperturbed, continuing their pursuits by the shore to them. It was merely a light drizzle that would soon cease. These individuals reveled in the opportunity to catch the water ghosts as they surfaced. Some poked at the water ghosts with sticks, attempting to drag them ashore, while others prepared nets, finding it quite convenient to scoop up the creatures, especially now that the water ghosts were floating on the surface. "Are you not leaving? It's going to rain. What if the water level rises?" Someone cautioned the individual wielding the net. "No worries. The water level won't rise for a while. My coat is waterproof," the person replied nonchalantly, waving a hand and donning the hood of their coat, which was originally priced in the thousands, as the seller had assured them of its waterproof quality. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the onlookers ceased their attempts to dissuade him. 10 minutes later, the torrential rain arrived as anticipated. Large raindrops fell with a resounding splatter upon the lake surface, causing the water to churn ceaselessly. The rain striking the head of man by the lakeside surprisingly elicited a sensation of pain. The last remaining individuals on the shore gradually departed, seeking refuge in the forest to escape the downpour. He touched his hat, relieved to find it impervious to water, affirming its waterproof quality, with a slight exhale of relief. He resolved to catch one last water sprite before departing, yet he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, the sprites surfacing now were far easier to capture than before. Fixating on the lake's surface, he cast his net, feeling the gratifying sensation of a catch and the ensuing struggle at the other end. Elated, he forcefully yanked it towards the shore. The water sprite was retrieved. However, due to the rain obscuring his vision, He failed to notice the transformation of the sprite, which, previously appearing weak and sickly, now exhibited a flurry of slender, serpentine tendrils writhing in the air, devoid of its former pallor. The relentless downpour seemed to have revitalized it. He commanded his summoned creature to wield a club and eliminate the sprite. As before, he expected the outcome to mirror previous encounters, devoid of injury. Yet, as the goblin approached the sprite, it suddenly sprang to life. With a speed unforeseen by the goblin, it launched itself like a venomous snake startled into attack. The goblin, lulled into complacency by past victories, was utterly unprepared for the sprite's ferocious velocity. Caught off guard, the goblin's calf was bitten, and it fell to the ground with a shriek that a swing of its club struck the sprite, shattering several of its tendrils and releasing a clear liquid. The goblin attempted to retreat, but the spreading venom caused its leg to swell painfully, forcing it to collapse. The sprite slithered towards the fallen goblin, its multitude of tendrils encircling the creature as it injected venom repeatedly. The goblin's struggles gradually ceased, the poison spreading rapidly. The fisherman stood aghast, unable to comprehend the demise of his summoned goblin. In a panic, he summoned 2 more goblins, upon witnessing the lifeless body of their comrade. The new goblins displayed a hint of panic. "We must leave this place." He picked up the net, preparing to abandon the lakeside. The previous scene had left an indelible psychological scar. These sprites appeared rather formidable. Initially underestimated as mere weaklings, they had proven to be terrifying when provoked. The rain rendered the ground slippery, mud oozing beneath his feet, his marten boots, high-topped and meant to keep the cuffs of his trousers snug against insect bites, were ill-equipped for the slick terrain that he had purchased non-slip boots. Yet he found himself slipping multiple times, soiling his trousers in the process. Just then, he heard a sound behind him that was the grotesque, slithering noise of something moving through the mud, and he suddenly realized that both goblins had already fled. Turning to glance back, he was struck with terror as countless sprites emerged from the water, a mass that seemed poised to overwhelm the shore. For those with a fear of crowds, the sight could have been fatal. "Come back. Help me out. Why are you running?" he urged desperately. Yet the goblins merely glanced back before hastening away, vanishing into the forest. "Damn it, traitors! If I make it back, I'll never summon goblins again," he cursed aloud. The goblin's innate tendency to flee was not something he had taken too seriously, as he had never heard of anyone suffering due to this trait. Why does it have to happen to me? They truly had abandoned him. A wave of frustration washed over him. What purpose did such cowardly summons serve? "Someone, please save me." As the sprites closed in, they began their assault. His summoning book conjured a barrier that repelled the sprites' attacks. However, simultaneously, the book emitted a brilliant light, and the images of the 2 goblins faded to gray. He received the disheartening notification that his summoned goblins were in a state of flight and could not be summoned temporarily. In a daze, he watched helplessly as the protective barrier from his summoning book slowly dissipated. Both goblins had fled, leaving behind a pair of well-coordinated brothers. In a final surge of courage, he managed to scramble up the muddy slope. But the sprites, quicker still, ascended the incline and caught up to him mere moments later. The sprite failed to penetrate his marten boots initially, but it swiftly coiled around him, tripping him. The sprites descended upon him in a relentless tide. The rain continued to pour, the lake's water rising ever higher. Amidst the waves, the sprites floated on the surface, bobbing with the current. The rain showed no signs of abating soon. Chun Yiming took shelter beneath a tree. The downpour was heavy, cascading through the gaps in the leaves and trickling down the ridged bark. He had not yet returned to the city when the rain began, confirming the rain posed no corrosive threat. He stepped out from under the tree. Green skin, seemingly from nowhere, plucked a large leaf resembling a banana and handed it to Chun Yiming with a silly grin. Chun Yiming attempted to bend the leaf and discovered its impressive resilience. He tore 2 small strips from either end of the leaf and fashioned them into a makeshift necklace. The remaining leaf, transformed into a rudimentary HAT, was somewhat unsightly, but it would suffice to keep the rain at bay. The forest floor grew increasingly sticky beneath his feet. The rain obscured their vision, and the pooling water rose steadily. Suddenly, Chun Yiming noticed something intriguing. The rain had saturated the ground, causing white, mushroom-like growths to sprout. These mushrooms proliferated in abundance, densely clustering at the interface of tree roots and soil. They grew at an astonishing rate, nearly visible to the naked eye. Greenskin bent down to pluck one and popped it into his mouth. The red feather chicken seemed to recognize these mushrooms as well, bending down to peck at a few and swallow them whole. "What are these?" "Edible. These are divine mushrooms," Greenskin exclaimed with excitement. Upon inquiry, Chen Yiming learned that these divine mushrooms emerged after each rain in the forest, completely safe to consume. Their lifespan was limited, as they would decay within a day once the rain ceased. The goblin tribe would harvest these divine mushrooms in droves whenever they appeared, drying them for future sustenance. Nearby, Big Head confirmed that their gremlin tribe shared this practice, as for the red feather chicken. It merely cocked its head in confusion. Its kind fared slightly better than the goblins. As a one-star creature above goblins, their regular diet was more varied. Furthermore, since they weren't social creatures, one's satisfied belly meant no one would go hungry. Thus, the red feather chicken species had no habit of food storage. It ate divine mushrooms simply because it enjoyed the taste. The existence of divine mushrooms likely provided numerous lower-tier creatures in this forest with a free source of sustenance. Perhaps this was a contributing factor to the flourishing biodiversity of the forest. The food chain resembles a pyramid. A robust base fosters richer soil, nurturing stronger trees. Chen Yiming gazed at the rapidly growing divine mushrooms. Tempted to sample one, but apprehensive of potential repercussions, he was uncertain whether the unique genetic makeup of the forest species rendered these mushrooms safe for consumption or if they were universally edible. Greenskin reassured him repeatedly. "You can really eat this, Master. Those bugs and monkeys can eat it, so you can definitely eat it too." Greenskin expressed that he had once witnessed a monkey consuming the divine mushroom. "Am I a monkey? Or do I merely resemble one?" Chen Yiming retorted. Greenskin sensed the gravity of the situation. It appeared to be a perilous question. Of course. Master is not a monkey. Master looks nothing like a monkey. "You are far more handsome than they are," Greenskin hurriedly replied. Chen Yiming was, of course, not genuinely angry. He was merely teasing Greenskin. For reasons unknown to him, he found it amusing to jest with Greenskin. On the way back, Chen Yiming continued to gather a few divine mushrooms. Although divine mushrooms bore little distinction from ordinary ones, and there was no indication of magical properties within them, even the summoning book did not react to these divine mushrooms. This indirectly confirmed that they were merely a type of food. He collected over a dozen divine mushrooms in a flower resembling a pocket that grew in the forest, which had an approximate diameter of 30 centimeters and visually resembled a pouch. This flower was referred to as the pocket flower by goblins, who often used it to carry items while traversing the forest. What should have taken only half an hour to walk turned into a full hour. After passing through the woods, the outline of a city gradually emerged ahead. Chen Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he was back. It was unbearably cold. His hands and feet were frozen stiff from the rain. "Oh, this is..." Chen Jing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this the entrance to the forest we entered this morning? We've taken a wrong turn." However, they had been here before. The large shed and the brick houses ahead felt familiar. It was the pig farm they had visited previously. Observing the rain above, which showed no signs of letting up, Chen Yiming contemplated seeking shelter inside, perhaps due to the sound of the rain. Chen Yiming knocked on the door for quite a while without receiving a response. "Is anyone in there? Are you there?" Chen Yiming called out several times, just as he was about to leave. A somewhat mature woman's voice came from within. "Who is it?" Chen Yiming was taken aback. The voice was unfamiliar, not belonging to the pig-rearing girl who had resided there before. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Just seeking shelter from the rain." The person inside hesitated for a moment, then the chain on the door was unlatched. A middle-aged woman with a somewhat sallow complexion stared intently at Chen Yiming. Upon seeing Chen Jing, it seemed the latter's tall stature stirred something within her. Footsteps sounded behind her as several men emerged from the brick house. "Who are you? Is this your house?" Chen Yiming glanced again at the pig farm to confirm he had not made a mistake. "Yes, it is. This belongs to our relatives." Two entirely different responses came forth. The speakers exchanged bewildered glances, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. "With the rain being so heavy, you should come inside. Lao Wu, go fetch some firewood," the middle-aged woman suggested. Chen Yiming followed the group inside. Yet he did not see any sign of the pig-rearing girl named Gao Qian. He was uncertain whether these individuals were genuine relatives or imposters. Is it just you few living here at the farm? Chun Yiming asked casually. The woman's eyes betrayed a hint of wariness, and the others in the room slowed their movements, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Chun Yiming chuckled and pulled out a handgun from his pocket, giving it a vigorous shake. With this heavy rain, I wonder if it got wet. Chun Jing also produced a handgun from his pocket, gripping the handle tightly, and smilingly asked the people in the room, "Do you have any rags to wipe off the water?" The middle-aged woman's expression darkened. "Why are you suddenly pulling out guns?" "You certainly startled me. Your guns are quite realistic." She attempted to dissipate the awkwardness. "This is a real gun," Chun Yiming replied, astonished, and fired a shot. Bang! To his surprise, it did not misfire. It seemed the quality was assured. Chun Yiming remarked with satisfaction, "Of course, it's the real deal. In this day and age, how embarrassing would it be to carry a fake?" Chun Jing jested. The others in the room shared a couple of awkward laughs. Chun Yiming selected a chair to sit in. "Since you claim to be relatives of Gao Qian, I shall dispense with the riddles." Clearing his throat, he stated solemnly, "Gao Qian owes me a substantial sum of money. A considerable amount. That is her debt to you. You should seek her for repayment." No. You all claim to be her relatives, didn't you? I came to find her the day before yesterday, but she refused to open the door. She might be hiding somewhere. Since that wretched girl is unwilling to meet me, perhaps the remaining debt can be settled by you all, considering you are relatives, correct? Chun Yiming smiled. "How much does she owe you?" The middle-aged woman's tone softened slightly. 8,000. The group seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. 8,000 was not an excessive amount. "However, I don't want cash." "What do you mean? What do you mean by that?" "Given the current situation, what use would cash be to me? To wipe my behind." Chun Yiming leaned back, seemingly uncomfortable, and stood up. "Her family is in the breeding business, so let us settle the debt with live pigs." "I want the live pigs from the farm," he declared. "How many do you want? Considering 2,000 per pig, I'll take 50. The group grew furious. "Are you bad at math, or what? We can tolerate 2,000 per pig. But given the current price of pork, each pig is worth at least 4,000 to 5,000. That you're being unreasonable asking for 50 at 2,000 each. 8,000 should amount to 4 pigs. A man in a blue shirt offered as a friendly reminder. "The 8,000 is the principal. Interest isn't included." Chun Yiming remained unfazed. The 8,000 principal would roll over to 100,000. "Even loan sharks don't charge that much. Because my heart is dark, of course. You just said I'm a loan shark. How can I not be dark-hearted?" Chun Yiming replied nonchalantly. The group was taken aback. "You actually admit it. The one who owes you money is her. It has nothing to do with us. But this farm must belong to her, right? Don't tell me she used it to settle her debts. If she is no longer around, this farm is just perfect to cover her debts," Chun Yiming said, tapping the table with a smile that held ulterior motives. The group finally grasped the situation. Their initial target had always been this farm. The middle-aged woman regretted opening the door for them. Now, would it even be possible to throw these two out? Of course, they could not force them to relinquish the farm. They had been eyeing this farm for several days, and now that they had finally managed to enter and seize it, how could they possibly let it go? The 4 individuals in the room simultaneously summoned their summons. A total of 12 summoned beasts appeared at once, with goblins making up the majority, totaling 6 that additionally, there were 3 slimes, 1 forest leopard, and 2 gremlins. They believed that with 12 summoned beasts and 4 individuals on their side, they were far superior to just 2 individuals with at most 6 summoned beasts regardless of the guns. How many shots can he fire from this close? "Seize his gun," one man shouted angrily. With a piercing cry, the battle erupted. Chun Yiming merely smiled, entirely unconcerned. He was even too lazy to waste bullets. "Come forth." Chun Yiming summoned Greenskin. Roar. The massive goblin chieftain appeared instantaneously, towering at 2 meters tall, surveying the multitude of summoned beasts with an imposing gaze. The 6 goblins were so terrified they fell to the ground, and 2 of them fled without a second thought. Why was this goblin so formidable? Moreover, its size was truly intimidating. With astonishment, someone exclaimed, "The green-skinned creature, indifferent to their shock, charged headlong into the ranks of summoned beasts, akin to a tiger among sheep. With a single, forceful slap, it sent the nearest goblin flying. Propelling at 5 or 6 meters into the air before crashing against the wall. Three slimes simultaneously unleashed streams of acidic liquid, forming a curtain of corrosive fluid directed at the green-skinned creature. Rather than evade, it chose to withstand the assault. With a low growl, the green-skinned creature raised its right hand to shield its face. The acid splashed against its arm, failing to corrode its skin, merely causing irritation and swelling. With another growl, the creature took 2 strides forward and then brought its right foot down with tremendous force, crushing one of the slimes underfoot. Subsequently, it swept its right foot, sending the remaining 2 slimes flying. These summoned beasts were utterly incapable of hindering the advance of the green-skinned creature. Not a single one could withstand a second strike. The IT rampaged through the throng of summoned beasts. Observing the relentless slaughter or ejection of the summoned creatures, Chun Jing's eyes betrayed a hint of envy. The IT was truly impressive, although it was not his first encounter with the combat prowess of the green-skinned creature. He couldn't help but feel admiration that he wondered when his 2 goblins would possess such strength. This thought compelled him to scrutinize his goblin summons with renewed intensity. When would you prove yourselves capable? Just look at the green skin, and then look at yourselves. The large-headed goblin and the other goblin remained silent, feeling somewhat awkward, especially the first goblin accompanying Chun Jing, whose envy deepened that he recalled that they had once been on equal footing. He still remembered when the green-skinned creature was merely an ordinary goblin, and now it had evolved into a goblin chieftain, after the green-skinned creature had dispatched 3 of the 6 goblin summons. The remaining 3 dared not engage further and opted to flee. The goblins exhibited astonishing speed in their escape, revealing potential they had not shown in battle. Within the span of a mere minute, 6 summoned beasts had been felled, and 3 had fled from the simultaneous assault on the green-skinned creature. The remaining 3 summoned beasts bore varying degrees of injury, with the forest leopard being the healthiest among them. Its keen instincts as a wild beast alerted it to the imminent danger posed by the green-skinned creature, compelling it to maintain a safe distance from direct confrontation. However, as the other summoned beasts fell, it was only a matter of time before it too would have to engage. The forest leopard bared its teeth, its eyes glinting with ferocity. The green-skinned creature paid no heed to the forest leopard, effortlessly swatting a slime aside as if it were a mere ball. IT then strode confidently towards the forest leopard. "Little kitty, come let Papa Greenskin show you some affection." The forest leopard emitted furious cries of "Yeah, yeah, yeah, let us go. Everything in the breeding grounds is yours. We won't compete with you," the middle-aged woman uttered in terror. Chun Yiming, with a calm demeanor, casually adjusted his ear, seemingly oblivious to her pleas. The forest leopard suddenly leapt into action, its agile form tracing an elegant arc in midair. The green-skinned creature seized the leopard's forepaw and executed a powerful shoulder throw. The forest leopard's back slammed into the ground before it rebounded, its tail erect. Seizing the opportunity, the green-skinned creature clamped its hand around the leaping forest leopard's neck. The leopard struggled for breath, its forepaws flailing wildly in the air, desperately clawing at the green-skinned creature's chest. A flash of malice flickered in the creature's eyes as it tightened its grip. A sharp crack resounded as the forest leopard's neck broke. The summoned beast dissolved into a beam of white light and vanished. "The gun is right here. Come and take it if you dare," Chun Yiming taunted, shaking the genuine firearm in his hand. "That we were merely joking," another man said, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. His waxy cheeks lined with deep furrows, nearly bending to the ground. You take me for a fool, as if I were a mere toddler. You instigated the summons to attack. Now you plead for mercy." "What a predicament you've put me in," Chun Yiming replied. "Murder is a crime," one of the men exclaimed, his face paling. All of his summoned beast had perished, leaving him exposed without the protective barrier of the summoning book. The absence of that safeguard left him feeling vulnerable, as if he were laid bare before the world. Chun Jing approached with an impassive expression, his towering height of over 1.9 meters imposing a sense of pressure on the others. His face was grim, his gaze fierce. Chun Yiming observed his brother's actions without intervening. In fact, he was somewhat irked by the earlier assault. Moreover, Chun Jing's summoned beasts were still protected by the summoning book, alleviating concerns of a sneak attack. "I have never taken a life before," Chun Jing said slowly to the man before him. The remaining four breathed a sigh of relief. if he had never killed. Then perhaps. So today marks the occasion. Chun Jing concluded, decisively raising his right hand and plunging the dagger into the man's neck. The man had not anticipated such a swift and decisive action. Caught completely off guard, and the dagger pierced through his throat. The man's pupils dilated in shock as he tried to grasp Chun Jing's hand, but was a fraction too late. Chun Jing withdrew the dagger, blood spraying forth and splattering onto his face. Following this act, an indescribable aura of brutality enveloped Chun Jing, transforming his entire demeanor. There was a stark difference between commanding summoned beasts to kill and taking a life oneself. Old Zhao, the remaining three cried, their faces draining of color. You truly killed him. We won't report this. We beg you to spare us. The middle-aged woman trembled, her eyes filled with fear of death. Indeed, there is no signal on our phones. Even if we wanted to call for help, we couldn't. Please, just let us go. I'll do anything you ask, another man pleaded. Chun Jing, expressionless, revealed no hint of emotion. He turned to his elder brother, seeking his counsel. Chun Yiming, internally shaken, had not anticipated his brother's decisive act of killing. The man on the ground was not yet dead, but death was surely imminent. Clutching his neck, he lay on the ground, eyes filled with desperation. Like a fish struggling on land, they struck first. Had we been weaker, we would be the ones dying here today, Chun Jing asserted, concerned that his brother's indecisiveness might allow their adversaries to escape. Yet he trusted that Chun Yiming would make the right choice. I understand. Chun Yiming nodded. He would not allow any foes to escape. He had grown weary of narratives where the protagonist spares their enemies for the sake of prolonging the story. Once enmity was established, it must be eradicated, leaving even a single foe lurking in the shadows, harboring vengeful thoughts, anticipating the moment to strike, was a thought too unsettling to entertain. Chun Yiming surveyed the three remaining individuals. Aware that his words alone could determine their fates, he noticed the barely concealed hatred in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Eliminate them. Chun Jing's face broke into a smile. A sinister grin painted across his green visage. The two goblins standing behind him glimmered with a cold, ruthless light in their eyes. The sounds of rain outside could not drown out the piercing screams emanating from within the room. After a prolonged struggle, silence finally enveloped the space, replaced by a heavy scent of blood that lingered in the air. The green-skinned creature skillfully gathered the refuse from the floor into several snakeskin bags. The breeding farm returned to an eerie calm. Outside, the rain intensified, its end uncertain. Chun Yiming searched the brick house for a couple of umbrellas to shield himself from the downpour. The green-skinned goblin ventured into the forest, clutching the snakeskin bags, seeking a place to dispose of the evidence. Within 2 days, the remains would be consumed entirely. The forest served as nature's most efficient waste disposal site. He wandered near the greenhouse and, long before approaching Chun Yiming, was greeted by the pungent odor of pig manure. The large spotted pigs in the pen emitted sounds of ha-ha, seemingly sensing the presence of an intruder. A cursory glance revealed that there were at least 100 of these large pigs in the greenhouse, with several similar structures nearby. This is troublesome. I have no experience in pig farming. Chun Yiming mused, pinching the bridge of his nose. Meanwhile, Chun Jing conducted his inspection of the breeding farm, which was strategically located near the forest and equipped with a generator and livestock, allowing for complete self-sufficiency. He felt an overwhelming sense of ownership over this territory. Upon opening the door to what appeared to be a warehouse, Chun Jing was abruptly halted in his tracks. Inside, a young girl, bound at hands and feet with her mouth gagged, stared at him in terror. It seemed she was the pig-farming girl, Gao Qian. They did not kill her. Confusion filled Chun Jing's mind. As he had presumed, she was already dead. Gao Qian, recognizing Chun Jing from a previous encounter, sparked a flicker of hope in her eyes. Chun Jing's expression turned impassive, his fists clenching silently. It appeared that, apart from him, no one else was aware of her survival. Brother, the pig pen reeks unbearably. Do you have any experience in pig farming? Chun Yiming's voice drew near. Chun Jing's demeanor softened. He glanced at Gao Qian, then turned back to the distant figure of his brother, holding an umbrella. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, a smile blossoming on his face. Brother, I found someone here. Where? Chun Yiming approached, Following the open door, he spotted Gao Qian seated inside, just as he had initially thought. He was astonished to discover that she was still alive. He had assumed the worst had befallen her. Qin Yiming untied her bindings and tore away the tape, gagging her mouth. Tears welled in Gao Qian's eyes as she embraced Qin Yiming. Weeping with relief, Qin Yiming felt a twinge of awkwardness. He attempted to push her away, only to find her grip surprisingly tight. After a brief hesitation, he gently patted her back. "It's all right. Everything is fine now." He whispered to comfort her. Gao Qian released her hold, her eyes glistening with red hues. Seemingly recalling her earlier rudeness, she blushed slightly and averted her gaze. "Thank you," she said, then proceeded to recount the events of the morning to Qin Yiming and his brother. This group had intruded earlier, initially knocking on the door under the pretense of needing water. Her strong sense of caution prevented her from opening the door recklessly. Subsequently, they climbed over the wall using a ladder, brutally slaying all her summoned beasts before binding her and gagging her. Tossing her into the warehouse, the hint of sadness crossed her face as she mentioned her summoned beasts, upon learning that Qin Yiming had avenged her. Gratitude illuminated Gao Qian's expression. "Why don't you stay here? You can take care of all the pigs on the farm." Qin Yiming was taken aback. "Oh, you realize what you're suggesting?" "Yes, I do," Gao Qian replied with unwavering conviction. "Your proposition is quite bold. You hardly know me, yet you place such trust in me." Qin Yiming inquired. "Because I cannot protect them, and many desire them that my parents may not return, as others have said. So rather than letting them fall into someone else's hands, I prefer to give them to you. You have saved me twice. I believe you are a good person." "Little sister, I am not a good person." Qin Yiming chuckled derisively. Having just decided the fates of 3 individuals, he could hardly be deemed a good person. A more fitting label might be villain. "Yet in my heart, you are a good person, the best of good people," Gao Qian asserted. "Everyone has different definitions of goodness. What matters is that you are a good person in my eyes." Qin Yiming, having received an honorary good person card, smiled nonchalantly. He was indifferent to how others perceived him. His only desire was to survive well. "Very well, if that is how you wish to perceive it, then so be it." Qin Yiming refrained from exchanging pleasantries. He genuinely valued the pigs. If they could reproduce, they would become an invaluable asset. For the majority of the city's inhabitants, pork might be an elusive dream, a taste confined to their memories. However, you will need to take care of these pigs. "My brother and I have no experience in pig farming, so we shall rely on your expertise," Qin Yiming stated. "Rest assured, I will care for them," Gao Qian volunteered eagerly. She felt a sense of joy. Having found a place where she could prove her worth, believing that this task would ensure her continued involvement, Qin Yiming nodded, realizing that news of the breeding farm would not remain a secret for long. Those living nearby would soon learn of its existence, just as those who had intruded this morning had. Undoubtedly, various individuals with ulterior motives would come seeking the pigs for their own gain. Thus, he resolved to grow quickly, to a point where even if others conspired against him, he would remain untroubled, ensuring the safety of the pigs. "Why does it feel like something is amiss?" he pondered. "By the way, I have a question. What about pig feed?" Qin Yiming suddenly recalled. "Pigs need to eat. After all, they cannot simply grow meat out of thin air. They must consume food to gain weight. If they're malnourished, they will grow thin and unappetizing." "Pigs are easy to raise," Gao Qian replied. "They're not picky eaters and consume a variety of things. If we run out of corn or pig feed, will they still grow quickly?" Qin Yiming asked. Gao Qian hesitated. "I don't know," she admitted hastily. "However, if we can find alternatives, they're still likely to grow well, considering they're all meat pigs. The forest is vast. We can take our time to search for substitutes," Qin Yiming suggested. By the way, there isn't much pig feed left on the farm. If we continue to use it, it will probably only last for about a month. Gao Qian informed him. "Understood," Qin Yiming nodded. The 3 returned to the brick house, where Gao Qian poured Qin Yiming a glass of water. The atmosphere in the air felt somewhat awkward. Qin Yiming took the initiative to break the silence by asking about Gao Qian's situation. She explained that her school was currently on break and that she had not yet received any notice regarding re-enrollment. While she was unsure of the duration of the vacation, it seemed unlikely she would return anytime soon. Her parents had not returned, and she believed they might not come back at all. Though Gao Qian appeared somewhat naive, she was quite perceptive. Children from impoverished families mature quickly. The rain finally began to lighten. A gentle drizzle cascading from the heavens. Chun Yiming lifted the cup of tea from the table. It had grown somewhat cold, and he drank it all in one go. You should stay here at the breeding farm. Chun Yiming instructed Gao Qian. She obediently nodded, agreeing to remain. Half an hour later, Chun Yiming and Chun Jing returned, with a green-skinned goblin trailing behind them. In his left hand, he carried a goblin who appeared thoroughly frightened, its eyes swollen and limbs weak. Chun Yiming ordered the green-skinned goblin to drop the creature on the ground. Gao Qian paused, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. Kill it, Chun Yiming said to Gao Qian. Gao Qian pursed her lips, her gaze fixated on the goblin lying on the ground. You currently have no summoned beasts. If any monsters attack you, your summoning book won't even activate for protection. Chun Yiming stated, I understand. Gao Qian nodded. After mustering her courage and encouraging herself repeatedly, she took the makeshift spear that Chun Yiming handed her. The spear tip hovered over the goblin's neck for quite some time as she hesitated to strike. Ultimately, she steeled her resolve and thrust the spear down. Upon slaying the goblin, it transformed into a beam of white light and merged into her summoning book. Moments later, a silhouette materialized beside her from the book. Indeed, it was the very goblin she had just defeated. For now, let's make do with this. I couldn't find any other monsters, only this goblin, Chun Yiming remarked. I'm not picky. Thank you. Gao Qian expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chun Yiming. However, through this experience, Chun Yiming also gleaned some insights. When a summoned beast perishes, it can leave a blank page in the book, which can be filled with other monsters. This presents an alternative method for summoning beasts to level up. Chun Yiming retrieved a divine mushroom from his pocket. Logically, mushrooms belong to the pig-s diet, provided, of course, that they are not toxic. If consumable, the divine mushrooms from the forest might serve as a potential food source for pigs in the farm. Gao Qian picked up the divine mushroom, sniffed it, and cautiously tore apart the stem, revealing the white flesh within, with no white or yellow liquid oozing out. The divine mushroom was entirely white, devoid of any spots or patterns. And the stem bore no gills. Finally, she placed the torn mushroom into a basin of clean water. After a while, the water's color remained unchanged. She breathed a sigh of relief. This mushroom appeared to be non-toxic and could be tried as feed for the piglets. Who taught you all this? Chun Yiming inquired, curious about Gao Qian's seemingly professional handling of the mushroom. In my hometown, we sometimes went up the mountain to help gather mushrooms to sell in town. Gao Qian replied softly. Impressive. I had no idea about any of this, Chun Yiming remarked. Hearing his praise, Gao Qian seemed to gain confidence, daring to glance at him. Actually, there's a rudimentary method too. Mix the gathered mushrooms with white rice. If they're toxic, the rice will darken in color to do these methods really work? Chun Yiming asked with intrigue. I don't know. Anyway, we gather them and don't eat them ourselves. Gao Qian shook her head. Amazing. Perhaps the most crucial step is to let the pigs sample it to see if it's safe to eat, Chun Yiming chuckled. However, we generally know most mushrooms, the unfamiliar ones we usually avoid, fearing they might be poisonous. With over 1,000 piglets in the farm, even if one were to be poisoned, it wouldn't be too distressing. Gao Qian went to fetch a squealing piglet, which flailed its legs in a frenzy. She mixed the divine mushroom into the pig feed and placed it in a bowl. The previously struggling piglet immediately ceased its writhing upon catching a whiff of the feed's enticing aroma, settling quietly in Gao Qian's embrace. Once placed on the ground, the piglet scurried over to the plastic bowl, snorting as it gobbled up the feed, leaving its face smeared that it licked the feed clean. Rolling its tongue around its nose and mouth. So far, there were no signs of toxicity. However, further observation was warranted over the next couple of days. Gao Qian inspected the breeding shed. The feed troughs were nearly empty, necessitating her to grind cornmeal and mix it with pig feed. This was a labor-intensive task, as managing over 500 adult pigs and 1,000 piglets would take her several hours to complete. Previously, a half-human had assisted her, but now she was left with a newly captured goblin, which would require her to teach it how to work from scratch. I'll help you catch a couple more goblins. 3 should be just enough to activate the bond and increase their strength by 10. With greater strength, they can work faster, Chun Yiming suggested. The goblin, looking perplexed, thought, Why is it that our increased strength is solely for the purpose of working better? Gao Qian found Chen Yiming's reasoning quite sound. If she could tame 3 goblins, she would have 3 diligent workers without the burden of paying wages. Hey, should we move the supplies over? Chun Jing inquired quietly to Chen Yiming. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yiming replied, "No, a cunning rabbit still has 3 burrows. They could also have an additional backup plan. Can you stay over tonight?" Gao Qian asked cautiously. Noticing Chen Yiming's gaze, she mustered her courage, adding, "Otherwise, I'm worried that these pigs might be devoured by monsters. There were many monsters roaming the forest last night, and they didn't come in then. But I fear they might come today, if you're not here. I can't protect them alone." Chen Yiming glanced at the over 1,000 pigs in the pen, feeling an immense weight of responsibility. These pigs were valuable, yet susceptible to threats, not just from people, but also from monsters. He even entertained thoughts of whether to slaughter or sell some pigs to alleviate the pressure, but quickly dismissed the idea. Gao Qian had mentioned that the feed in the farm could sustain them for a month. He still had half a month to seek a solution, with the remaining time serving as a buffer. He couldn't wait until the very last day to make a decision. Now was not the time to maximize the profit from these pigs. After half a month, many households in the nearby mountain water city would reach a food storage alert level. The timeline could even be expedited, as modern conveniences had led many to abandon the habit of stockpiling food. With numerous accessible and convenient sources for food, markets, convenience stores, supermarkets, and various restaurants, an even more pressing concern arose. Most areas of the city were experiencing power outages. With the power off, refrigerators could not function, and many food items had limited shelf lives at room temperature. You could see that point. Possessing a batch of live pigs would be a powerful asset. Fresh pork would undoubtedly drive many people into a frenzy. It could be exchanged for a plethora of scarce resources such as generators, gasoline, solar water heaters, batteries, and various modern tools. However, one condition remained. He needed the strength to protect these pigs. Otherwise, others would likely prioritize acquiring them through other means rather than engaging in honest trade with him. Therefore, he resolved to grow stronger, strong enough that others would not dare to play tricks against him. The rain outside finally subsided. Upon opening the yard gate, the stark contrast between the road and the forest environment was evident, like an invisible dividing line. The road was littered with dry leaves and gravel, while the forest thrived with lush vegetation, abundant white mushrooms carpeting the forest floor. The pristine wilderness met the modern concrete city, even after witnessing this scene multiple times. Chen Yiming still felt a sense of wonder. Even days later, the city retained a peculiar charm. The weeds and vines of the forest had not encroached, remaining strictly within their domain, maintaining a respectful distance from the city. Chen Yiming beckoned Gao Qian to follow them. "Now that the rain has just stopped, let us head into the forest together. I'll help you catch a couple of pets." After securely locking the door behind him as he exited the breeding farm, a trio of individuals ventured into the forest. It was here that Chen Yiming had previously encountered a fiery chicken. Time had elapsed, and he wondered whether this territory, once belonging to the fiery chicken, had been claimed by a new beast. Chen Yiming glanced sideways at the red-feathered chicken standing beside him. Its chest puffed out as it strode through its former domain, the red-feathered chicken. This territory was reminiscent of its past reign, and now, returning to this land, it felt an almost whimsical sense of clandestine exploration. It had grown significantly more powerful since Chen Yiming had captured it, evolving from a fiery chicken to a blazing chicken, and finally into a red-feathered chicken. This remarkable transformation, occurring twice, represented a pinnacle of evolutionary advancement that it might never have achieved in its lifetime. It recalled that not far from here lay a snake den, a cache of backup food sources it had prepared for itself. It had 9 such caches, and should hunger strike without the availability of food, it could rely on these spots for a stroke of luck, although other predators might have already claimed them. Not far away, a large snake lounged on a branch, its girth comparable to an adult's wrist and its length approaching 4 meters. Such a serpent could easily devour a person. Yet at this moment, the snake lay rigidly coiled on the branch, daring not to make any unnecessary movements, resembling a mere stick as it awaited the departure of its natural enemy below. Hoping it had satiated its hunger, the red-feathered chicken passed beneath it, casting a casual glance upward before shifting its gaze away. It was not hungry at present and had no desire for an additional meal. Such an ordinary beast, which barely qualified as a magical creature, held no interest for it. It was only after the red-feathered chicken and Shan Yiming had moved on that the python finally exhaled in relief and slithered swiftly into the depths of the forest. Shan Yiming halted, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Just 2 days after the red-feathered chicken's departure, it appeared that a new occupant had taken residence here. In the clearing ahead, a colossal fiery chicken crawled about. This fiery chicken was significantly larger than the typical fiery chicken. Having encountered several fiery chickens before, Chun Yiming was well aware of their usual size. However, the one before him was considerably more imposing. The summoning book radiated warmth as the attributes of the fiery chicken appeared within its pages. Creature name: Colossal fiery chicken species. Fiery chicken level: 2 quality. Common description: a giant chicken-like magical creature residing in the forest. Possessing a more robust physique than its kin. Bond beast, slightly. This was an exceptional fiery chicken with a prefix. Chun Yiming hesitated. Having already captured and nurtured the red-feathered chicken, he found himself conflicted. He was reluctant to capture 2 identical magical creatures, as it would be a waste of his innate talent. Suddenly, a thought dawned upon him. What if he used this prefixed fiery chicken as material for the red-feathered chicken's next evolution? Would it enable the red-feathered chicken to inherit its prefix? Given the nature of the merging function, it seemed highly plausible. Red-feathered chicken, go and eliminate it, Chun Yiming commanded. The red-feathered chicken, which had been meandering around Chun Yiming, abruptly raised its head and took flight toward the colossal fiery chicken in the center of the clearing. The colossal fiery chicken had already sensed the red-feathered chicken's presence, but out of respect for its overwhelming aura, it refrained from initiating an attack. Instead, it cautiously crouched low to the ground, using its claws to dig into the earth behind it. Upon witnessing the red-feathered chicken's advance, the colossal fiery chicken displayed no sign of fear. Instead, it let out a loud cry, spread its wings, and charged toward the red-feathered chicken, engaging it in close combat. It must be noted that the colossal fiery chicken's size was on par with that of the red-feathered chicken, even appearing to be a head taller. The red-feathered chicken was significantly larger than a typical fiery chicken. The 2 creatures clashed violently, with the colossal fiery chicken's strength leaving deep claw marks on the red-feathered chicken's body. However, it too was met with a vicious peck to the neck, resulting in a gaping wound. Seizing the opportunity, the fiery chicken unleashed a burst of flames, but the red-feathered chicken's feathers exhibited a unique resistance to fire, preventing them from igniting. The red-feathered chicken, well aware of the fiery chicken's capabilities, had intentionally feigned vulnerability. Once the fiery chicken took the bait, it unleashed a deadly counterattack in an instant, with a ferocious kick to the fiery chicken's abdomen. It exerted all its might, its sharp claws slicing through the fiery chicken's flesh. With its neck craned forward, the fiery chicken's throat visibly swelled, and a torrent of flame erupted from its mouth. The raging inferno surged into the gaping wound of the fiery chicken. Even though the fiery chicken possessed a greater resilience than ordinary beasts, it could not withstand such grievous injuries and ultimately succumbed to defeat. In a triumphant display, the red-feathered chicken charged forward to deliver the final blow, successfully slaying the colossal fiery chicken. The fiery chicken transformed into a spirit essence, merging with Chun Yiming's summoning book. Chun Yiming made a slight adjustment, and the fiery chicken's essence fused with the red-feathered chicken, boosting its evolution progress. The initial 08 transformed into 18, while the subsequent 01 remained a distant prospect. The absence of a prefix before the red-feathered chicken's name indicated that a mere essence was insufficient to induce a transformation. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Having vanquished its opponent, the red-feathered chicken strutted arrogantly around the clearing, its wings flapping vigorously and stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. It frolicked about the clearing for quite some time, embodying the very essence of the idiom chickens flying and dogs jumping. Perhaps it was the recent rain that had encouraged many animals to emerge in search of food, including carnivorous creatures that took advantage of the opportunity to prey upon the omnivorous or herbivorous creatures seeking the divine mushrooms. After searching for a mere 10 minutes, they stumbled upon a migrating group of slimes. These slimes bounced and squirmed forward, taking advantage of the puddles left by the rain to cleanse themselves of dirt, revealing their semi-transparent, jelly-like bodies. There were approximately 20 of these slimes, led by a particularly large giant slime. The remaining ordinary slimes followed closely behind, resembling a flock of tiny followers, upon noticing Chun Yiming and his companions approaching. The slimes grew somewhat flustered, with the smaller slimes huddling together behind the giant slime. The giant slime shifted slightly, maintaining its stance as it silently scrutinized Chun Yiming and his group. "Oh, you want it?" Chun Yiming inquired of his brother. Chun Jing shook his head in disdain. He was not fond of such rotund creatures. "Not interested." "And you? Do you want it?" Chun Yiming then turned to Gao Qian. Gao Qian eagerly nodded her head. Deep within, she was incredulous. How could her brother dismiss such a powerful magical creature? After all, it was a 2-star entity. Was this the disparity between her and the more experienced individuals? The variety of ordinary 1-star base magical creatures was limited, and if one were to seek out a visually appealing specimen among them, a slime would barely qualify. The giant slime was an evolved form of the ordinary slime, significantly larger than its counterparts. Yet overall, it still appeared soft and squishy, akin to a gigantic jelly. Due to the inability to view the properties of other summoned creatures, she could only speculate about the quality of Chun Yiming's summoned beings. But it was clear that they were not mere ordinary 1-star magical creatures. These are all summoned beasts she has never encountered before, suggesting their extraordinary rarity. The notion that rarity equates to strength is a deeply ingrained belief among many. Chun Yiming directed the Qi Sha Ji to confront this group of slimes, which exhibited remarkable resistance to physical attacks. The feathers of the Qi Sha Ji flared out, each plume standing erect and shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Threads of flame coalesced through the gaps in its feathers, erupting in a torrent of fierce fire that engulfed all the slimes ahead. Following the execution of this move, the Qi Sha Ji fell into a state of silence, its once vibrant feathers appearing notably dimmed. The slimes, scorched by the intense flames, melted away like ice cream under the sun, their gelatinous forms rapidly dissolving, viscous, transparent liquid dripping continuously from their surfaces. The Qi Sha Ji, now exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Aside from a few slimes cowering in corners and the colossal slime at the forefront that narrowly escaped, the remainder had been annihilated. Even so, the colossal slime suffered grievous damage, its body marred by numerous burns, resembling the pockmarked surface of the moon. To everyone's astonishment, a green figure, enveloped in a viscous solution, slipped out from the belly of the colossal slime. A goblin that had been swallowed at some point. This goblin appeared to be on the brink of death, likely consumed during a chance encounter with the colossal slime. Coincidentally, Gao Qian was in need of a few workers, so Chun Yiming suggested she take care of this goblin. Chun Yiming refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe Gao Qian's performance with his arms crossed over his chest. Gao Qian's audacity exceeded his expectations. Grasping her trusty cleaver, she approached and swiftly delivered a precise strike to the goblin's neck. The goblin was instantly slain, transforming into a beam of white light that was absorbed into Gao Qian's summoning book. Gao Qian stared blankly at the vacant ground before her, her eyes slightly reddened as she raised her sleeve to wipe away a tear. Then summoned the goblin once more. Chun Yiming couldn't help but steal another glance at the goblin she had summoned. This goblin appeared even smaller than the average, embodying the essence of being skin and bones. Its ears drooped, and its eyes were not the typical red of goblins, but a murky yellow tinged with bloodshot hues. Why is its name different from the usual goblins? It's called the Tiny Goblin. Gao Qian hesitantly remarked, a tiny goblin, another creature with a prefix. Chun Yiming found himself captivated by this uniquely gifted goblin. However, he noted that the prefix seemed to imply a negative condition, since Gao Qian had already tamed the goblin. How to proceed with it was entirely her decision. If she no longer desired it, she could simply replace it. Generally speaking, creatures with prefixes were quite rare. Chun Yiming had encountered nearly 1,000 creatures, yet had only seen 3 with prefixes over such an extended period. Remarkably, today he had witnessed 2 in one go. Gao Qian smiled brightly, stating, "It's all right, this is the first time I've encountered summoned beast with a prefix." After speaking, she handed her cleaver to the goblin, instructing it to deal with the colossal slime. The colossal slime was merely an ordinary monster, significantly outclassed by the Chi-Sha-Ji. In truth, Chen Yiming was quite surprised that the colossal slime had managed to survive the full-force assault of the enraged Chi-Sha-Ji. Having dropped 2 tiers, including a major one, its survival under such a vast disparity in strength was entirely attributable to the extraordinary vitality inherent in the slime species. The colossal slime lay motionless on the ground, jelly-like body sluggishly writhing. Initially, the plan was to gather 3 goblins for a bond, but circumstances had shifted. This solitary colossal slime was far more formidable than the combined strength of 3 goblins. Its presence would significantly enhance the safety of the breeding ground, Chen Yiming remarked. Moreover, there was one thing Chen Yiming refrained from saying, fearing it might dampen Gao Qian's enthusiasm. He believed that the bond of 3 goblins seemed rather weak, considering that among the 4 he had just encountered, one had already formed such a bond. However, it felt no different from dealing with an ordinary goblin, all of which were easily dispatched with a single slap. Chen Yiming recalled how, just days prior, the summoned beasts of those individuals had been utterly powerless against the colossal slime, appearing as fragile as children, especially the slimes of the same clan, which were completely overpowered by the colossal slime. Thus, forcibly assembling a bond of 3 goblins held little significance. Gao Qian felt relieved that her decision to entrust the breeding ground to Chen Yiming was not in vain. She was astute, recognizing that she could never protect the pigs in the breeding ground alone. The events of this morning were no mere coincidence, just as a child brandishing gold in a bustling market. The danger did not lie in the gold itself, but in the child. Moreover, Chen Yiming seemed quite amiable. Gao Qian cast a furtive glance at him, only to turn away hastily when she sensed his awareness. Feigning nonchalance, "Goblin, hurry up," Gao Qian urged, redirecting her attention to the goblin, which was still attempting to strike the slime. The goblin appeared perplexed. "What is with this master? I'm already chopping," being bound to her. The goblin could not voice its grievances, nor did it dare to. The slime's tough exterior felt akin to striking a thick hide of beef with each swing of its cleaver, yet with a command from its master. The goblin had no choice but to labor on, knowing that it would be the first to flee should it face any real danger. After 10 minutes of relentless effort, it finally succeeded in slaying the colossal slime. The colossal slime dissipated into a swirl of white light, merging into Gao Qian's summoning book. With delight, Gao Qian summoned the colossal slime once more, and a massive blob of slime descended. The goblin was promptly squashed beneath the weight of the colossal slime. 2 hands emerged from the corners of the colossal slime's rear, flailing desperately in the air. Although the colossal slime now followed Gao Qian's orders, it did not mean it had relinquished its thoughts. It felt a twinge of resentment towards the goblin that had slain it, especially since it had originally been meant to be its meal. Being killed by its own food left the colossal slime quite disgruntled. Gao Qian, caught between laughter and tears, spent quite some time persuading the colossal slime to shift its bulk away. The goblin, rising from the ground and dusting off its face, felt its status diminish yet again. Suddenly, a sound resembling a mix of a serpent and an eagle echoed from above, causing the leaves of the trees overhead to sway violently in the wind. Chen Yiming glanced up to see a massive black silhouette darting through the treetops. The creature moved with such speed that even as Chen Yiming lifted his gaze, he merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow passing overhead, unable to discern the beast's full form. He could only vaguely make out a pair of enormous wings and a serpent-like tail. Its size was undoubtedly considerable. Even from this distance, its vast bulk was evident, measuring at least 20 meters in length. The tiny goblin plopped down onto the ground, dropping its cleaver in shock. The reactions of the 2 goblins accompanying Chun Jing were not much better, as they scurried behind him the moment the colossal beast swept by. While others had summoned beasts to protect their masters, it seemed the roles were reversed here. Chun Jing's robust physique resembled that of a protective bear shielding its 2 small cubs. He embraced the 2 goblins, patting their heads and assuring them that the monster had departed. Chen Yiming observed this peculiar scene with an enigmatic gaze. Isn't this the reverse of what it should be? The green-skinned creatures appeared beside Chen Yiming the instant the massive beast emerged, vigilant as they scanned the skies. The Chi-Sha-Ji spread its wings wide, shielding Chun Yiming beneath its protective cover like a mother hen concealing her chicks. See, this is how a summoned beast is supposed to behave. Your approach is entirely misguided. Chun Yiming emerged from beneath the Qi Shaji's wing, contemplatively gazing in the direction where the beast had vanished. Brother, should we follow it? Forget it. It's already flown far away. Others are soaring through the skies. Do you think we can merely run through the forest like this? Qin Yiming shook his head, yet Qin Jing reminded him that he ought to seek a summoning beast capable of flight. Setting aside the aquatic realm for the moment, it was imperative to possess a flying summoning beast to dominate the skies and contend for aerial visibility. The red-feathered chicken could only hover briefly or glide. Enabling it to truly soar was currently beyond reach. The vantage point from the skies was of utmost importance. Mastering it would afford a commanding perspective over the movements of adversaries. No action from the enemy could escape his gaze. Thus maintaining the initiative in both offense and defense, the AS for aquatic matters, they could seek suitable beasts later. The two wandered through the forest for a while, during which Chun Yiming vanquished several monsters, garnering a modicum of experience points. Along the way, they occasionally encountered groups of adventurers venturing into the woods. Small three-person teams like Chun Yiming's were quite rare. Most parties consisted of 5 or more members. Nevertheless, even these larger groups traversed the forest with utmost caution, frequently scanning their surroundings for lurking dangers. Summoning beasts that had not attained rare quality lacked the special dominion over ordinary wildlife. And thus they faced not only perilous monsters but also various venomous creatures. A careless encounter with a poisonous snake could easily claim their lives. The snakes in this forest were unique to this world, lacking any specific antidotes that, if bitten, unless one possessed the corresponding serum or antidote, merely consuming the venomous snake's gallbladder would be futile, for it too was toxic, potentially exacerbating the venom and hastening demise. However, the vicinity of venomous snakes might yield detoxifying herbs, provided one could identify them. Brother, do avoid that direction. The monsters there are exceedingly repulsive, cautioned a group of adventurers who had just fled from that area upon seeing Qin Yiming and his companion advance. Goodness, I have never encountered anything so vile, sighed a youth clad in yellow among them. It was a creature resembling an egg, and the summoning book identified it as a Neri egg. From its shell sprouted a pair of wings reminiscent of a bat, and the surface of the shell was coated in a viscous substance. The yellow-clad youth elaborated, and there are an absolute plethora of them. Encountering just one leads to a swarm, and they leap with astonishing height, making them difficult to kite. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming found himself increasingly intrigued. Observing Chun Yiming's disregard for their warning, a balding middle-aged man among the group muttered, "Ignoring good advice. What a waste of breath." The expressions of the others in the party mirrored his sentiments. Their well-meaning warning fell on deaf ears. The youth in yellow, in disbelief, gazed at Qin Yiming and his companion, finally shaking his head with a sigh. "Very well, venture forth and see for yourself that I suspect there may be a boss over there. We only glimpsed the eerie eggs outside a cave. What lies within remains unknown. Tread carefully," bidding farewell to the group. Chun Yiming pressed onward. He could sense the terrain gradually ascending. They were climbing a slope. This forest was not a flat expanse, but rather a landscape of undulating hills. Thus far, however, Qin Yiming had yet to encounter any towering, steep peaks. After walking for several minutes, the ground ahead suddenly steepened. Scattered boulders adorned the desolate wilderness, and the trees around them thinned out, allowing sunlight to spill onto the clearing. At the center stood a remarkably large tree. Yet its form was exceedingly grotesque and unsettling. It resembled an octopus's tentacles sprouting upside down from the earth, standing less than 5 meters tall, but with branches extending nearly 10 meters. The branches spread out from the center, drooping limply in all directions, occupying a substantial area basking in sunlight. The tentacle-like branches were covered in a grayish-white mucus substance, each branch featuring a hollow indentation filled with white eggs, resembling octopus tentacles from afar. Nearby, numerous eggs bounced about. Each stood roughly a meter tall, with fissures on either side through which bat-like wings emerged. The wings, flesh-toned, flapped intermittently, causing the eggs to bounce energetically. Suddenly, the summoning book grew warm. revealing the data of these creatures before him. Species: eerie egg quality, ordinary 1-star level. 1 description: eggs imbued with eerie powers, drawing energy from sunlight. Bond: Doll Spirit. 1. When the number of doll spirits exceeds 3, all spirits gain an elemental barrier that mitigates a certain amount of elemental damage. The barrier refreshes periodically in a non-combat state. The frolicking eerie eggs sensed Chen Yiming's presence and began to bounce over, emitting sounds akin to ding-ding. These were ordinary 1-star monsters, not particularly formidable, yet their numbers were overwhelming. At least 70 to 80 eerie eggs approached in unison. The eerie eggs jostled against one another, occasionally causing some to topple. Chen Yiming suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The summoning book activated autonomously, erecting a protective barrier. The pressure in his head dissipated upon witnessing the summoning book's automatic activation. Chen Yiming realized he had been ambushed. He had not even noticed how the attack had occurred. The nearest eerie egg to him emitted a blue light from a crack in its shell. The green-skinned creature beside him abruptly shook its head, letting out an irritable roar. Roar! The green-skinned creature charged forward, delivering a kick that sent the nearest eerie egg flying. The eerie egg tumbled on the ground, its shell shattering at the chest, oozing yellowish pus from the breach. Upon being attacked, the blue light emanating from the eerie egg also dissipated. The kicked eerie egg rolled away, tumbling farther and farther. Is this a telekinetic ability? Chen Yiming furrowed his brow. Such a power that could directly influence the mind was indeed peculiar and insidious. He had not anticipated such a bizarre ability. Thankfully, the protection of the summoning book had thwarted the attack. Without it, could these eerie eggs not kill without a trace? Burn them with the red feathered chicken, Chen Yiming declared, refusing to believe that these eerie eggs, with such strange methods of attack, could possess high defenses. If that were the case, they would not merely be considered ordinary 1-star monsters. Just recently, the red-feathered chicken had exerted its full strength against a migrating horde of slimes and was now in a state of exhaustion. It opened its mouth, weakly exhaling a small flame, which scorched the nearest eerie egg. The color of the shell quickly charred to black. The attacked eerie egg screeched and bounced away in fright. The eerie egg that had been attacked dared not approach Chen Yiming again. However, the other eerie eggs continued to bounce excitedly towards him. As Chen Yiming had surmised, the defensive capabilities of these eerie eggs were indeed low. Their fragile shells offered little protection against both physical and magical assaults, allowing for severe injuries to be inflicted upon them. That a multitude of eerie eggs swarmed around, glowing with an eerie blue light, resembling a horde of malevolent spirits rather than creatures of this world. Countless layers of psychic energy converged, ultimately forming an invisible tidal wave. The air ahead warped under the pressure, and a blast of air struck the green-skinned creature's chest. It was sent flying several meters, landing with a thud. Ding, ding! The eerie eggs, witnessing the green-skinned creature being hurled away, jubilantly bounced up and down, celebrating their perceived victory. The green-skinned creature rose from the ground, rubbing its sore chest. Fortunately, these eerie eggs were numerous individual entities. Though their telekinetic powers could converge, the inevitable conflicts and consumption arose when these forces overlapped. It was not a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2, but rather 1 + 1 being less than 2. Consequently, the green skin merely felt a twinge of pain in its chest, rather than having its ribs shattered outright. The green skin charged forward, unwilling to endure that pain a second time. As it plunged into the ranks of the aberrant eggs, the creatures momentarily fell into disarray. They wished to unite in battle as before, but the green skin's intrusion posed a risk of inadvertently attacking their own kind. The wild monsters lacked any damage mitigation abilities, and the aberrant eggs spun in confusion on the ground, attempting to use their telekinesis to strike at the green skin. However, the overwhelming majority of their psychic energies collided with their fellow aberrant eggs instead. Those struck by the telekinetic forces of their companions fled in a panic, seemingly overly concerned with the integrity of their shells. The moment they sustained injuries, their instinct was to escape immediately. Striving to preserve their shells from further deterioration, one aberrant egg met its demise at the hands of the green skin. Chen Yiming observed the aberrant egg, lost in thought. The egg-shaped exterior bore two tiny wings. What might its evolved form resemble? Would the wings enlarge? Chun Yiming attempted to subdue the aberrant egg. The attributes of the aberrant egg appeared on the fourth page. Mere moments later, the green skin struck down another aberrant egg. Two aberrant eggs were dragged together, and the scene blurred as a faint purple mist rose from the surface of the aberrant eggs, shattering the shell in the next instant. The gray-white shell was torn apart from within, revealing a small, scaly creature of deep purple-black hue emerging slowly. This creature stood not very tall, roughly on par with a halfling. It possessed a pair of bat-like membranous wings, adorned with numerous tiny scales. Its limbs were slender, and its neck was thin, resembling a large head perched atop a bamboo stalk, akin to an upright walking bat. Demon. Name: Aberrant small demon race. Puppet spirit level: 1 quality. Common description: a small spirit with telekinetic abilities. Fond of mischief. Bond. Puppet spirit. Brief introduction: I can make your skirt fluttered this moment. Little more could be discerned, though it seemed capable of flight. Chun Yiming summoned the aberrant small demon, which floated in mid-air, its wings behind it remaining still. It levitated through the power of telekinesis. Chun Yiming was somewhat surprised. The ability to lift itself through telekinesis was undoubtedly impressive upon being summoned. The aberrant small demon surveyed its surroundings eagerly. Its rolling eyes indicated it was anything but a docile creature. True to its description, it delighted in pranks. Just after its summoning, the aberrant small demon raised a finger, and an aberrant egg in the distance was lifted by an invisible force, tossed high into the air. The aberrant small demon chuckled mischievously, then brought its empty right hand down forcefully. The distant aberrant egg crashed against the ground, its shell shattering into pieces. The aberrant egg did not perish immediately. Instead, it struggled to flee. Yet with a flick of the aberrant small demon's finger, the escaping egg was once again ensnared by telekinesis. Initially, Chun Yiming had merely intended to observe the attributes of the aberrant egg, but upon witnessing its abilities, he found himself intrigued. It seemed to possess quite commendable capabilities. This telekinesis appeared rather convenient. Telekinesis was a formless and intangible special power with a remarkably broad range of applications. It was also a formidable skill for transporting objects. While telekinesis might not be the strongest ability, it was certainly one of the most convenient for daily life. Chun Yiming had now grasped the patterns of summoning beasts evolution. The first evolution required only one beast of the same tier, while the second demanded two. However, beginning from the third evolution, the necessary materials increased dramatically, requiring 8 basic materials and 1 advanced material. The fourth evolution demanded an even steeper price of 32 basic materials for advanced materials and 1 from the second evolution. Progressively, each evolution became increasingly arduous. The challenge lay not in finding basic materials, but in acquiring advanced materials. Some species might not even possess their own advanced materials, presenting a dilemma for Chun Yiming. Yet the solution remained: the dead could be made to live, and lacking advanced materials could be remedied through synthesis. However, this method required blank pages for synthesis. Chun Yiming had attempted this, discovering that without blank summoning pages to serve as a vessel, the essences could not merge. Thus, he faced a conundrum. He needed to reserve several blank pages as a processing facility. Otherwise, once his summoned beasts reached higher tiers, he would be unable to synthesize advanced materials due to a lack of blank pages. Half a minute later, 2 more aberrant eggs fell victim to the green skin's relentless assault. Chun Yiming deftly manipulated the essences of the 2 aberrant eggs. The scene flickered, and in the next moment, the aberrant small demon continued to evolve. The aberrant small demon within the summoning book grew taller, increasing its height by a full 20 cm, transforming from that of a halfling to that of a goblin. Its face retained a wicked grin, and its crimson eyes glimmered like gemstones. Its tail elongated and stretched, surpassing even its limbs in length. However, the evolved aberrant small demon floated in mid-air, its S-shaped tail extending from its heel downward. Its right hand rested casually on its shoulder, and its pointed ears lended an air of nobility. Race: telekinetic demon quality. Common level: 1 description: a creature that manipulates telekinesis, inclined towards mischief. Bond: spirit puppet. Brief introduction: can I control your body and instill fear within you? The wings of the telekinetic demon were considerably larger than those of the aberrant small demon. Not merely enlarged, but proportionately more prominent in relation to its body. From the description, it appeared to be the evolved form of the aberrant small demon, lacking additional abilities but exhibiting a notable enhancement in telekinesis. At present, he possessed no blank pages. Unless he could find another aberrant small demon, he would be unable to progress further. The telekinetic demon was a creature of ordinary 3-star quality, under equivalent tiers. Summoned beasts or monsters attacking other summoners would be protected by the barrier of the summoning book. However, should a summoned beast or monster surpass the quality of the highest tier summoned beast of another summoner, it could bypass the summoning book's protection and directly assault the summoner's true self. This constituted a strategic deterrent. Chen Yiming was uncertain whether others in the city were aware of this fact. Yet, the vast majority had never encountered rare quality monsters or summoned beasts, and were likely still oblivious to this reality. This also served as a means of intimidation from higher-tier summoners towards their lower-tier counterparts. My summoned beast can directly attack your essence, while yours cannot. If this were the case, it would effectively be akin to possessing a golden ticket to survival. Chen Yiming suddenly pondered that, like the development of the situation, the city would become increasingly polarized. The status of the strong would be elevated infinitely, while that of the weak would plummet even lower than before the city's transformation. The group of aberrant eggs in the clearing, after witnessing the demise of 16 of their kin at the hands of the green skin, began to panic. Upon realizing they faced an insurmountable foe, the aberrant eggs exhibited remarkable coordination as they hopped away in disarray, some seeking refuge behind stones, others burrowing into the underbrush, while a few hid beneath the roots of a peculiar plant in the clearing. Not a single one dared to venture into the cave behind the clearing. Chen Yiming keenly observed this detail. Who goes there? Chen Yiming suddenly turned, as the telekinetic demon alerted him to the presence of several large creatures, similar in size to himself, lurking in the forest behind him. For the telekinetic demon, human size constituted a large creature. Those beings had approached and were now concealed behind the trees. Given their similar size, it was likely they were human, although the dense vegetation obscured his view upon turning. It did not hinder his performance. Chen Yiming calmly directed his gaze toward the general area indicated by the telekinetic demon, stating, "Will you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out?" After a brief silence, a few figures emerged from behind the trees, responding, "We just arrived as well." Chen Yiming recognized these individuals. They were indeed a few members of the group that had previously directed him. "We were concerned for your safety, which is why we came to see if we could offer assistance. That it appears, however, that you do not require any aid," remarked the man on the far right. Clad in a camouflage coat and wearing a motorcycle helmet, with a smirk, ditto. "Well, I must extend my gratitude for your goodwill. I did not anticipate such eagerness to assist, albeit from the shadows," Chen Yiming replied, maintaining a composed demeanor devoid of any excess emotion. Chen Jing scoffed. "Assistance, you say? More like an attempt to take advantage." Upon Chen Jing's blunt remark, the youngest among the four opposite them exhibited an awkward expression, while the other three wore a facade of indifference, feigning ignorance. Chen Yiming gazed contemplatively at the cave behind the clearing. His initial intention had been to send Chen Jing and the others back, intending to explore the cave alone afterward. Their capabilities were limited, and he felt the need to protect them in this uncertain environment rife with potential dangers. Now, encountering a group with ulterior motives in this lawless wilderness, he instinctively presumed the worst of human nature. "Are we intruding upon your territory? If so, I shall make way," Chen Yiming stated, stepping aside slightly to offer room. The four individuals fell silent. "If we could have defeated you, we would not have fled earlier," one of them remarked awkwardly. The peculiar creatures, known for their strange abilities, had proven formidable, as evidenced by one of their team members being swiftly dispatched before he could even engage. "No need. We are not a match for you," the man in camouflage responded, an embarrassed smile gracing his face. With that, they hastily departed. Once Chen Yiming confirmed their departure with his summoned creature, he ordered his summons. "Clear the anomalous eggs from the clearing, and then we shall enter the cave." The crimson-feathered chicken, the green-skinned creature, and the telekinetic entity sprang into action. 20 minutes later, The area was devoid of the strange eggs, all either vanquished or driven away. The telekinetic creature had gathered the 8 anomalous eggs required for its third evolution, and now needed only one more small, anomalous creature to proceed. The clearing was left with only a peculiar plant that bore no resemblance to a tree. The summoning book showed no reaction to this plant, indicating it was likely not a living organism, much like the trees lining the roadside. "Follow me," Chen Yiming instructed Chun Jing and Gao Qian, summoning the Night Shadow Hunter Spider to lead the way. The cave entrance was narrow, causing the Night Shadow Hunter Spider to feel somewhat constricted as it entered. However, the interior of the cave gradually expanded as it delved deeper, devoid of luminescent moss, with darkness consuming the light. Chun Jing retrieved a solar-powered flashlight from his backpack and switched it on, casting a beam straight into the cave. Towering rocks flanked both sides, and aside from some weeds sprouting from the crevices, no life was present. Even the telekinetic creature remained silent. "Are we descending?" Chun Yiming suddenly queried. Chun Jing directed the flashlight along the cave walls and made a new discovery. Water gushed from the crevices in the rock walls, trickling along the corners of the cave. The terrain in the cave appears to be lower, he noted, indicating we may be venturing deeper. As they progressed, the air grew colder. The telekinetic creature spoke. "Master, there is something ahead that is approaching us." Chun Yiming halted in place, and after 20 seconds, a shadow soared from the depths of the cave. The summoning book grew warm as data on this creature appeared. Species: anomalous minor demon. Indeed, the cave housed an evolved form of the anomalous egg. Chen Yiming had previously pondered where the evolved forms of the numerous anomalous eggs would reside. Given the peculiar behavior of the eggs avoiding the cave, he had an inkling that something within instilled fear or reverence in them, that it was unlikely to be a natural predator. If it were, the eggs would have fled long ago. Therefore, it was plausible that it was either the minor demon or the telekinetic creature. "Telekinetic eliminated, and you shall continue to grow stronger," Chun Yiming instructed. The telekinetic creature's crimson eyes glowed fiercely. The allure of strength was irresistible to any creature. With a low growl, it charged forward. Powerful telekinetic forces sealed off all escape routes for the anomalous minor demon. The minor demon gasped, recognizing the telekinetic creature and skillfully dodging its initial attack. It attempted to break free from the telekinetic grip with all its might, but it underestimated the telekinetic creature's determination. Despite its efforts, it could not breach the confinement. The telekinetic creature's claws grasped its neck, tightening with force that a crack echoed through the cave as the anomalous minor demon met its demise. Chun Yiming smiled at the telekinetic creature. "Do you wish to evolve?" The telekinetic creature nodded vigorously. Chun Yiming then placed the essence of the minor demon upon it in the next instant. Evolution commenced. With a roar, the telekinetic creature curled its arms protectively in front, its wings rising majestically from its back. Moments later, the wings flared, massive bat-like appendages drooping to the ground. Its tail, once lizard-like, twisted and expanded, culminating in a pointed tip resembling an arrowhead point. Two small ram-like horns sprouted from its head, its stature growing to nearly match that of an average human. Chun Yiming regarded the evolved telekinetic creature with a peculiar expression, reminiscent of a certain extraordinary being he recognized, albeit from games, films, and comics. Upon checking its attributes, his suspicions were confirmed by the familiar words in the bond section. Species: Horned Demon Level 1 Quality: Rare Species Talent. Telekinetic 4, Demon Flame 1 Description. This is a telekinetic horned demon. In addition to telekinesis, it can wield demonic flames to incinerate foes. Bond Demon 1. When possessing 2 demons, all damage dealt by demons to enemies will convert 10 into the owner's health. 2. When possessing 4 demons, all damage dealt by demons to enemies will convert 20 into the owner's health, while also granting a 20 damage reduction. 3. When possessing 8 demons, all damage dealt by demons to enemies will convert 30 into the owner's health, while also granting a 30 damage reduction. 4. When possessing 16 demons, all damage dealt by demons to enemies will convert 50 into the owner's health, while also granting a 50 damage reduction, with a small chance to deal double damage when demons attack enemies. Indeed, it was a demon, and the strength of this bond was astonishing. This was the most powerful bond Chun Yiming had encountered thus far, providing both lifesteal and damage reduction. This constituted a formidable shield. The key lay in the damage reduction. Pairing it with an output-enhancing bond alongside the lifesteal bond would yield a powerful warrior. Conversely, coupling it with the tank's damage reduction capability would significantly enhance the demon's endurance in battle. This bond was exceptionally potent. Should he amass 16 demons, he would gain 50 damage reduction and 50 lifesteal. Even a domestic pig could contend with a fierce tiger on equal footing. However, with only 4 summoning pages at his disposal, achieving 16 demons appeared a distant prospect. Nonetheless, the bonds of 8 or even 4 demons were still greatly advantageous. The 20 to 30 damage reduction, combined with lifesteal, rendered the demons exceedingly formidable among their peers. He had never envisaged that bonds could alter the tide of battle, as all the bonds he had previously encountered had not imparted such a profound impact. Master, the evolved horned demon, knelt partially on the ground. Fully aware of the source of its newfound power, its gaze towards Chun Yiming filled with fervor. Once merely a peculiar egg, it had never dared to dream of transforming into a noble horned demon one day. Continue to explore, Chun Yiming instructed. The remnants of the essence preserved within the peculiar egg numbered over 40, and the basic essence was ample for the horned demon's next evolution. Should they manage to locate 4 more peculiar little demons and 1 telekinetic demon, the horned demon could further evolve into a rare 2-star entity. Observing the telekinetic demon's transformation into a horned demon, the green-skinned creature felt a pang of anxiety. It sensed that its position as the Master's foremost aide was at risk. In times past, when I was the sole companion of my master, I held the title of his chief enforcer. Now, with a new summoned beast by his side, I have become merely a secondary figure. The green-skinned creature, lacking literary knowledge, would surely have echoed a classic adage. It was I who arrived first. Encountering the peculiar little demon, Chun Yiming recognized the likelihood of encountering even more creatures ahead. From this point forward, he focused his attention with heightened vigilance. Gao Qian stared blankly at the evolving horned demon, astonished as she gazed upon Chun Yiming's silhouette. She had witnessed the peculiar egg metamorphosing into a horned demon in such a brief span. Though she could not fathom the method he employed, it only deepened her reverence for him. Fear sprang from the unknown. She suspected that Chun Yiming had mastered some extraordinary technique of evolution. Yet she remained oblivious to its nature, too apprehensive to inquire. The sound of water droplets splashing into a pool echoed from ahead. Turning a corner, they found themselves in an underground reservoir, situated within a subterranean cavern. The vast cavern was punctuated by numerous honeycomb-like openings, varying in size, with the larger ones boasting diameters of 5 to 6 meters, akin to caves, while the smaller ones were no larger than a fist. Startled by the beam of the flashlight, several bats took flight, emitting a cacophony of chattering sounds. Gao Qian could not contain a gasp of surprise. The walls of the cavern were adorned with bats, their eyes glowing red under the flashlight's illumination. Disturbed by the light, they fluttered restlessly, creating a whirlwind that tugged at the edges of Chun Yiming's garments. Master, I've detected a small creature attempting to flee. The horned demon suddenly declared. It abruptly raised its head, fixating on a particular opening that a sinister smirk curled upon its lips as it extended its right hand. Fingers splayed towards the cave's interior. Then clenched them in a pulling motion, a figure was yanked from the depths of the cave. A peculiar little demon, its eyes wide with terror as it beheld the horned demon, evidently stricken with fear. The formidable telekinetic force coiled around the peculiar little demon like a constrictor, suffocating it. As the creature perished, it transformed into essence, drawn into Chun Yiming's summoning tome. That opening may lead further into the depths. Chun Yiming remarked. The peculiar little demon had sensed the horned demon's presence and fled in a reflexive panic. In such circumstances, it would naturally seek refuge in what it perceived to be the safest location. Since they had entered through the entrance, it was certain that its escape route led deeper into the cavern. Chun Yiming couldn't help but chuckle, appreciating the serendipity of the situation, as it spared them the effort of finding the correct path. Earlier, the peculiar little demon had approached a cave that was not particularly high, with a diameter of merely 2 meters, significantly smaller in comparison to the larger openings within the cavern. Had he not known that this was a passage leading deeper underground, they might have wasted considerable time searching. Chun Yiming continued onward through the passage. He noted that the temperature was gradually dropping. We must have traversed over 1,000 meters, Chun Yiming estimated, drawing upon his athletic background, as he was quite sensitive to distance from regular running and walking. Just as they ventured deeper into the cave, footsteps echoed behind them that a group of 4 individuals stealthily followed, clutching a glowing toy to illuminate the ground for potential pitfalls and traps. They observed their surroundings with a blend of curiosity and caution. "Are we really going in? Isn't it too dangerous?" one of them asked, swallowing hard. "What danger could there be?" replied the individual in camouflage. Lowering his voice, "Aren't they going in to help us explore? I assure you there are formidable creatures within this cave," he continued. "Then why are you coming along?" Another member interjected, angered, convinced that it was madness to heed Huang Liang's words. "It's not as though we're leading the way. There are others ahead to clear the path for us, right?" Huang Liang, the man in camouflage, replied slowly. "Besides, that individual didn't attack us, indicating he has a soft heart. Even if we were discovered, we would merely receive a reprimand. Wouldn't you agree? His summoned beast is so powerful. We could simply pick up the scraps that he discards at Elahi. You forgot how you captured that peculiar egg just now. Do you think you could have done it alone?" It seemed there was some merit to his argument. Elahi, true to his name, stood out among the 4, towering over them by a head. After their earlier departure, they hadn't ventured far, but had instead hidden in a nearby location. Soon, they spotted a solitary, peculiar egg scuttling past from the direction they had just come. Emerging from one peril only to stumble into another, the peculiar egg found itself encircled by a group of burly men. The telekinetic abilities of the peculiar egg sparked envy and longing in the 3 who had failed to capture it. One peculiar egg distributed among 4 was clearly insufficient. They couldn't possibly slice it into quarters like a century egg. Thus, they had agreed to leave their fates to chance during the capture. However, when Lihi successfully claimed the peculiar egg, the other 3 felt a twinge of jealousy. It's not about having too few, but about the inequality. Spurred on by Huang Liang, the 4 decided to pursue once more. But by the time they reached the cave, the peculiar egg had vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty entrance. After a brief discussion, they concluded that Chun Yiming and his companions must have ventured inside the cave, ultimately deciding to follow suit. Yet, unbeknownst to them, just beyond the reach of their flashlights, something resembling a protruding rock from the cavern wall stirred within the shadows. The peculiar egg suddenly warned its master. Li He, in a frenzy. "There's something." Before Li He could finish, he was struck and sent flying. Fortunately, the protective barrier that enveloped him saved his life. He tumbled across the ground, rolling several times. The barrier's cushioning still left him quite shaken. Huang Liang, startled, turned to flee. The glowing device he held flickered as he changed direction, plunging the cave into darkness, leaving him engulfed by shadows. Huang Liang, you actually ran away. Wait, what is that? Another of the 4, caught in an ambush, finally discerned the assailant thanks to the faint light emitted by the summoning tome's barrier. It was a creature resembling a beetle, wielding 2 massive scythe-like claws in a menacing attack. The tome of summoning conveyed data regarding this monstrous entity. Race, stone scythe level. 2 quality, common racial talent. Stone camouflage 3 description. A creature adept at disguise. It takes pleasure in concealing itself within caves. Bond, beetle, 1. When possessing 3 beetles simultaneously, each beetle increases its defense by 5 with every attack received, stacking up to 4 times, lasting until the conclusion of the battle. 2. When possessing 6 beetles simultaneously, each beetle increases its defense by 10 with every attack received, stacking up to 3 times, lasting until the conclusion of the battle. Had Chun Yiming glimpsed the attributes of this creature, he might have comprehended why he had failed to notice it while passing earlier. For this creature possesses a hidden talent, enabling it to masquerade as a stone, blending seamlessly with the walls. Even the psychic powers of the horned demon could not detect its presence. Of course, this may also be attributed to the creature's lack of movement. Psychic abilities can locate nearby entities, akin to bats utilizing echolocation to hunt prey, yet they bear their own drawbacks. Remaining motionless renders it exceedingly difficult to discern the location of adversaries. The stone side's attack is as forceful as it is relentless. Upon being assaulted, the summoner's creature is repositioned before him by the tome's rules. As the assault commenced, a prompt appeared in his mind, permitting him to select any summoned creature to engage in combat. Without hesitation, he chose his mightiest summon, the Forest Tusk Boar. Although the Forest Tusk Boar is merely an ordinary one-star creature, it stands among the most robust of its level and is rather rare. Even two goblins exerting their utmost strength would struggle to rival the might of this Forest Tusk Boar. He was fortunate that his first summoned creature was this formidable beast. While its intelligence may not be high, its tough hide and immense strength are unparalleled in the city. Over 95% of individuals' initial summons are goblins, gremlins, halflings, or slimes, the quintessential novice companions. Only a select few possess other ordinary one-star summons. Although all belong to the same tier of ordinary one-star creatures, their abilities do not vastly differ. The only distinction lies in their rarity or specific capabilities that, in the absence of any additional enhancements, the combat prowess of summoned creatures within the same tier remains relatively comparable. The Forest Tusk Boar charged fiercely forward, anticipating it could topple the stone scythe. Its astonishment, the stone scythe proved as solid as a boulder, causing the Forest Tusk Boar to be thrown back instead. The two elongated claws of the stone scythe crossed in a fierce downward slash, piercing into the neck of the Forest Tusk Boar. The thick layer of fat around the boar's neck saved its life. Roar! The Forest Tusk Boar, sensing the peril to its life, struggled desperately. Emitting frantic cries, in its struggle, it managed to knock the scythe aside, pushing the stone scythe back as well. However, the Forest Tusk Boar sustained severe injuries. Blood gushing from its neck. The wound remained unhealed, and due to its violent movements, the blood flowed even more swiftly. After summoning the creature, the individual turned to flee, disregarding the safety of his summon. Upon exiting the cave, he attempted to recall his summon, but the tome flickered twice, indicating that the creature did not return, seemingly due to its engagement in battle. The man outside the cave wore a grim expression. He had suffered a significant loss. His signature summon had perished. He had gained nothing from this venture, but instead had lost a summon. Deep within, he harbored resentment towards Huang Liang. He shot Huang Liang a fierce glare, but refrained from uttering threats. Aware that they were still in the forest and wary of potential traps laid by Huang Liang, he was not foolish. He would settle the score once they were inside the cave. The stone scythe refrained from continuing its assault on the dying Forest Tusk Boar. Instead, lying in wait for its eventual demise, it did not pursue the fleeing individuals, for its attack was not driven by a desire for cruel slaughter, but rather a necessity to procure sustenance. The Forest Tusk Boar would suffice for 2 days' worth of meals. 10 minutes later, the Forest Tusk Boar lay still upon the ground, ceasing its struggles, its chest rising and falling faintly. Its eyes widened as the spark of life gradually faded. With the last breath escaping its lips, the Forest Tusk Boar succumbed to death, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished from sight. The stone scythe, poised to enjoy its feast, remained in place, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of its meal. "Where has my food gone?" In a state of agitation, the stone scythe began to dig at the earth, and upon discovering nothing, it let out a distressed wail, spinning in chaotic circles, appearing utterly pitiful. Deep within the cavern, Chun Yiming observed the peculiar little demon that had been dispatched by the horned demon. The fourth one. All 4 materials of the aberrant little demons have been gathered. Only the final one, the telekinetic demon, remains elusive. However, he had yet to encounter a telekinetic demon thus far. The cave's passage was uncertain. As they had traversed several thousand meters, descending at an incline that must have brought them down over 100 meters into the depths. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yiming illuminated his wristwatch with a flashlight. It was now 5:20 in the afternoon. In another hour or two, darkness would envelop the land. Today had been eventful. First fishing at the lake, then enduring a torrential downpour, and finally seeking adventure within the forest. Tomorrow, he resolved, he would return for further exploration. "I'll come alone tomorrow," Having too many people is inconvenient. If I were alone, I could ride on the back of the night shadow hunting spider to explore the cave, which would be much more efficient. Right now, with 3 of us, our pace is far too slow. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm holding you back. Gao Qian murmured softly. It's not your fault. Chen Yiming reassured her. Brother, I'll team up with Gao Qian tomorrow, Chun Jing stated after a moment of silence. Chen Yiming turned to look at Chun Jing. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jing continued, You are far too powerful now. My presence beside you serves only as a hindrance. If you do not have to divide your attention to care for me, you could advance even more rapidly. I have never felt that way. Nor do I see you as a burden, Chen Yiming asserted earnestly. Chun Jing smiled brightly. That sentiment is enough for me. Once you become stronger, take me along to hunt and capture some formidable creatures. Chun Yiming regarded his younger brother with a deep gaze, remaining silent thereafter. The 3 of them made their way back through the cave along the path they had traversed, unburdened by concerns of danger. Their return journey was significantly swifter than their arrival, and within mere minutes, they reached the cavern. Bats flitted about within the cave. As they walked, Gao Qian inadvertently kicked something, the sound echoing conspicuously in the cavern. Shining the flashlight downward, they discovered a discarded plastic water bottle lying quietly on the ground. It seemed there had been no such bottle upon their arrival. Chen Jing picked it up, noting that it was still mostly full, having only been partially consumed. Typically, one would not carelessly discard a partially filled bottle. There is a mark here, as if it were struck by an axe, Chen Yiming remarked. Chun Jing crouched down to touch the fresh imprint on the wall. Could someone have passed through here? He inquired, puzzled. Quite possibly, Chen Yiming replied that IT may have been left before our arrival, though we might have overlooked it. They likely encountered some threat here and fled in haste. Chun Yiming observed traces on the nearby wall, but they did not appear to be left by the aberrant little demons or the telekinetic demon. Are there other monsters in this cave? Chun Yiming pondered, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Creatures adept at hiding or camouflaging? Horned demon, use your telekinesis to attack the walls nearby. The horned demon let out a sinister laugh, its formidable psychic power sweeping through the cavern. Several loosely affixed stones on the walls were shattered by the force. Not far away, beneath the corner of the wall, a large yellow-brown stone suddenly exhibited an unusual tremor. It quivered for a brief moment. None of the others noticed, including the green-skinned creature and the night shadow hunting spider, who failed to perceive this fleeting anomaly in the darkness. However, the horned demon was acutely aware, while its telekinesis stirred the surrounding stones. It was, in fact, constantly vigilant of its environment. It keenly discerned the oddity of the stone statue resembling a sickle. This stone harbored a secret. The horned demon grinned maliciously and charged toward the disguised stone statue. The sickle statue, upon realizing it had been discovered, was filled with a mix of surprise and fury. It had no intention of attacking Chun Yiming and his companions, for it sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the horned demon, the goblin chieftain, and the night shadow hunting spider. This was a natural suppression felt by rare quality summoned beasts. Earlier, when Chen Yiming and his group entered, it had obediently disguised itself as a stone. Yet unexpectedly, it had been exposed. The sickle statue seethed with anger. It rose up, its massive body unfurling like that of a giant dung beetle. Two elongated claws, resembling serrated sickles, were raised defensively before it. Its yellow-brown shell appeared as a thick layer of armor. The horned demon's body twisted mid-air, abruptly halting. With formidable telekinesis, it lifted the sickle statue and slammed it violently to the ground. Bang! The sickle statue was thrown into disarray. But this assault seemed to inflict little pain upon its tough exterior. Chen Yiming and his companions recognized the exposed sickle statue. Currently, a normal-quality 3-star summon beast was already considered top-tier. Chun Jing felt a surge of interest. Having already acquired 2 goblins, he had formed the most basic goblin bond. To advance further, he required a higher-level bond, necessitating 4 goblins, which he did not currently possess. Although not as powerful as his brother's rare-quality summon beast, this ordinary 3-star creature was still quite rare and appeared imposing, with a diameter of 2 meters and a height nearing 1.5 meters. The sickle statue's physique was far from slender. Its stone-like body clearly exhibited substantial defensive capabilities. Chun Jing felt a pang of envy. Chen Yiming noticed his brother's expression and instructed the night shadow hunting spider. Constrain it. The massive night shadow hunting spider approached the sickle statue, its size several times larger than that of the sickle statue. The horned demon glanced back at the night shadow hunting spider, which had risen to its hind legs, its throat swelling ominously. The horned demon quickly took flight to evade the web. Legs. The night shadow hunting spider unleashed a torrent of webbing. The dense, pure white strands enveloped the area, ensnaring the sickle statue. The sickle statue emitted a low, sharp cry as the webbing rapidly dried and solidified, rendering it nearly immobile. The green-skinned creature charged in with a steel rod, unleashing a flurry of blows. The incapacitated sickle statue was powerless to resist, becoming nothing more than a target for the onslaught. After several minutes, Chen Yiming assessed the sickle statue's condition and instructed the green-skinned creature to withdraw. Upon stepping back, the green-skinned creature glanced at the bent steel rod in its hands. Hiss, it remarked, noticing the deformation. Chun Jing cast a grateful glance at his elder brother before urging his goblins to finish off the sickle statue. It must be said, the sickle statue was indeed tough, as the two goblins attacked for over 10 minutes without managing to slay the heavily injured creature. But of course, this was partly due to the goblins' inherent lack of combat prowess. Chun Jing stepped forward, seizing a weapon from the goblins. Watch closely, this is how it's done. Chun Jing roared, gripping the steel rod and thrusting it into the damaged seam of the sickle statue's armor. The sickle statue convulsed violently, yet ultimately remained bound by the night shadow hunting spider's web. Chun Jing gritted his teeth and pulled out the steel rod, which spewed forth pale yellow blood. Then he swiftly targeted another wound. The sickle statue silently endured, lying still as Chun Jing repeatedly struck until it finally ceased to exhibit any signs of life. The two goblins followed closely behind Chen Jing, exchanging glances at the scene. The goblin on the left stammered at I will forge the best weapons for my master, the larger goblin declared resolutely. Chun Jing, overhearing this, felt a wave of exasperation. His chest heaved violently. Yet a radiant smile adorned his face. At last, he had vanquished this resilient creature. The sickle statue transformed into a beam of white light and entered Chun Jing's summoning book. Following this, he summoned the newly acquired sickle statue, which emerged and lay motionless, its sickle-like claws folded against its chest. Let us return to the city. Upon exiting the cavern, Chen Yiming inscribed a warning in stone near the entrance. Do not enter. It is very dangerous inside. Chun Yiming surveyed his message with satisfaction, confident it would serve as a warning to others. The cavern, home to the elusive sickle statue and the sinister psychic creatures, posed a significant threat to the vast majority of people. His inscription would undoubtedly alert future visitors. Chun Yiming made his way back to the city. Leaving markers along the way, he instructed the horned demon to use its telekinesis to place stones on the branches of trees along their route. Invisible to the naked eye, normal individuals would not inexplicably climb trees in the dense forest, and ordinary beasts and monsters would not intentionally dislodge stones from the branches. However, the horned demon's psychic ability allowed it to observe the stones left behind on the branches. Thus, this became Chun Yiming's unique method of leaving markers. After approximately half an hour, they finally spotted the city. Upon returning to the breeding farm, Gao Qian expressed reluctance. You should stay here at the breeding farm. There are extra rooms, and it's close to the forest, so you won't have to travel so far every day. Gao Qian wished to persuade Chen Yiming and his companions to remain. Chen Jing felt somewhat tempted, but he ultimately decided to heed his elder brother's opinion that if brother says to stay, then we shall stay. We have plenty of food stored in our house in the city, Chen Yiming remarked. Gao Qian appeared disappointed, but couldn't help but add, the pigs at the breeding farm can be slaughtered for food. There are plenty of them, and killing a couple would ease the burden. Chen Yiming chuckled, how about this? Little brother, you stay here, and I will return alone. Chun Jing was taken aback. She would be left alone here, vulnerable, and if another malicious entity like today were to appear, she might struggle to cope alone. You have a 3-star sickle statue, with the advantage of the walls. You need not fear even if a group attacks, Chen Yiming reasoned. Gao Qian's face brightened with joy. Noticing that the day was getting late, she said, I have to get busy. I've only fed the animals once today. All right, you go ahead. Chen Yiming nodded in response. Once Gao Qian had walked away, Chun Jing lowered her voice and asked, Brother, weren't you worried about the dangers in the suburbs before? Why the change of heart this time? That was due to a lack of information. I've discovered something, Chun Yiming replied, leading Chun Jing to the roadside outside the breeding farm. The boundary line between the forest and the city. Oh, you see anything? Nothing, Chun Jing replied honestly. Look more closely. Chun Jing widened her eyes, and after a minute, she dejectedly sighed. Just tell me. I know I'm not as clever as you. Chun Yiming, feeling exasperated, said, Have you not noticed how clean the city is? Not a single vine from the forest has managed to grow into the city. Chun Jing, receiving the hint, observed more attentively and finally discerned the peculiarity. What does this indicate? With such a large city suddenly appearing in the forest, why had no formidable monsters invaded the city after several days, only allowing some ordinary creatures to approach the city borders? If rare quality or even more powerful monsters were to invade the city, there should be no one capable of stopping them at this stage. After all indications suggested that the forest was not devoid of more powerful monsters. Chun Yiming remarked, Are you perhaps overthinking this? If that were not the case, why do the plants in the forest shy away from growing in the city? He gestured towards the vegetation on the ground. Observing, these plants seem to be thriving quite rapidly. Look, the areas we previously traversed are now once again cloaked in a layer of grass. Chun Jing began to ponder that perhaps his elder brother's assertions held a modicum of truth. He had heard from some individuals who had come from the city center that a large stone tablet had suddenly appeared there. Although he had never witnessed the grand stone tablet in the city center, nor the small countdown stone tablet in the bounty house, he surmised that there might be a connection between the two and the formidable magical beasts outside the city that dared not venture in. Chun Yiming continued, Thus, I believe the suburbs may not be as perilous as I initially presumed. He candidly acknowledged his earlier misjudgment. There is no shame in admitting one's errors, as all decisions are based on the information at hand. Previously, Chun Yiming's choices were dictated by the knowledge he possessed at the time. However, the substantial amount of food procured for the rental property could not simply be forsaken. Yet the pigs in the farm also held considerable value. Consequently, Chun Yiming found himself ensnared in a quandary, as the vital supplies were divided between two locations due to a lack of manpower. Any loss of resources from either side would be a significant setback. Yet, relocating over 1,000 pigs was no simple task, and he lacked sufficient private space in the city center to house them. More importantly, even if such a space were available, he would be reluctant to move them. The city was currently teeming with watchful green eyes in search of food. Transferring over 1,000 pigs into that environment would be tantamount to presenting a feast on a silver platter. Therefore, the immediate priority was to transfer the supplies from the rental property. There was no need to move everything at once. He could start by relocating half and leaving the other half in the adjacent storage room. Chun Yiming's eyes flickered with cunning, reminiscent of a wily fox contemplating the best way to store its provisions. It must be said that the food he currently possessed could be deemed among the finest in the entire city. Perhaps only the owners of some food processing factories, large shopping centers, or sizable farming operations could rival him. Chun Yiming returned to the farm with his brother and sought out Gao Qian, inquiring, Do you have a large truck at home? Gao Qian shook her head. We used to have one, but my parents took it to deliver goods. Now all that remains is a small three-wheeled vehicle. She led Chun Yiming to a shed in the backyard, where a bicycle and an open-top three-wheeler were stored. After some contemplation, Chun Yiming ultimately decided against the three-wheeler. Lacking a cover and being relatively slow, it would be too conspicuous on the streets. It wouldn't be long before everyone in the neighborhood noticed the items packed into its open rear. Chun Yiming then recalled another option. The landlord's SUV would serve him well. However, as a mere acquaintance, he felt disinclined to borrow it. Upon his visit to the gas station, he discovered that it had ceased operations. The fuel had been carted away, the destination unknown, reportedly under centralized management. Purchasing fuel had become limited to a few select shops, and given the current turmoil, who would be willing to sell, unless one were to barter with food? But finding someone to negotiate with would take time. Brother, Chun Jing suddenly interjected, I heard that those people who were here before lived nearby. They probably have a car. Where are the car keys? They should be on them. The four individuals were stuffed into a burlap sack. Chen Yiming glanced at the green-skinned creature. I entrust you with a daunting task. The green-skinned creature puffed out its chest, exclaiming, I knew I was the master's most trusted. Go to the place where you dispose of the bodies and search for the car keys on those individuals. Chen Yiming had previously shown the green-skinned creature what car keys looked like, and it was well aware of their appearance. Upon receiving this formidable assignment, the green-skinned creature blinked. IT perceived no challenge in this. For it, rummaging through corpses was merely routine. IT had even consumed carcasses before, though never a human. Regardless, to the green-skinned creature, all corpses bore no distinction. IT felt no fear. Its heart was vast, and it had never considered the dead to be anything but mundane. Wonka had navigated the professional realm for 8 years, evolving from a naive university student into a seasoned veteran that he clocked in daily, arriving punctually at the office, and completed his assigned tasks with precision. Goji berries and a thermos had become his standard companions, occasionally supplemented with a few red dates. Earning a stable monthly salary was his sole aspiration. Once, he harbored ambitions, ideals, and pursuits, but they had quietly faded away over time. With the arrival of a child came the necessity for milk powder. And now that the child had just begun kindergarten, of course, it had to be a reputable bilingual institution. Not for the sake of ambition, but because that was the expectation of the surrounding parents. He could not allow his child to lag behind at the starting line. While he could not provide the very best for his child, he endeavored to offer what was within his means. Thus, he hesitated to resign, diligently fulfilling his duties while occasionally indulging in minor distractions. Days passed in this manner. Life was not particularly splendid, yet it was manageable. At tea times, he found himself staring out the window or at the ceiling in the dead of night, experiencing fleeting moments of discontent. The grand aspirations of his youth had been buried deep within the soil of life, perhaps never to sprout. Forever, forever. They would remain eternally entombed beneath the surface. He and his wife steered the small vessel of their family, navigating slowly through the vast ocean of life. Perhaps one day, when he grew older, the helm of this small boat would be entrusted to his son. He often envisioned what his twilight years would entail, wandering through parks like the elderly men and women, taking leisurely strolls, dancing in the square, practicing Tai Chi, and occasionally joining fellow seniors to embark on travel excursions. As he aged further, he might find himself reclining on the couch at home, passing the days watching television or browsing the internet, with his children visiting only on holidays. Was this the life he desired? Yet, upon reflection, he found this scenario rather agreeable. Regardless, there is little difference between this and the daily grind of clocking in for work. Such is life, I suppose. However, he had not anticipated that 5 days prior, his existence, one he believed would pass monotonously, would be irrevocably altered. 5 days ago, the outside world was suddenly engulfed in darkness, an endless void swallowing the entire city. When light was finally restored, he witnessed numerous vehicles colliding on the streets. The air was filled with cries and arguments. His thoughts turned to his son, who was still in kindergarten. He attempted to call the teacher, only to discover his phone had no signal. In haste, he went to the manager's office to request leave to pick up his son. Being a long-standing employee, the manager readily granted him a leave of absence, advising him to take care on the way. He returned home with his son, who, shaken from the ordeal, clung to him tightly. As they left the kindergarten, the teacher informed him that there would be no classes the following day. He then realized his wife had not yet returned, and it struck him that she was on a business trip in another city. This moment, he felt compelled to examine the book of summoning. From it, he conjured a wild wolf from the forest. The fierce creature frightened his son, prompting him to hastily return the wolf to the book. To his surprise, he discovered that his son had summoned a slime to play with him. Concerned that the slime might harm his son, he attempted to seize it, only for the slime to spit corrosive liquid that ate through his clothing. Just as the acid reached his chest, the wild wolf was automatically summoned once more. In a flurry of confusion, he took a considerable amount of time to realize that these summoned creatures posed no threat to their master and would obey his commands without question. After several hours, he managed to assuage his son's fears of the wild wolf, who now affectionately called it Big Dog. He soon discovered that gas had been cut off, and there was also a power outage. With water flow significantly diminished, he decided to venture down to the convenience store to purchase some instant noodles, biscuits, and bottled water to stave off hunger. Observing his son happily munching on snacks while seated on the sofa, he could not help but smile ruefully. That night, as he lay on the large bed in the bedroom, staring blankly at the ceiling, he pulled out his phone and opened the photo gallery. Gazing at pictures of himself and his wife, a warm smile gracing his face. The next day, he intended to go to work but found the buses had stopped running and the bus station was overflowing with people hoping to board. He was taken aback. Subsequently, he took a taxi to the office, only to find the main entrance locked, with a notice stating that the office was temporarily closed. Panic set in. How could he manage without work? The family's livelihood depended on it. As he descended the stairs, he noticed several other businesses in the vicinity were also on temporary leave. The sense of unease washed over him. Upon returning home, he discovered his son had devoured all the snacks. Initially, he thought the power, water, and gas outages were merely temporary. However, in the following days, there was still no restoration of services. The number of food vendors dwindled, and prices soared. On the third day, he witnessed a box of deer-shaped biscuits being sold for an astonishing 300 yuan, a 30-fold increase from their original price of 9.9 yuan at the supermarket. On the fourth day, representatives from a neighborhood committee visited each household to provide updates. It was then that he learned of the dire situation beyond the city limits. And oh wonder, food prices had skyrocketed. His entire city was encased within an unending, vast forest with all routes to the outside world completely obstructed. This meant that 6 million residents were trapped within the city walls. Furthermore, there were monsters in the suburbs and an abundance of wild fruits, vegetables, and animals within the forest. The neighborhood committee offered a bright path for those gradually succumbing to food scarcity. They could forage for sustenance in the forest, shifting the burden of the crisis outside the city. He was not foolish, yet he found himself without alternatives. The remaining groceries at home were dwindling, having been purchased by his wife before her business trip, and they would last only a couple more days for him and his son. Thus, he joined the community's hunting team on the first day. However, despair soon engulfed him. The leader of the hunting team was utterly incompetent. They merely strolled through the suburbs, teeming with people. Where were the monsters? All had been hunted down. Encountering one felt akin to winning the lottery. Some men in the group discussed venturing into the forest to hunt monsters. He considered joining them, but was reluctant to leave his son home alone. If anything were to happen to him, the family's sole pillar would collapse. Moreover, there was still a bit of food left at home. In the end, he spent the day wandering the suburbs with the group, as the leader lacked the courage to venture into the forest. Upon returning to the community, he vowed that if he wasted another day with these individuals, he would be a fool. Today, the food at home was nearly depleted, and Wangke was filled with trepidation. He knew he could not wait until they had consumed everything before seeking more. Otherwise, he would be too weak to forage for food, and success would be uncertain. Today, he formed a team with 5 other men from the community to approach the forest's edge. Their so-called boundary was merely arranged within 1,000 meters into the forest, an area saturated with people who had scoured it countless times. They dared not venture deeper, having heard of many who had perished there. After searching for an entire morning, they managed to find only a handful of wild fruits, a snake, and several unknown vegetables. In the afternoon, they boldly ventured deeper into the forest, discovering a mud pit teeming with slimes. However, this pit was monopolized by another, larger group. Outnumbered, they refrained from contesting it. The further they traveled, the more sparse the population became. Yet the danger increased. Utilizing their summoned creatures, they successfully defeated 2 isolated wild goblins. But those spoils were claimed by 2 others in the group. It was at this point he realized that the other 4 men were acquaintances, leaving him as the sole outsider. Wangke felt a surge of anger, but suppressed it, even refraining from expressing his frustration in the wild. He forced a smile, stating it was of no consequence who received the spoils, suggesting they take turns. Thanks to the keen sense of smell of his summoned forest wolf, they soon discovered a solitary wild boar. After sacrificing a goblin summon, they managed to slay the boar. This time, Wangke felt a flicker of hope. The wild boar appeared to weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds, which should provide ample meat for his family. He initially proposed that they convert the wild boar into meat to bring home. Yet another member of the team forcibly transformed it into a summon. Wang Ke's expression darkened. The other four men reassured him, saying, "Your forest wolf is so adept at finding food. It will be easy." Lao Zhang lost a summon. "We need the wild boar to bolster our fighting capacity. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against powerful monsters. Next time, I promise that whatever we kill will be turned into meat for your son. So he won't have to go hungry." Wang Ke's expression shifted. He lowered his head, a twitch in his eye. How did they know he had a son? Were they using his child to threaten him? Thoughts of his son flooded his mind, and he resolved to endure it all. However, what he did not anticipate was the absence of further distribution of meat. They encountered the most terrifying creature he had ever seen in the forest. At some point, invisible webs ensnared every tree in the vicinity. He witnessed one of his companions inadvertently become trapped, unable to move. Since it was not an attack, it did not trigger the Book of Summoning. From afar, he saw a massive spider crawling toward them from a tree. In the end, he was the only one to narrowly escape. He watched in horror as that monstrous spider pierced the wild boar with a single claw. Like the skewered meat on a kebab, it remains uncertain whether those four individuals managed to escape. He was riding a forest wolf at the time. Perhaps fortune favored him, for Wang Ke encountered no monsters from here until he left the woods. Upon returning home, Wang Ke found himself empty-handed. The food he had previously hunted was taken by the other four, and naturally, it was lost with them. Thus, after a day of fruitless endeavors, he discovered only 3 eggs, a cucumber, and less than 3 tails of lean meat remaining in his household. Sitting on the sofa, he gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. May you meet a wretched fate. What has become of Da Liang and the others? Where have they gone? How is it that only you returned from your outing? Chun Yiming parked a van in the basement parking lot and, holding the car keys, walked up to the 4th floor, where he heard a commotion. "This truly has nothing to do with me. I mentioned we encountered a gigantic spider in the forest, and we all fled. I have no idea if anything happened to them. Moreover, everything was taken by them. I accompanied them to the forest and gained nothing." Wang Ke replied wearily, tinged with a hint of resentment. "Your family colluded from the start, pretending to be a loose group to invite me to join. In the end, you all knew each other, leaving me as the sole outsider. All the spoils obtained during the day were seized by your family. To be honest, Wang Ke felt a faint sense of schadenfreude. A gigantic spider? Was it a gray-headed hunting spider? Chun Yiming mused, as he required only 2 more gray-headed hunting spiders for his nightshade hunting spider to evolve into a rare quality. He turned to glance back, noticing the corridor on this floor filled with people, mostly elderly, women, and a few children. They turned their heads upon hearing Chun Yiming's footsteps, their gazes fixed on him. "What are you staring at? Mind your own business." An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, snapped sharply. Chun Yiming raised an eyebrow and walked toward the group. "You," he began. "Mother, stop talking," interjected a daughter-in-law beside the elderly woman. She was aware of her mother-in-law's domineering nature, having always been accustomed to it. She had heard her husband mention that in her youth, she could berate an entire street, and now she would loudly protest if someone failed to offer her a seat on the bus. "What are you afraid of? Isn't there that summoning beast?" the elderly woman retorted, scrutinizing Chun Yiming from head to toe. Ignoring them, Chun Yiming focused on Wang Ke, asking, "Did you see a gigantic spider in the forest?" Yes, Wang Ke nodded, appearing to be the type of kind-hearted person who, despite being cornered by these women, bore it without much anger, exuding a somewhat submissive demeanor. "Could you take me there tomorrow? I will compensate you with food," Chun Yiming proposed. Upon hearing the word food, Wang Ke's eyes lit up, eager to nod, as his household was on the brink of starvation. "Yes, I will come and knock on your door tomorrow," Chun Yiming affirmed. After speaking, he turned and left, heading back to his own door to retrieve his keys and unlock it. Perhaps it was Chun Yiming's calm demeanor that left the crowd unsure of his intentions, for they did not interrupt him, but merely watched as he departed. After concluding his conversation with Chun Yiming, Wang Ke promptly shut the door. He had no desire to listen to the ongoing bickering outside, nor did he wish to argue with them. It was simply too bothersome and a waste of time. He had only opened the door out of sense of obligation, feeling a twinge of pity for those who had lost their son or husband. However, the earlier insults had ignited his anger. The group outside stood in shock as the door closed. then began to pound on it furiously. "Open up! We know you're inside. Stop hiding and open the door." The sound of banging echoed throughout the floor. Just then, footsteps resonated in the corridor, two figures approaching. One male and one female, resembling a father and daughter. The father walked ahead, carrying a gun bag in his left hand and a blood-soaked snakeskin bag in his right. The daughter followed, wielding a makeshift spear crafted from a fruit knife and a clothesline pole. The daughter cast an impatient glance at the noisy crowd still banging on the door. "It's too loud." Chihuahua remained unfazed, expressionless as he made his way home. Upon passing Chen Yiming's door, he paused and knocked. Moments later, the door opened to reveal Chen Yiming, but the landlord appeared somewhat different from before. As if his very essence had shifted, something ineffable that words could not capture. "I caught some game in the forest today. Are you interested?" Chizhua indicated with the bag. Chen Yiming understood his intent immediately. Smiling as he replied, "Of course, let's enjoy it at my place. I have a gas stove and some beer and spices." Now possessing 4 rare quality summoned beasts, Chen Yiming felt emboldened, unafraid of any unruly behavior from them. Furthermore, he planned to transport some items to the outskirts later that night. Though he was not well acquainted with the landlord, they had interacted enough for Chen Yiming to hold a generally positive impression of him. He took the snakeskin bag from Chizhua and invited them inside. Summoning the red-feathered chicken, Chizhua felt a shiver of trepidation at the sight of the suddenly materializing creature, akin to facing a formidable beast. Even during his time in Africa, confronting a pride of lions had not evoked such an oppressive feeling within him. What level of summoned beast is this? He wondered in awe. Yet, respecting everyone's secrets, he refrained from questioning further. Chen Yiming opened the snakeskin bag to reveal 2 rabbits and a badger, all with wounds on their heads, resembling gunshot injuries. Chen Yiming chuckled lightly, saying nothing more, as he boiled water to skin and gut the animals, then fetched a bucket of mineral water from the bedroom to wash the rabbits and badger. He instructed the red-feathered chicken to control the temperature, roasting the rabbits and badger while sprinkling them with spices. Qi Xiaoma swallowed hard, gazing at Chen Yiming as if he were some kind of monster, marveling at the abundance of supplies he seemed to possess. Did he have a treasure chest? Ultimately, the 3 of them consumed only 2 of the roasted rabbits, which were large and plump, yielding several pounds of meat. The bones were chewed and swallowed whole by the red-feathered chicken, which crunched them with ease, leaving not a single fragment behind. The badger was turned into jerky, taken by the landlord. During the meal, silence reigned, the atmosphere awkward. Chen Yiming found himself at a loss for words, as his cooking skills were mediocre at best, relying heavily on spices for flavor. "Have you considered what to do next?" he asked, wiping his hands with a napkin. "Wait for external rescue," Chizhua replied calmly. "What if I speculate that there may be no rescue?" Chen Yiming said quietly. Chizhua paused, and Qi Xiaoma lifted her head to look at him. The air grew tense. "How could that be possible?" Qi Xiaoma hesitantly replied. "The probability is quite low." Chen Yiming stated that, in the future, we must rely on ourselves for sustenance. Surely the municipal office has helicopters or drones. With their speed, reaching the nearest city shouldn't take too long, that if we can establish contact with other cities and the outside world, the municipal office will undoubtedly release information to stabilize the situation. Yet, 5 days have passed without any definitive news of rescue. The municipal office has only mentioned that monsters lurk in the forest outside the city to calm the residents, without providing a clear timeline. The likelihood of rescue seems rather slim. There was no need for Chen Yiming to elaborate further on this point. Everyone is not foolish. In light of the peculiar events of recent days, it is evident that many harbor their own suspicions deep within that we reside in an era characterized by an explosion of information, where an overwhelming barrage of films, television shows, comics, and novels inundates us. Thus, the notion of time travel, should it indeed occur, would not be entirely unpalatable. At least there would be many to share the experience with. Moreover, some individuals have long awaited the manifestation of such extraordinary events in their own lives. Chizhou glanced at Qi Xiaoma, indifferent to his surroundings, as long as he could ensure his daughter grew up healthy and found a suitable husband, fulfilling his promise to his late wife. "Are we expected to cultivate our own vegetables?" Qi Xiaoma asked in astonishment. "It's not out of the question to grow vegetables, but consider how many hungry mouths there are in the city. Even if we plant, They might be stolen or taken by force. It's feasible, but we should at least wait until we have a stable and secure base before contemplating it, Chen Yiming replied. I haven't even said I want to join you. Qi Xiaomao muttered. In truth, she had already internalized Chen Yiming's proposal. Her experiences in the city that day had transformed her understanding. Robbery, violence, chaos. These incidents were frequently witnessed in every nook and cranny of the city. The administration of Shanshui City was utterly inadequate. The personnel from the municipal office were stretched thin across the city. Furthermore, reporting a crime required one to run to the nearest security station, which seemed devoid of personnel. It appeared the authorities had abandoned their governance of the city, leaving its residents to act with impunity. Human nature inclines towards camaraderie, and now, some semblance of organized groups was emerging. Formed by various networks, such as neighborhood hunting teams, schoolmates, colleagues, and friends. After all, Qi Xiaomao was merely a high school girl. Despite her words about Chen Yiming, he was rather handsome and did not strike her as a villain. I still need a few more people, Chen Yiming remarked. Going solo carries significant risks. If something were to happen to you, Qi Xiaomao would be left all alone. Qi Xiaomao widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you implying that you're a harbinger of misfortune? Because my brother and I are not from Shanshui City. We lack any relatives or friends here, Chen Yiming explained, justifying his invitation to them. If you're willing to join, I welcome you. If not, I will not force you. How many of you are there now? Qi Zhou asked after a moment of silence. Including me, there are 3, and one is also a young girl, about the same age as Qi Xiaomao. Qi Zhou pondered for a considerable time before nodding. Then we shall be a burden to you henceforth. Chen Yiming had indeed contemplated inviting Qi Zhou into his small group. Firstly, he was not a solitary figure and valued familial bonds. Secondly, he found Qi Zhou agreeable. They had interacted before, making him more preferable than a stranger. What is your opinion on summoned beasts? After finishing his meal, Chen Yiming sat on the sofa, idly stroking the crimson feathered chicken. Qi Zhou thought for a moment before responding. Quite convenient. Chen Yiming was taken aback by Qi Zhou's reply. He paused momentarily. The ability to store summoned beasts in a book and summon them offers excellent concealment. In my previous job, discreetly carrying firearms into countries with stringent regulations was a significant issue. Moreover, this way, others won't know your trump cards in advance, though conversely, you would remain unaware of theirs. In other words, judging by appearances becomes impractical. Chen Yiming elaborated. It is entirely possible for an elderly gentleman or a child to possess a formidable summoned beast. Your summoned beast is rather impressive, Qi Zhou remarked. I have seen wild lions, yet its presence pales in comparison to your chicken. Perhaps due to the prospect of joining a small group, Qi Zhou's conversation had become more animated and a knock on the door interrupted them. Chen Yiming rose to open the front door. Standing outside were 7 or 8 individuals, with even more in the corridor, some clad in security uniforms, others in tailored suits. Upon seeing Chen Yiming open the door, a person standing behind the security guards cleared his throat and spoke. I am from the community property management. The individuals behind me are representatives of other buildings in the community. Representatives? Chen Yiming's expression remained impassive as he awaited whatever nonsense might ensue. What are your thoughts on the hunting team that the community previously organized? The individual inquired. That I did not participate in the hunting team. Chen Yiming responded. The person faltered, his expression slightly awkward. That's fine. Not participating before was likely due to prior commitments. It's perfectly acceptable to join now. No. Thank you. I am not interested, Chen Yiming replied coolly. His gaze shifted to the individuals behind the speaker. A lavishly adorned woman scrutinized Chen Yiming's attire and disdainfully turned her head away. If others are unwilling, it's of no consequence. They might think we are coveting something from him. The woman intentionally raised her voice so that Chen Yiming could hear. This is Mrs. Liu, the manager of Lameo Group. Surely you know what Lameo Group does, the property manager whispered. Chen Yiming was indeed familiar with Lameo Group, a well-known local enterprise with a market value exceeding 100 million, primarily engaged in snack food processing, employing hundreds of individuals. And then, the property manager felt a headache coming on as he observed Chen Yiming's utterly disinterested demeanor. You must be in need of food. I am not in need. Really, I am not. I just hunted 2 plump rabbits in the forest today. Chen Yiming punctuated his statement with a belch, the aroma of cumin and chili wafting through the air. Well then, I apologize for intruding. The property manager said politely, though his expression was somewhat contorted, and no need to knock on the neighboring two households. They are currently in my home, Chen Yiming added. The property manager forced a smile as he closed the door. Listening to the commotion outside, Chen Yiming returned to the living room. What were those people here for? Qi Xiaoma asked. Just as I invited your father, they came to invite us, Chen Yiming said, wiping the spices and oil spilled on the floor with a paper towel. So I'm a sought-after delicacy. You're merely a buy-one-get-one free offer. Your father is the true delicacy, Chen Yiming chuckled. Qi Xiaoma frowned and huffed. Nonsense. In a moment, I will be moving things to the van in the underground garage. Chen Yiming informed Qi Zhouhu and the others. Where are you going? Qi Xiaoma asked, astonished, to the suburbs to raise pigs. Qi Xiaoma initially thought Chen Yiming was jesting and rolled her eyes. I am asking seriously. Didn't we just form a small team? Why are you leaving so soon? I am answering you seriously. There's a girl in our team whose family runs a breeding farm, and all these pigs belong to her family. Chen Yiming explained. Qi Xiaoma was taken aback. You really are going to raise pigs? Simultaneously, her eyes lit up. A breeding farm. That means there will be an abundance of meat, chicken, fish, duck, pork, goose for the past few days. Qi Xiaoma had been subsisting on cold food, which had not been pleasant. She sniffed. You all can come along too. After some consideration, Chen Yiming selectively shared his knowledge with them. Upon hearing about the numerous pigs, Qi Zhouhu couldn't help but glance at Chen Yiming with newfound appreciation, feeling as though he had struck a bargain. The ammunition in his firearm was finite, and once it ran out, hunting animals would become increasingly challenging. In truth, his earlier intention in knocking was to trade wild game with Chen Yiming for some other food, but he had inadvertently sold himself instead that we must keep a close watch on those pigs. Qi Xiaoma cautioned, sensing the rise in thieves. I don't know who lacks manners. This morning we parked in a lot, and when we returned, all the fuel in the tank was siphoned off to my father's dashcam captured the thief's face. Next time we see him, we'll make sure he pays. Have people already started stealing oil? Chen Yiming felt he needed to be cautious that in the future, after getting out of the car, he would extract the oil from the tank and transfer it into barrels. Then hide the barrels underground or carry them with him. The breeding farm located on Hongguang Road. Qi Zhouhu absently rubbed the stubble on his chin. I have a house in the northern suburbs over there. There's a vocational school, and the house is rented out to students. Qi Zhouhu remarked that I'll go over and ask. There are several small bungalows at the breeding farm, so there are places to stay. Chen Yiming replied. Subsequently, Chen Yiming moved the food and some other items from the room into the van parked in the basement. After leaving the green car at the rental property, he drove to the suburban breeding farm. After making 2 trips back and forth, he finally transferred half of the food from the rental property to the suburbs, leaving the remaining half in the adjacent room. That night, Chen Yiming was startled awake by a knock on the door. Glancing at the luminous dial of his watch, he realized it was already 2 a.m. Who could possibly be looking for him at this hour? Peering outside, he saw nothing but darkness. There was a sound of breathing outside the door. How many? Chen Yiming inquired. Just one, came the reply from the green car. Chen Yiming undid the deadbolt and opened the door. Standing outside was a woman in her early 30s with long hair, cascading over her shoulders. With the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he could barely make out her features. She had captivating features, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with life. Who are you? Chen Yiming asked. I want to buy some food. The woman replied. Then why not go to the supermarket? Why seek out someone like me? Chen Yiming shook his head. The supermarket isn't selling anything right now, the woman whispered. Chen Yiming studied her for a moment and recalled that she had been among the group outside just earlier. I can pay. Just a little will do. My daughter has been hungry all day, the woman pleaded, removing jewelry from her neck and ears. Despite her loose nightgown, her graceful figure was evident. It's not that I don't want to sell. But if I sell to you today, what happens tomorrow when someone else comes with a sob story? I cannot set a precedent, Chen Yiming explained that he realized he had inadvertently showed off earlier, which had attracted thieves to him that night. The woman outside bit her lower lip, as if grappling with a difficult decision. Observing this, Chen Yiming promptly shut the door, effectively eliminating the threat. The woman stood outside for a long time. Her expression, a complex mixture of emotions that was difficult to describe. After a while, there was a knock on the door of the neighboring landlord's house. Qi Zhouhu opened the door, calmly regarding the woman outside. While they conversed, Qi Xiaoma stirred awake, calling out, "Dad! Who's outside?" Qi Zhouhu turned his gaze back, and upon hearing the child's voice, the woman's courage, which had been so hard-won, deflated instantly, and she left with her head down. "She's gone," Qi Zhouhu remarked, closing the door behind him. The next day, as dawn broke, Chen Yiming got up, washed up, and stepped outside. He knocked on the door to wake Wang Ku and Qi Zhouhu. The two fathers were accompanied by their respective little shadows. The child following Qi Zhouhu was slightly older. "Come say hello to Uncle," Wang Ku said, holding the hand of small boy. The boy, around 5 years old, had a round face and appeared quite obedient. He whispered a shy hello. "Uncle, that you're bringing him along this time?" Chen Yiming asked, eyeing the child who had just started kindergarten. "Yes," Wang Ku nodded, dark circles under his eyes. "That I was uneasy leaving him alone at home after those people left with threats yesterday." Chen Yiming nodded in understanding, for the sake of the child. "All right, let us take him then," Chen Yiming said. The 5 of them descended from the basement via the staircase to get into the van. On the way, the little boy was quiet, sitting obediently in the car. A well-behaved child. It's not convenient for such a young child to go into the forest. "How about this? We'll take your son to another place first, and once we're done, we'll come back to get him," Chen Yiming suggested, then turned to the little boy. "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" The boy initially responded affirmatively, but, glancing at his father, shook his head, indicating he wasn't hungry. "Let us eat something first when we get there, and then we'll head to the forest," Chen Yiming encouraged. Wang Ku nodded silently. Upon arriving at the breeding farm, they were greeted by a distinct odor characteristic of such establishments. Wang Ku glanced at Chen Yiming, understanding the implications of a breeding farm, which typically meant a stable source of food, providing fresh meat as long as no epidemic struck. As they were eating, Chen Jing discreetly called his brother aside. "That wasn't it just the 2 of us? How did it turn into 4? Wang Ku was an unexpected addition, but we can consider bringing him into the fold." "Let's see how he performs," Chen Yiming replied. From his observations, it seemed Wang Ku genuinely cared for his son, making him a potentially reliable partner. In Chen Yiming's view, a person who valued family, irrespective of their flaws, would have certain boundaries, a belief influenced by the culture of Yin country. Of course, he also acknowledged that this perspective might not necessarily be correct. However, lacking the ability to discern the true intentions of others, he could only filter potential companions through such reasoning. "Well, since his son is with us, he won't dare to pull any tricks," Chen Jing remarked. "You sound like a brigand," Chen Yiming chided with a laugh. "People must look out for themselves. We must be firm with outsiders." Chen Jing narrowed his eyes. Chen Yiming hesitated, then shook his head. "All right, you guys should first acclimate yourselves and go hunting in the forest. You possess the stone sickle, which has decent defense. Just be careful, and you should be fine." Chen Jing nodded. "Rest assured, I'll be cautious." "Yes, safety first," Chen Yiming reiterated to be. "By the way, the landlord has a gun," he reminded his brother after a moment's thought. Some things needed to be communicated to his brother. One must be vigilant against potential threats. His brother's straightforward nature meant he expressed whatever he thought without pretense. That in fact, clarifying such matters could be beneficial. "Understood," Chen Jing acknowledged. After their discussion, the 2 brothers returned to the breeding farm. The previously quiet farm became livelier with the addition of more people. Wang Ku's son, named Wang Haoren, had just turned 5 and was in kindergarten. He also possessed a summoning book, summoning a slime as his familiar. However, considering the child's immature mental state, akin to a child possessing a handgun, this was deemed quite dangerous. Therefore, they decided to temporarily limit Wang Haoren to just the slime, which was sufficient for now. They left Gao Qian at the breeding farm to care for Wang Haoren, as looking after a group of pigs was no different from looking after a child. The difference was merely in quantity. That "I'll take you to the place we visited yesterday, but I need to walk down the street where we entered the forest to remember the way," Wang Ku explained, noticing Chen Yiming's puzzled expression. Wang Ku coughed lightly, recalling that they had left markers in the trees the day before. "I need to check those markers." All right, the 2 individuals, along with others from the breeding farm, initially separated. Chen Jing and Qi Zhou, along with Xiao Mo, ventured to the lakeside to capture water specters. Chen Yiming took Wang Ku to the location where they had encountered the gray-headed hunting spiders the previous day to hunt them down. The method of capturing water specters was quite straightforward and posed minimal danger, provided one did not fall into the water. Otherwise, the tables could easily turn, leading to either hunting water specters or being hunted by them. Along the way, Chen Yiming repeatedly reassured Wang Ke that there was no need for him to engage in combat with those spiders. He merely needed to guide the way while Chen would handle the monsters himself. Wang Ke remained somewhat apprehensive, as the gray-headed hunting spiders from the day before had left him with a profound psychological scar. Chen Yiming urged Wang Ke to relax, informing him that he had already slain 2 of those gray-headed hunting spiders. 2. Wang Ke exclaimed, his expression one of utter astonishment. Whether he believed Chen Yiming or not remained uncertain, but after this revelation, Wang Ke ceased to utter any further words. They had entered the forest from this very path the previous day. Finally, Wang Ke led Chen Yiming to the outskirts of a street that a sign stood by the roadside, reading Chunchi Road. Upon entering, they found themselves in a residential area, adjacent to a basketball court. However, at that moment, the court was teeming with people, having transformed into a bustling marketplace. Some individuals were even attempting to sell goblins they had captured alive. How much for that goblin? The seller, a tattooed giant standing at nearly 6 feet tall, sat silently, with a sign beside him indicating that he did not accept cash, only barter, prioritizing medicinal supplies, followed by various daily necessities, but no food. Wang Ke inhaled sharply. The seller apparently did not lack for food. He cast a glance at the bald giant with a hint of envy. The market also featured several vendors selling ordinary 1-star monsters, with slimes being the most abundant. 3 stalls were dedicated to their sale. The captured slimes appeared remarkably docile, confined within cardboard boxes lined with leaves and twigs. Occasionally, a vendor would toss a handful of leaves onto the slimes, and their skin would begin to absorb the foliage. They lay there, unperturbed by the throngs of people, resembling mere lumps of salted fish. Chen Yiming paused, recognizing a familiar face, the owner of a generator shop, the proprietor sporting a band-aid on his face and dressed in a down jacket, sat on the ground with a cloth spread before him, upon which lay a sign stating that flashlights, batteries, and walkie-talkies could be exchanged for food, with bulk orders receiving preferential treatment. Long time no see. Chen Yiming greeted as he approached the stall. The owner looked up, seemingly recognizing Chen Yiming, and after a moment of surprise, a smile broke across his face. Indeed, it has been a while. Are you looking to trade for walkie-talkies? Yes. I'll take everything you mentioned, Chen Yiming replied, nodding up by the way. Do you have any solar-powered flashlights? He lowered his voice when mentioning solar-powered items. The owner's expression shifted slightly. The prices for solar-powered goods had skyrocketed recently since they could be used indefinitely as long as there was sunlight. Naturally, the cost had risen accordingly. He indeed had them, but was reluctant to part with them. As a businessman, he sensed that as time went on, the prices for solar-powered items would become increasingly outrageous. Throw in whatever you have, and I'll take a box of jerky, 2 cans of honey, and 3 large bags of instant noodles, along with 3 pounds of flour, Chen Yiming declared, stating his offer outright. The shop owner felt his heart race. Those items, if consumed sparingly, could sustain him for nearly half a month. While such a quantity might have seemed trivial in the past, in the current circumstances, it could very well save a life. Yet he still hoped to negotiate for a higher price, adhering to his habit as a merchant to haggle. Can you add a bit more? This won't last long. I have 2 other people at home. Can walkie-talkies eat? Chen Yiming chuckled. Then you can sell them to someone else and see how many packs of instant noodles you can get. Boss Wang, to be honest, my price is quite fair. There are only a handful of people who can afford to trade their surplus food for these trifles, Chen Yiming remarked, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. If you don't sell them, they're just lifeless objects. My offer is quite generous. The forest is full of food. As long as you're not too lazy, combined with what I'm selling you, you should be able to eat for a month without issue. What about a month later? I still have others at home. This won't even last us a month, Boss Wang lamented. Your goods are only worth so much. If they were truly in demand, you would have sold them already, Chen Yiming replied bluntly. So, will you sell or not? I have urgent matters to attend to. Fine, Huang relented. Let us exchange contact information. I'll come find you later. Chen Yiming responded. Okay, this chocolate is a deposit. He pulled a chocolate bean wrapped in foil from his bag and tossed it to Huang. The shop owner's expression turned peculiar and nuanced. A single chocolate bean as a deposit? If someone had said that to him 6 days ago, he would have slapped them for jesting. When do you expect to return? Huang hesitated to ask. Hopefully by noon, though it might be a bit later. Chen Yiming glanced at his watch. Time was of the essence. They needed to set off quickly. While there were likely few capable of dealing with gray-headed hunting spiders in the city now, one could never be too certain if they had relocated. After agreeing on a time with Boss Wang, Chen Yiming and Wang Ke made their way into the forest. Wang Ke followed closely behind Chen Yiming, casting fearful glances at the surrounding environment. The psychological trauma from the previous day had not yet dissipated. He summoned his familiar, the forest wolf, whispering instructions into its ear. The forest wolf then took the lead. Observing this, Chen Yiming also summoned his own familiar. Upon the appearance of the horned demon beside him, Wang Ke's forest wolf recoiled in terror, retreating repeatedly, its tail tucked between its legs, baring its teeth. Wang Ke was equally astonished. Was this truly a demon? It certainly appeared to be. Though he could not discern the demoness attributes, he could instinctively sense its formidable strength, perhaps capable of obliterating any current summoner in an instant. No wonder Chen Yiming aimed to hunt those two spiders. Wang Ke felt a mix of admiration and envy towards Chen Yiming. Check ahead for any signs of gray-headed hunting spiders. Chen Yiming instructed the night shadow hunting spider. Having once belonged to the same kin as the gray-headed hunting spiders, it was likely to possess greater knowledge of them than anyone else. The night shadow hunting spider advanced a couple of steps and extended its claws forward, snagging an invisible thread in the air. There is. The night shadow hunting spider confirmed the presence of its kin ahead. Its movements were swift, and upon sensing its brethren nearby, it hurried forward. Horned demon, accompany the hunting spider, Chen Yiming commanded. But just as he finished speaking, the distant branches began to shake violently, and a massive shadow surged toward them with alarming speed. All right, there is no need to dwell on the past, for it has already arrived. A colossal gray-headed hunting spider advanced menacingly towards us. Upon catching sight of the shadowy hunting spider, the gray-headed creature hesitated for a brief moment, then halted, gazing uncertainly at its counterpart. The ramhorn demon surged forward, unleashing a mental shockwave that shattered one of the gray-headed spider's limbs, causing it to lose its balance and tumble to the ground. Its right hand ignited with a violet flame, presumably the demonic fire from the ramhorn demon's innate abilities. Casting the demonic fire upon the gray-headed spider ignited it instantaneously, the raging flames swiftly consuming the silk and spreading outward. From the depths of the forest came the rustle of movement. Another gray-headed spider had been alarmed. Generally solitary creatures, these gray-headed spiders had temporarily congregated due to the mating season, with the distant one being a female. The once formidable silk was rendered entirely ineffective against the ramhorn demon's hellfire, and with the more robust physique of the shadowy hunting spider, the two gray-headed spiders stood no chance in this two-on-two confrontation. Within 10 minutes, both gray-headed spiders fell, one after the other. Having dealt with these two threats, Chen Yiming decided against synthesizing the shadowy hunting spider for evolution just yet, but he stowed away the summoning tome and turned to Wang Ke, stating, "It's done." Wang Ke felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. Just yesterday, he and his party of 5 had encountered these two gray-headed spiders and had to flee in disarray. 4 of his companions had likely met a grim fate, leaving him fortunate to escape. Yet, such formidable beasts had been effortlessly subdued by the individual before him today. This stark contrast left him at a loss for words. Were we truly so weak? No, it was simply that he was extraordinarily strong that a sudden thought flickered in Wang Ke's mind. Unable to suppress his impulse, he summoned the courage to ask Chen Yiming, "May I join you?" "What do you mean by join?" Chen Yiming chuckled lightly. "It sounds as if you're asking to join a cult." "Well," Wang Ke continued, "I simply wish to assist, of course. We can band together to support one another. It's all about survival. After all, but let me make one thing clear. If we're going to work together, we don't accommodate idlers," Chen Yiming asserted. Wang Ke agreed, though he had one lingering concern. "But what about my son? He is still quite young. Does he also have to fight?" "Adults must step up. We can't have a 5-year-old on the battlefield," Chen Yiming replied, patting Wang Ke's shoulder. Wang Ke sighed with relief. It seemed they were accepted after all. The two retraced their steps, and Chen Yiming retracted the shadowy hunting spider into the summoning tome, subsequently dragging the essence within for evolution. This approach proved successful, regardless of whether the summoned beast was active. Evolution could still occur. Previously, Gao Qian had witnessed an evolution, though she was unclear on the specifics and could only speculate about alternative methods. Qin Yiming would not overlook such details again. He had not anticipated being able to keep this secret from the entire world. After all, if others were observant, they would inevitably notice something amiss. Thus, Qin Yiming resolved to separate from Chun Jing and the others for hunting, minimizing interactions to reduce the likelihood of exposure. As the essences of the two gray-headed spiders fused with the shadowy hunting spider, its form began to transform. Its two front limbs elongated, and while the evolved shadowy hunting spider maintained its original coloration, its 8 limbs had significantly increased in length, and its abdomen swelled further. The summoned beast was now named the illusory hunting spider. Level 3, Rarity, Rare Species. Hunting Spider, Racial Talent. Web Sac Enhancement 6, Venom Gland 1, Bond Spider. Brief description: my web has no antidote. The colors of the illusory hunting spider became vibrant and kaleidoscopic. In nature, such brightly colored spiders are typically venomous. Indeed, this evolution granted the illusory hunting spider a venom gland. The newly acquired venom gland can synthesize various toxins to be infused into its web. Though it has only produced a paralyzing toxin thus far, which is halved in potency when attached to the silk. Enemies ensnared in the web will suffer from paralysis, sluggishness, and other negative states. The toxicity delivered through a bite, however, remains unaffected. Returning through the familiar route to the city, Qin Yiming ventured into an alley beside the highway. In the alley, several groups of people were scattered about, squatting or standing. Qin Yiming's gaze fell deep into the alley, where he spotted Boss Wong by a trash bin. Boss Wong frequently glanced towards the alley entrance, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Upon seeing him, Qin Yiming chose not to approach, but instead turned to leave. Wong could glance back at the alley and then at Qin Yiming, perplexed by his decision not to enter. However, he refrained from questioning it, dutifully following Qin Yiming. Upon returning to the breeding farm, Gao Qian and Wang Haoren remained there, and after Qin Yiming knocked, Gao Qian opened the door. "Daddy," Wang Haoren, held by Gao Qian, cheerfully called out to Wang Ku. At 5 years old, he remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding around him, simply feeling the farm's unpleasant odor. Yet he was delighted to have an aunt to play with. Wang Ku, with a complex expression, crouched down to embrace his son. Qin Yiming entered the food storage room, gathering the provisions prepared for trade with Boss Huang into the van. "I'm stepping out for a bit," Qin Yiming announced before driving away. The streets were now sparsely populated with vehicles. It was rumored that fuel prices would soon skyrocket, prompting car owners to siphon their fuel into bottles. Beep beep. The van honked twice at the alley's entrance. And Huang Liang abruptly looked up to see Qin Yiming leaning against the driver's window. "Get in," Qin Yiming called. Boss Huang hurriedly brushed off the dust from his pants and approached at a few individuals nearby, exchanged glances as Boss Huang stood up. "That Huang fellow is quite oblivious." The boss's intent was clear. He merely wanted his daughter to become our sister-in-law, yet he refused and has been scheming to gather food ever since. "Follow him." This could jeopardize the boss's plans. He drove away, leaving no chance to catch up. "Did you remember the license plate number?" "I didn't see it clearly." It all happened too quickly for anyone to catch. These individuals appeared quite young, perhaps just 17 or 18. "The food you wanted is all in the back," Qin Yiming said, turning to the passenger seat where Boss Huang Saturday. Boss Huang turned to look at the several cardboard boxes stacked in the rear, his breath quickening. "The supplies you need are in my storefront, the same place as last time. Let me guide you to... Is it really that far? Do you realize it's 7 or 8 kilometers? Qin Yiming replied, somewhat exasperated. "I thought it would be at your place." "Not all," Boss Huang admitted awkwardly. "It's just that I have quite a bit of stock, and it's inconvenient for me to carry it. Don't you have a vehicle?" "I forgot to refuel. I'm out of gas," Boss Huang lamented. Qin Yiming said nothing further and drove toward the commercial city. Once a bustling hub, the commercial city now lay desolate. Occasionally, one could spot individuals furtively opening shops and filling bags with goods as if they were thieves. Boss Huang led Qin Yiming to a spot on the second floor. "Hey, Boss Huang," someone from a nearby clothing store called out. "Huh? Boss Qin," Boss Huang responded socially. The person referred to as Boss Chun was packing clothes into a bag. Operating a clothing store, what's going on? Boss Huang inquired. Sales have plummeted, Boss Chun replied. If I had known, I would have opened a restaurant instead. These fabrics and clothes can't be eaten, and no one is buying them. I can only find 2 beautiful outfits for myself. Boss Chun chuckled wryly. While the two were conversing, Boss Huang lifted the rolling shutter door. He placed both hands underneath it and heaved upwards with force, raising the door 3/4 of the way. Habitually, Boss Huang entered and switched on the light on the right-hand side, but after pressing the switch twice, he realized that the power was out. Boss Huang took out all the various styles and brands of walkie-talkies from store, filling an entire large sack. In addition, another sack contained dozens of flashlights and several hundred boxes of batteries. A hint of reluctance flickered in Boss Huang's eyes. He knew he was losing a bit on this deal. However, as this young brother had said, sometimes the price of an item is not determined by its inherent value, but rather by how much one can sell it for. Well, this is a gift for you. Since you came all this way and spent so much on fuel, I feel a bit embarrassed, Boss Huang said, handing a small black box to Chen Yiming. Upon opening it, Chen Yiming discovered it was a toolbox, quite complete with its contents. Subsequently, Boss Huang stuffed a few items into his own bag and, with a thick face, took the bag along in the van. Could you give me a ride? Boss Huang asked, his hands pressed together, speaking softly. You lead the way, Chen Yiming replied. Due to the lack of traffic on the road, Chen Yiming drove relatively fast, soon stopping the vehicle at the foot of the apartment building. Upon hearing the sound of the car parking, several residents peeked out from their windows and balconies. With the power out and no entertainment options, those at home were essentially bored, coming out to see the commotion. Boss Huang whispered, I'll go upstairs to call my wife down to help. My place is a bit high up, so please wait a moment. After Boss Huang went upstairs, a seemingly carefree youth strolled over from the community garden. Since Chen Yiming had his driver's window open, the young man casually leaned his left arm on the window and said, Hey brother, what's in the car? Chen Yiming, disinterested in engaging with such a ruffian, closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. The young man, seeing this, was unfazed. He had grown accustomed to others' disdain and indifference. After all, a ruffian ought to have some level of psychological resilience. Is it food? He inquired, raising his eyebrows and pointing toward the stairwell with a smirk, adding, The one who just went up is my distant uncle. I got family ties with old Huang. Noticing Chen Yiming's lack of response, the youth grew bolder, moving toward the back of the van to open the rear door. Get lost, Chen Yiming said coldly, opening his eyes. The youth froze momentarily, then stepped back, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Boss Huang emerged with his wife, followed by a girl in sportswear. The girl was strikingly beautiful, bearing some resemblance to Boss Huang, yet perfectly combining the best features of both Boss Huang and his wife. Likely the object of admiration for countless young boys at school. Jin Zhong, what are you doing here? Boss Huang's expression darkened. Not looking pleased, he spoke loudly to the unruly youth. Oh, Uncle, where did you get all this delicious food? Jin Zhong's tone was somewhat flippant, perhaps due to his familiarity with Boss Huang, making him less intimidated. Boss Huang's expression soured. There's no food. This is just some stuff my friend gave me. Saying this, Boss Huang glanced at Chen Yiming, a hint of pleading in his eyes. Yes, just a little something for my friend, Chen Yiming replied casually. Jin Zhong disregarded Chen Yiming and continued to Boss Huang. Uncle, who would believe that? He's about my age. We're practically peers. How could you possibly know someone so young? You have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. If you don't leave, you'll be lying here for the rest of your life, Chen Yiming said impatiently, eager to get the items back before visiting Yin late to check on his brother and then head to the cave. Jin Zhong's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at Chen Yiming, then at Boss Huang, before chuckling, looks like Uncle's not in a good mood today, so I won't disturb you. Until next time. With that, he turned to leave. Alone among them, he knew that if a fight broke out, he would be at a disadvantage, so he wisely chose not to provoke them. Boss Huang's family carried the box upstairs in the van. Once they were upstairs, Chen Yiming pressed the gas pedal and drove away. After Chen Yiming left, Jin Zhong peered around the corner, watching the rear of Chen Yiming's vehicle, then glanced back at Boss Huang's floor. Deep in thought, Jin Zhong, Boss Huang suddenly called from the doorway, waving him over. Jin Zhong looked at him, uncertain of his thoughts. "Come over and lend a hand. There's quite a bit to carry," Boss Huang said. Jin Zhong grinned, thinking it was likely that Boss Huang was worried about him spilling secrets and wanted to pay him off. "The guy just insulted me. I ought to ask for a bit more hush money." Jin Zhong intended to jog over but paused, realizing he couldn't appear too eager. Upon entering the hallway, he saw his uncle standing at the safety exit, cradling a box, although he referred to him as uncle. In reality, their families had not been in touch for many years, primarily because Jin Zhong's grandfather and Boss Huang's father had a distant familial connection, both having come from the same village long ago. Jin Zhong, about what just happened, Boss Huang began slowly. Don't worry, uncle. I heard everything, but my memory is quite good. If you want me to forget, I can do that quickly, Jin Zhong replied. Boss Huang nodded, his voice calm. "Here are 2 jars of honey." Jin Zhong's face lit up as he took the box handed to him by Boss Huang. "Are these 2 jars of honey? They must be quite heavy." "How big are they? Help me carry them upstairs," Boss Huang instructed. "Sure," Jin Zhong agreed without much thought, following closely behind Boss Huang. As they ascended 2 flights and turned a corner, suddenly a figure burst forth from around the bend, swinging a steel pipe violently at Boss Huang's head, while another goblin aimed for Jin Zhong. Jin Zhong's summoning book appeared to shield him. Even so, he was jolted back, stumbling as his summoned being. A half-elf materialized beside him to engage the goblin. Boss Huang also summoned his creature. Just then, the door to the fire escape swung open, and a goblin armed with a steel pipe rushed out. "Run!" Boss Huang's expression changed dramatically. He dropped the box and dashed upstairs. Jin Zhong, startled, didn't comprehend the situation. Were these Boss Huang's enemies? Blindly, he followed Boss Huang up the stairs, after running 3 or 4 flights. Jin Zhong, panting heavily, caught up to Boss Huang. "Why are there 2 goblins in the hallway?" "Damn it, my summoned creature is dead," Jin Zhong suddenly exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of panic. Boss Huang turned, his face devoid of emotion, staring intensely at him. "Really dead?" Jin Zhong hesitantly nodded. After doing so, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly realizing something, he found Boss Huang had already plunged a knife into his abdomen. Pulling it out, then stabbing again, blood pooled around his feet. Jin Zhong clutched his stomach, collapsing onto the ground, unable to believe that this was the same kind-hearted uncle he once knew. The hallway was dark, illuminated only by the eerie green glow from the safety exit, casting a shadow over Boss Huang's face that he lowered his head, as if enveloped in a layer of black mist. "Oh, you think I came from the countryside and reached this point by mere luck? Do you think I can't be ruthless? Do you think your aimless wandering outside make you exceptional? I bought 2 apartments and 2 shops in the city, a car worth $300,000, and saved over $1 million, sending my daughter to the best schools in the city for primary, middle, and high school. I am an uneducated brute who didn't even finish elementary school. What do you think has brought me this far? Just relying on kindness to earn a living?" Huang Boss spoke softly, lowering his head. "You have forced my hand," and he articulated each word with precision. "Let me offer you one last piece of advice. Should you find yourself in hell, remember this. While I conduct business amicably to foster prosperity, this does not grant you the right to defecate upon my head. Should you entertain thoughts that are not yours to harbor, then you may as well meet your demise." Chen Yiming drove back to the farm, contemplating that, in the long run, this transaction would prove advantageous. The forest is never short of food. Merely hunting a large beast could recoup all the food traded away. For Chen Yiming, food was in abundance. Conversely, the restoration of battery production remained an enigma. He was merely a draftsman, unaware of the necessary raw materials. Could a city severed from the outside world sustain itself to produce a battery line? Doubt lingered in Chen Yiming's mind as he unloaded the van's cargo into the warehouse. Just as he was about to depart, Wang Ke suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "I wish to hunt the monsters as well." Wang Ke recalled Chen Yiming's earlier word about their team not accommodating idlers. Thus he sought to prove his worth. Chen Yiming turned to appraise Wang Ke. "Very well. Then keep up the..." As they drove away from the farm, Chen Yiming encountered a throng of people approaching the farm, numbering at least 20 or 30. The clamor of their conversation reached his ears. "The farm is right ahead. There must be pigs. I can smell the scent of pig manure. Back in my hometown, I frequently encountered this aroma." "What are you saying? Who hasn't smelled pig manure? We ought to be able to buy some meat now." Smiles adorned their faces, a mix of men and women, though men outnumbered women. Wang Ke overheard their chatter and grew anxious for his son Wang Haoran's safety, recalling he was still at the farm. Chen Yiming left Luopi behind at the farm. Yet Luopi, despite its capabilities, could not guarantee the protection of Gao Qian and the others. Chen Yiming pivoted the vehicle back towards the farm. After a while, a knock echoed from the farm's gate. "Old Gao, it's me, Old Li. Are you there? I wish to discuss something with you," called a man from outside. Chen Yiming glanced at Gao Qian, who furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems to be a friend of my parents. You and Wang Haoran head inside." Chen Yiming instructed Wang Ke. "Can we not open the door? There's so many of them." Wang Ke hesitated. "If we don't open the door, do you think they won't find a way in? This courtyard wall can only deter gentlemen. It won't stop those determined to enter. It's better to speak frankly." Chen Yiming replied calmly, "The farm is right here. This is unavoidable. But what if they attempt to force their way in?" Wang Ke expressed his concerns. "Then I shall not hold back," Chen Yiming said after a moment's silence. One cannot blame him for being ruthless. Anyone who resorts to theft has already crossed the line into criminality. Once the threshold is breached, there will be a second and a third time. Moreover, with the absence of legal constraints, no one can restrain the demons of desire save for death itself. Yet, it need not be so extreme. We shall see how they approach this matter," Chen Yiming concluded. Wang Ke and Wang Haoran entered the house, while outside, the crowd clamored to surge inside. One among them halted the others. "Everyone, let's calm down. It's inappropriate for all to enter. Only Old Bai and I shall go in." This voice was somewhat familiar to Chen Yiming. It belonged to Uncle Li, who had earlier claimed to be a friend of Gao Qian's parents. Uncle Li appeared to be around 40, with a robust build and an authoritative demeanor. Upon entering, Uncle Li spotted Gao Qian and Chen Yiming standing beside her, and he surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Hey, Xiao Gao, where's your father? My parents have gone out for errands and haven't returned yet." Gao Qian stammered, visibly anxious. "Oh, they've gone out." Uncle Li nodded in realization. "And this must be your young boyfriend, quite tall and handsome," he remarked, praising Chen Yiming. Gao Qian was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Chen Yiming. "And no, it's not like that," she stuttered. "There's nothing wrong with that. Uncle Li is merely speaking from experience, and I've known your father for a long time. He started dating your mother at 17, and look where they are now. It all depends on whether you two can endure." Uncle Li chuckled heartily. "Alas, the reason I have come is due to necessity. I hadn't intended to intrude upon your family, but recent events have made it unavoidable. Everyone is in dire need of food, and it's simply unattainable. Had there been any other option, I would not trouble your family." Uncle Li earnestly stated, fixing his gaze upon Gao Qian, "You've likely heard your parents speak of my situation. I run a construction crew in the city, employing dozens of workers who rely on me for their livelihood. I have never defaulted on their wages," Uncle Li said, clasping his hands together in a small bow. "These men have left their homes to follow me to the city. I cannot betray the trust they have placed in me. Typically, we eat boxed meals on the construction site, but with no one selling them now. I wish to secure food for them. But this is a pig farm, not a restaurant." Gao Qian hesitated, reflecting for a moment. "That's all right. I have means to procure pots and pans. Just sell me a few pigs," Uncle Li proposed, assuring her that the payment would be fair. "That of course, if you prefer not to receive money, I could barter for other goods, including items from the forest. Could goblins work as well?" Chen Yiming interjected. Uncle Li paused, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Yiming, seemingly questioning why he was speaking up to him. Chen Yiming appeared to be merely a friend of Gao Qian's, without the right to voice his opinion in this matter. However, Uncle Li did not express any doubt and answered Chen Yiming's inquiry with a hearty, "No problem. Live or dead, they're all acceptable." "Then why don't you eat goblins?" Gao Qian asked, perplexed. Uncle Li stiffened for a moment before shaking his head. "We've caught them and tried roasting them, but the meat is rather sour and slightly bitter. Not very palatable. Hence, I mentioned that we could trade goblins for meat." Chen Yiming's lips twitched. It was astonishing that someone had actually attempted to eat goblin meat. Such audacity. "All right, but we don't want goblins. Can you procure diesel or gasoline?" 2 pounds of diesel or gasoline in exchange for a pound of meat, Chen Yiming stated. Uncle Li furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Can you make decisions here?" "He can make decisions," Gao Qian suddenly interjected. Uncle Li paused, then nodded, Very well. Since this is business, we must discuss the pricing. 2 pounds of diesel or gasoline for a pound of meat is rather steep. You must understand how scarce these resources are. Acquiring them is no easy task. Oil prices are around 6 or 7 yuan per liter, and 1 liter equals about 1.6 pounds, meaning a pound of oil is roughly worth 3 or 4 yuan. Do you know how high pork prices have soared? 30 to 40 yuan per pound, Chen Yiming countered. That's the price from before. Indeed, now I could easily command 400 yuan per pound for pork. And many would still purchase it, Chen Yiming replied. Uncle Li lowered his head, lost in thought before nodding. All right, then it shall be 2 pounds of oil for a pound of meat. But can we first owe you a pig? I will return it to you doubled. Agreed, Chen Yiming affirmed. Once Uncle Li and his group had dragged out a processed pig, Gao Qian expressed her concerns. Are we really giving them a pig? Yes, your Uncle Li seems to have considerable standing among that group, Chen Yiming observed as he watched them depart. He's a friend of my father's, though I'm not very familiar with him. Gao Qian replied, shaking her head. However, for what I've overheard my father say, he appears to be a trustworthy individual. With over 1,000 pigs, we cannot consume them all. The feed will last at most a month. It would be wiser to barter a portion for goods, allowing us to sustain the remaining pigs a bit longer and see if we can find alternatives for their feed, Chen Yiming remarked. He had already contemplated engaging in trade. This was merely an opportunity. That Uncle Li did not rely on their numerical superiority to forcefully seize, but instead chose to negotiate with the two of them, which led Chen Yiming to consider the possibility of attempting a transaction with them. He left LV Pai to guard the breeding farm and instructed Gao Qian, if any problems arise, flee. Life is of utmost importance. With such a vast forest, there is no need to worry about food. Even if the breeding farm were to be taken, I would be able to retrieve it for you. Gao Qian nodded in understanding. LV Pai also patted his chest, assuring, I will definitely watch over the master's pigs. When pigs were mentioned, drool trickled from the corner of LV Pai's mouth. Chen Yiming, somewhat irritated, gave LV Pai a light tap on the head, warning, if even one pig goes missing, I will toss you into the pig pen as a substitute. Chen Yiming then inquired if Gao Qian could drive. She replied that she had some knowledge, but was not very skilled. Chen Yiming handed the car keys to Gao Qian and subsequently summoned the phantom hunting spider to weave a layer of webbing along the walls. He also scattered webs in several areas within the breeding farm, cautioning Gao Qian to avoid walking on them and to keep an eye on Wang Haoren to prevent him from playing in the webs. According to the phantom hunting spider, the stickiness and paralyzing toxicity of its webs would last for 3 days, after which the effects would gradually diminish. Chen Yiming found this duration acceptable and soon set off towards Silver Moon Lake with Wang Ko. He had marked a path in the trees to enter the forest from that street. Turning a corner, Chen Yiming noticed a small cart resembling those used for lock-picking, adorned with an A2 sheet of paper that read fine goblin processing. A bespectacled young man sat behind the cart, flanked by 3 goblins fiddling with a radio and some simple mechanical components. How do you process this? Chen Yiming paused at the stall to inquire. Items processed by goblins are more effective. Many customers have tried them and praised their quality. The young man eagerly introduced his business, quickly promoting his wares that I mainly process and repair weapons. My goblins are quite clever and proficient at weapon repairs. He continued with the enthusiasm of a proud parent showcasing their child. I'm just browsing. Chen Yiming declined, as he was already using weapons processed by his brother's goblins, who had activated a level 1 goblin bond. No worries, feel free to look around, the young man insisted. Oh, by the way, this is a net made by my goblins. Would you like to take a look? As he spoke, he produced an enlarged net that resembled a butterfly net, only much larger. This is a mechanism. It can be retracted, he demonstrated to Chen Yiming. After observing, Chen Yiming found the concept rather impressive and thought of having his brother's goblins create one when he returned home. Did your goblins come up with this? Chen Yiming asked. No, I saw others make it and replicated it. The technicality is not very high. I've sold several of these nets. They're quite convenient for capturing goblins or small creatures, the young man said with a smile. Chen Yiming departed from the stall, noticing that another nearby stall was bustling with activity. The sign read, grilled slime slices, dare to taste. How much for these? Someone inquired. The vendor, having answered this question numerous times, responded with practiced ease. We trade various exotic fruits or seed from the forest or rare metal parts. only valuable items in exchange. Several individuals stood behind the vendor, likely acquaintances, hands in pockets as they surveyed the surroundings. This vendor appeared to be a spokesperson for a particular group, indicating that some had already begun to gather valuable resources from the city through various means. Is this safe to eat? Can slime actually be consumed? Someone questioned skeptically. Absolutely. After removing the acid glands, it becomes edible and has no other off-putting flavors. I assure you it tastes great, the vendor proclaimed. Taking a bite of a grilled slime slice, grease smearing his mouth. Indeed, this truly is the empire of foodies. When hunger strikes, anything is fair game. Chen Yiming had previously pondered whether slime, resembling jelly, would be delicious. And now someone was actually consuming it.as for whether there would be individuals exclaiming, "Why eat such a cute slime?" Chen Yiming believed that such concerns were unlikely for the time being, as they themselves were likely too hungry to care, perhaps even commenting, "This is delightful," after a taste. Accompanied by the food-craving Wang Ku, they entered the forest, and, after 50 minutes, the two arrived at Silver Moon Lake. Due to an increase in foot traffic along this route recently, the path had become much more traversable. The shrubs were broken, and small pits had been filled with stones, resulting in a significantly shorter travel time than before. The lakeside was bustling with people, resembling a tourist attraction that, in fact, Silver Moon Lake had become an essential spot for many adventurers from the northern suburbs. The sudden appearance of a lake within the forest, coupled with the foolishly easy-to-catch water ghosts, drew numerous visitors eager to fish for them. After some time searching, Chen Yiming finally located his brother Chen Jing and the other two by the lakeside. Attempting to catch water ghosts, it was unclear where they had procured a fishing net, but judging by their expressions, their harvest that morning had been quite satisfactory. "Hey, brother," Chen Jing waved to Chen Yiming. Chen Yiming approached with a smile. "How's the catch?" "Not great. It's not as abundant as it was at first," Chen Jing replied somewhat regretfully, "but it's definitely safer and more convenient than hunting in the forest." "All of the landlord's summoned beasts have already reached level 2. Chen Jing remarked. "However, even if we hunted all day, leveling to 3 would still be quite challenging. The water ghosts near the shore are dwindling. The ones in the lake center might be more plentiful. That family over there does carpentry, and their son is a physics graduate student. They've made a wooden raft using the trees by the shore. And it's almost finished." Chen Jing pointed to a family across the lake. They had constructed a 3-meter-long raft, appearing quite well-structured. The raft was pushed into the water, floating momentarily, drawing the attention of many onlookers. After a few minutes, the raft showed no signs of sinking, prompting cheers from the family. Others nearby approached to make small talk, praising the university's students for their ingenuity. Then a tall, slender boy from that family stepped onto the raft, holding a paddle. Due to the lake's depth, they hadn't used bamboo poles as they couldn't reach the bottom. As the boy stepped onto the raft, ripples spread across the water surface, and numerous black tendrils resembling snakes emerged, some even reaching onto the raft. The boy screamed and hurriedly jumped back to shore. After a moment, the black tendrils sank back into the water. The onlookers exchanged glances in silence. The raft seemed sound. The problem lay with the water ghosts lurking beneath. These water ghosts, appearing limp and defeated after being caught, seemed to have given up on life and dreams. Yet in the water, they were quite lively. Had a few more people boarded the raft, it might have sunk further, allowing those water ghosts to clamber aboard. But it's all right. This raft can still be used to lure those water ghosts. It isn't a complete failure. Someone nearby offered consolation. The family forced a smile. However, their initial vision was not merely to use the raft to attract water ghosts. They recognized the comforting words for what they were. Shaking their heads with a bittersweet smile, feeling somewhat disappointed. "See, as long as we don't go into the water, the lakeside is quite safe," Chen Jing remarked to Wang Ku. This was Wang Ku's first visit to the lakeside, and he was also witnessing such a fresh and unconventional method of fishing for water ghosts for the first time. He had not anticipated that hunting monsters could be so simple and effortless. "Yes, as long as we stay out of the water and keep our distance from the lake's edge," Wang Ku nodded. "This place is indeed quite nice. However, there are so many people by the lake. Those water ghosts might be fished out soon." Wang Ku remarked, "I surmise it may prove quite challenging to catch a water ghost within a week." Chen Jing responded, "However, a week should suffice. We shall strive to elevate our primary summoned beast to level 3 during this time. And only then shall we venture deeper to hunt for more formidable creatures. I shall not intrude upon your endeavors any longer. I will make my way to the cave, Qin Yiming stated. Chun Jing sat up, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Do you have enough flashlights? That cave is rather deep. One flashlight may not suffice. Perhaps you should take an extra. I have one more in my bag." As Chun Jing spoke, he retrieved a flashlight from his BG and "Oh need. I have brought 3 batteries," Qin Yiming replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Chun Jing let out a slight sigh of relief. Though concern for his brother's safety lingered, take care, Chun Jing urged earnestly. "Rest assured, you too," Qin Yiming replied before turning and setting off into the forest on foot. Once out of sight of the group by the lake, Qin Yiming summoned the horned demon, instructing it to lead the way with its telekinesis. The journey unfolded smoothly, and within an hour, they reached the cave. The peculiar plants at the cave's entrance had shed their white eggs, which now bounced about on the ground, numbering 2 or 3 dozen. The horned demon let out a sinister laugh, raising its right hand as the space within the palm began to warp. In the next moment, the sinister eggs in the clearing shattered with a series of explosive sounds. The eggs at the periphery, startled, fled shrieking into the depths of the forest. When Chun Yiming paused beside the strange plant, he hesitated, contemplating whether to destroy it entirely. Ultimately, he decided to forego that notion for now. It seemed these sinister eggs had been birthed by this octopus-like plant. If he were to destroy it, would new sinister eggs still emerge from the cave? Would he inadvertently sever the evolutionary path of his horned demon? Having prepared for the first time, Qin Yiming's efficiency in entering the cave the second time had greatly improved. The primary reason being that he no longer needed to tend to others, that he summoned the phantom hunting spider, which perched upon his back, while the horned demon floated behind him. Chun Yiming opted not to summon the crimson feather chicken, as the confined space of the cave was not conducive to its agile maneuvers. Nevertheless, its fire breath remained a potent asset, serving as a hidden weapon. Soon, they arrived at the grotto they had reached during their initial exploration. The horned demon detected a small sinister creature darting into the same fork in the path they had previously encountered. They pursued it deeper into the passage, where the temperature gradually dropped. After 20 minutes without reaching the cave's bottom, Chun Yiming pondered whether the cave truly extended deep into the earth. After traversing some distance, he heard the sound of water, reminiscent of an underground river. This forest was rich in subterranean water sources, replete with waterfalls and lakes. Such thriving vegetation could not exist without a robust underground aquifer. "Master, there is something ahead," the horned demon alerted Qin Yiming. He switched on his flashlight, having kept it off while the horned demon had not indicated any threats, conserving battery life. Conveniently, the phantom hunting spider was unaffected by the darkness. The flashlight illuminated a sloped area. The rock walls on either side were entwined with numerous thick roots, sprawling like a network. These roots permeated down from the overhead rocks, and water dripped from their surfaces. At the base of the slope lay a pitch-black underground river, where the flashlight revealed a bluish-white glow on the water's surface. The river was turbulent, approximately 10 meters wide, with a platform on the opposite bank. Above this platform loomed an altar-like structure that Qin Yiming recognized. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Was this not the very altar they had encountered previously? He marveled at the fact that such a deep cavern also housed one, pondering whether these altars favored secluded and peculiar locations. "Where is the thing you mentioned?" Chun Yiming inquired of the horned demon. The horned demon surveyed the opposite bank of the underground river and pointed towards an area obscured by rocks. There he discerned a dozen or so sinister creatures, likely small demons, telekinetic demons. Chun Yiming asked, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The horned demon concentrated once more and ultimately shook its head in regret. None. However, a solution presented itself to Chun Yiming that he gestured towards the altar, stating, "If we could obtain another brass page, you too could evolve." With another page, he could synthesize a telekinetic demon, albeit only limited to that synthesis unless superior materials or additional pages were acquired. The horned demon's eyes gleamed with determination. "Oh, not worry, master. I shall retrieve it at once." Ikati did not act immediately, but cautiously surveyed the river, carefully elevating its floating form to maintain distance from the rushing waters. Chen Yiming found this behavior curious. Could there be demons lurking within the underground river? Yet, recognizing the need to keep the horned demon focused, he suppressed his curiosity and refrained from asking. The horned demon successfully navigated over the river without incident. Save for the tumultuous water below, it landed beside the altar, preparing to take the items placed upon it. However, its hands could not make contact with the altar, which appeared ordinary, yet possessed a mysterious force that thwarted the horned demon's touch. Frustration welled within the horned demon. How could it be unable to lift even a stone? It directed its telekinetic force towards the altar, but remained steadfast, as if it were solid rock. The horned demon seethed with anger, lamenting how it could not even stand tall before its master. Having boasted it would retrieve the items, it now found itself unable to budge them, a severe blow to its pride as a demon. Just above it, several small, sinister creatures descended joyfully, baring their sharp fangs and extending their arms toward the seemingly unguarded back of the horned demon. The horned demon abruptly turned its head, coldly regarding the approaching demons. Provoked, it let out an enraged roar and, with a wave of its hand, sent the creatures crashing against the walls, the remaining demons scattered in fear on the opposite bank. Chen Yiming observed the horned demon's futile attempts to touch the altar and recalled that the phantom hunting spider had previously mentioned its own inability to do so. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Could it be that no demons could touch this altar, much like the bounty house? If that were the case, only humans could retrieve the items from the altar, explaining why they had remained untouched and undamaged for so long. Although Chen Yiming was capable of swimming, he hesitated at the thought of the turbulent underground river, haunted by the specter of the water ghost from Silver Moon Lake. He was uncertain of what lurked beneath the surface or what dangers might await him. A slight case of mild thalassophobia plagued him, especially in the face of such unfamiliar depths. He feared that at any moment, a terrifying aquatic creature might emerge. Chen Yiming commanded the horned demon to use its telekinesis to carry him across the river. Once he set foot on the opposite bank, he felt a sense of stability return. With his feet firmly planted, he felt secure. There's something in that river. You were so cautious just now. He jested, to his surprise. The horned demon nodded gravely. It a water ghost? Chen Yiming pressed. No, it is something unfamiliar, rather large, flat, and wide. The telekinetic abilities of the horned demon allowed it to vaguely perceive the outline of its target. As it described the creature, Chen Yiming felt an increasing chill in his heart. The length was approximately that of 2.5 shadow hunting spiders, which themselves measured over 4 meters in length. Its width was roughly 4/5 of its length, rendering it rather flat overall. Chen Yiming immediately thought of the manta ray, a large fish from his previous life, also known as the devil ray. Its form was similarly vast and flat. If this were indeed the case, he wouldn't have much to fear, as this species has a mouth located beneath its body, structurally incapable of leaping up to attack humans. However, the problem was that it likely wasn't a manta ray. The horned demon's more detailed description revealed several distinctions that set it apart from that creature. Its thickness was considerably greater than that of a manta ray, and it possessed additional organs. Moments ago, this fish had traversed the underground river, lingered in this area for a while, and then swam away. Chen Yiming sighed in relief. If it swam away, you should have said so sooner. You nearly gave me a fright. Master, it swam away earlier. Now it has returned, the horned demon replied after a brief silence. Gazing at the tumultuous river, Chen Yiming took a step back and removed an object from the altar. Upon the altar lay a page of brass and a small object resembling a conch shell. Extending his hand, the invisible barrier that had obstructed the horned demon vanished, allowing Chen Yiming's right hand to rest directly upon the altar. Indeed, only a human could retrieve the items from the altar. He swiftly grasped the brass page and the small horn, only to feel the summoning book grow warm. The attributes of these two items were also revealed in the book. The brass page increased the maximum number of pages in the brass-level summoning book by 1 in the next moment. The brass page seamlessly merged into Chen Yiming's summoning book. It appeared that such items could not be preserved. Once they fell into his hands, they were instantly consumed by the summoning book. The pages of his summoning book turned automatically, and a blank page appeared behind the horned demon. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yiming chose to capture one of the ethereal small demon spirits he had just defeated and then selected to fuse it. The two small demon spirits merged into one in an instant. An image of a telekinetic demon materialized on the page. Chen Yiming dragged the telekinetic demon and placed it alongside the horned demon. The outcome of this endeavor would determine life or death. If fusion was successful, he would no longer need to laboriously hunt advanced demonic entities. He could simply eliminate lower-tier demons to achieve the same result. A brilliant light erupted as the newly formed telekinetic demon was indeed consumed by the horned demon. The horned demon let out a piercing shriek, and in the midst of this cry, its form rapidly expanded. It grew from a height of 1.8 meters to approximately 2.7 meters before finally halting. However, rather than transforming into a muscular demon, it instead became elongated and slender, resembling a bamboo pole. The only notable distinction was its exceptionally large eyes. The narrow, oversized eyes nearly occupied 1/3 of its face. With its mouth agape, it revealed a set of sharp fangs, 2 rows of teeth resembling serrated blades that inspired trepidation. Its wings shrank considerably, and its elongated arms nearly touched the ground. Race: explosive demon level. 2 quality: rare racial talent. Telekinetic power 6 description: a demon that can unleash telekinetic explosions. It possesses a treacherous nature and revels in destruction. Bond, demon, brief description: amazing, amazing. It is a form of art. The evolved explosive demon appeared significantly more savage than the horned demon. Its brow was furrowed with malice. Lowering its head and spreading its arms, it gazed at its newly evolved form. Exhilarated, it clenched its fists and enveloped Chen Yiming in a tight embrace. Master, I adore my current appearance. All right then, as long as you like it. Chen Yiming conceded, acknowledging the demon's taste. Nevertheless, as long as the horned demon, no, it should now be referred to as the explosive demon, was content with its evolved form, that was sufficient. The other item that Chen Yiming had acquired, the small horn, also displayed its attributes. Goblin's summoning horn. Upon use, it can summon a group of goblins from the forest to serve you. However, these goblins are quite timid. They may flee at the slightest disturbance. Additionally, should you summon this batch of goblins, you must provide them with corresponding wages and food. Otherwise, they will choose to strike. Weighing the horn in his hand, which was approximately the weight of 2 or 3 tails, he pondered its utility. Was it merely to be blown? Chen Yiming examined the horn, reminiscent of a cow's horn, which featured a small mouthpiece. However, rather than sounding the horn, he placed it in his bag and turned to observe the underground river. Has the creature in the river departed? He inquired. Not yet. The explosive demon shook its head. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yiming wondered if the creature in the river had fixated upon them. He decided to summon a shadow-hunting spider to weave an extensive web along the riverbank, creating a net to enshroud the surrounding air. After a moment of contemplation, he transformed one of the ethereal small demon spirits he had defeated into a corporeal manifestation. The shadow-hunting spider spun its web. Chen Yiming also pondered and experimented with the formulas for demon synthesis. After several attempts, he ultimately confirmed that the spirits could not be synthesized with one another. Only the summoned creatures on the pages of the summoning book could undergo fusion. Furthermore, in the absence of higher-tier foundational synthesis spirits, a maximum of only 2 fusions could be achieved. This meant that if only the materials for the aberrant egg were available, it could only be synthesized into the aberrant small demon and the telekinetic demon. While the higher-tier horned demon could not be synthesized due to the lack of an aberrant small demon spirit, unless a second page could be utilized as a vessel to synthesize an aberrant small demon from the aberrant egg. Chen Yiming calculated that, with only the most basic forms of demons available, each additional blank page could elevate the synthesis cap by 2-star levels. Without blank pages, and with only the most basic demons, he could only evolve twice, as the third evolution would require advanced materials. When limited to only the most basic demons, the evolution process could be summarized as a pattern of 2 + 2 + 2. Each additional blank page would increase the maximum limit by 2 levels. Thanks to the mathematics he had retained from his middle school years, Chen Yiming managed to arrive at these conclusions. Of course, all these calculations were predicated on the availability of only the most basic demon materials, if materials for evolved forms were present. the scenario would differ entirely. His goblin chieftain and the fiery chicken had just undergone their third and second evolutions, respectively, and under the conditions of only basic tier demons, they could still evolve one more time. Upon recalculating, he deduced that the goblin chieftain and the fiery chicken would each require 48 goblins or 10 fiery chickens to evolve once more. After Chen Yiming finished his calculations, the shadow hunting spider had completed weaving its web. The invisible web now spanned the entire cave. Chen Yiming narrowed his eyes, commanding the explosive demon to levitate the corpse of the ethereal small demon above the river surface. The waters churned violently, concealing the lurking monster within, which seemed adept at remaining hidden. Even as the corpse floated above the river, the creature beneath did not reveal itself. After a full 10 minutes, with the river still in turmoil and the surface roiling, a massive creature slowly emerged from the depths. Its yellow body gleamed with a smooth, clean sheen, and its enormous mouth gaped wide, adorned with two drooping tentacles atop its head. Its elongated eyes were positioned obliquely on either side of its visage. The forepart of the creature was gripped by two robust claws resembling those of a frog, anchoring it to the rocks. Wow! The monster opened its maw, emitting an infantile wail. 2 antennae atop its head reached out, attempting to ensnare the corpse suspended in the air above. The explosive energy demon exerted its telekinetic prowess, causing the corpse to rise slightly. The antennae grasped at nothingness. This colossal beast appeared somewhat enraged, its fury palpable. IT let out a series of wah-wah sounds. Its thick tail lashed violently, sending waves splashing up to 5 or 6 meters high. It snapped its jaws, biting into thin air, and Chen Yiming heard the sharp crack of its teeth. The massive body, drenched, oozed a mixture of water and mucus that trickled down to the ground. The creature's weighty form thudded against the earth, producing a resounding thud. It reared up, its hind legs retreating to the ground, standing upright like a dog. IT gaped its mouth, lunging at the ethereal corpse of the peculiar little demon hovering in the air. Now's the time, Chen Yiming declared. The explosive energy demon spread its arms wide, unleashing a torrent of telekinetic force akin to a cannon blast that struck the belly of the giant fish. The creature soared into the air, entangled in numerous strands of webbing. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, layer upon layer. The giant fish rebounded, the elastic web stretching a considerable distance before finally stabilizing. The ensnared behemoth thrashed desperately, its tail flinging water everywhere. Only then did Chen Yiming muster the energy to examine the attributes relayed by the summoning book. Species: cartilaginous giant yellowfish level. For quality, rare description, a creature dwelling in subterranean rivers. It has adapted to the darkness of its environment. IT primarily feeds on fish within these underground waterways, occasionally diversifying its diet. Having evolved 2 forelimbs, it can briefly leave the water. Bond, water monster. 1. When possessing at least 4 water monsters, vitality increases by 30. 2. When possessing at least 8 water monsters, vitality increases by 80. A rare quality 3-star monster. Its quality surpasses that of the large-toothed giant fish in Silver Moon Lake. Having been pulled from the water, this cartilaginous giant yellowfish began its desperate struggle for survival. However, its thrashing grew weaker as the venom from the phantom hunting spider's web took effect, gradually sapping the fish's strength. IT hung limply, entangled in the web, its small eyes fixated ahead. After expending considerable effort, the phantom hunting spider finally dragged it ashore, delivering a venomous bite that injected paralyzing toxins. The spider then proceeded to envelop the fish in layers of webbing, obscuring its form until only a white mass and its outline remained visible. True to its status as a rare 1-star phantom hunting spider, it easily subdued the cartilaginous giant yellowfish, having prepared its web in advance. The meat yielded by this single fish could sustain a person for an entire year. After careful consideration, Chen Yiming ultimately chose to slay the cartilaginous giant yellowfish, converting it into experience points to bestow upon the explosive energy demon. The deceased fish provided a substantial 3,561 experience points, propelling the explosive energy demon to level 3 and increasing its experience bar by a quarter. Leveling up enhances the summoned creature's strength. Although the increase in power per level is not as rapid as the enhancement of quality, this represents a subtle advancement, augmenting its overall capabilities. The cave exploration had nearly reached its conclusion. On the opposite bank of the river, aside from an altar, there are several small caverns overhead. These caves, situated 20 to 30 meters above the ground, were shallow, and the remaining 4 peculiar little demons hidden within were swiftly dispatched by the explosive energy demon. The 4 defeated demons fused into a single horned demon, serving as one of the evolution materials for the explosive energy demon. For its next evolution, the explosive energy demon required a total of 64 aberrant eggs. 8 peculiar little demons, 2 telekinetic demons, and 1 horned demon. The horned demon was accounted for, but there remained a significant deficit of aberrant eggs and peculiar little demons. After synthesizing the aberrant eggs obtained earlier before entering the cave, there was still a shortfall of 66 eggs. Chun Yiming planned to return in due time to harvest another batch, based on the fruiting rate of the plant at the cave's entrance. He estimated that 2 more cycles would suffice. Upon exiting the cave, Chun Yiming glanced once more at the bizarre plant at the entrance, finding it oddly endearing. "Dear little thing, do grow quickly. I shall return to find you soon," he murmured, gently stroking its soft branches, hoping it would not fall prey to others. The plant remained silent, disinterested in responding to Chun Yiming. Yet he harbored concerns that should the inhabitants of the nearby city discover this peculiar flora, they might ruin it. After all, living in the same country, he understood the tendencies of his compatriots all too well. They often felt compelled to touch or pluck anything unusual or intriguing, or even test its edibility. Observing the plant, he noted numerous white specks sprouting from its branches, reminiscent of insect eggs. It seemed the efficiency of hatching was quite brisk. Exiting the cave, Chun Yiming surveyed his surroundings. This area had been thoroughly explored. Perhaps he could venture deeper into the forest to uncover more fascinating discoveries. Selecting a direction, he embarked on his adventure. Ahead lay no signs of civilization, nor any traces of human footprints. The pristine trunks along the path attested to this. Whether by good fortune or misfortune, he traversed a considerable distance without encountering any monsters, save for a solitary wild fox. This fortunate wild red fox provided the explosive energy demon with a modest 2 experience points. Chun Yiming pondered that these so-called experience points were essentially the life essence of the slain beasts or monsters. Perhaps mixed with elements he was unaware of that it was precisely these essences that empowered summoned beasts or allowed them to be captured as such. He speculated that his own ability to enhance and fuse his summoned creatures operated on a similar principle. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, prompting the explosive energy demon to halt and turn toward its master. Had it detected something? Chun Yiming knew that the explosive energy demon would not stop abruptly without reason, and a massive tree loomed ahead. The explosive energy demon furrowed its brow, sensing that this tree possessed a degree of shielding and dampening effects against its telekinesis. Its powers had been notably weakened in proximity to this tree. After the explosive energy demon relayed this information, Chun Yiming fell silent for a moment, then playfully tapped its head. "Have you grown reliant on your abilities, using them indiscriminately whenever something arises?" The explosive energy demon was momentarily taken aback, processing the comment. After a few seconds, it chuckled and levitated itself through the leaves to the upper canopy of the forest. Moments later, the explosive energy demon descended from the branches, announcing, "Master, there's an enormous tree ahead, truly immense." Perhaps sensing that mere words might not convey the tree's grandeur, the explosive energy demon decided to take Chun Yiming with it on flight. This marked Chun Yiming's inaugural experience of flight. Not astride a summoned beast, but purely soaring through the air. The sensation was extraordinarily enchanting, and he turned his gaze towards the explosive energy demon, who appeared momentarily puzzled. As if sensing something peculiar about his master's expression, "I must say, your telekinesis is quite impressive," Chun Yiming remarked meaningfully. The explosive energy demon grinned widely. "I have faith in you," Chun Yiming said. Placing a hand on the demon's shoulder, the explosive energy demon was bewildered, while Chun Yiming entertained other thoughts, such as future appearances. Subsequently, Chun Yiming's gaze drifted back to the horizon. where a multitude of towering trees stretched endlessly along the skyline. The forest beneath him was no small expanse. The trees, averaging around 50 meters in height, would be considered substantial on their original planet. However, when compared to the towering trees in the distance, it is utterly insignificant. The majestic trees rise from the forest like stalwart giants, their multitude standing tall amidst the woodlands. A solitary tree signifies a singularity, while a cluster of trees embodies a forest. The trees in the distance only grow taller, their imposing heights instilling a sense of dread. Chen Yiming thought of the mythical Jianmu, with these towering giants reaching heights reminiscent of skyscrapers, their branches sprawling to obscure the heavens. This is merely the periphery of this woodland. The trees within are even more colossal, each resembling a small kingdom, in contrast to the grove ahead. The forest canopy beneath his feet appears as rolling hills. Perched upon the distant trees, some creatures linger on the branches, resembling a hybrid of bats and pterosaurs. Yet, Chen Yiming felt an unsettling familiarity with them. These colossal trees lie some distance from Shanshui City. Turning back towards the urban landscape, he could not discern its outline from this vantage point. The location is indeed quite remote, requiring a journey of 3 hours. However, judging by the pace of exploration exhibited by others in the city, it was only a matter of time before this place would be discovered. Likely, it would not be long, perhaps within a month, before someone ventured here. A piercing scream erupted from a creature perched upon the giant tree, its wings unfurling as it soared around the colossal trunk with remarkable speed. In mere moments, it covered a distance of over 100 meters, swooping low over the forest expanse before heading towards Chen Yiming. Startled, he glanced around, pondering whether the creature was approaching them. Let's retreat for now and wait for it to come closer. Chen Yiming advised calmly. As he had yet to ascertain the attributes of the summoned creatures from the summoning book, he preferred to err on the side of caution. As the creature drew nearer, Chen Yiming felt the summoning book begin to radiate warmth, prompting him to tap the head of the explosive demon. The explosive demon was reluctant to retreat, feeling that it would tarnish its reputation as a demon. It yearned for a confrontation with the bird. However, it was bound by its master's command and had no choice but to comply. Upon descending into the forest, a shadow swiftly passed overhead, rustling the leaves with a cacophony. Chen Yiming coolly opened the summoning book. Species, colorful bat-bird level. 3 quality, rare racial talent. Increases flight speed by 30 in forest environments. Description, a creature dwelling in the giant trees. Known for its irritable and aggressive disposition. Bond, bird 1. When possessing at least 2 birds, flight speed increases by 5. 2. When possessing at least 4 birds, flight speed increases by 10. 3. When possessing at least 6 birds, flight speed increases by 15. 4. When possessing at least 8 birds, flight speed increases by 20. 5. When possessing at least 12 birds, flight speed increases by 30 and stamina increases by 5. The attributes of this bird are quite impressive, especially given its foundational rarity of 3 stars. With such a high base quality, Chen Yiming could foresee the arduous realization others in the city would face upon discovering this place. Possessing a rare quality summoned creature, Chen Yiming was acutely aware of the dangers posed by such formidable beasts, particularly since they possessed the audacity to fly, effectively turning aerial superiority against ground forces. Moreover, without rare quality summoned creatures, one could easily fall victim to true damage. Chen Yiming referred to the disregard high-quality monsters exhibit towards low-level summoners as true damage, ignoring defenses and directly assaulting the summoner. It seems prudent to warn his brother and others upon returning home. Exploration in this direction should be avoided until they possess rare quality summoned creatures. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a notebook and roughly sketched a map. The map was quite rudimentary, marked with only a few vague locations, with distances between points estimated from intuition. Shanshui City lay at the center, with Silver Moon Lake slightly northeast, and beyond that, the Demon Cave. Named for the monsters within that could evolve into demons. Continuing north from the Demon Cave, he sketched several trees and labeled the area as the Giantwood Forest, marking a skull nearby to signify danger. A congregation of rare quality creatures poses a significant threat to anyone in the current stage. A rare 3-star summon beast can evolve once to reach uncommon quality and with multiple evolutions. It may surpass that threshold. This prospect was highly tempting for Chun Yiming. He found himself torn over whether to replace his summoned creature. However, if he were to make a change, he would also need to consider whether the quantity of these colorful bat birds would provide sufficient materials. Initially, his interest in the explosive demon lay not in its potential for high synthesis, but rather in its incredibly convenient psychic abilities. Rubbing his temples in contemplation, he ultimately decided against capturing a new summoned creature for the time being. As he had only one blank page left, if he captured this creature, he would have no materials for synthesis. It was prudent to prioritize quality over quantity in summoned creatures. He would wait until his current summoned creatures became difficult to evolve or until he had an urgent need before acquiring a new one. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wasn't the direction of the demon cave leading towards this area? Could the roots of the cave's trees be those of these giant trees? The enormous roots penetrate deep underground, traversing thick rock walls. The depth beneath was unknown. Yet for roots to penetrate such substantial soil, they must belong to extraordinary trees. Suddenly, a creature burst forth from the dense forest. Chun Yiming reacted instantly, commanding the explosive demon to erect a barrier of psychic energy around them. As the assailant came into view, they discerned that it was a flame chicken. However, upon closer inspection, the coloration and size of its feathers indicated that it was not merely a flame chicken, but rather a blazing chicken. While Chun Yiming was momentarily taken aback, the explosive demon was quick to respond, raising its right hand and targeting the oncoming blazing chicken. A surge of intense energy twisted and then collided forcefully with the chicken's neck. Bang! The blazing chicken was struck viciously, its neck twisting unnaturally as it was sent crashing against a tree trunk with a resounding thud. The explosive demon raised its left hand, directing both hands towards the blazing chicken and simultaneously twisting them in opposite directions. Gawk, gawk, gawk. The blazing chicken's wings contorted at different angles, feathers flipping chaotically. A series of sharp cracks echoed as the chicken's bones succumbed to the pressure. This time, the blazing chicken could no longer move. Crashing heavily to the ground, silenced in an instant, it transformed into a beam of white light, merging with the summoning book. Chun Yiming silently dragged the essence of the blazing chicken onto the red feathered chicken image. Choosing to fuse them, a flicker of light passed over the red feathered chicken's image before it returned to stillness. Only 8 more blazing chickens were needed for evolution. Chun Yiming had not anticipated encountering blazing chickens here, especially with the presence of colorful bat birds that would typically deter such creatures. It could only be said that the skilled were bold. Summoning the red feathered chicken, it clucked twice while surveying its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon its master. With a curious demeanor, it approached and used its formidable claws to scratch at the soil. Before Chun Yiming could discern what it was, the red feathered chicken suddenly extended its neck and swallowed whatever it had unearthed. Your thought process is lacking. You can't just eat alone. After finishing its meal, the red feathered chicken appeared elated, clucking excitedly as it roamed nearby, occasionally glancing back at its master with an eager expression. Where are you planning to go? Chun Yiming inquired. The red feathered chicken, appearing impatient, communicated its enthusiasm for the delicious find, imploring him with its urgent demeanor. Chun Yiming commanded, "Wait until we find more food. You are not allowed to eat until I see what it is." The crimson-feathered chicken appeared somewhat dejected, yet obediently nodded its head. After a considerable search through the forest with the chicken, they encountered a peculiar dull monkey, which was also rummaging through the earth for something. Upon hearing the rustling behind it, the monkey attempted to flee, but was ensnared by the psychic powers of the energy demon. This marked the first occasion for Chun Yiming to observe a wild dull monkey in its natural habitat. The monkey's fur displayed distinctly contrasting colors, with clear patterns adorning its arms, chest, and face. Its coat had a glossy sheen, giving it an almost doll-like appearance from a distance, which likely inspired its name. Ultimately, this dull monkey yielded 32 experience points for the energy demon. Chun Yiming furrowed his brow, pondering what these creatures were searching for in this area. Could it be the very reason these colorful bat birds thrived here? After searching for a while longer, the crimson-feathered chicken excitedly dashed forward, its claws scraping the soil to uncover a seed. The seed was a yellow-green fruit, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, devoid of fragrance, and possessed a rather hard shell. Both the crimson-feathered chicken and the nearby energy demon regarded the fruit with unusual interest. Was it a fruit or a seed? Chen Yiming toyed with it for a moment before tossing it to the chicken, which promptly swallowed it whole. Observing the chicken, Chen Yiming noticed no immediate adverse effects. Wait, did its experience points just increase by 20? As he glanced at the chicken's suddenly elevated experience panel, the confusion in his mind dissipated, and no wonder these creatures were foraging for fruit here. It was clear why these fruits held such allure, as they could directly augment experience points, akin to treasure for these wild beings. Regrettably, these seeds were rather elusive, buried deep within the soil, with each seed merely granting 20 experience points. The experience gained from casually hunting a typical 2-star creature far exceeded this, of course. Hunting monsters was no simple task. Locating them was a time-consuming endeavor, while consuming seeds posed no danger. The seeds themselves were innocuous, requiring only to be eaten to increase experience points, thus attracting numerous magical creatures. This method could serve as a supplementary means of leveling up, yet Chen Yiming felt that relying solely on seeds for evolution was a rather time-wasting pursuit. Suddenly, a head cautiously emerged from the thicket ahead, its bright red beak strikingly prominent. Chen Yiming chuckled. This was a fast food opportunity delivered right to him. He instructed the crimson-feathered chicken to gather its own evolution materials. It appeared that this region was rich in fire chickens, as within half an hour, he encountered 4 more. Just 1 more fire chicken was needed to complete the evolution. The sound of flapping wings overhead caught his attention. Upon looking up, he spotted a colorful bat bird perched on a branch, curiously tilting its head to observe him. This bat bird firmly grasped the branch with its claws while leaning forward, its tail parallel to its body. "What are you staring at?" Chen Yiming remarked. The colorful bat bird, unable to comprehend, merely emitted a series of clucking sounds. IT regarded the crimson-feathered chicken for a moment, glanced at the energy demon nearby, and finally cast a look at Chen Yiming before taking flight and departing without attacking. The sensation of being scrutinized by a fierce predator faded away. Chen Yiming felt a slight relief. Besides the valuable experience-enhancing fruits, this area also harbored predatory colorful bat-birds. IT seemed that the other lower-level magical creatures in the forest were likely on the bat-bird's menu. Perhaps the bat-bird had sensed the strength of the crimson-feathered chicken and the energy demon, deciding ultimately that they were not worth the risk of confrontation. Chen Yiming mused silently. However, shortly after Chen Yiming moved on, a cacophony of flapping wings erupted overhead, accompanied by a chorus of clucking sounds. Chen Yiming's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, the bird wasn't intimidated. It was calling for reinforcements. How cunning. He hurriedly summoned the shadow hunting spider to set up webs in the vicinity. The colorful bat birds appeared to be searching for their presence, circling above the trees for a while before landing on branches, glaring down at them. 1, 2, 3. There were 4 in total. Chen Yiming cursed himself for being foolish and vowed to learn from this mistake. The shadow hunting spider worked swiftly, having managed to lay 5 or 6 webs around the surrounding trees, effectively covering various directions. Although these colorful bat birds were not small, approximately 3 to 4 meters long, without counting their tails, which could extend beyond 5 meters, they were still birds with lighter bones and bodies. Their physical structure indicated that if they collided with the webs, they would struggle far more than a fish caught in an underground river. One of the colorful bat birds was chattering to its companions, who responded in kind. Then the initial chattering bat bird spread its wings and swooped down towards Chen Yiming, while others approached from various angles. It appeared they were not inexperienced in teamwork. The 2 fastest bat birds crashed into the webs, while the other 2 halted abruptly in mid-air, one of them even colliding with a tree, causing many leaves to fall. The 2 bat birds caught in the webs struggled desperately, but their efforts only ensnared them further, and the venom began to take effect. Witnessing their companion's plight, the other 2 colorful bat birds immediately turned tail and fled, abandoning their teammates. "Quickly kill them and leave," Chen Yiming commanded decisively. These 2 colorful bat birds, being rare 3-star creatures, had tough skin. Even when afflicted by poison, their resilient hides proved far more durable than leather. Chen Yiming's dagger struggled to penetrate their skin. Ultimately, It was the combined efforts of the crimson-feathered chicken and the shadow hunting spider that brought down the two colorful bat-birds after slaying the creatures. Chen Yiming stored their essence as a backup option, preparing for a potential escape plan. Should he find himself pursued by a multitude of colorful bat-birds, he could tame one and merge the essence of another with it to create a rare-quality flying summon. However, this would delay his progress. Chen Yiming mounted the shadow hunting spider, recalling the crimson-feathered chicken and energy demon into his summoning book. "Let's head back," he instructed. The shadow hunting spider swiftly navigated through the forest, its speed unaffected by Chen Yiming's weight. The intricate terrain posed no challenge for it, and sounds of pursuing colorful bat-birds reached his ears. Suddenly, Chen Yiming caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. "Wait," he called out. The shadow hunting spider drove its front legs into the tree trunks on either side, coming to a sudden halt. "Let's go that way." Chen Yiming pointed in a direction. The closer they drew, the more joy illuminated his face. Amidst the dense forest stood a quaint wooden cabin, its warm yellow light spilling from within, and a small wind chime hung beneath the eaves, gently swaying as if to welcome him. Indeed, it was a bounty house. However, this bounty house's interior layout differed slightly from the last one Chen Yiming had encountered. Could there be more than one bounty house? He buried his curiosity deep within. A miniature stone tablet adorned the wall of this bounty house, with a countdown timer indicating only 0:08, 24 remaining. Just 8 minutes left? Chen Yiming felt a tightening in his chest. Time was of the essence, prompting him to hastily accept the tasks. The book of summoning automatically opened before him. Task: the fear of the dull monkeys. Experience task: the dull monkeys were whispering among themselves, conspiring about something. Eliminate 100 dull monkeys. Task reward: 3,000 experience points. Task: the blessing of the golden bloodline. Reward task: defeat a creature possessing a golden bloodline. Task reward: golden fruit. Task: goblin slayer. Item task: the goblins in the forest are too noisy. Silence these raucous little creatures by slaying 20 goblins. Task reward: mysterious item 2. Without a flicker of hesitation, Chen Yiming accepted all the tasks. He then turned to the first page, where the task concerning the flame chicken terminator was marked as ready for submission. Chen Yiming attempted to click submit, and the task vanished from the pages, granting him an additional 300 experience points to allocate freely. Tasks could be submitted. This alleviated his concerns about being unable to submit tasks after leaving the bounty house. As long as he could locate another bounty house, he could submit the accepted tasks. Regrettably, the tasks in this bounty house could not be taken up by his younger siblings, and with only 7 minutes remaining, the bounty house would soon vanish from its location. Chen Yiming sometimes pondered whether he could remain within the bounty house until his time expired, thereby following it to another place. However, this method seemed overly risky, and he worried about losing his way home if the bounty house relocated too far. With a sigh, Chen Yiming exited the bounty house, contemplating as he picked up a stone from the ground outside and placed it on the floor of the bounty house. He then stood at the entrance, gazing intently at the bounty house before him. 7 minutes elapsed. The bounty house quietly distorted, its colors gradually fading, like a dream silently dissipating into thin air, leaving only a stone in the vacant space. The ground bore no trace of the house's presence, the soil soft and undisturbed, as if nothing had ever existed there. "Oh, this is how things vanish," Chen Yiming mused, his gaze flickering. He had not witnessed the final moments of the bounty house by the lakeside. He glanced up at the sky. The colorful bat-birds had not continued their pursuit, whether out of fear or some other reason remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was a positive outcome. With a mix of regret and relief, Chen Yiming converted the essence of 2 colorful bat-birds into experience points, 0.3100 experience points, 0.3075 experience points. The level of the explosive demon surged directly from level 3 to level 4, slightly enhancing his aura. The experience required to advance from level 4 to level 5 was an astonishing 100,000. Staring at the long string of zeros made his head spin. Indeed, each level required a 10-fold increase. The nature of leveling up was a mystery. Aside from a slight enhancement in power with each level, he was uncertain of any other benefits. Noticing the time, he decided it was best to head home. Chen Yiming raised his right hand to check his watch. After leaving at noon, he had first visited Silver Moon Lake, then explored deep into the Demon Cave, and subsequently discovered the giant tree forest. It was now nearly 6 o'clock. By the time he returned, night would have fallen. Indeed, just an hour into his return journey, the sky had darkened considerably. The forest was even more shadowy at night, with scant moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Visibility at the forest floor was extremely low. Chun Yiming could barely see anything, only the sensation of the wind brushing against his face and the sound of the phantom hunting spider weaving through the woods. The robust limbs of the spider crushed the leaves beneath it, prompting Chun Yiming to climb onto its back. Although the nocturnal forest was fraught with danger, it felt no different to him than during the day. The phantom hunting spider exuded an aura that instilled fear in the surrounding monsters, causing them to flee in terror, daring not to approach. For these creatures, the fact that the phantom hunting spider refrained from attacking was a blessing. They would not dare to assault Chun Yiming. Safely returning to the city, the silhouette of the towering city loomed ahead, resembling a massive beast lurking within the forest. Just before exiting the woods, he encountered others. In the dark surroundings, visibility was poor, and he could only vaguely discern large figures moving nearby. Many were so frightened they held their breath, hiding behind trees, occasionally glancing back in trepidation. As he neared the forest's edge, Chun Yiming jumped off the back of the phantom hunting spider and recalled it into the Book of Summoning. Checking the time, it was now 8:40 p.m., with 2 crescent moons hanging in the sky. Crossing the street, he found the area bustling more than during the day. Perhaps due to its proximity to the forest, there were indeed many people here, drawn by the thrill of being near the wild. Moonlight bathed the streets, where buildings were not particularly tall, and many people were seated or wandering around the stalls. Chun Yiming squinted his eyes and decided to take a look at the night market. The items for sale were mostly of little value, though some vendors displayed antiques, paintings, and jade, which were selling quite well. In prosperous times, antiques flourish. In chaotic times, gold prevails. Although these articles were neither edible nor could they satiate hunger, a small number of individuals sought to invest in them. These buyers were essentially gambling, believing that these antiques and artworks were scarce, non-renewable resources, currently priced low enough to be acquired for a mere loaf of bread, yet potentially worth 100 loaves in a year or two. Moreover, these antiques and artworks were once worth a fortune before the calamity, and now, due to the extraordinary circumstances, could be exchanged for a small amount of food, creating a stark contrast that tempted many, particularly those with surplus food at home or individuals who had successfully hunted beasts and monsters in the forest became the main consumers of these antiques and artworks. With his hands behind his back, Chun Yiming observed a stall for quite some time before pointing at a porcelain bowl of indeterminate age and inquiring, "How much for this?" "Just enough food for 6 meals," replied a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses. "Is that for real?" "Isn't this a replica?" Chun Yiming asked skeptically. "This piece is over 200 years old. I paid 20,000 at the porcelain shop," the vendor asserted. Chun Yiming examined it for a while longer before responding, "How about I offer enough for 2 meals? I find this bowl rather exquisite. I'd like to keep it for myself." The vendor grew anxious. "This is an antique. If it weren't for my food shortage, I wouldn't sell it." "Then forget it." Chun Yiming stood up and turned to leave. Wait, just add a bit more," the vendor pleaded. "It's just 2 meals worth." Still hesitating, the vendor watched as Chun Yiming began to walk away. He had merely intended to buy it for fun, as he was not particularly fond of collecting antiques, mainly because he had been unable to afford them before. All right, I'll sell it," the vendor relented. Realizing Chun Yiming was truly leaving, he took some food from his bag and handed it to the vendor, saying, "You might consider finding some trustworthy individuals to explore the forest. Things will eventually sell out." Chun Yiming offered a friendly reminder before taking his leave. Upon returning to the breeding farm, he found the main gate securely locked. The area surrounding the farm was relatively desolate, and at this hour, scarcely anyone was around. Chun Yiming retrieved a small horn from his bag and gave it a tentative blow. Toot! The sound of the horn resonated loudly, and instantly, a circular array materialized in the open space before him. That a flash of light revealed a large group of chattering green-skinned goblins standing in place. The summoning book grew warm in his hands. and a line of text appeared on the blank page. You have randomly summoned a group of goblin workers. He had summoned 15 goblins, who began to jostle about chaotically. Some goblins tumbled to the ground, only to rise and engage in playful scuffles with their companions, scratching their heads, pinching their eyes, and tugging at their ears. Ahem. Chen Yiming coughed a couple of times. A few unruly goblins continued their antics, while 4 of them stood still, hands placed at their sides, wide-eyed and gazing at Chen Yiming. The commotion attracted the attention of those inside the farm, who could hear the distinctive clamor of the goblins outside. 2 hands and half a head appeared over the courtyard wall. Upon spotting Chen Yiming, the green-skinned goblin exclaimed, "Master, you have returned." With a swift push, it vaulted over the wall. The others in the farm, startled by the sudden appearance of the goblin, soon realized it was Chen Yiming who had come back, and hurried out to greet him. Chun Jing sprinted forward, her face alight with joy that you're finally back. I was worried about you in the forest. She had been delayed a bit further away. Chun Yiming bumped fists with Chen Jing. How was the harvest? Chun Jing asked in a hushed tone. The others, now gathered around, stared in bewilderment at the throng of goblins surrounding Chun Yiming. Were these goblins all his summoned creatures? Not too bad, Chen Yiming replied with a smile, though he noted some potential dangers. I sketched a map. So many goblins. Wang Ke marveled. Chen Yiming quietly instructed his brother, come find me later. Qi Zhou, and who had also seen such a multitude of summoned creatures before, as large teams often appeared in the streets or near the forest, wielding dozens of summons. However, it was a rarity to witness one individual commanding so many creatures. A curious sight indeed. Yet if that individual were Chen Yiming, it was hardly surprising. The others at the farm had come to accept the reality that Chun Yiming existed in a different dimension from them. Chun Yiming explained the horn's function to them, and only then did Chun Jing and the others realize that these goblins have been summoned through an item. So, does that mean they are muscle? Can they be used for battle? This item is truly remarkable. They exclaimed that I'm not sure. The summoning book only mentioned that we shouldn't abuse or mistreat them, but didn't specify we couldn't use them in combat. Chen Yiming pondered. However, I have no intention of sending these goblins into battle. They're rather lackadaisical and would likely flee before any fight ensues. He shook his head. The green-skinned goblin had approached the summoned goblins, towering over them. His astonishment. All the goblins promptly plopped down on the ground. Clearly intimidated, he crossed his arms and sneered. A bunch of weaklings. Why don't you hurry and greet your chieftain? Chieftain! Chieftain! The goblins scrambled over each other, clamoring to lick the green-skinned goblin. Chieftain, you're so strong. Chieftain, you're so tall. Chieftain, you must have slain a dragon. The flattery from the goblins delighted the green-skinned creature immensely. Puffing out his chest, he raised his head high, as if his tail would be perked up if he had one among these goblins. The chieftain seemed to hold a position of great respect and authority. Soon, the goblins appeared more organized, responding well to the green-skinned goblin's commands. This was unexpected for Chun Yiming, who had not anticipated such obedience from the goblins toward the green-skinned one. Of course, I am the goblin chieftain. The green-skinned goblin huffed. All right then, you'll be responsible for motivating these goblins, Gao Qian. Have your 2 goblin summons teach this lot how to work. Once they've learned, you can release your 2 summons. Chen Yiming instructed Gao Qian. She nodded obediently. The green-skinned goblin was taken aback. Weren't these new recruits meant to accompany him in battle? Why were they all being turned into laborers? Go on. Goblins are the best, Chun Yiming encouraged. The green-skinned goblin felt like crying. Under Chen Yiming's orders, he had no choice but to supervise the learning progress of the goblins. Yet, Chen Yiming had not completely dashed his hopes. Once he trained this batch of workers, he would take him into the forest to fight and allow him to continue evolving. Subsequently, the green-skinned goblin led the goblins toward the pig pen to commence their training. Perhaps driven by a desire to participate in battle, the green-skinned goblin became a fervent overseer of the goblins, closely monitoring their every move. Goblins, despite their reputation, were not lacking in intelligence, and tasks such as feeding pigs and cleaning were relatively easy for them to grasp. The only concern was preventing these goblins from pilfering the pig feed. These goblins might very well steal from their own duties, tending to the pigs while also helping to clean up their messes. Chen Yiming could vividly imagine the ensuing scene. The green-skinned goblin wielding a willow branch to chastise the goblins feeding the pigs, scolding, "How many times must I tell you not to steal? You just don't believe me. You're going to make yourselves sick." The goblins would be left covered in welts, crying out in distress while retching. The mere thought of such a scene was quite amusing. Upon returning to his room, Wonka hurriedly poured Chen Yiming a cup of hot water. "Brother Chun, have some water." Chen Yiming accepted it, saying, "No need to be so polite. I can pour it myself. It has no trouble at all. The teapot is close to me." Wang Ko quickly replied. Chen Yiming then pulled out a notebook from his bag. The sound of a ballpoint pen tapping against the pages captured everyone's attention in the room. "During my exploration of the forest, I discovered some things." Chen Yiming cleared his throat. The north of the northern suburbs, besides Silver Moon Lake, there's also a demon cave. The one Gao Qian and Shun Jing accompanied me to last time. He stated, "This afternoon, I explored the demon cave.